Surrounded by the knights who came for his life, the boy herd all together to attack and finish the demon. Continuing to give instructions to his subjects, the man added everything to the attack, after which the same opponent appeared right in front of his eyes. Using his strength, after approaching, the guy swung his weapon several times and simultaneously cut a dozen knights who opposed him. The next moment, the boy crouched down and used his magic to eliminate several more enemies who were approaching him. Hearing the ground crack and something approaching them from below, the knights wanted to try to escape, but the spell caught up with them before they could. Having dealt with most of the enemies, the guy began to catch his breath and leave the battlefield when he heard the presence of another opponent not far from him. Breathing heavily, the guy leaned on his weapon and suddenly heard a voice saying to him, "Tell me why." Continuing to walk towards the boy, the leader of the Knight's Order stopped in front of the thief and added, "Why you did it." Looking directly into the eyes of the tired boy after the battle, the girl again exclaimed, "Why did you make a deal with the devil? Why did you betray us?" Standing in front of a guy who was using the power of darkness given to him by the devil, the girl exclaimed, "Answer me, Knox von Reinhofer." Raising his head up and looking at the starry sky, Knox von Reinhofer said, "You betray me." The next moment he bowed his head down and smiled, adding, "I hate to disappoint you, but it's not all about you." Without returning his gaze to the girl who was trying to get a confession out of him, Knox von Reinhofer said, "I didn't betray anyone, you betrayed me." Hearing the accusations against her, the girl suddenly exclaimed, "Don't talk nonsense, just tell me when you decided to do this." In response to the question, the guy fainted and said, "This is just the beginning, I'll be back." The next moment, a sign appeared on the screen that said, "You have completed the first part of the game, Inner Lunatic, with a total score of 27, after which the guy said, "Well, not bad at all." Continuing his reflections after the game, the gamer added, "I got quite a few items again, and even completed a few secret missions. I'm happy." Immediately after turning his gaze to the calendar where one of the days was marked, the guy added, "Especially considering the fact that I have until next month to live." 2 years ago, after being examined in another hospital to confirm the diagnosis, Yu-chan heard Yu-chan say, "Don't panic and listen to me carefully." Hearing what the doctor had just asked him to do, and looking at the ultrasound result, the boy looked up at the doctor with teary eyes. Slowly opening the results of the tests from the hospital that the doctor handed him, the guy heard, "You have already visited hospital 20 correctly." Continuing the dialogue with the patient, the doctor added, "This is the second hospital we've been to, and we've done no less tests, but we got the same diagnosis." Recalling the doctor's recommendations, who told him that we can relieve your pain with medication, "I have prescribed them for you, start taking them when it gets worse," Yu-chang dropped the jar of pills. After realizing his deadline, the boy said 2 years have passed since then. Immediately after he said that, the guy turned his head to the dresser with a calendar with a note about the date of hospitalization and bags of garbage next to it. After looking at the date of his death for a few seconds, Yu-chan felt like vomiting and then put his hand to his mouth. When I removed my hand after a severe cough, the guy saw drops of blood and thought that I was really going to die soon. Immediately afterwards, he took a napkin and wiped himself of the blood, saying, "I'd better not think about it or I'll kill myself." After sitting in silence for a few seconds in the room, Yu-chang heard a notification on his phone, picked it up, and saw a message from the hospital that said your hospitalization was approved, and he said, "I'm fed up." Throwing his head back in his chair, the guy said, "No one will remember me later anyway, and I have no family, so I'm not going anywhere in my current state." The next moment, putting the phone back on the table, Yu-chan noticed leaflets that read, "The patient has been diagnosed with terminal cancer, let's believe together," and other church leaflets that said, "Do not want to be hospitalized in our hospital." Angry at himself for his condition, the guy threw the papers over his head, kicking them off the table and moving to the computer. Looking up at the game's main screen, Yu-chang said good luck with the game and then selected a new game and entered his nickname. Thinking about the next choice of his player's abilities, the guy said who I should create this time. Looking at the character's skills selection window, Yu-chang said, "So what if we take mana sensitivity and sword skills and martial arts?" As a result of this choice, a notification appears on the screen. You receive a penalty for choosing 2 unique skills. To avoid the penalty, reduce the number of unique skills to 1. Ignoring the warning and moving on, the guy saw the negative terminal patients and said, "If I don't have much time, let the character have the same." Having completed the creation of his character with all the unique abilities and debuffs, the guy saw a notification asking if you want to start the game with the current character settings, and then said a ridiculous question. Falling from the chair to the ground from nervousness, the guy mentally said, "No, I'm dying. Is this really the end? I imagined it differently. In the worst case, I thought about killing myself." At the same time, the character's name was written on the monitor. The synchronization was forced to change 4%, 1971% of the character was created. As soon as the synchronization was complete, Yu-chang moved to another dimension and found himself in a bed in the middle of a spacious bedroom. Suddenly, waking up from his dream, the guy got out of bed and said that, "Where am I?" After which I realized that I had clearly seen this somewhere before. Getting out of bed and heading across the room to the window to scout the situation, the guy exclaimed, "No," and then mentally added, "I was definitely here." Walking over to the mirror in the room and looking into it, Yu Chang saw his reflection and said in his head, "I'm sorry," which transported him to the game. Touching his reflection to make sure it was definitely a guy, Nox exclaimed in surprise, then mentally added, "I've become the main villain in this damn game. I didn't think the last phrase was even relevant." Recalling the last phrase that the hero said before the end of the game, "I will return to this is only the beginning," Yu Chang mentally said to Nox von Reinhofer, "He is the master of darkness." His family is strongly connected to the Lunatic League, the most notorious criminal organization in the world. He is the youngest son of 5 children. Reinhofer has been in his family for generations, all of whom were masters of martial arts and magic, except that he was defective. In order to succeed, he made a pact with the devil from the Forgotten Kingdom, which made him the master of darkness and the main villain of Inner Lunatic. After finishing the recollection, the guy felt his face in front of the mirror and said, "I think I'm the only one who became Nox. I'm definitely not sleeping." The next moment, when Nox heard the notification sound, he looked back and saw a window with the words "Basic Information, Characteristics, Basic Skills," and said, "I even have a status window." Looking closely at what was written in his status window, Yu Chang exclaimed in surprise, "Why I have such weak characteristics and why my stamina is 2. Also seeing a window with the words "Neutral Skills, Manifestation of Darkness, Negative Skills, Terminally Ill, Curse of Stoma, Frequent Incidents of Soul Transference," Nox mentally added to the same "why so many negative skills wait, but these are the same characteristics that I gave the character." Looking at the window with the inscription "Terminally Ill Character has 1 year to live," Yu Chan said, "My life was short there, so it will be short here, and when I created the character I just had one wish." Recalling his past life in which he created a character with these characteristics, the guy mentally added, "I just wanted him to be like me." As he continued to think about the situation, he mentally added a character who had nothing to lose, who would not be loved, who would be seriously ill, and would soon die. Looking at the window with his sentence, Yu Chan added in his mind, "And of course I didn't think it would turn out like this." After which another window appeared with the inscription, "You have one unread message, do you want to read it?" Then the guy said in surprise that he hadn't read the message. When he opened the message, the guy saw, "Congratulations, Yu Chan," or maybe I should call you Nox. Then Yu Chan surprisingly told him my name was known to him. The next moment, remembering his parents, the boy mentally said to Yu Chan, "My parents named me that, but I never even saw them." Continuing to look at the window with the writing, Yu Chan said, "You may not remember me, but I have to tell you something. He was the one who brought me here. Maybe it was someone from my past." A few seconds later, another window appeared that said, "I've been following you for a long time," and Nox was surprised to see another one for 2 years. Trying to understand what was going on, he received another message that said, "Welcome back," and then Yu Chang thought, "Welcome back, I'm back." After all the messages he received, Nox mentally said, "So you're saying that I'm not in my previous world and now this place is my reality? That's crazy." Continuing to communicate with the boy, the person sent another message saying, "I can't tell you much more about myself, but I want to help," and Yu Chang thought to help. After hearing the boy's surprised question, an unknown person added an entry to the Eldane Academy where you can train and gain experience and try to follow the original story as closely as possible. Seeing the message at the end, "The truth will be revealed by itself," Nox exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, wait, that's it." Not receiving any more messages, the guy put his hand to his head and said, "I need to get my thoughts together." The next moment he looked at himself in the mirror and said, "For the first time I was reborn as the main antagonist of the game Inner Lunatic." Continuing to look at himself with a thoughtful gaze, Nox added, "However, I can't deviate too much from the original plot, although no matter how I interpret it, the result is the same death." Immediately after remembering the first message where he was called by 2 names, the guy thought, "Well, maybe Inner Lunatic has become my reality, but that doesn't mean I can give up my lost memories." Continuing to think about the situation, Nox mentally said, "I don't care what the cost. I will stick to the main story, and by restoring my memory, I will be able to understand what to do in this world." Determined to follow the game's plot, the boy mentally said to himself that he would survive for the sake of such a goal. Recalling the fate of his character, Nox von Reinhofer said, "I'm ready to become a real thief myself." The next moment, the boy smiled thoughtfully and said, "If you think about it, there is not much difference between this life and the old one." Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally said, 2 years before I lost my memory, I was terminally ill. Every minute that passed brought him closer to death, and his whole life was lived in fear of waiting for his end. Only his attitude changed. The next moment I looked around the room where he was. Knox was speaking in a world I know like the back of my hand. After finishing his thoughts, the boy said to the system what day it was, after which the date February 4th, 1812 appeared before him, and then Knox said that there was only a year left before he entered the academy. Realizing his current position, Knox said, "Well, I don't have much time, but since that's the case, why not start the 28th attempt at a perfect passage?" Immediately after he said that, the guy headed for the exit and, taking hold of the door handle, suddenly felt a strong pain in his wrist. Looking at his hand, which had suddenly been injured by everyday activities, and the notification that read characteristic risk negative activated due to a fatal disease, "You have developed first-degree wrist inflammation. Please get enough treatment and rest." Knox said, "What the hell?" Holding his injured arm with his other hand, the guy walked through the palace and thought what was going on with my body that I was so weak. At one point during his journey, the boy, not noticing where he was going, accidentally ran into a maid who was walking in front of him and screamed in pain. After the collision with the boy, the girl fell to the ground and dropped the broken dishes, suddenly exclaiming, "Hey, who's there?" The next moment, seeing who she was facing, the girl exclaimed in confusion to young Mr. Knox, after which the butler exclaimed, "What a horror." At the same moment, holding his injured arm, Knox gritted his teeth in pain and said, "It hurts so much." After a few seconds, he composed himself and looked at who he had stumbled upon and thought to himself, "Is that Rona's face, brown hair and light orange eyes?" Bowing her head in front of the boy, the maid began to shout out, I'm sorry I dared to hurt you." Looking at the girl who was apologizing to him, Knox mentally said, "Besides being a minor character, I remember that she spread rumors about Knox, and that's it." After finishing his recollection and looking at the sweet girl whose eyes were filled with tears, the boy added in his mind that he wanted to say that this incarnation of an angel was telling on Knox, even if he was a thief. Leaning over to the girl and smiling happily, the boy said, "Well, this time I'll forgive you, but I'm going to let you off the hook." The next moment, smiling ominously and looking right into the girl's soul, Knox added if this happened again at least once. Realizing what the young gentleman was hinting at, the girl exclaimed in fright, "Of course I understand you." Immediately after the maid's exclamation and her scolding, Knox looked at the frightened woman and thought strangely quietly. Realizing what the reason for this reaction was, the guy got to his feet and thought, "Oh shit, I forgot. I'm crazy, Knox. Really, what kind of life have you been living?" And then Rona asked, "But young sir, where are you going so early?" After receiving a question from his maid, the boy looked at her with a displeased look and walked to the training room. When the servants heard where their crazy young master was going, they all exclaimed in surprise. After all the violent reactions of his subjects, the boy smiled happily and said, "Ron, come with me." He was seriously frightened by the offer she made and mentally said, "Don't tell me he wants to beat me up." Going to the training room with the young mister, Rona, she watched Knox on pins and needles. And at the same time, the guy was confidently heading to his destination and mentally said, "The main goal for me is to survive." The next moment, recalling the end of his previous life, Knox mentally said, "I have already felt the farewell to life, and that is why." Continuing to recall that moment of the last seconds where he was lying on the ground shedding tears, the boy mentally added, "I'm not going to die anymore." Walking through his family's property and looking around, the boy mentally said that in order to survive, he needed to get used to the new circumstances as soon as possible. At one point, bending his head down and putting his hand to his chin, Knox said, "By the way, I have a chance." Immediately after his words, he plunged back into thought and said mentally, "As a person who has played the game 27 times, I know all its pitfalls, the window of state. Inner Lunatic is a game about the confrontation between angels and demons in the Empire, and it has gathered a lot of fans around the world. The peculiarity of Inner Lunatic was a huge selection of settings that allowed players to choose a variety of traits. While low-ranked characteristics like normal and talented could be selected as many times as you like, unique skills can only be used once." Continuing to walk forward to the training room, the guy mentally added that with his unique skills, it would not be difficult to get to the top. Immediately after these thoughts, Knox stopped in his tracks for a moment and mentally added, "And I have 2 of them in this game, as well as the concept of penalty characteristics. When the selected skill exceeds the limits, you can choose 2 unique skills thanks to the advantages of the system that analyzes and selects the right one. The possession of a sword in martial arts gives the owner the ability to wield a sword, which allows him to reach the apogee of fencing skills. On the other hand, there is also mana sensitivity, which increases the sensitivity to mana, thereby allowing you to cast spells more efficiently." As Knox continued his reflections on the skills of this world, he thoughtfully said, "A lot of useful skills." The next moment, remembering one of the unique skills, the boy mentally said, for example, the privilege of the main character of the vision that opens the owner of the status windows of other characters. Continuing his reflections on useful skills, he added, or the same acting skill that allows you to behave naturally in any situation, I would not mind it. As Nox walked further and further away, he mentally said a cool mind in battle helps to keep calm and a healthy perspective on the situation, but there is only one problem. Feeling somewhat disappointed at the moment of reflection, the boy said in his head, all this is accompanied by negative features. A deadly disease is the worst possible, but... Glancing at the window that read negative, terminally ill, curse, weakness, weak immunity, anemia, obsession, Nox mentally added, I'm a walking sore on me hospital crying. Players with anemia without warming spells cannot step on cold surfaces, and those with weak immunity will faint at least once per chapter. Arriving at his destination and putting his hand to his head, the boy mentally said, I don't have a chance, but we will solve problems as they come. Stopping behind the guy, the maid thought to herself, well, we've reached the gym, and he's really going to go there. The next moment, Nox walked forward and opened the door to the training room, saying in his head, first of all, you need to get rid of the curse of weakness. Curse of weakness. The player is cursed from birth to be weak, the development speed is halved, the resistance to enemies is halved. When Nox started swinging his sword at his first training session, he made a few repetitions and mentally said, no matter how much you think, there will be only one result. Frozen in place after a certain number of repetitions, the guy, dripping with sweat from fatigue, added in his head, Amen. The boy dropped the sword from his hands and fell to the ground from the stoma, and said in his mind, when I first started reading this story, I also came to this conclusion. Lying on the ground, Nox, who can't swing his sword more than 10 times, thinks that the curse of weakness only makes things worse. Having rested a bit and moved to a sitting position, the guy mentally said, fortunately, the choice of weapons here is quite decent. The truth is that the Reinhafer family literally stands on swords. When it comes to the Reinhafers, there are many words that can be used to describe them, but the best description of all is a house of blade and darkness. They got this nickname for a reason because of their sword skills and the use of black magic to destroy enemies, and the command blade is to blame. Also known as the ruthless blade of darkness, the family leader passes it on to his heir to the next family leader, a tradition that continues to this day. When Nox finished recalling this story, he scratched his cheek and thought to himself, what's the benefit for me here, besides mastery of the sword? A noble family gives me many other advantages. Continuing his thoughts, the guy clenched his hand into a fist and smiled happily, adding that the most important thing was money. Money is unbeatable. As Nox continued to think about the family he was in, he thought, the Reinhafer family is one of the most noble families in history, and of course they're damn rich. As he sat on the floor, Nox looked up and mentally said, this means that even their useless youngest son will never have to work for a living. The next moment, remembering the leader of the Reinhafer family, the boy mentally said the most pleasant thing, that Nox's father Theo did not care where and why he spent his money. Continuing his reflections, Yu Chang imagined the youngest son of the family, and added that Nox himself was not the right type of character for the youngest son of a noble family. Taking a breath and getting back to his feet, the boy added in his head, in any case, the essence of his personality is absolutely clear to me, and I will try to squeeze the most out of it. Leaning on his knees and bowing his head down, Nox remembered the girl's exclamation, don't ask me to give birth, and mentally said, as long as Rona is willing to do what I ask, I can't even run. Back up a few moments, bringing everything Nox had asked for, Rona left everything on the table and bowed, saying, wooden sword towel and water ready for you, young sir. Immediately after the report, the maid opened her eyes and looked at the young man and mentally said he was serious about training. When he heard that his request was fulfilled, the guy waved his hand and called the girl and said, there's no one around, come here, Ron. Hearing the order, the girl screamed in fright, covering her hands with her arms, why do you want to hit me? Feeling somewhat irritated by what the maid was up to, Nox said, what are you talking about? As soon as the girl approached him, the guy took her by the ear and said, okay, now listen to what I'm going to tell you. Leaning over to the girl, Nox began to tell her what he was up to, and she answered so well, what do you want to spend that kind of money on? Immediately after her violent reaction, the girl turned her gaze to the guy and exclaimed, everything you just told me is complete nonsense. Having received a remark from his subject, Nox said, shut up and do as I say, to which Rona upsetly exclaimed, well, young sir, just don't be angry with me. Heading out of the training room to complete the task she had been assigned, she exclaimed he hadn't changed a bit. Left alone in the training room, Nox walked to the table and thought, I don't know how quickly Rona will manage everything, but in theory, everything should be ready by tomorrow. Pouring himself some water from the pitcher and pulling the mug to his mouth, Nox mentally added the tea Rona had brought to his tea, needing to get rid of this curse as soon as possible and improve his stamina. Continuing his thoughts, Nox mentally added, I didn't expect it to be so bad, and then suddenly heard, "Congratulations, Mr. Knox." Confused by the voice he heard, the boy looked up at the source of the sound and exclaimed that it was the head butler Rudwell D. Hernark. This person is one of the most important managers of the Rheinhofer estate, and he is clearly not someone who can be easily dealt with as we would like. Rudwell was an advisor to Knox's father and the leader of the Rheinhofer family, Theo von Rheinhofer. Looking anxiously at the chief butler of the estate, the boy thought to himself, "I'll definitely have to try to get him to do better." After calming his anxiety and placing the cup of tea on the table, Knox mentally said, "I don't think he should care about me or notice anything suspicious going on now. I can handle the situation." Having finished his thoughts, the boy closed his eyes and said, "You have to serve the family leader, so what are you doing here? The skill of positive acting is activated." In response to a question from the young gentleman, the butler replied, "I have received several orders and am here to share the news with you," after which Knox asked in surprise what the news was. "When I heard Rudwell's boyfriend's questioning of the speech, I was told that you had been ordered to join the dinner tonight." After hearing the message, Knox asked in confusion if you were joking, and then mentally exclaimed, "I know nothing about this family. He wants to have dinner with me." Immediately after his thoughts, the boy said, "Tell him I won't be able to make it tonight," and then mentally said, "Why would the family leader suddenly invite the young gentleman to dinner?" Sighing in disappointment after the refusal, the butler said, "The lady of the Stiller family visited us, seems to want to undergo nightly training." Recalling the reason why the young gentleman was invited to dinner, the butler added that the young gentleman would not join the dinner. The next moment, looking again at the boy in front of him, Rudwell added that the family leader would be furious. When he heard that he had no choice but to accept the invitation, Knox sighed heavily and said, "I understand." Surprised by this behavior, the butler remarked, "Young sir, you are not yourself today," and then Knox asked if there was anything you wanted to say. In response to the boy's question, Rudwell said, "You've never been attracted to swords before, but today, as I noticed, you came to the training room by yourself." Continuing the dialogue with the young gentleman, who was behaving rather unusually, the butler asked if I could ask why you were here. After receiving the question from his subject, Knox turned his head to Rodwell and said, "Let me clarify something." Looking at the man with a stern look, the boy added, "You may be the chief butler, but don't even think about crossing your young master." Continuing to express his opinion, Knox added in a stern tone, "What I do or what my intentions are should not concern you at all, only I can decide what I will do." Realizing that his lord was in a bad mood, the subject bowed and said, "Let me apologize." After apologizing to the boy, who headed out of the training room, the butler said thoughtfully he still noticed that he needed to report to the family leader. Arriving at his room after a blur with the head butler, Knox was in a tizzy and thought he was going crazy, not expecting this to happen. The next moment, stepping away from the door and looking back, the guy said, "What would have happened if I had activated my obsession so everything was forgotten?" Immediately after mentioning the girl who was supposed to come to them for night training, Knox told the young lady of the Stilliner family that she had forgotten she was here. In the evening, all the family members present at the estate arrived at the table waiting for the head of the family. Looking at his younger brother, who was also present at the meal, one of the older brothers said, "Look, the idiot came, so I guess I'm not going to enjoy the meal today." Hearing his twin's remark, the other brother of the Hartis, an Allen twin, said, "Don't tell me you regret being in this family." And the first brother added, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Continuing to mock his brother, one of the twins said, "Who would have thought that you would show up? I can't even believe it." The next moment, looking at his brother, Hartis said, "Oh, you heard about his affair with the maid?" To which I replied, "I know." Then Hartis added, "No, seriously, you're hopeless." Silently listening to his brother's ridicule, Knox thought, I did nothing at all. A few seconds later, the door to the banquet hall opened and Theo von Rheinhofer entered, saying that everyone was already there. Seeing the leader of the Knox family in front of him, the leader of the Rheinhofer family, Knox's father, said to everyone already there. Interrupting the boy's thoughts, the girl who entered the hall after the family leader said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Talia von Stiller. I'm glad to see you all." Putting his hand on the shoulder of the girl who had arrived with him, the man said, "The young lady of the Stilliner family has come to receive night training and will be staying at our estate for the time being." When the twins heard the purpose of the girl's visit to their estate, they looked at each other, and one of them said that she was training knights. The next moment, as soon as everyone stood up from their seats to greet the guests, the leader of the Rheinhofer family said, "Make yourself at home." At the same time, looking at the girl standing next to his father, Knox, Thalia, the heroine of Inner Moonlighting and the character who opposes the future villain Knox, mentally said. Watching the girl, the boy scrolled through the game's scenario and mentally added that it was she who would soon drive the sword into my chest. Taking his seat at the table, the family leader said, "It seems that Knox has decided to join us as well, so if everyone is here, let's start the meal." Sometime after everyone had finished dinner, the pair of twins began whispering to each other about what Knox had noticed. The next moment, having reached the right moment, one of the brothers said to his father, "I think we should make a decision." Immediately after turning his gaze to his younger brother, the boy added which one of us would go to Eldane Academy. After receiving a question from one of his sons, the family leader put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully, "Well, you're right. The Eldane Academy is the most important location in the entire Inner Lunatic, and the students of the Academy face various dangers and confront demons, and this is the basis of the story of Inner Lunatic." Continuing to think about his brother's decision, Knox mentally said, "I need to get into the Academy." Recalling the main story of this game, the boy mentally added that in addition to following the original story, you also need to make allies. After a few moments of silence and reflection, the family leader said, "I'm sure you all know this, but Eldane Academy only accepts 3 candidates per family." Continuing to describe the conditions of this educational institution, Theo von Reinhofer added that this is how they control the influence of the nobility. The next moment, remembering his older sons, he added 2 candidates from our family. My first and second sons have already been admitted. Hearing what the leader of the Knox family had just emphasized, he thought, "Before I get allies, I'll lie down here and become one of those who will get into the academy." The next moment, interrupting his younger son's thoughts, the family leader turned his head to Knox and added, "That's why I decided to follow the family tradition." Joining in on his father's story, Knox suddenly said, "So you're going to make a fight between us brothers?" When the family leader heard the remark from the youngest of his sons, he was surprised to think that Knox would not have expected him to be the first to respond. Immediately after his reflections, the man confidently added that in 1 month we will choose a family representative through a match that will take place in the training room. As soon as Theo von Reinhofer finished speaking, one of the twins said, "My advice to you, brother, is not to get too excited. Don't embarrass yourself." And then the other added, "The idiot who hasn't held a sword has no chance of standing up to us." After receiving a remark from his older brothers, Knox confidently said this one, which immediately attracted Talia's attention. The next moment, picking up a glass of wine, the boy added with his tongue, "You'll be fools after the victory," and took 1 sip of wine. After receiving a remark from his younger brother, one of the twins could not stand this attitude and exclaimed, "Do you really think that someone like you can beat us?" After hearing that, Knox looked into his glass and thought, "This duel is just another test I need to pass to get into the academy. I'm not going to listen to his bullshit." Having finished his thoughts, Knox raised his head and said with a completely cold mind and a smile on his face, "I will be the one who gets into the academy." Hearing what the young gentleman had just said, the father of the Reinhofer family could not ignore his words and immediately turned his gaze to the boy. At the same time, a pair of twins who were offended by this statement also bared their teeth at Knox with signs of anger. Also, not ignoring this statement of the boy, the young guest smiled and said that it seems that the young man is confident in his abilities, so... After receiving the question from the girl, Knox turned his head to the girl and looked at her with a disappointed look, and inside, torn with embarrassment, exclaimed that it looks like I had caught her attention for nothing. At the end of the family dinner, the family leader met with his butler in his office and went through papers and said something had changed in Knox. When Rudwell heard his master's remarks, he bowed before him and said so visibly. Putting his hand to his chin, the man said, "If I hadn't witnessed what happened today, I would never have believed his words." As he continued to think, Theo imagined the worst-case scenario in his head, but I don't understand why he suddenly changed so much. It can't be that he is possessed by a demon. After assuming the worst-case scenario, I mentally added, "Well, he got my attention anyway," and then said, "I understand you, Rodwell. Keep watching Knox." The next morning, when Knox went for an early morning jog, he overheard the maids whispering among themselves that the young master was back in the training room. Continuing to whisper among themselves at the sight of the boy's strange behavior, the maids whispered that a duel would indeed take place in a month, but why? As they continued to discuss the guy behind his back, one of the maids asked why he was running around. As Knox ran past the maids, he turned his head to them and wondered in his head why I could hear every word they said. I don't remember having unique hearing skills. The next moment, when he saw the notification that said your endurance level had risen by 1/10, Knox exclaimed in his head, "I'm only running for 1 fucking 10th because my main problem is endurance." The prerequisites for using sword and martial arts skills are an endurance level of at least the 4th. Shedding a tear over the injustice, Knox added mentally, "Of course I could have easily used this skill if I wasn't a weakling, Knox." After a few seconds of pausing to catch his breath, the boy added that the curse of weakness had not gone away from me. Immediately after leaning on his knees and looking forward, Knox mentally added, "In 1 month, I've only managed to raise my endurance level to 1 whole 9/10. The curse of weakness is a curse that halves all progress the owner could have gained. The next moment, opening the status window, the guy mentally said, Even after such a run, my endurance level has increased by only 1/10, and the side effects of the deadly disease add fuel to the fire. Looking at his stats, which said mana 30 and stamina 15, Nox added mentally, unlike the others, I'll have to put in 4 times as much effort. Why is everything so bad, even if right now go out the window, thanks to a deadly disease that made my stamina level 15 my ceiling? Well, let's think about what to do about it. As soon as he began to think about it, Rona arrived with the materials he had ordered and said, "Young sir, I have brought everything you asked for." When he heard that the yogi maid had already completed the task, Nox mentally said, "She did it faster than I expected," and then said, "Now things will go well." Looking at the table where the poison of the three-headed gorgon, the tears of the fairy memories, the heart of the golem, and the scroll of rapid growth of endurance lay, Nox thought to himself, how am I going to reach the 4th level of endurance? Everything is already thought out here. The next moment, picking up the vial of tears of the fairy of memories and raising it above him, the boy added, "Of course I will use this knowledge to solve my problem." Looking at her master, the maid asked why you needed all this stuff. With the same poison, you need to be very careful, and people are wary of other things, and they cost a lot of money, so could one scroll have done it? In response to the girl's remark, Nox did not look up and told them how to use these ingredients correctly. When the maid heard her young master's remark, she was surprised to ask how to use them properly. Immediately after the girl's question, Nox did not hesitate to pick up the jar of poison and drink it. When the maid saw what Nox had just done, she exclaimed in fright, "Young sir, it's poison!" Putting his hand to his chest after drinking the poison, Nox mentally said, "It's also deadly." The next moment, a system window appeared in front of him, saying that you had taken the poison of the three-headed gorgon, your health level had temporarily increased by 1.5 times, and you had 9 minutes and 59 seconds left before you died. At the same moment, hearing Rona exclaim, "I'll call the head butler," Nox said, "Stand still," and then began to eat the golem's heart. Seeing what Mr. Rona had just done, she grabbed her head and screamed out in fright, "This heart is not edible." And then a message appeared in front of Nox, "You have eaten the heart of a golem, and gradually you will begin to petrify." The next moment, seeing another notification that read a secret recipe for activating the three-headed gorgon's venom to interact with the golem's heart, Nox said, "Works great, works flawlessly, and that's it." Usually the heart of a golem is used to turn people into fossils, or to quickly strengthen their defenses, or to create artificial golems. Except when the poison of the three-headed gorgon comes into play, the secret recipe is activated, the poison of the three-headed gorgon interacts with the golem's heart, the negative curse of weakness disappears. Seeing that his negative skill had finally disappeared, Nox exclaimed joyfully in his head, "Victory, the curse of weakness broken." And at that time, looking at Nox Ron with tears in her eyes, the young gentleman exclaimed in fright that he was going to die. Continuing to use everything he had been brought for a special purpose, Nox mentally said the last step. Looking at Nox, who suddenly began to unbutton his shirt, the maid exclaimed in confusion, "Everything is fine with you, young sir." Closing her eyes as he began to undress, she peeked through her fingers and saw Nox reach for the vial of tears of the fairy of memories. The next moment, as soon as the boy drenched himself in tears, notifications of the tears of the memory fairy began to appear in front of him. The process of petrification through the golem's heart was stopped by the tears of the memory fairy interacting with the golem's heart. Opening his eyes and looking up at the sky, Nox had a strange feeling in his head and then saw a notification in front of him. Secret recipe activated, user temporarily gains the gift of progress. Seeing that he had succeeded, the guy happily thought, "I did it," and then another notification appeared in front of him which said, "The skill is a positive gift of progress until stamina reaches the 5th level, and progress rates will be double." The next moment, reaching for the last item brought by his maid, Nox mentally said, "Well, this is the last step." After tearing the scroll, the guy is notified that you have used the scroll and your stamina is doubled. Having completed everything he had planned, Nox put his hand to his chin and mentally said, "I have broken the curse, and if the blessing of progress limits the debate from incurable disease in the scrolls, I have already used them." Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally said, "My current rate of progress should be several times higher than that of ordinary people, which means that now my endurance should increase faster." The next moment, Nox was attacked by his maid, who knocked him down and suddenly screamed. When she found herself near the boy Ron, looking at him with tearful eyes, she exclaimed, "Young sir, you are fine." Continuing to worry about the boy's condition, the girl exclaimed, "You suddenly started to undress. I thought you were completely crazy." To which Nox said, "You fool, bring me a towel already." Immediately after his order, he looked at Rona and saw her crying eyes and realized that she was really worried about him. Smiling happily after realizing the whole situation, the guy mentally said the curse was lifted, maybe now he should treat her more gently. Having finished thinking about the maid, Nox smiled happily and said, "Of course I'm fine." Hearing her master's words, the girl nervously asked, "Are you sure you shouldn't call the chief butler? Don't you want to get some rest?" In response to the girl's question, Knox looked back at her and said, "Yes, everything is fine," after which Rona asked what you will do now. When asked by his maid, the boy confidently said, "Of course I will run." As Knox continued to run to improve his endurance, along with Rona, who was carrying a sweat towel, Talia watched them. Having seen enough of this action, the girl insultingly said why such a weakling would take part in a battle against her brothers. Hearing the girl's remark, Talia's maid Emma exclaimed to my lady that it was indecent to burn the youngest son of the Rheinhafer family with her eyes. Continuing to instruct the girl on the true path, the maid added this silly tone, to which Talia, looking out the window, exclaimed, "No, really." The next moment, turning her head to the maid, Talia said, "He doesn't wield a sword, he just runs around in circles, and that's all." Recalling a moment from a recent incident, the girl added that the Rheinhafer knights had volunteered to help him with his training, but he dared to refuse. Immediately after her words, the girl folded her hands in front of her and added offensively, "And in 1 month it will be blown to pieces." Turning her head back to the window where Knox was running, she mentally said, "I'm sure it will, but what do I care?" and then exclaimed with a grudging shout. Seeing that the girl was heading for the exit, the personal maid exclaimed in confusion, "My lady, what are you doing?" In response to the exclamation of her subject, Talia, heading for Knox, exclaimed, "Emma, I'll be back soon." When she arrived at the boy, who was sitting down to rest next to the maid, who had collapsed from fatigue, Talia heard him wait. Having attracted attention by her appearance, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Hi, I'm Talia." When Knox saw the main character in front of him, he didn't show any signs of it, but inside he was confused as to why she had come here. Rising to his feet to greet the girl with dignity, Knox said, "Well, what do you want? You've already introduced yourself." Hearing the way the guy had just addressed her, Talia wondered in her head what kind of attitude he had and why he was acting so cold. The next moment, imagining what a beautiful girl she was, he said in his mind, "He was absolutely smitten with my beauty." Continuing to look at the guy flying in her wet dreams, the girl added in her head, "So definitely I'm sure of it." After she finished her convictions, she looked at Knox and said, "I wanted to ask you something. Are you sure you can defeat your brothers? That's why you agreed to take part in the battle?" Getting to her feet after a little rest, Rona heard, "You really think that running will help you? Really believe that you have at least the slightest chance?" And then mentally added in solidarity. The next moment, pointing to herself, Talia confidently exclaimed, "But if you ask, I will gladly help you." Hearing the girl's offer, Knox walked away from the girl and said, "No, I'll probably decline. Not interested. Please disappear into the sunset." And then Talia exclaimed in surprise. Looking back at the guy who refused her generous offer, the girl exclaimed in confusion, "How dare you? I'm kindly offering to help you." At the same time, Rona grabbed her cheeks and exclaimed, "My goodness, young sir," and then mentally added that girls don't like to be spoken to in that tone. The next moment, as soon as her patience ran out, Talia exclaimed insultingly, "Well, forget it then." Heading out of the training room, Talia pushed the guy on the way and added, "Do whatever you want." Knox froze in place and looked in the girl's wake, and then Rona said in surprise, "You really don't understand." Ignoring his maid's question, the boy watched Talia's trail and said in his head, "Things are only going to get more complicated now." The next moment, using the skill, Knox whispered a vision to Talia and then saw the girl's characteristics window, which read Talia's name, Vaughn Stiller, gender, female, age 14, race human, main element, fire achievements, none stats, stamina, 6 mana, 3 luck, 5 will, 7 skills, positive true hero chivalry, straightforwardness, sword and martial arts. Negative inferiority complex, loner, superiority complex. Seeing all this, Knox thought, from whatever side you look at her, she is very talented and inner lunatic. Very strong men have endurance of the 4th level. She has incredible performance. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added, "Of course, this is nothing compared to the 3 great sword masters of the continent." The next moment, remembering another powerful hero, Knox mentally added, "Either one of the 4 great mages, but let's be honest, she has every chance of rising to their level." Recalling one of the characteristics he had seen in the girl, Knox mentally said with his fire element, "She was certainly capable of finishing off a few demons." The next moment, remembering the girl, Knox mentally added the magic of the fire element used by Talia, which could awaken a white flame that could be used to finish off Knox, who was possessed by a demon, in the future. As he continued to think, he thought, "If I turn Talia into my ally, the story will change too much, so I need to find a way to follow the original story as closely as possible but avoid death." With a disappointed sigh after his thoughts, the boy added, "First of all, it is impossible to be in good relations with a person who will kill me." 1 month later, while walking through the Rheinhafer family's palace, Talia saw the sun glinting off the window and turned her head in the direction of the training room. The next moment she remembered the praise from her mentors who told her after training that it was incredible how well you picked up everything on the fly. Continuing to praise the girl, one of the knights of the Reinhofer family exclaimed as expected from the pride of the Stiller family. After these recollections, Talia bent her head down and felt very sad and thought about the pride of the Stiller family. The next moment, the moment of their last sparring match with her older sister, who had defeated her again, appeared in her mind. Looking down after these mentions, the girl said, I wonder if I can become a knight. A knight must never give in to greed, always remaining humble, must sacrifice himself in service to the greater good, and to be called a worthy knight he must also master the art of sword and uniform. As Talia continued to drive himself harder and harder, he wondered how he was going to beat his brothers who had trained and prepared for years. It was impossible. The next day, it was time for a duel between the sons of the Reinhofer family for the last place to be sent to the academy. Theo's first wife, Vasilia, also came to watch the action and sat on the balcony waiting for the battle to begin. The chief butler was also standing on the balcony not far from his master when he suddenly heard his name called. Turning his head to the leader of the Reinhofer family, the butler heard Rodwell say, What do you think the outcome of this duel will be? When asked by his master, the chief butler said, I guess. Before the man could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the judge who said, Dear viewers, I ask for your attention. Having attracted the attention of the audience, the host added that the official duel to determine who is worthy of entering the Eldane Academy was about to begin. After hearing the command to start, the older brother immediately went for the breakthrough, making a chopping shot without hesitation. Watching his sons, who were about to start a duel, Theo von Reinhofer asked what you thought of Rodwell. After receiving the question from his master, the head butler leaned over him and said, Considering the recent fights of young Mr. Allen, the victory will definitely be his. After hearing the conclusion of his subject, who had analyzed the whole situation, the leader of the Reinhofer family said, I agree with you. When Rodwell heard that his opinion was accepted, he whispered whether the leader had a different opinion on the matter. The next moment, turning his gaze to the youngest Mr. Rodwell, he mentally said, Young Mister, Knox has really changed, but I still don't believe he can win. Continuing his reflections, the butler added in his mind that this would be a real injustice. It is simply impossible. I have gone through the path of becoming knight after family leader. Recalling his past and all the difficulties he had to face, the man added that the art of blade handling can be deceptively fascinating, but the essence is very simple. As he continued to think in his head, the boy mentally said, No matter how much you train, no matter how much you hone your sword skills, there is only one single lever that can turn everything in your favor and bring the one who towers over you to his knees. Without taking his eyes off the young gentleman who must confront Allen, Rodwell mentally added a wall that is impossible to climb. This is an unattainable talent. Continuing his thoughts, the head butler wondered in his head if Mr. Knox was gifted with such a talent. At one point, interrupting his subject's thoughts, the leader of the Reinhofer family said, But there is still a possibility after all. He has the blood of the Reinhofer family in him, so there is a chance that the youngest son was born with the talent of a sword emperor. When Knox saw the notification that said sword and martial arts skills were not activated, he thought to himself, Oh my God, how did I manage to mess up my karma so badly? I have high luck or luck indicators in the negative column. Immersed in the memories where he was completing the training, Knox saw the notification of skill activation and then thought with the rest, I never managed to increase my stamina to 4. Your stamina increased by 1/10. Continuing to train with Knox, Ron caught up with the guy and exclaimed, Young sir, I'll definitely run with you. When Knox heard the question from his subject, he wiped the sweat from his face and said, Of course it wouldn't be so funny. I mean, use your head. Who else would take care of me if not you? To which the girl replied, I heard you say something else at first. Turning to the girl and handing her a towel, Knox exclaimed, I have another errand for you. Seeing that the guy was sending her back to wash the towel and catch up with him with a cool one, the girl puffed out her cheeks in offense, after which Knox asked, I bet you've cursed me 100 times already. In response to the guy's question, the girl said offended, No way, after which she cried out painfully and said, I bit my tongue. Stopping in his tracks and looking in the girl's wake, Knox smiled happily and mentally said, She must have a good stamina to be able to spy on me. The next moment, activating his ability, the guy saw stamina 4 whole 5/10 of mana 3, luck 4, will 2, charm 16, and then thought in amazement, What the hell is going on here, Reinhofer, a maid stronger than the average statistical man? Turning away from the girl so as not to show his irritation, Knox mentally added her endurance values, which he started with higher than mine, which I had been working on for a month, and the result was offensive. As soon as the sun began to set, the maid caught up with the guy and told him that tomorrow evening there will be a duel, so you need to rest. When Knox heard that another day was over and the duel would take place tomorrow, he breathed heavily and thought, oh man, the days are flying by so fast. Before the start of the fight with his younger brother Ellen, deciding to embarrass his brother before the time, shouted out to Knox. Having drawn all the attention to himself, the older brother added that it was not too late to surrender. The next moment, pointing to himself, the boy added with some mockery, you may be a disgrace to the family, but at the same time, my younger brother, I can fight you at full strength, but as Knox noted, your expression doesn't tell me that you really want me to give up. Laughing at his younger brother's remark, Ellen turned his gaze to Talia, who was standing on the balcony, and said, you're right, I'm sure I'd like to impress the daughter of the Stelliner family, and I'm sure you'll help me with that. When Knox heard what his older brother's goal was, he looked away and said, well, I'm not so sure she's a good choice. In the next moment, ignoring his brother's question, so you've got your eye on her too, Knox mentally recited Alan's stamina numbers in his head. You can't beat him with conventional methods. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added, then after that, the judge said the duel for the opportunity to enter the Eldane Academy is declared open. Taking his seat, the judge said to Knox von Reinhofer and Alan von Reinhofer, you accept the results as they are, no objections will be accepted. When Knox heard the judge's announcement, he stood in the ring and said a little nervously, but if I fail now, it will be over. I need to restore my memories and find out who sent me that letter, and in 1 year I will die. At the same moment, interrupting the guy's thoughts, the judge exclaimed, well, are you ready for the fight then? Without further ado, the boy shouted out, let's get started, and then Ellen immediately went on the offensive against his younger brother. After blocking his older brother's first punch, Knox jumped to the side to prevent a series of blows from being launched at him. After a while, having blocked his brother's blow again, Knox flew backwards, holding his sword in front of him, and exclaimed, seeing that this duel might not be as boring as it seemed at first, Alan happily exclaimed a good block. Immediately after, the older brother rushed back on the offensive, blocking and following Alan Knox's attacks, and this is the most annoying but basic concept of the entire inner lunatic. Continuing to restrain his opponent's blows, Knox mentally said, if I lose now, there's no way for me to go any further, but if I'm lucky, I can win. The next moment his thoughts were interrupted by a notification that said your stamina has increased by 1/10, after which Knox smiled and said, if I can win now, I'll be invincible later. When Ellen heard his brother's words, he said, hey, I think your head has taken enough blows. Immediately after his words, Alan again attacked his younger brother, laughing and exclaiming, maybe you should add a few more. At the same time, the family leader's wife smiled slyly and said in her head it was pointless to pay attention to the changes in her younger son. Immediately after turning her gaze to her other son, the woman mentally added, my son will be the one who gets into Eldane Academy. At one point, Filicich's thoughts were interrupted by her husband's pitiful statement. Hearing what her husband had just said, the woman looked at him, then turned her face away and smiled slyly, thinking that one day this family would be together. Continuing to watch the battle with disappointment, Theo von Reinhofer added, I was so affected by his changes, I was looking forward to this duel, and this is all he could do, after which the butler asked if it was time to stop the duel. The next moment, turning his gaze to Knox, Rodval added that, if things continue like this, the young gentleman will need a long recovery after the fight. Hearing Alan's exclamation, the tired family leader said to himself, Alan and Hartiz are talented enough, but not enough compared to my first dream, Garen, they're nothing. The ability to keep everything under control, coupled with the incredible strength with which he suppresses his opponent, is a dark sword of domination. Looking again at his youngest son, who continued to only repel the attacks, the family leader mentally said to whom to pass him. The next moment, as Theo von Reinhofer began to rise from his seat to end the duel, he said, good luck with the duel. Before he could finish, something interesting happened in the arena, and Knox saw two notifications in front of him. Your stamina has increased by 1/10. Your martial arts sword skill is activated. Finally, after waiting for his big moment, Knox, dripping with sweat after a long wait, finally smiled. At that very moment, not knowing what was coming next, Alan exclaimed to his younger brother with a haughty voice that he had gone completely crazy. Immediately after his older brother's shout, Knox received a new notification that said he had activated the unique Time Lord skill. Applying the slowing of time, Knox, preparing for the quick conclusion of this fight, said, somewhere I heard that one unique and talented person has his own time. Watching the slow movements of his opponent, the boy smiled and added in his head, and now it's time for the unique. Watching Brother Knox slowly approach him, I mentally said everything slowed down, a skill that allows me to slow down everything in my field of vision. Grabbing his sword with both hands to strike back, Knox mentally said, the enemy's movements are now slow, and I can move just as fast. The next moment, Turning his gaze to Alan, who was approaching him, Knox added mentally, "That's why it will be hard to get the most out of this bonus, but if the sword and martial arts skill is activated, it's all over." At one point, the sound of swords crossing was heard in the arena and Alan's weapon flew out of his hands and into the side. Knox, having knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands, said in his head, "I am the winner of this duel." After losing his weapon and suffering a tendon injury, Alan crouched down on the ground and grabbed his injured arm. When Knox saw that his opponent was defeated, he looked at his older brother with a superior look and said cheerfully. Hearing what his younger brother Alan had just said, he suddenly exclaimed that after that, Knox mentally said, "You can't relax anyway." Knox thought about it and said, "This bonus is only 5 minutes long, and it doesn't matter how I do it, I need to meet the time limit." At the conclusion of his thoughts, the young gentleman said to his older brother, "Up to this point, I have not fought you to the fullest extent." The next moment, the guy spread his arms in front of him and said, "Oh, but it's pretty boring." Continuing his provocation in order to meet the allotted time, Knox added, "Let's get this over with as quickly as possible. Please attack me at once with 2 of you." Hearing his younger brother's request, Ellen got up from the ground and then, in unison with Hearties, exclaimed that. Then Knox turned his head to the balcony where the family leader was sitting and said to his father, "Let me fight with my 2 brothers at the same time." Hearing the boyfriend's request, Talia, who was also present at the event, exclaimed in her head, "What are you doing?" At the same moment, Theo von Reinhofer smiled happily and said to himself, "His energy has changed a lot. It looks like he still has an ace up his sleeve. It's worth waiting to stop the duel and watch more." Having completed his thoughts, the family leader stretched out his hand in front of him and said, "I give my permission for the fight between the 2 sweatshops." Hearing what the family leader had just decided, the first wife suddenly jumped up from her seat and exclaimed to her husband. Ignoring his wife's exclamation, Theo von Reinhofer kept his gaze on the soldiers and began to speak. As soon as Ellen picked up his sword from the floor after the first loss, Hearties said, "How dare that bastard humiliate us in front of my father?" Continuing to look at his opponent, who, believing in himself, decided to challenge the 2 to a fight, one of the twins shouted out, "Get ready!" Immediately after their shouts, a pair of older brothers rushed at the younger one to punish him for the words he had recently spoken. Having failed in the first attack, Alan shouted out to his brother, "Come quickly to his left," and was told to shut up. As Knox continued to repel his opponent's attacks, he suddenly saw a notification that said that, due to the activation of the bonus skill Time Lord, the skill of the low-level Dark Family swordsman had increased. When Knox saw this notification, he smiled happily and said in his head, "My sword skills are growing great now that I can see the sword." Continuing to attack their younger brother, the pair of twins failed each time, and at one point one of them exclaimed, "I'm in trouble." At one point, a pair of brothers accidentally crossed paths on the battlefield and bumped into each other's shoulders, followed by a painful cry. As a result of this situation, the fighters stopped on the spot and lowered their swords to recover from what had happened. Also wondering what was happening in the ring, Talia, who had been watching everything, suddenly exclaimed to Knox. At that very moment when he was behind his rivals, Knox looked back at them and thought how the family's disgrace Knox had managed to change so much. Looking into the frightened eyes of his older brothers who could not even touch him, Knox mentally added that this was written on their faces. The next moment, when the brothers began to look at each other again, Knox's voice was heard saying, "I told you so." Approaching the confused guys after the fight, Knox added not to be distracted during the battle. Immediately after he said this, the youngest son lunged and threw his brothers across the arena, knocking them down. As he continued to swing his weapon against his older brothers, Knox mentally said, "Even though my well-being is at stake in the game," each time he swung his sword and felt a smile appear on his face, the guy added that sword fighting was just a lot of fun. Immediately after his words, Knox was able to impress everyone with his fencing skills, even against 2 opponents. Falling to the ground after his younger brother's attack, one of the twins exclaimed in confusion, "This can't be possible, this is impossible." Sitting on the ground next to their brother, who was leaning on his sword and trying to catch his breath, the twins exclaimed, "Oh shit!" Having completed the demonstration of his skills, Knox saw a notification above him that the Time Lord skill had expired and mentally said, "That's it." Also, when she saw that her sons were defeated, the first wife of the family leader suddenly jumped up from her seat and shouted out to Hearties Allen. At the same moment, turning his head to the judge, Knox said, "Hey, you're the winner, right?" To which the judge confusedly replied, "Of course." The very next moment, the judge entered the arena and stopped further confrontation, and the young Mr. Knox von Reinhofer won. Hearing the announcement from the judge, one of the twins dropped the sword from his hands and began to shout out over and over again, "No, how could it be?" At the end of the fight between the brothers, Knox turned his gaze to his father, who was standing on the balcony, and smiled at him. Breathing out a sigh of relief at the realization that his father recognized him, Knox bowed and said, Then with your permission, I will take my leave. Immediately after his words, Knox headed for the exit away from prying eyes. Talia came down from the balcony next and began to search for the boy with her eyes, exclaiming in her head that she needed to talk to Knox urgently. Leaving the training room and finding himself in the garden of the Knox estate, he knelt down to catch his breath and felt something flowing. Wiping his mouth and looking at his palm, which was covered with the remnants, the boy mentally said that it was blood. Breathing heavily after what he had experienced and seen, the boy added in his head that he had probably been using the skill for too long. The bonus skill, Time Lord, has one big drawback. Obviously, I got a debuff to the recoil, which happens when you exceed the skill's usage limit. Looking at the system notification, which said that for exceeding the time of use of the skill, the Time Master receives a return which reduces his life expectancy by 2 days and 17 hours, after which I mentally said this is the worst debuff because it is impossible to return the lifetime that he took off, and my immunity will also suffer because of it. Continuing to rub his face to remove all the blood, Knox added mentally, I am already terminally ill, but thank God that the payoff came in front of no witnesses, because if anyone had seen, my admission to the academy would have been ruined, and I had worked so hard for him. At one point, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by a girlish voice that suddenly exclaimed, "You!" and Knox turned his head in the direction of the voice's source. Right in front of him, he saw Talia, who was walking toward him, and asked if he was wounded. Feeling somewhat nervous about the girl's unexpected appearance, Knox looked at her with a displeased look and thought, "You're on your own." Standing in front of Talia, who was stalking him, Knox thought, she wondered why, of all people, Talia was the one who didn't want Theo to know about the payoff. No sooner had Knox finished his thoughts than the girl interrupted him and said, "How could such a weakling win a duel against two?" When he received a question from the girl that was not related to the topic of his giving, Knox was surprised to hear that. Hearing the surprise in the boy's voice, Talia began to pick through the hair in her hand and said awkwardly, "I think you misunderstood me a little bit." Only 1 month ago, she saw Knox, who had never held a sword in his hands. On that very day, he was just waving a wooden sword awkwardly, as if he had any chance of winning. It was all about natural talent. Catching up with the guy who left the arena, Talia mentally said, I have to find out how he awakened such a talent and how he developed it. But after the battles were over, when Knox was alone, he looked like this when he saw the guy in bad shape, and Talia mentally wondered what was going on. Looking confused at the guy who looked far from a winner, the girl mentally added why he was in this state. Hadn't he just defeated his brothers with his talent and uniqueness? As she continued to watch the boy rubbing his face for traces of blood, Talia added in her head that Knox was not the hopeless loser the rumors said he was. As she continued to stand there and look at the guy who had recently won a one-on-one duel, she added in her head that he was actually trying his best to win. Seeing the guy cough again, Talia started to approach him and asked, reaching out to Knox, "Are you okay?" At the same moment, Knox knocked away the girl's hand that was reaching for him and exclaimed, she removed her hands. Immediately after his actions, Knox mentally said, okay, I admit that for the last 2 years I have been literally mired in gambling addiction, which is why it is difficult for me to communicate with people. Feeling his nervousness begin to break free, the boy added in his head, and to top it all off, she's my future assassin. Pulling up the hand Knox had just knocked away, Talia bowed her head down, sighed heavily, and said, I'm just sorry. When Knox heard Talia's apology, who was always straightforward and did not mince words, he was surprised to hear that. After receiving another question from Knox, Talia said, I didn't know you were so serious about swordplay. Everyone says you were born a weak child. Continuing her conversation, the girl recalled all of Knox's efforts and added, that's why you trained only endurance. I'm sorry I didn't behave in the best way. Looking away during the apology to hide her embarrassment, she added, although you're used to playing the role of the loser, you're not like that at all. Emma says that people tend to make mistakes and jump to conclusions. After receiving a sincere apology from the girl, Knox looked at Talia with a confused look and thought, well, what can I say to that? She's always been honest. I noticed it when I was playing. Continuing his thoughts ahead of the plot, Knox mentally added that even though she has the skills of a knight, Talia is the daughter of a noble family. It is not surprising that she has difficulty admitting that she is wrong. Immediately after his thoughts, Knox bowed his head down and said, if you really think that about me, then don't tell anyone about the blood. When Talia heard the boy's request, she didn't hesitate and confidently exclaimed, I'll never tell. Hearing that the girl had made him a promise about this secret, Knox looked at her and thought, well, I don't have to worry about anyone finding out about what happened. The next moment, turning his back on the girl and going on about his business, the guy said to her, keep your promise. Hearing the boy's last words before they said goodbye, Talia Nak, and not finding out what she was interested in, continued to stand looking in Knox's wake. In the evening, sitting in his office, Theo leaned on his hand and said, my guesses were confirmed. The next moment, turning his head to the head butler, the family leader in front of him asked how talented Knox was. When he received the question from his master, Rodwell bent his head down and said thoughtfully, "I can't understand what he was subjected to in the beginning." Continuing to develop his thought, the chief butler mentioned all the sons of the Lord and added that among all the young men of his age, including all the young lords, he was the best. After receiving a meaningful answer from his subject, the family leader looked at his desk and said, "I agree with you. I don't understand why he did it." The next moment, recalling the image of his youngest son, the man confidently added, "But I'm sure he has more than one talent that we have yet to see." Immediately after his words, Theo von Reinhofer raised his head and looked at Rodwell and said, "Watch his every move, do nothing, but always be close by," to which he replied, "Of course, my lord." After giving the order to his subject, the family leader looked at his hand and thoughtfully wondered in his head whether he would have enough talent to inherit the ruthless blade of darkness. The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist and turning to the chief butler, Theo von Reinhofer said, "We don't have time, Rodwell. You are entrusted with a matter of incredible complexity." When he received the order from his master to follow the assignment, the chief butler bowed and said, "I will not let you down." At the same time, Knox received a notification in his room that said, "You have completed the training task. The first victory in the battle has been achieved." And then he said, "This world has become a reality for me, but the game system has not disappeared, nor has the status window." The next moment, after receiving a few more notifications that said, "You have received rewards, you have received free stats points," 3 of them, Knox exclaimed with joy, "I understand the jackpot. I've been working for a month to raise my stamina by 2 points, and I should have started with such stats." After thinking about it, he called up the status window with a command and mentally said the indicator that needed to be raised, not stamina but luck, and then poured 3 points into the characteristic of luck. Increasing his characteristic to 10 points, Knox said in his head, all so that next time he would not have to work so hard without stopping, and in inner moonlighting, luck is one of the most useful and necessary indicators. The next moment, he turned his attention to another notification that said the damage bonus had been received 27 times and thought to himself, "Let's test it out." After receiving another notification that said you received 1 random gacha voucher, you received a one-time voucher for a specific skill, Knox said the bonus system is also great, so let's use the spin. After using the gacha voucher, Knox saw a large gambling machine appear right in front of him and mentally said, "Wow, this thing looks so strange in reality." Using his spin wheel, the guy took up the lever of the gaming machine and said, "Well, let's try with the maximum luck. I think the chances of beating the average rank and above are about 95% for sure." Continuing his musings on the chances of awards, Knox mentally said the usual rank and below white, medium, silver, high, gold. Turning his gaze back to the slot machine, Knox added in his head, "And the highest one is a multicolored one. Please let it be gold and higher." Pulling the lever and seeing the ball appear, Knox took it in his hands and exclaimed, "I did it," saying, "I did it." Quickly opening the golden scroll, the boy received several notifications that said, "Congratulations, you have obtained the skill of a high-ranked incarnation of the Supreme Ruler." Seeing what skill he had managed to get, Knox exclaimed with joy, and then another notification appeared, and then another notification appeared, "Skill information active, skill name incarnation, Supreme Ruler, rank high attribute, no effect, stats of those with total stats lower than yours are reduced by 20%. After reading the effect of this skill, Knox happily exclaimed that it was just great, and then thought, "I got the worst debuff today." Holding the scroll in his hand, the boy added, "But the reward is also quite a good skill that I will have, as I already know one of the secrets kept by the Reinhofer family." Imagining the scroll with the skill he would receive in the future, Knox added, "I'll need this skill to get it." Continuing his thoughts, recalling the plot of the game, Knox mentally said, "Theo will soon take all the brothers to the estate, then I will use it, and then I saw a notification that you want to use a one-time voucher for a certain skill." Looking at the system window with the request for use, Knox said thoughtfully, "By the way, he would be returning to the Reinhofer's property soon, right?" Recalling Grain von Reinhofer, Knox said that he had recently graduated from Eldane Academy and had to go on a journey to become a full-fledged knight. Shaking his head after all his recollections, Knox mentally said he needed to find the secret and deal with Grain. There was no time to sit on his hands and knees. Continuing to scratch his head, the guy added in his head, "I won't have to worry about Talia anymore, I hope so." Recalling the embarrassed girl at the time of their conversation, Knox mentally added that she would never break her promise and had no reason to communicate with me. The next morning, when he went out to the estate and came across the girl, Knox closed his eyes and said in his head, "At least I thought so that evening." Folding his hands in front of him to demonstrate his dissatisfaction, Knox said, "Didn't we deal with everything you needed from me again yesterday?" When Talia heard the question from the boy, she bowed her head and said, "Tell me, Not understanding what exactly the girl wanted from him, Knox looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. Then Talia gathered her courage and put her hand to her chest and said, "Tell me how you suddenly became so strong." When I received a question from Talia Knox, I said to her, "You've been personally spying on my workouts for a month," and then she exclaimed what you were talking about. Confused by the sudden remark in her address, the girl turned to follow Knox and added a peeping tom. Not wanting to give up so easily, the girl ran after the guy and exclaimed, "Wait, it's not hard for you, really. Tell me at least how you trained." After receiving another question from the girl, Knox tried to ignore the girl, thinking from what I remember Talia always wanted to get her sister's recognition. Stopping on the spot and looking back at the girl who was catching up to him, Knox said, "Before you ask such stupid questions and try to find out how my training went." Looking at the confused girl who wanted his advice, Knox added, "You should be better at finding your own talent." Immediately after his words, the boy turned his head to the side and put his finger to his chin and mentally said, "So calming people is not my strong suit, whatever else I could say." In a moment of reflection, after selecting what seemed appropriate to him in the situation, Knox added to stop comparing himself to others. After listening to the boy's reprimand, Talia saw him quickly walk out of the room, bowed her head, and said, "He just took off." Leaving the building and not noticing the tail behind him, the guy looked back and said in his head that he would not even run after me. Walking on to the gathering place of his brothers and father, Knox added as he approached the stables, "I can't let her know that I want to get the family secret when she's the one who's supposed to finish me off." Arriving at the paddock where the horses were grazing, Knox thought to himself, "This looks like the Reinhofer family stables. They are supposedly famous for raising the best horses in the country." Also arriving at the leader of the family and bowing before him, the chief butler said, "Greetings, leader, you wanted to see me," after which Theo said, "Now everyone is here." When all the right people were finally gathered, the family leader turned to his sons and said, "I'm sure it's no secret why I called you here." Continuing his conversation with the sons, Theo von Reinhofer added, "Today you will choose a horse that will serve you for the rest of your life." When I heard from my father that today he was expected in this place, Knox said happily in my head, I knew that this day had finally come. In the country and in the Reinhofer family, the horse is a sacred animal. If someone suddenly becomes a magician or a knight, he chooses a horse to be his companion for the rest of his life while still very young. After mentioning these features about choosing a horse, Knox mentally said, Eldane academies teach riding later in the game. There will be many large-scale wars, and if your horse dies, you will have to raise a new one from scratch. Immediately after these thoughts, recalling certain features of this world from the experience of past games, the boy mentally said, and magic is not a cheap pleasure. Folding his arms in front of him because of the frustration of the complexity of the system, Knox mentally recited the terribly realistic limitations here, which is why horses play such an important role. The next moment, after all the sad memories of the limitations, Knox confidently said in his head, I just have to choose the best horse. At the same moment, turning to his youngest son, the family leader said, the winner of the duel, Knox von Reinhofer, you may choose first. While his older brothers, who will be choosing their horses afterwards, were offended by this decision, Theo added that they are given only one attempt. As his son walked toward the animal pen with the various horses, the father said something interesting in his head. Looking at Knox, who was already being greeted by a stable worker at the paddock, the family leader wondered in his mind which horse the younger boy would choose for himself. When Knox found himself in the pen among the horses, he was amazed and said in his head, wow, they are all such nice good horses. Continuing to wander among the animals in search of the right horse, Knox thought he had found the right horse. When he approached the horse he liked, the boy pointed to an animal among the others and said, I choose him. Seeing the choice made by the younger son, the father himself was surprised along with his shocked brothers, and then he stretched out his hand and said, I'm giving you one more try. When I heard the words of the Knox family leader, I was surprised to think that one more attempt and they think I made a bad choice. The next moment, turning his head back to the grasshopper, Knox used his visionary skill to speak up. Immediately after applying the skill, Knox saw the horse's status window, which read basic information, name not selected, gender male, rank high, race horse, obsidian, main element darkness. After reviewing the characteristics of the horse, Knox mentally said its rank is high and creatures that are very often called upon also have ranks and, depending on their age and development, the rank can increase by more than one. Recalling the prospects and possibilities of animals, Knox said in his head that this horse could reach the highest rank. Continuing his thoughts, Knox mentally said, and besides, it is obsidian, the rarest type of obsidian that is found. Their name comes from the name of the fire mountain. The next moment, turning his gaze back to Theo von Reinhofer, the boy said in his head, if the leader knew about all this, he would have chosen this horse himself. Immediately after, he turned his attention to the other system windows, which showed positive skills: Steel Strength inactive during debuff, Talented Warhorse inactive during debuff, Courage inactive during her debuff, and the usual Unchanging Heart, Nox said in his head, but he had the negative skills just right. Looking at the other part of the skill that said Negative Determined Death, active skill, time remaining 2 days, 16 hours, 12 minutes, Nox added in his head, in the long run, this skill is even worse than my terminal illness. Having finished his thoughts on the choice of Nox and once again making sure that he was right, he exclaimed, "But I have already made my decision. I choose this horse." Confirming his choice in a reliable companion, the boy looked at his father and said, "With my knowledge, I can save him." When the family leader heard that his son was confidently choosing the worst of all possible options, he wondered why he was clinging to him so tightly. The next moment, imagining the approximate resemblance between them, Theo thought, did he really see himself in this animal? Nothing had changed. He was still a weakling and a gentleman, and he remained sadly so. Concluding his reflections on the choice of his youngest son's horse, Theo von Reinhofer said, "I hope you don't have to regret your choice." Immediately after his remark, the family leader turned around and walked away from the stables, after which the twins shouted after their father in confusion. Hearing the subjects trying to calm their parents down, "Young sir, choose a horse, we will see," Nox said in his head. My choice did not suit him so much. The next moment, the chief butler approached his master and said, "Please, young sir, choose a name for your horse." Hearing the instruction from his subject, Nox turned his gaze to the sick horse in front of him and said, "Well then, let's name it." At one point, remembering an interesting name, the boy confidently said, sitting down to the grasshopper, "Carl, you will be Carl from now on," and then mentally said, "I chose this name when I was going through inner lunatic. It is very meaningful to me." After a while, when Nox arrived at his chambers, he brought his horse with him and placed it on his bed. Looking at the patient, the guy said in his head, "Okay, so first, it's better to work without any prying eyes, so I'm going to sit in the room, and now..." The next moment, looking directly into the eyes of his faithful horse, the boy said in his head his eyes were filled with the desire to live. Continuing to look at his new friend, Nox said in his head, "Just like me, who is trying to survive at all costs, it seems you have been fighting for your life even longer than I have." Immediately after his thoughts, Nox said, "Hey Ron, I know you're in there. God forbid you don't answer me," followed by a clatter of equipment and a noise from the fall. The maid suddenly emerged from her hiding place and exclaimed, "I'm here." Continuing to rub her head after the fall, the girl asked, "But how did you know?" To which Nox replied, "Caught in the act, and why do you keep falling?" The next moment, pointing to his sick comrade on the bed, Nox said, "Look after him," to which Rona confusedly remarked that the horse was in the bed. Puffing out her cheeks after seeing what she saw, the girl said, offended, "And then I have to clean up afterwards." To which Nox happily replied that he was sick, so take care of him properly. When she heard the order from her master, the girl looked at the sick animal and said, "It will be done well." As soon as all the duties were assigned, Nox put his hand to his chin and mentally said, "There's just one problem, though. My next move is bound to put her in shock." Watching the girl who approached the grasshopper and asked, "Is your name Carl? Are you hungry?" Nox thought, wondering if she could take it. 3 days later, from Nox's room came a loud cry from Rona, who held the horse's head in her lap and exclaimed, "Young Mr. Carl is dead." With his arms folded in front of him, Nox looked at the girl who was crying for his loss and said in his head, she was crying because he had left the earthly world. The next moment, remembering the 2.5 days that the maid had been taking care of his pet, the boy added, "But she put a lot of effort into taking care of Carl. I feel sorry for her." As Nox continued to think, he looked away and said in his head, "I knew this would happen anyway." Turning his gaze back to the maid and the horse lying on her lap, the boy said in his head, "Carl cannot be saved." Walking up to his maid and holding out his hand to her, Nox said, "Stop packing, you're annoying me, get up." To which the maid exclaimed, "But young Mr. Carl." Hearing his subject's exclamation, Nox said quite calmly, "Don't worry about it, he'll be back with me soon." Hearing what the young gentleman had just told her, the girl said in surprise that you had some kind of blurring again. Annoyed that the maid was not finding words to express herself, Nox said, "Get up right now." As soon as the girl got to her feet, Nox pulled out a scroll from his pocket to perform the ritual, and Rona looked at it in surprise. He laid the scroll on the ground and placed his hand on it and began to channel mana into it. As soon as Nox began to channel his mana flows into the scroll, the girl immediately became quiet and began to watch everything in confusion. Continuing to use his mana and pouring it into the scroll, Nox gradually began to feel that the attempt was unsuccessful and the flow was interrupted. Seeing exactly what her young master was doing, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Young master, you know how to use mana. It's illegal." And then Nox mentally said, "I'm not good at mana control yet." Starting the ritual again and filling the scroll with mana, Nox said, "If you interfere with me, Carl will die a second time and it will be your fault." Hearing her master's remarks, the girl covered her mouth with her hands so as not to interfere with the boy's magical ritual. Continuing to fill the scroll with mana in complete silence, Nox said in his head, "I need to concentrate because I haven't awakened my mana sensitivity skill." Starting to think about the reason for the activation, Nox mentally said, "You can only use mana here when you reach the age of 15 unless you are a member of the Imperial family," which is why the descendants of the Imperial family have several levels of magic, better than those who have just entered the academy to learn how to use it. Continuing to concentrate on his actions to successfully complete the spell, Nox said in his head, "Now I can only try to channel as much of my mana as possible into the scroll." At one point, having felt something unusual, the boy said in his head, "My palms catch weak energy flows. This is mana. Of course I will use a one-time voucher for a certain skill." Using the spin and receiving a notification of the skill book of the dead Necromicon one time received, Nox said in his head, "There is no room for error here myself, so I will resort to dark magic." Upon receiving the book to return his pet, Nox received a system notification stating that the object Carl can be resurrected wishes to use dark magic. In Inner Lunatic, there are only two types of creatures that have the dead skill. The first type is creatures that have been brought back to life by dark magic or dark mana. The second kind are beings who return to life without ego and are reborn into stronger beings. As Nox continues to perform his ritual to bring Carl back to life, he says in his head that they will be loyal to their masters no matter what. But there is one problem. In the moment, recalling some of the unresolved issues that exist, Nox mentally said, "There is only one family that is capable of resurrecting the dead, a family with a dark past and present, the Manhwa's family." The next moment, remembering his own family, which also has a dark nickname, Nox said in his head, "The Rheinhuffers are also considered a dark family, but they are a family of knights, and the Marweses are the lords of dark magic who control the resurrected." As Nox continued to think about the situation, he thought that logically, characters who do not belong to the Manhwa's family should not be able to use their skills. Immediately after his thoughts, Nox smiled and mentally said, "Just a one-time voucher for a certain skill helped, and now I have a Necronomicon at my disposal." Looking at the book that will help him realize his plan, the boy said in his head, "It is also known as the Book of the Dead." At one point, hands began to appear from the magic circle and reached out to the body of Carl, who was lying in the center. As long as the ritual continued and Nox poured mana into the scroll, the ritual went well, restoring the horse's vitality. At one point during the ritual, when he felt blood flowing from his mouth, Nox tilted his head down to make it less noticeable and continued to pour in mana. When Rona saw that her master was not all right during the ritual, she exclaimed in confusion to the young gentleman, not wanting to give up. Nox said a little more in his head, not wanting to give up. The next moment, feeling the complications, the guy spat blood out of his mouth again and said in his head, "My mana is running out." Holding on to the last to revive his faithful steed, Nox saw Carl get to his feet and begin to show signs of life, so the ritual was coming to an end. A few seconds after the beast roared, Nox received a system notification saying that you had successfully activated the skill. The next moment, another message appeared saying that your pet Carl had been resurrected. Looking at the results of his work, Nox smiled tiredly and said in his head, "I got it." Watching from behind Nox's back, the young gentleman exclaimed in fright. After the girl's question, Nox looked at his pet and its system windows, and then Carl spoke, after which the pet walked toward him. As soon as the horse approached him, Nox could see the stats windows that read skills, positive, steel, strength, talented warhorse, bravery, ordinary, unchanging heart, basic information name Carl, gender male, rank, tall, age 0 years, racehorse, obsidian, main element, darkness. He also saw another window that said negative predetermined death has been removed. Your temporary pet will develop 1.5 times faster for 1 year. Depending on the player's strength and mana, you can dispel or summon the dead Nox thought victory, and then put his hand on Carl's head and said, "I am your master from now on." Continuing his thoughts, the boy said in his head, "Now." Before he could finish, he heard the stomping of feet and said, "Ha?" The next moment, a maid hung around his neck and Carl's neck, hugging them both and shedding tears of joy. Surprised by this behavior, Nox exclaimed, "Hey Rona, what do you think you're doing?" In response to her young master's remarks, the girl did not respond because she could not hear him over the tears and loud screaming. After calming down a bit and loosening her grip, the girl exclaimed, "Young sir, I was so afraid you would get hurt. How can you use mana for so long?" The next moment, when the maid heard the horse turn its head away and snort in displeasure, she exclaimed, "Oh, Carl, I've been taking such good care of you." Offended by the grasshopper, the girl exclaimed unhappily, "Spit out all the carrots I fed you," and heard only a snort as Nox watched the situation and smiled gently. After completing one of his main plans, Knox turned his gaze to the window outside, where it was already night, and said in his head the secret to giving birth correctly, which was next on the list. A few days after Carl's resurrection, Knox prepared to implement the next plan with a map and a crystal of light, and thought that the road was almost the same as the one in the game. After looking at the map one last time and tucking it back into his bag, Knox told me I was lucky, so this was the second secret of the Reinhofer family. Recalling what he was hunting for, the boy mentally said, the thing that I must get at any cost, it will help to compensate a little for the debts from the incurable disease. At one point, hearing a good one near him, Knox quickly grabbed his sword and looked in the direction of the sound, thinking maybe I was just too sensitive. Immediately after his thoughts, he turned his head to the sign in front of him and added, "But this is not a game at all, it's a full-fledged reality." After rereading the inscription on the sign that read Forest of Missing Children, "If a child steps here, he or she may not return or even die, so do not enter here," Knox mentally said, "I definitely do not want to die." Moving on through the dark thickets, Knox received a notification that you have entered the Forest of Missing Children. Failure to explore the location will lead to death. The Forest of the Missing Children is a forest on the Reinhofer estate that is forbidden to enter due to the darkness and thick fog, and even a high-ranking lord or tracker would have a hard time not getting lost. Continuing his way through this place, Knox mentally said the name to it just right. This place can wrap anyone around its finger like a little child, but with his arms at his sides, Knox said confidently, "But there's another interesting thing here." Continuing to think about the peculiarities of this location, the boy mentally said that if an adult man killed the local monster, he would not be able to find the necessary artifacts. Feeling a certain tremor throughout his body at the mention of the danger of this forest, Knox mentally added, "The older the monster, the more dangerous it is, and I've already died here several times before I was able to complete the mission." Continuing to conduct his thoughts, Knox mentally said, "And that is why the difficulty of passing the Forest of Missing Children is estimated at least 2.5 stars. The maximum level of difficulty, by the way, is 5 stars. Moving on to search for the artifacts he needed, Knox said in his head, "This game itself is quite difficult, but honestly I tried to avoid guides during the game myself. Now, according to my calculations, this is the best skill for an incurable disease." Once deep enough into the forest, Knox pulled a torch out of his backpack and said, "Well, let's see." When Knox lit the torch in the forest, he saw gusts of wind blowing toward him and sparks flying throughout the forest. Paying attention to the direction of the smoke from his torch, the boy mentally spoke the key to successful research of the Forest of Missing Children. Continuing to look at the direction of the smoke from his torch, the boy confidently added in his head that the direction of the smoke should go in the opposite direction from him. Having figured out exactly where he needed to go next, Knox sighed and spoke in his head, but first, taking up his sword and turning his head in the direction of the bushes where the rustling was coming from, Knox asked how much longer you were going to hide there. Maybe you should show yourself. After his question, Knox stood in complete silence for several seconds, after which his patience ran out. After a disappointed sigh because the spy wouldn't voluntarily reveal himself, Knox decided to play hide-and-seek until the game was over. The next moment, when he took his sword out of its sheath and swung it at the bushes to drive the spy away, he heard a girl scream. Sitting in front of the mirror in her room, Talia said resentfully, "I can't believe he didn't fall for my beauty. It just doesn't make sense in my head." And then she heard, "Hey, young lady." The maid, who had attracted the girl's attention, said, "I'm asking you very much. Could you please stop harassing young Mr. Knox? If you continue like this, I'll get it too." Hearing the remark from her maid, Talia put her hand on her chest and said confidently, "I have everything under control. I will make sure you are not dismissed from the family." To which Emma replied, "That's not what I meant." After a while, taking a flashlight and heading to her mistress's room to make sure she was okay, the maid said to herself, "I'm sorry," young Talia said. Smiling happily as he walked to her room, the maid added that she was so talented that she would have deserved universal recognition and the qualities of a future heiress if only young Miss Shell had not been around. Sighing awkwardly after her thoughts, the maid added, "I don't understand why she's always trying to outdo her sister and acting so impatient." Upon arriving at her mistress's room, the maid opened the door to her room and said in her head that it was highly likely that she had already calmed down and was sleeping peacefully. Once inside the room and lighting up the girl's chamber, Emma did not find Talia there, the young lady said in confusion. Feeling very frightened by the absence of the girl in her place, the maid mentally said, "Oh, please don't tell me she's hooked up with young Mr. Knox." A few seconds later, inside the mansion, a scream from a forging woman was heard, shouting urgently to get up to the mansion. After swinging his sword and dismantling the spy, Knox saw the girl who had been following him all along and said, "Talia," in surprise. Getting to her feet after the sudden attack, the girl laughed awkwardly and said, "Oh, hi," after which Knox asked what you were doing here. After rubbing her pajamas from the leaves, the girl awkwardly said, "Well, and then the boy heard a noise in the forest. Immediately after hearing that, the guy pulled the girl behind him and shouted, "Follow me," after which Talia shouted out Nox in surprise. A few seconds later, a monster appeared from the forest thicket, which was not very friendly. Looking at it, the girl thought it was a gray wolf. Standing behind the guy's back, Talia thought about what she would do in case of something and said, "This is the territory of gray wolves, and I have only a dagger." With his arms around the girl's waist, Nox began to watch the monster's behavior closely as it moved around them to find a good position to attack. At one point, the monster raised its head up and saw the full moon and began to howl at it, trying to intimidate its enemies and call for help. After howling at the moon for a while, the monster decided to attack the prey without hesitation. Noticing this, Nox quickly grabbed his sword and smilingly prepared for battle. Watching the monster coming towards them, the girl was already frightened, but at the same moment she saw Nox running towards it. With a few swings of his torch and sword, the boy was able to easily defeat the monster that threatened them. Shielding herself from the monster that had just fallen to the ground, she exclaimed in her head, "Wow, even though there was only one wolf, Nox had handled it so easily." The next moment, she turned her gaze to the rescuer and noticed that he had been watching her for some time. Catching the girl's gaze on him, Nox suddenly asked, "I would understand if you were my brother, but what are you doing here?" Confused by the question, Talia twirled her hair on her finger and awkwardly said, "Well, a night out," and then giggled awkwardly. Picking up a torch dropped in the battle, Nox said, "You don't need to tell me any fairy tales here, or you can stay here alone." When she heard that the boy could leave her alone in the middle of the forest with monsters, she was frightened and immediately grabbed his sleeve to prevent him from leaving. Feeling that he had just been caught, Nox turned his head to the girl and heard a confused voice, "Oh, I'm sorry." The next moment, realizing that playing in silence was not an option, Talia said awkwardly, "I'm not chasing you at all. It's just that you suddenly became so strong and I couldn't understand how to become as strong, and then I turned my head and saw you outside and I wondered where you were going, and as expected I knew you had a special training, so I followed you into the forest without thinking twice." After listening to all the reasons why Talia was on his tail, Nox closed his eyes and mentally said, "I am absolutely sure of 3 things now." Opening his eyes and looking at the girl, Nox mentally said to Talia, "She has a very high opinion of me. She's not hostile, which is probably a good thing." Watching the frightened girl awkwardly, the boy added, "She's also just a child who can't appreciate the danger of following someone at night." After realizing all 3 of these facts, Nox mentally said, "Since she is one of the main characters, leaving her here is not an option," and then sighed and said, "Follow me." As he continued on through the forest, the boy stopped at one point and spoke to explain one point once and for all. Looking back at his friend who was walking behind him, Nox added, "I'm not helping you, I'm just trying to get out of this situation so as not to spoil my family's honor." Hearing what the boy had just emphasized, Talia bowed her head down and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, I did wrong." After receiving an apology from the girl, who seemed to realize everything that was happening, Nox looked at Talia and thought that she shouldn't do anything dangerous. At one point, interrupting the boy's thoughts, Talia caught his attention and bowed her head down and awkwardly said, "Hey Nox, thank you." Looking at her rescuer, the girl awkwardly added, "I'm also a rescuer." But before she could finish her thought, she saw danger behind the guy and shouted out to Nox. Behind the boy, Talia saw a whole bunch of eyes flickering in the darkness and slowly approaching them. Raising the torch above him to illuminate a larger area, the boy saw more than a dozen monsters around him who began to gather them in a circle. Standing behind the guy's back, Talia suddenly heard him say, "Get away from me," and he held out a torch to her. As soon as Talia picked up the torch, Nox stepped forward a little and said, "You're in my way, I'm going to use my sword." Preparing for the battle, and in order to protect the girl, Nox mentally said, "There are some unexpected circumstances here. You need to be very careful." Looking at the enemies who bared their teeth at them, the boy added in his head that this location was the main path, and if this was just a prologue. The next moment, remembering what other monsters could be found here, the boy added in his head that there shouldn't be any mega-strong monsters. Immediately after mentioning the enemies that are stronger than normal, he added, however, elite enemies that are 1 rank below the bosses can still be encountered, and judging by the form of the one I just fought, it was an elite gray wolf. Continuing to stare at his opponents who rushed in his direction, Nox said in his head, "Knowing who your enemies are does not make the task any easier." As soon as the enemies approached, the guy swung his swords and simultaneously dealt with 2 enemies at once, after which he mentally said, "There are times." The next moment he turned his gaze to the leader of the herd who was behind his comrades and biding his time, and Nox mentally added when to let one of them know that they were all cornered. Seeing that his comrades had just fallen in battle, the leader of the herd decided to go into battle himself and rushed at Nox. Gripping his sword tightly and preparing to confront the leader, the boy said in his head, "I'll do it. I always do it in similar situations when I was Yu-chan and played inner lunatic." The next moment, raising his sword above his head, the guy waited for the right moment and made a swing that eliminated the attacker and added in his head, "I'm a bad weakling." Seeing what had just happened on the battlefield, Talia, who was watching from afar, said in her head, "Wow, this is just amazing, and I am convinced that he was not yet fighting at full strength." Turning her gaze from the boy to the body of the herd leader, she mentally added that judging by the sword technique he demonstrated in the duel against his brothers, he had fought Grey Wolves before. Continuing her thoughts, the girl mentally said, but then Knox's phrase came to mind saying, "Get away from me," and then she mentally added, looking at the torch it seems. Feeling somewhat disappointed in this situation, she added in her head, "Knox thinks I'm completely weak." At one point, interrupting her thoughts in sadness, she heard the wolves approaching them. Also hearing the sound of the howl and the noise of the rapidly approaching vehicles, Knox said in his head, "Here they come." Seeing several enemies near him who came to help his comrades, the boy mentally added elite grey wolves. At the same time, young people were being searched for near the estate, with subjects running around with torches shouting, "Young lord, young lady, bring more torches." Approaching the sign of the forest with the missing children and finding the footprints, the servant said there are 2 small tracks of footprints. They definitely belong to young Mr. and Mrs. Talia. Highlighting the evidence of where the young lords went, the butler added that, "I think the young lord entered the forest of missing children." Continuing to express his guesses, the man added, "along with young Miss." Talia, that Emma, who was supposed to be watching the girl, fell off her feet and exclaimed in fright. The next moment, turning her head to the other servants with whom she was looking for the masters, Emmy exclaimed, "What should we do now? We must do it immediately." But before she could finish, she was interrupted by someone saying, "That's impossible." Hearing the remark from the head butler of the Rheinhofer estate, the maid looked at Rodwald in confusion and exclaimed that why, after which he mentally said that even the Rheinhofer family could not fully explore this forest. The forest of missing children is highly regarded in the Rheinhofer family. If a child enters it, he or she may not return or even die, so do not enter it under any circumstances. And the existence of a forest that even they cannot explore is an admission of their own defeat. But of course we do not know that the entrance to the forest is open only to children, and only children can successfully explore the forest up and down. Turning his gaze in the direction of the forest of lost children, the chief butler was at a loss to understand why the young lord would want to go to the forest. Continuing his thoughts, the man bowed his head at the footprints and added, "I will never believe that he was trapped by mind-controlling monsters." Judging by the traces left behind, he deliberately moved carefully. The next moment, turning his gaze to the mansion behind him, Rodwell added in his mind that there was no sign that anyone had managed to break through the strongest mana barrier surrounding the mansion. Immediately after turning his head back to the forest of the missing children, the chief butler added in his mind that the young gentleman had entered the forest on purpose. The next moment, sighing heavily and clenching his hand into a fist, Rodwell thought, "I was wrong. It was time to stop denying the fact that young Mr. Knox was no longer the same weakling and sissy." Having finished his thoughts, the head butler said to Emma, "They have only 2 ways to get back." Continuing to express his opinion, the chief butler added that the young gentleman needed to be resourceful in order to find his way back. Hearing this, Emma, who could not influence the course of events, began to calm down, wiping away her tears. Thus, the group of servants who were looking for the missing Knox and Talia remained standing at the entrance to the forest of lost children, waiting for their return. Feeling very afraid and worried, the personal maid mentally told Talia that I had put the young lady in mortal danger. At the same time, somewhere in the forest of lost children, Talia took her dagger out of its sheath and took a defensive stance to be able to fight back in case of emergency. Seeing this, Knox was surprised to think that she was not confused, although she was scared, and then he said, "Don't make any unnecessary movements or you'll get hurt, just stand back." Standing behind the guy and listening to Knox's order, the girl heard, "Conserve your strength so that if something happens you can run away when you are attacked. Only in this way you can increase your survival rate." Having finished giving orders to the girl, Knox looked at the monsters and said in his head, "Well, killing an elite wolf is not a very dangerous thing, and it is rated 2.5 stars. The next moment, looking back at the girl behind him, the boy added in his head just Talia, and then should remain attentive to everything that was happening around him. Observing the girl's behavior, Knox said in his head, "She's obviously well trained, but she's still not so skilled that I can trust her to cover my back." The next moment, turning his gaze forward, Knox said in his head, "Well, now it's time." Using the Time Lord skill and receiving a notification of its activation, Knox said in his head, "With this skill, I'll deal with them quickly." Sensing that Nox had activated the Time Lord skill, the elite Grey Wolf stood still for a few seconds and suddenly laid down on the grass. Seeing the monster's strange behavior after activating his skill, Nox thought irritably, "Don't tell me it's a wolf." As soon as the elite wolf lay down on the ground, ordinary monsters rushed to fight against the boy to test him before the leader's actions. When one of the monsters jumped into the air, Nox used his skill to close in and deliver a slashing blow to the enemy. Seeing what had just happened to their friend, the pair of wolves suddenly froze in place and began to shake as they looked at the boy. Noticing another strange behavior of the monsters he was fighting, Nox was surprised to hear them suddenly stop. At the same moment, an elite Grey Wolf raised its head from the ground and looked at the boy. A few seconds after these actions, the monsters activated again and began to approach Nox from 3 different directions. Having repelled a frontal attack from one of his enemies, Nox also managed to react to another opponent approaching him from the left. At the same time, a third Grey Wolf came around the boy's back and was about to make a leap. As Nox realized that the monster was behind him, hearing his growl, he also heard a sudden growl and looked back to see the dagger in the monster's head falling to the ground. Realizing what had just happened, Nox turned his head in the direction of Talia, who called out to him to be careful. Sitting in a tree so that the Grey Wolves that lurked near the trunk could not reach her, Talia mentally said to Nox, "I'm supposed to run if I'm in danger." Continuing her thoughts, the girl, having done a great favor for the guy by saving his life, added, "But I can't do that." At that very moment, looking at the girl who had just saved him from being attacked in the back, Nox said in his head, "Talia, you want to help me?" Sitting in a tree, holding a torch to light the area, Talia called out to Nox, "You're okay, you're not hurt." When he received a question from the girl who had saved him, the boy turned his head to her and said, "Talia, she could have helped me." Immediately after his thoughts, the boy heard a growl not far from him and slowed down time with the help of a skill to strike at the monsters that were attacking him. After dealing with a couple more enemies, the guy looked back at Talia and said, "I'm fine," and then mentally said, "It's not time to relax." Having received the answer to her question, the girl continued to sit on the tree and said, "I'm glad you're okay." Turning his head back in the direction of the enemies, Nox said in his head, "She had to see my pathetic side." The next moment, feeling a tremor in his hands and looking down, Nox mentally said, "The payoff from the skill has already begun, but it's not time yet." At the same moment, seeing that his enemy was weakened, an elite Grey Wolf rose from his seat and decided to continue on his own. Seeing that the leader finally got up, Nox smiled and said in his head, "I'm going to get up." Approaching Nox, the elite Grey Wolf, keeping a safe distance, began to slowly walk around the boy to find a vulnerable spot. Waiting for the monster to act, Nox mentally said, "Come on," and then the elite Grey Wolf suddenly ran into the thicket of the forest. Realizing what the monster was planning to do, Nox thought to himself, "This bastard is too slow." The next moment there was a rustle from the bushes, and a monster jumped out at high speed and clawed the boy's shoulder. Seeing what had just happened on the battlefield, Talia, who was watching from above, nervously exclaimed to Nox. Having made one successful attack, the elite Grey Wolf went back to the forest to wait for a good opportunity to attack again, and at the same time, with his hand pressed to his wounded shoulder, Nox said in his head, "That's a mess, and that's 2.5 stars for you." Being in the field of view of his opponent, who was watching him from the bushes, Nox, holding his sword at the ready, thought that a reassessment was clearly needed. Continuing his thoughts while the monster hid in the bushes and bided his time, Nox mentally added that this elite Grey Wolf was much smarter and more agile than in the game. Turning his head in different directions to detect the enemy in time, Nox said in his head, "What a surprise, I should have known that the other wolves obeyed him. He definitely has an advantage in terrain orientation." At one point, hearing a rustle from the bushes near him and turning his head in that direction, Nox mentally said, "We need to keep a good defense." At the moment when the enemy was rapidly approaching him, Nox swung his sword in his head and struck a precise blow. As soon as Nox started to carry out his attack, the elite Grey Wolf suddenly stopped and Nox's attack passed by, after which he opened up for a counterattack by his opponent. Seeing that everything worked in the best way, the elite Grey Wolf opened its mouth and rushed at the guy to carry out its attack. Then Nox thought he was counting on it. Clenching his sword in his hands and gritting his teeth in anger, the guy added in his head, "He was waiting for me to swing and open up to him." Gathering his thoughts to block the enemy's attack, Nox suddenly froze in place, feeling his body stop obeying him and mentally saying recoil. Having lost the opportunity to dodge or block the enemy's attack, Nox mentally said, "I couldn't have predicted this. I overestimated myself because I've played the game a bunch of times." Closing his eyes and gritting his teeth in desperation to accept his fate, the guy mentally added, "I believe that I can do anything, only the most. Repulsed idiots think like that." The next moment, hearing the monster's growl that interrupted his rebuke, Nox opened his eyes and noticed a dagger in the enemy's eye and was surprised to think it was a dagger. At the same time, Talia made a perfect throw to save the boy from the tree, and Nox said in his head, if he could pick the right moment, what are we worse? Turning his gaze to the girl who had just saved him, the boy added in his head that it was not me who took advantage of the sudden opportunity that had appeared. Seeing a great opportunity to attack the enemy, Nox clenched his sword in his hands and quickly pierced the elite grey wolf through. After a few minutes of howling and vigorous tugging, the monster finally died, and Nox sat down next to it to rest after the battle. When Talia saw that the enemy was defeated, she suddenly called out from the tree to Nox, and was about to go to him to help him in case of emergency. But her plans were put on hold by a hunch, and then she turned her gaze down to where there were several other wolves. As soon as the monsters began to flee the battlefield, seeing that their leader was defeated, Talia quickly descended from the tree and went to the boy. Approaching the wounded man, Talia shouted out to Nox, "Are you okay?" and was answered with a yes. Turning his head to the girl and starting to wipe his face from the blood, Nox said, "I'm alive because of you," and then suddenly broke off. Looking at the worried girl, the guy said in his head, "I almost thanked my enemy who will finish me off soon." The next moment, looking away from Talia, Nox said in his head, "There's nothing to worry about, everything is fine." In response to Nox's conviction, the waistline pointed to his shoulder wound and exclaimed, "You just got shot, you're definitely fine." Taking the torch from the girl's hands, Nox got to his feet and said, "I only have a few scratches," to which Talia noticed, but still Nox said, "I'm fine." Exhaling a sigh of relief after hearing Nox's assurances that he was fine, Talia said, "It's good that you're not so seriously injured." At the same moment, a spider came down from a tree on a web and onto the girl's shoulder, and she unwittingly noticed it. Realizing who she had just seen, the girl's eyes filled with fear and she turned pale. Hearing the girl's frightened screams, Nox turned his head in Talia's direction and wondered what monsters were. Just as he was turning his head to the girl who was pouncing on him in fear after the shock, Nox asked Talia what had happened. Clinging to the boy after seeing a spider on her shoulder, Talia screamed out in fright. After telling us what had happened to her, the girl turned her head back to the shoulder where the spider was and turned even more pale. Seeing that he hadn't disappeared from her shoulder, the girl clung to the guy again in fear to save her, and Nox thought to himself, "I wonder how long she's going to hang on me." Returning his gaze to the frightened girl, Nox smiled awkwardly and said in his head she was so afraid of spiders. With a light wave of his hand, Nox threw the spider off the girl's hand and said, "If you're so scared of spiders, why did you follow me into the forest in the first place?" After receiving the boy's remark, Talia said worriedly, "But it's a spider, aren't you afraid of them yourself?" Looking at the frightened girl clinging to him, Nox smiled slyly and said, "You're going to be a knight, you know." Realizing the situation they were in, Talia suddenly jumped away from the guy and blushing exclaimed, "No," after which Nox exclaimed, "Well, finally get off me." As soon as he expressed his dissatisfaction, he felt sick again and started coughing heavily. Seeing the strange behavior of the boy who suddenly started coughing, Talia asked what happened. Clearing his throat and getting back to his feet, Nox mentally mumbled a recoil and then replied, "I said there's no reason to worry," after which the girl said, "But." The next moment, returning his gaze to the girl concerned about his condition, Nox said in his head, "Talia, I have to admit it, she contributed as well." Closing his eyes and smiling gently after everything he had been through, Nox said in his head, "I am still alive only because of her. Of course, her frightened scream does not count." Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added, "Thank you anyway," after which the waist said, "You're definitely okay." When everything was finished and settled, Nox looked up into the sky and saw the sun's rays and thought, "Well, now what?" Recalling the moment when the desired item fell out of the elite grey wolf, the boy added in his head that all he had to do was get out of the forest. At the same time, sitting on her knees and shedding tears in front of a forest of lost children, Emma said, "I took the life of a young lady." Rodval, who was close to the maid, saw the dawn and thought to himself, couldn't they have done something about Mrs. Talia's disappearance? The disappearance of Mrs. Talia would undermine relations between families in the forest, and many children had already disappeared. Closing his eyes and bowing his head down, the head butler said in his head, "Many people quietly say that this is because of the Reinhafer family's lack of professionalism." At that very moment, one of the subjects pointed his finger in the direction of the forest and exclaimed, "Hey, Sir Rodval, look over there." Pointing in the direction of the forest to his eldest subject, he exclaimed in amazement that the fog was dissipating. Turning his attention to the forest with the maid, the chief butler confusedly said in his head that the forest of the missing children had been explored. The next moment, Emma started to rise to her feet, grabbing Rodwald by the sleeve and exclaimed, "I'm not sure, but that's what I think the manna is about," to which the butler replied, "You're right. Immediately after his confirmation, the man turned his head in the direction of the forest and said that this meant that the forest was completely explored. Watching the miracle that was happening right before their eyes, the head butler added that what we could only dream of was turning into reality. A few minutes later, when the maid saw the two figures coming out of the woods, she put her hands over her mouth and said to the young Mr. Knox, when the maid saw Knox and Talia coming out of the forest of lost children, she exclaimed joyfully, "The young master is coming back." Also noticing this strangeness, the rest of the subjects standing behind him began to talk in surprise, and he managed to explore the forest in his head, just not fitting in, going on as if nothing had happened. At that very moment, putting his hand to his chin, the chief butler tried to hold back a smile and mentally said, "I can't hold back my smile, there is no doubt about it." Rodval mentally added that the Reinhofer family hierarchy will have to undergo major changes as he turned the family's impossible dreams into reality. Seeing a large number of people with torches in front of him, Knox said in surprise, "And why have you gathered so many people?" followed by a young lady. Throwing her arms around Talia, the maid exclaimed, "We've been so worried," to which Talia replied, "Emma." At the same time, walking over to Knox Rodval, he said, "Your family was equally shocked by your disappearance, young sir." When Knox heard the message from his family's chief butler, he asked wearily how they could care about a misfit like me, and how the family's reputation as the strongest dark family was about to collapse. And at the same time, right next to them, the maid let go of the girl and began to wipe away her tears. Seeing this, Talia awkwardly said to Emma, "Stop crying," and the young lady responded. The next moment, taking the girl by the collar and lifting her off the ground, the maid said, "I will remind you of each of the 71 rules of the Stilliner family." Hearing the remark from her nurse, Talia said awkwardly, "Emma, please forgive me." In response to the girl's apology, the maid said, "No, how can I blame you? I'm just a maid. The family leader will teach you to follow the rules personally." Turning his attention to Talia's maid, Knox mentally said, "Remembering Rona with a stamina of 4.5, something tells me that maid has plenty of stamina as well." After reprimanding the girl she was looking after, Emma bowed her head to Knox and said, "Young sir, I am very grateful to you for protecting the young lady." After receiving the words of gratitude from the maid, Knox turned his head to Talia and said, "I really wouldn't want to cross paths with you again." The next moment, turning completely to the girl and remembering his tact, Knox added, "But without you, it wouldn't have worked, so don't blame yourself." Hearing what the boyfriend had just told her, Talia felt some relief from a situation in which her guilt was minimized. After a while, when Knox returned to his room after the hike, he threw his things on the chair and began to undress, saying, "Finally, now we can rest." Taking off his outer garment, Knox put his hand to his head and said, "However, I did not expect to meet Rodwal at the entrance to the forest with the knights because of Talia." Having completed his suffering, Knox smiled happily and reached into his pocket and mentally said, "Even so, I have it now." Looking at the ring he managed to get, Knox received a system notification that said, "You have received an artifact," and mentally said the family's secret. While looking at the item, the guy received several more notifications that said, "You have received an accessory ring of dark flame. Basic information name, ring of dark flame, type accessory, rank below average, element, darkness, stats, points, stamina, +1 mana, +1 conditions of use. Only those who have mastered dark mana can use the artifact." Effect: if you defeat a target while using the ring, you can take some of the defeated's life force for yourself. The higher the rank of the defeated, the more life force you can get. Looking at the resulting ring, Knox mentally said, "The only artifact that can steal the life force of others is the Ring of Dark Flame, just by possessing this ring." Clutching the artifact in his hand, which he had found in the forest of missing children, Knox mentally said, "It will not be able to prolong my life." Taking the ring in his hands and looking at it again, the guy mentally said that life cannot last forever, that it is possible to take only a small part of the life force, but it will not be enough to get rid of the incurable disease. The next moment, after putting the ring on your finger and receiving the notification you put on the Ring of Dark Flame, Knox mentally said, however, to try and develop further. Looking at the object he had just equipped on his arm, Knox added in his head, "It was still much better than living in hopeless fear of death." Clenching his hand into a fist after equipping the item, the boy said in his head, "I can feel the vitality and mana being added." Immediately after his actions, Knox turned his head in the direction of the door and called out, "Hey, Ron, I know you're in there. Come in for a minute." After Knox gave the order, the door to his room opened and Rona looked in and said awkwardly, "Young sir, you can see through objects." Turning his head to his subject standing at the entrance, Knox said, "I will not deny that anything is possible." When the maid received the answer to her question, she immediately grabbed her face and exclaimed, "Oh, so you can see my body through my clothes too." Knox, who who had hit the girl on the head after her stupid shouts, angrily exclaimed, "What the hell are you talking about?" And Rona, who grabbed her head after the blow, exclaimed that it hurt. Rubbing the place of the blow with her hand, the maid muttered, "Why does it seem to me that now your cheekbones have become even more painful?" Standing at the table and putting his hand on it, Knox said, "Just stop talking nonsense and give me your hand." And then Rona said something else. Preparing to defeat Knox again in arm wrestling, the girl said to the young sir, "If I win again, will you honestly raise my salary?" To which Knox replied, "I already said yes, but if you lose," the maid added, smiling happily, "20% will be deducted." Holding hands for the competition, Knox began the countdown saying, "Well, let's go 1, 2. As soon as the 3 counts sounded, Knox used all his strength and overpowered the girl in a split second, after which she was left to watch in confusion. Realizing what had just happened, Rona said, breaking out in a cold sweat, that something had just happened that could not be explained. The next moment, the girl exclaimed in confusion, "But think about it. It's not like a son of a noble family to reduce the salary of a poor maid by 20%, to which Knox said with a wave of his hand, "I agree." Continuing his thought, Knox looked at the worried girl and added, "But everyone already thinks I'm a disgrace to the Reinhofer family. I wonder who made that happen." The next moment, leaning on his hand and smiling gently, the boy added, "That's why I thought I shouldn't worry about such trivial things as honor." After which Rona exclaimed, "I'm sorry." Immediately after the girl's apology, Knox did something strange and thought in surprise, and then received notifications that said the skill's action was weak immunity activated. You have received 2nd-degree wrist inflammation. You have received 1st-stage flu. Removing his hand from his head, Knox said idiotic negative skills in frustration in his head. The next moment, turning his attention to the maid, Knox said to Rona, "I'm canceling your pay cut. Bring me some ice and a wet towel." And then Rona said, "Young sir, you've turned pale." Feeling weak all over his body, Knox tilted his head down and awkwardly said in his head, too happy to finally get the ring, need to get some rest this time, 1 + 1. Immersed in a strange state that came to him due to fatigue and many related things, Knox heard in his head, "Sure, I heard the name Yu-chan." The 2 secrets of Carl and the Ring of Dark Flame, since it's been 6 months since Knox managed to get them. Sitting in his room during all this time, the boy was saying something unhappy in his head, but unfortunately I didn't have a chance to use them either. All this time, Knox was sitting in his room, where he was not allowed to leave because a sign was hung on his door saying Knox von Reinhofer is punished. Returning to his room after the meal, the boy said, offended, "Not to say that I had any problems because of that incident. I even explored the forest of lost children. How they could punish me at all after that, I can't even imagine." The next moment, turning his head back, Knox exclaimed, "Hey, tell me, Ron," and the maid exclaimed, "So what?" Immediately after her words, she made a circular motion with her finger and said, "But I am your maid who serves the family, and they will cut my salary if I speak ill of the leader." Then Knox threw up his hands and said, "I swear to God that your salary will be cut if you don't adapt to my tastes." After which, Rona immediately exclaimed, "Well, the leader is clearly wrong here." Trying to somehow keep her salary intact, the girl exclaimed, "How could he possibly misunderstand you?" After which Knox sat down in his chair and thought, "Anyway, I've done a good job of getting along here and have led a pretty productive life watching Carl grow up." As Knox bowed his head down and continued his thoughts, he mentally said, "I'm not going to sit still. My life is getting shorter and shorter." And then he saw a notice in front of him that said, "Due to the effects of an incurable disease, you have 147 days to live." Clenching his hand into a fist and slamming it against the railing, Knox felt his body tremble with anger, thinking this damn system is even more interested in my life than I am. Thanks for the tactful and sweet reminder. The next moment, Knox suddenly stood up and said, "You don't need to ask your father for permission to go out." Hearing that Knox was about to go to the family leader, Ron peeked out from the next room and exclaimed that she had just heated the bath water, and then a knock sounded in Knox's room. Entering the room and bowing to the boy, the chief butler said, "Young mister, leader, the leader wishes to see you." At the same time, sitting in his office, the leader of the Reinhofer family was immersed in the memories of events that took place in his past on the battlefield where rivers of blood were shed. Being the last among his army, Theo von Reinhofer, holding his sword in his hands, continued to stand until he was victorious in the fight against the enemy. Looking up at the demons flying in the sky, the man recalled an event in his mind called the Bloody Night. Biding their time, a bunch of demons circling in the sky, suddenly, as if on cue, all went to Theo von Reinhofer to deal with him. When he saw his enemies approaching him, the man clutched his cursed sword and with just one swing cut down a large number of enemies. Sitting with his eyes closed in his office, the family leader mentally invoked a huge number of demons. Continuing his reflections, feeling his soul filled with darkness, The man added in his mind the people who were imprisoned in them and the night that was turning purple every second. The next moment, as all this darkness began to consume his soul, the man said it in his head like a nightmare. Continuing his thoughts, the family leader imagined the weapon he would inherit and said, "One day one of my sons will be strong enough to handle the ruthless blade of darkness." Putting his head on his hand, Theo von Reinhofer mentally added that one cannot simply hope for undeniable talent because one is chosen. The next moment, turning his head to the wall where their family's coat of arms hung, Theo von Reinhofer added in his mind, "To finish me off." A few seconds later, the chief butler entered the leader's office and said, "Sir, the young gentleman will be here soon," to which Theo replied with a long answer. Turning his head to the subject who had arrived with the report, the family leader added a hurried word and then mentally said, "I don't even know how to explore the forest of missing children." Continuing his thoughts, the man added in his head, "Knox was able to do this too, and it would be worth rewarding him, and I detained her for a reason, not just because of the fundamental objections of the family's advisors." Holding the letter in his hand on which the report was written after a full investigation, Theo mentally added that they did not believe that the incapable Knox had suddenly changed and had organized an investigation to verify that it was definitely Knox's work. As the family leader reviewed the investigation report, he said in his head, "Even I will not be able to listen to the opinion of the family's advisors, which is why the investigation was necessary." A few seconds later, when Knox arrived at his father's office, he bowed before the man and said, "My congratulations to you, leader." Seeing that his younger son had arrived, the man said to him, "Raise your head," and the younger son straightened up and said, "Good leader." As soon as the boy raised his head, Theo von Reinhofer said, "I think you already understand that your actions were unacceptable," and Knox said, "Yes." Folding his hands in front of him, the man said, However, it is my duty as a patriarch to reward achievements even if there is nothing to reward. I have called you to discuss rewards." Continuing to look at his youngest son, the man in front of him said only one request, after which Knox looked up in surprise. Smiling at his son, who was interested in the offer, the family leader added, "I will fulfill only one request, whatever it is." After hearing what the leader of the Reinhofer family had just told him, Knox said in his head, "He will do anything." Looking at the smiling man, Knox thought to himself, "I've been playing inner lunatic for days and nights, but for Theo to reward someone for the first time is a first." Looking away and feeling a little uneasy, Knox added in his head, "He's usually all majestic and stern, but I feel like someone hit me on the head with something, or worse, like someone cut through my head, and I hope it's not a trap." Having finished his thoughts, Knox looked up at the man and asked him anything he wanted to know. When he heard his son's question, the man stood up from his seat and confidently said, "I will give you anything you want from the leader of the Reinhofer family." Placing his hand on the table, Theo pointed to the coat of arms hanging on the wall and added, "I promise to fulfill any request. I swear by the centuries-old history of the family and the ruthless blade of darkness." When Knox heard the promises from Theo von Reinhofer, he looked at him and thought, "I don't believe he's serious, but maybe he is." Continuing the dialogue with his son, the family leader added, "Of course, if your request is worthless, my opinion of you will change, and I hope you won't allow such a stupid thing." After receiving a warning from the leader of the Reinhofer family, Knox said, "Of course, please give me time to think about the offer." Hearing his youngest son's request, Theo von Reinhofer said, "Good, and now you are allowed to go outside the estate, but don't find any more problems on your head like last time." Having received another permission to move freely around the territory, Knox joyfully exclaimed, "Good leader," after which Theo added, "Always remember that you are a member of the Reinhofer family." When the next day came, Knox and the head butler came to see Miss Talia off to see her home. Standing in front of Knox, who had become quite close to her, Talia said happily, "Well, I'll see you at Eldane Academy." After hearing the girl's words of farewell, Knox, wanting to avoid the girl as much as possible, simply turned his head away from Talia without answering anything. Continuing to smile happily at the guy who tried to ignore her, Talia asked, "We'll meet again, won't we?" Nudging Knox after the question, Rodwell said, "Young sir, you need to answer the young lady's question," after which Knox sighed heavily and said, "Well." The next moment, turning his head to the girl, Knox said with his eyes closed, "Only if you become a true knight by then." When Talia heard the guy's condition, she happily exclaimed, "Wow, that's a lot of motivation, and what a way to go." Shrugging his shoulders and looking away, Knox said, "For example, someone who is not afraid of everything, even giant spiders." After hearing the boyfriend's remark, the smile on Talia's face suddenly disappeared and she became upset. The next moment, unable to contain her emotions, the girl struck the arrogant boy in the body, after which Knox mentally said, "We should have talked about wolves." Holding his hand where it had been struck, Knox turned his gaze to the girl and added in his head, "It was so definitely necessary to talk about wolves." With her chest straightened and her arms at her sides, the girl confidently exclaimed, "Well, it doesn't matter, I'll be back when I become a real knight, so get your head ready." When I heard Talia Knox's farewell words, I took it as a threat and was shocked to think that she was going to shave my head off and finish me off. In the next moment, interrupting Knox's troubled thoughts, Talia's maid bowed her head and said, "Thank you for everything, especially you, young Mr. Knox," after which he asked why the maid of the still in her family should thank me. Looking up at the young man standing in front of her and smiling gently, the maid prayed for the young lady's waist to be saved. When he heard the reason why the girl's maid thanked him, Knox said, "It's not that I want to save her, leave me alone and go away." After a while, when the carriage with the ladies left, Knox looked at them in the wake and mentally said that there was one less problem, but for some reason. The next moment, raising his head to the sky, Knox mentally said to himself, "I'm getting more and more used to this frantic rhythm of life." Smiling awkwardly and lowering his head to the level of the horizon, Knox mentally said, "I don't know exactly yet, but I think I'm enjoying it." Immediately after he said this, he noticed a notice in front of him that read, "Due to the effect of an incurable disease, you have 146 days to live." When he saw how much time the system gave him, he mentally said, "I don't have 146 days to sit in jail." A few days after the incident, while cleaning young Mr. Ron's room, she said, "You should definitely get a new maid and new servants." Hearing the remark from his maid, Knox mentally said that the maid was indeed a maid, come to think of it. No sooner had he finished his thoughts than the head butler entered his room and bowed and said good morning to the young sir, after which Knox asked what had happened to Rodwell. After receiving the question from his master, the man pointed to the girl standing behind him and said, "Eldane Academy has sent you a maid to help you. Get ready. Starting today, this girl will be serving you. Let her introduce herself." Hearing Rodwell's words, the girl bowed before her new master and said, "I welcome you. I am now your personal maid. My name is Jitri de Lovilia." When he heard the name of the girl who would now be his personal maid, Knox von Reinhofer replied. The next moment, using his visionary skill, Knox mentally said Jitri de Lovilia, and then saw the characteristic windows that spelled out the name, Jitri de Lovilia's gender, female, age 15, race, human, main element, earth achievement, absent positive, master support, ordinary single-mindedness, negative duplicity, pathetic superficiality, brilliant lie, spy. Stamina 8, mana 5, luck 1, will 3, charm 22. Additional skills, ideal housewife, activated skills, currently evaluating the player at the order of Theo von Reinhofer. Looking at the notification that said that due to the effect of an incurable disease, you have 140 days to live, Knox thought. When you have a very limited amount of time, it goes by so damn fast. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the stats window, which read stamina 4.5, mana 9, luck 10, will 10, and 2/10 charm 25. Knox mentally added to the pluses only my rather rapid development, despite the large number of all possible debuffs. Turning his gaze to the window where the sun was shining brightly in the middle of a beautiful day, Knox thought, "I'm going to be accepted to Eldane Academy soon." At the same time, being in the room of her master, Ron joyfully exclaimed, "You just imagine, in just 2 months you will already be at the Eldane Academy. You are excited." Turning his head to the girl, Knox asked unhappily how glad he was that I was finally leaving here, to which the maid suddenly exclaimed that, pulling the bedding she had been cleaning in the boy's room to her, she exclaimed, "I miss you already." Hearing the girl's exclamations, Knox said, "No need to overplay your hand. I'm not going to raise your salary anyway." And then Rona put her hand to her temple and exclaimed, "I'm sorry to disappoint the guy." Seeing what Rona really expected when he left the manor, Knox mentally said, "I don't even have time to mock her if I don't improve my statistics, at least a little in the next 2 months. I won't survive at the academy." Remembering exactly where he would soon be going, Knox thought, Eldane Academy is the best in the Empire, and it is where the strongest students from all over the country gather. Continuing his thoughts, Knox mentally added, "First I need to survive it and then start the main branch of the story where I will have to play the role of the thief Knox von Reinhofer." Gritting his teeth at the realization of his fate, the boy mentally said, "Oh shit, why is everything so complicated?" Interrupting the young Mr. Ron's thoughts, she said, dragging a basket of laundry, "You should definitely find a new maid and new servants." Hearing the remark from his maid, Knox mentally said that the maid was indeed a maid, come to think of it. No sooner had he finished his thoughts than the head butler entered his room and bowed and said good morning to the young sir, after which Knox asked what had happened to Rodwell. After receiving a question from his master, the man pointed to the girl standing behind him and said, "Eldane Academy has sent you a maid to help you. Get ready, starting today, this girl will be serving you. Let her introduce herself." Hearing Rodwell's words, the girl bowed before her new master and said, "I greet you. I am now your personal maid. My name is Jitri de Lovilia." When he heard the name of the girl who would now be his personal maid, Knox von Reinhofer replied, The next moment, using his visionary skill, Nox mentally said Jitri de Lovelia, and then saw the characteristic windows that spelled out the name Jitri de Lovelia's gender, female, age 15, race, human, main element, earth achievement, absent positive master support, ordinary single-mindedness, negative duplicity, pathetic superficiality, brilliant lie spy. Stamina 8, mana 5, luck 1, will 3, charm 22, additional skills ideal. Housewife activated skills currently evaluating the player at the order of Theo von Reinhofer. Trying to play her role perfectly, the new maid smiled and said, I will support you and help you as much as I can. And Nox thought, I knew no one would let me pack up and leave. Theo von Reinhofer is one of the most important thieves and powerful creatures in the world, and many people wonder how he was able to achieve his current position because of his mastery of the sword. But he is so well-rounded that doubts creep in about the unambiguity of their judgments. In fact, the main reason that allowed Theo to take his place at the top of the Reinhofer family is his eternal suspicion of everything and everyone around him. After explaining the situation and giving orders to his subject, Theo von Reinhofer said, I am relying on you very much. When she heard that she had a very responsible mission, Jitri de Lovelia bowed her head to the man and said, Yes, sir, in an empty voice. Continuing his conversation with the maid, the leader of the Reinhofer family said, I heard that the Lovelia family has put you at the bottom of the list of heirs, and if you do a good job, the Reinhofer family will do everything possible to support you as heir. After hearing the promise from her master, the girl bowed her head to her husband and said, I will serve my young master faithfully, after which Theo said no. After hearing the objections from the leader of the Reinhofer family, the girl opened her eyes and looked up at the man and saw his formidable image. Feeling overwhelming fear from the ominous image she saw, the girl immediately realized that her previous promise could play a cruel joke on her. The next moment she put her hand to her chest, bowed her head and said, I will follow his every move and report back to you. A few minutes later, after leaving the family leader's office, the girl put her hand on her chest and mentally said, Don't forget who your master is. Immediately after her thoughts, she took out a pendant with a watch with a photo of her parents on it and looked at it. Looking at the photo of her parents, the girl mentally said, There is no room for doubt from now on. When night fell, Nox lay in bed, put his hands behind his head and looked up at the ceiling, saying in his head, Spy, which means Theo wants to make sure I'm the real Nox. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added demon-possessed is quite a common occurrence in Inner Sleepwalker, and Nox is just one of such characters in the original storyline. His body was possessed by the number one demon, Baal. The next moment, as he got up from the bed and sat up, he added in his head, But there's nothing to be afraid of as long as Theo doesn't know who I really am. Immediately after recalling the situation that had occurred this afternoon with the new maid, Nox mentally added, But Jitra is certainly a thorn in my side. Starting his thoughts, Nox mentally said to Jitra de Lovelia, as long as she is not involved in the main story, it would be simply stupid to get rid of her like this. Continuing his thoughts, the boy recalled the story of the new maid, and added that she was destined to become the next leader of the Lovelia family. The next moment, recalling the turning point in the storyline of this family, Nox mentally added that her father and mother were killed by her own uncle. Recalling the difficult fate of this girl, Nox added in his head, and she lost her rights to become the next leader of the family, and what happened next is obvious. To escape from her family, she came to the Reinhofer house and became a maid. On the outside, she is sociable and always smiling, but inside she is all tormented and disgusting character on the verge of despair. Raising his head up and looking at the ceiling again, Nox continued to recall the girl's story and mentally added her last decision. Continuing to replay the ending of Jitri de Lovelia's story in his head, the boy added the unauthorized taking of his own life before the first part of the main story began. Leaning on his knees and looking at his hand, Nox, at the crossroads of making the right choice, said in his head what I should do to move away from the story. Making a difficult decision that could affect his future fate, Nox mentally added and saved the one who was supposed to die, even knowing that by doing so, I would be putting a noose around my own neck. The next day at dawn, Nox gathered his personal maids in his room and spoke from that day forward. Looking at his subjects standing in front of him, the boy added in a commanding tone, We will hunt the local monsters. Announcing his plans for the future, Nox confidently added, Of course you two will accompany me and help me. And then Rona exclaimed in confusion. Raising her hand in front of her, Rona exclaimed in embarrassment, To hunt monsters, you know I need to leave Vey, I think I'm sick. Despite the frightened exclamations of her employee, Jitri de Lovelia did not hesitate for a second to say yes. Grabbing her friend in misfortune by the hand, Rona exclaimed, You can't agree to everything. Seeing the reaction of his subjects to his hunting proposal, Nox mentally said that it was perfectly normal for a maid to be afraid of hunting monsters, a statement that was quite ridiculous in itself. Continuing his thoughts, Nox added an immediate answer in his head, then smiled slyly and said, I know you've used up all your sick days, Rona. Continuing his mockery of the girl, Nox confidently added, and today you can't leave after that, after which she exclaimed in confusion, how can you? With a wink and a sly smile in response to the girl's remark, Nox said, have you forgotten that I am a mediocrity? You will not do what I order, so I will reduce your salary. Start small, just half your salary. Yes. Realizing that jokes would be inappropriate, Rona, in a desperate situation shedding tears, asked me to bring you a bow or a sword. When he heard that the girl had accepted his proposal and finally started asking relevant questions, he just smiled happily in response. Interrupting the mockery of the maid, Jitri de la Villa spoke to the young man, drawing his attention to herself. Showing off her fake smile, the girl asked if I could inform Sir Rodwell that you were planning to leave the estate before the meeting began. When Nox heard the girl's question, he put his hand in his hair and mentally said, so now the most important thing is to continue my life. Having gone on a hunt with his maids, Nox mentally added, and if I am limited in my movements at the same moment catching up with Nox Jitri, exclaimed young sir, wait. This event was also not ignored by the leader of the Rheinhofer family, who was watching from his window the direction in which his youngest son went hunting. A few days later, in the forest of the missing children, which now looks indistinguishable from a regular forest, Nox stumbles upon another monster while hunting. With a swing of his sword, the guy dealt with the advancing enemy without hesitation. At the end of the hunt, the guy received system notifications that said you stole some of the Grey Wolf's life energy and got 2 hours of life. After looking at how much time he was able to earn for himself, Nox mentally said, let's see if I've destroyed all the enemies in this location. Turning his head in different directions where the bodies of the monsters lay, the guy mentally said, for one such hunt, I earned 2 hours of life. A good result is for me. Approaching her young master and handing him a flask of water, Jitri de la Villa said, you have been hunting for an hour without ceasing and are not yet tired. When he received a question from a girl who decided to curry favor with him, Nox mentally said, oh shit. With a disappointed sigh and ignoring Jitri's question, Nox mentally said without using the Time Lord, the hunt is taking too long. Accepting the water from his maid and tipping the flask to take a sip, Nox added in his head with the rest I had only knocked out an hour of life. I was sure the calculations would be far from perfect, but not that far I couldn't go out and hunt monsters every hour. Continuing to think about his situation, the boy added in his head, but the main problem is that monsters are definitely not endless. Hearing the frightened scream of his other maid, who had stumbled upon the body of a grey wolf, Nox added in his mind, I think I've killed most of the people who lived here in the last few days. The next moment, the boy began to shed tears of disappointment and added in his head that with this scenario, the plan to continue his life was being shattered into small pieces. Immediately after finishing his thoughts, Nox sighed heavily and said, who would have thought that the lack of monsters in the area with the rest of us could be such a problem? Hearing her master's disappointed remark, Jitri said it was strange that you were disappointed by the small number of monsters on the grounds. If anyone had heard that, they would have thought you were out of your mind. And then Rona exclaimed, what are you talking about, young sir? After listening to the opinions of his maids, Nox noticed out of the corner of his eye that the sun was beginning to set over the horizon and realized it was time to return home. With his arms at his sides, the guy said, there's nothing more to catch here, so let's go back to the estate, to which Jitri replied, of course, young sir. Continuing to demonstrate a strained smile, the girl asked me to prepare a warm bath for you, and I will choose the most pleasant water temperature for you. After receiving the offer from his maid, Nox mentally said, here comes the Master of Support in all his glory, and then said, okay, I want to take a bath before dinner, hurry up. Smiling happily after receiving a request from Nox, Jitri de la Villa said, you understand, rely on me. Realizing that her work was being taken away by another maid, Rona nervously exclaimed, young master, don't forget about me, I'll clean your room, to which Nox replied in surprise, let's say you do what you want. Hearing what Nox had just told her, Rona quickly packed up the boy's things and hurried back to the mansion to fulfill the plan. Seeing her colleague's hasty actions, Jitri just smiled gently at Rona and then suddenly heard her name called. Turning her head to the young gentleman who called her, the girl said, yes, young Mr. Nox, I'm listening to you. As soon as the girl's attention was focused on him, the guy tilted his head down and said, I'm curious. After which the girl began to clutch a towel in her hand. The next moment, turning his gaze to the girl, Nox added, who exactly do you serve? When she received this question, she looked at Nox with a confused look and said, I'm sorry, what do you mean? Looking at the girl, who suddenly looked down, Nox mentally said, Master Support skill, the beauty and power of a sword is of no consequence if I cannot use it, and so I will throw it away without hesitation. Not hearing anything after his question, Knox waited a few more seconds and then asked, "So that's your answer?" When I received another question from the young Mr. Jitri, I was frightened and hadn't even said anything yet. Trying to somehow get out of this situation, the girl said, "Young sir," I didn't have time to finish when Knox interrupted her and said, "I know what you're going to tell me." Looking at the girl with a menacing look, Knox said, "You don't have to worry about continuing your interrogation. I don't want to continue." Continuing to watch the girl, who bent her head down and began to shake with fear, Knox added, "But in a way, I'm even grateful to you the three-story lie got away from me." The next moment, slowing his pace and removing the sternness from his face, Knox said indifferently, "When you serve me, I will consider you mine." Upon hearing this announcement, the girl froze in place, unable to say a word in response. Walking past the girl and back to his horse, Knox said, "If you need me, you can turn me around as you please," he finished. Walking on, leaving the girl alone with her thoughts, Knox mentally spoke in comparison to unconditional trust. Continuing to move away from the girl, who continued to stand still, the boy added in his head whether this would turn into mutual torture for us, but this is the way we relate. What can you do? That same evening, as Jitri took her place in Ron's bed telling stories, she exclaimed seriously that young Mr. Knox was going too far. Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, the girl added irritatedly, he said something like, "Well, if you don't run with me, what else will I have to laugh about?" and so on every training session. Attracting the attention of her friend, Rona exclaimed, "Come on," to which Jitri looked back at the girl and said a little with a fake smile. The next moment, turning her head to the window and putting her hand to her chest, Jitri thought, "I've heard about how the young gentleman suddenly changed and everyone in Lavilia's family was always talking about it." As Jitri continued her thoughts, feeling a little nervous, she added in her head, "I didn't pay much attention to gossip. People rarely change beyond recognition." The next moment, recalling the gossip about the duel for admission to the academy, she mentally added, "But everyone was talking about how he had defeated two brothers at once and had won the right to study at the academy." As she continued to reflect on who Knox had become, Jitri added in her mind, "He is also one of those who reinforces the greatness of his family, the exact opposite of me." Immediately after recalling her sad fate, the girl sadly said in her head, "I have slipped so low as the rightful heir." Picking up her pendant watch, the girl scrolled it in her hands and repeated in her head what he had said today. Recalling the moment after the hunt when they were alone where Knox said, "You can twist me as you please," I finished. After this mention, the girl holding the pencil in her hand clutched the watch in her hand and mentally added what he meant. Later, incredible rumors spread among the residents of the Rheinhofer estate that Jitri had been expelled from her own family and was no longer allowed to serve the Rheinhofer family. Looking at the letter that read, "Accept Jitri de Lovelia, you do not deserve to be the next heir. You have betrayed your family and will be held accountable for your sins," she clutched it in her hand. Shedding tears after reading it, the girl continued to scroll through the text that read, "You are deprived of all rights as a representative of the first line of the family." With a disappointed sigh after this message, Jitri said in her head, "It looks like I won't be staying with the Rheinhofer family for long either." Continuing her reflections on this conclusion, the maid mentally added it, and no wonder, for she is one of the main dark families. Leaning against the door, the girl sighed heavily and thought, "I work here as a servant of a talentless son just because I lost my family. I have no right to serve him." As she opened the door of the room and went to do her work, Jitri added in her head, "Soon I will be thrown out of here and serve someone else." A few seconds later, when she arrived at the kitchen where the rest of the staff was, Jitri opened the door and shouted greetings with a fake smile. When she saw the anxious maid staring at her, she thought to herself, "They must know everything already." Looking down after this greeting, Jitri said in my head, "I've long been accustomed to judgmental looks." At one point, the girl's sadness was interrupted by a familiar voice calling out to Jitri. She felt a slight nudge and looked back to see Ron, who exclaimed, "I've searched everywhere for you. Let's go quickly." And she was surprised to hear that Ron was there. Smiling awkwardly at the girl who was different from the others and whose attitude toward her had not changed, Jitri wondered if she didn't know. The next moment, when she felt Rona grab her hand and pull her along, Jitri wondered if she was pretending or if she really thought we were friends. As she followed her colleague, who was pulling her along, Jitri mentally added that whatever her reason, she was doing something stupid right now. Feeling mixed feelings about what was happening to her now, Jitri added in her head, "Ron and young Mr. Knox are all doing stupid things." Sitting in his room, Knox looked at the letter that appeared in his possession and thought the end was inevitable. Glancing down at the piece of paper and envelope on the table, the boy thought, and not only for Jitri, Theo may have received a letter as well. Looking at the table with the paper with the sad news, Knox added in his head, "I know that all the accusations about Jitri's father's crimes are really a setup." The next moment, looking out the window and noticing a butterfly flying by, the boy added in his head, "But I also know that I cannot help her." Immediately after recalling how the story ended in the original, the boy added in his head that it was impossible to predict what consequences this butterfly effect would entail. Arriving at the next hunt with Knox, Rona turned to Jitri and said, "You noticed it too." Looking at the boy, the maid added that the young gentleman was even more ruthless than usual today. Peeking out from behind the bushes in which they were hiding from the monsters, Ron added awkwardly, "He was usually at least a little more merciful." Continuing his reflections while observing Knox's behavior, Ron added thoughtfully, "But today he's a little bit different." At one point, interrupting her employee's thoughts, Jitri turned her head and asked if she really thought so. Jitri herself also noticed some changes in the boy and pressed her hand to her chest and thought how hard it was. At the same time, having dealt with most of the monsters he encountered, Knox said in his head that he should be here any minute. After waiting for some time and not seeing any suspicious activity, the boy was disappointed and thought that he really would not show up today. In the forest of the missing children, there is a monster that comes only when about 20% of the total number of monsters remains, a hidden boss monster. As Knox sheathed his sword, he thought, "I'd like to believe that eliminating it would raise my stats quite a bit, but it's not to be." As soon as he thought about it, he felt a strong gust of wind that suddenly appeared in the distance, and Knox mentally wondered what had just happened. Quickly drawing his sword and blocking the enemy's sudden attack, Knox thought to himself, "He has incredible speed." Smiling happily after such an interesting meeting, the guy anticipated an interesting battle and thought just like the hidden boss. The next moment, seeing a giant flying monster in front of him, Knox mentally said, "The elite king wasp is a tough one." Continuing to deflect the blows of the monster that circled around him, the boy mentally added, "But not so much that I can't handle it." At one point, interrupting the boy's thoughts, Jitri jumped onto the battlefield and shouted out to the young sir. Appearing behind her master Jitri's back to save his life, she herself was attacked by the monster. Seeing the elite king wasp piercing Jitri's body with its sting, Knox mentally said, "I would have dodged such an attack without Jitri's help." Frozen in place by this sight, Knox mentally wondered why the girl would save me. The next moment, turning his gaze to the elite royal wasp, the boy added in his head who would dare to attack the monster that suddenly appeared in front of his nose. Turning his gaze back to the wounded girl who had stepped in to save him, Knox mentally said, "I'll use this skill and save her at the same time." Feeling somewhat angry at the girl's rash actions, Knox gritted his teeth and activated the Time Lord skill. Looking at the little girl who fell to the ground again, scratched her knee and called out to her mother, a woman's voice said, "Why does our sweet Jitri keep falling?" And then a man's voice sounded, and her knee wounds never fully healed. In her memories, Jitri recalled her family and childhood and said, "My parents always told me that my knees would not heal completely." Looking down after this mention, Jitri added in her mind, "Just like wounds in the heart never heal, I wonder if they foresaw this future for me." The next moment she remembered the moment from the hunt when Knox turned his head to her and asked who you serve. Feeling even more depressed and emotionally distressed, she said in her head to whom she served. The next moment the image of her father smiling gently at her came to mind. After a moment the picture changed to a picture of her uncle's massacre of her parents, after which he put his hand to his heart and exclaimed, "Jitri, this is my family now." Watching the images rapidly change in her head, Jitri came to the moment of her conversation with Theo von Reinhofer and thought, "Who am I supposed to serve?" As she continued to float in thought, she began to hear voices in her head repeating, "Who you serve, and if you need to, you can twist me around as you please because I will do the same." And then she heard someone calling her name, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Knox and Rona in front of her. Trying to help the girl Knox, somehow ignoring the notifications that said you defeated the monster, you get exclusive rewards, he said, "Hold on a little longer." Looking at the wounded maid, Knox said, "It's over, I'll take you home." And then Rona exclaimed, "Young sir, we need to get back to the manor as soon as possible." Opening her eyes and seeing a couple of people who were concerned about her condition, Jitri thought to herself, "That's a lie, that's not the way. People who are going to use you do things." The next moment, when she saw Knox's image and her eyes begin to blur, she mentally added, "Why I smell fear." As she was losing consciousness, she shed a tear and added to the anger in his voice. After reading the message about Jitri's disinheritance, Theo von Reinhofer asked how serious the situation was. When asked by the family leader, the chief butler said that according to the research, the letter was true, and the Lavilia family decided to expel Jitri. After receiving a report on the situation, Theo von Reinhofer thought I took Jitri primarily because it might be an opportunity to capture the Lavilia family. Continuing his reflections, the family leader, recalling Jitri, mentally added that due to the loss of their leader, their position is now quite precarious, which creates the best conditions for oppressing this family, or rather, instability in the family will negatively affect the position of the heir. As Theo continued to think, he added in his head that the Reinhafers could have conquered them with their intervention, but Jitri was thrown out of the family before the plan could be implemented. The next moment, the leader of the Reinhafer family shrugged and said, "Well, there's nothing you can do about it, so what do you think you're going to do with Jitri now?" When asked about his next steps, Rodwell said it would be an incredible shame to leave nameless servants at young Mr. Knox's side, and Eldane Academy would not accept or approve of it. Continuing to express his thoughts on how to proceed, the head butler added, "We need to resolve this issue without undue attention," to which Theo replied, "I agree with you." At one point, a subject burst into the family leader's office and exclaimed, "Sir!" And Rodwell saw this and asked why you were breaking in without permission, to which the servant replied, "I beg your pardon." Having attracted the attention of the family leader, the subject added that young Mr. Knox had brought a maid who had been injured while he was hunting. Bowing his head to Theo von Reinhofer, the butler added that she had been poisoned and was in critical condition, and he had given her an expensive antidote without any prompting, so I am reporting everything to you. Hearing what the subject had just reported, the chief butler turned to the servant and asked him, hopefully not for the mandrake healing potion, to which he replied. Putting his hand to his forehead, the chief butler sighed heavily and said, "It's too expensive." Also hearing a report from his subject about the latest news in the estate, the family leader looked down and mentally said, "I got attached to the maid so quickly." Continuing to reflect on the information that the servant had just told him, the family leader added in his mind, "Who knows what the cost of such feelings will be." At the same time, somewhere in another room, Rona was standing over her friend's bed and kept shouting at Jitra when she saw that she started to open her eyes. As soon as the girl regained consciousness and opened her eyes, Rona exclaimed in fright, shedding tears, "I'm so glad you came to." Looking at Ron and the ceiling that opened up to her after Jitri woke up, trying to figure out where she was, she thought what had happened. The next moment, recalling what had happened on the hunt, she mentally added to the young gentleman that everything was fine and that was why I did it. Continuing to shed tears after her friend woke up, Rona said, "The young gentleman gave you an antidote, a healing something or other." Recalling the moment when they first returned to the manor and Knox pointed to the girl and said, "Save her," Rona exclaimed, "It doesn't matter, it must help." He ignored the doctor's refusal and said that if he wanted to live, he should use the potion. Continuing her story, the maid added that he was probably still alive, and that Jitri thought of the mandrake potion as a reason why he had done it. Squeezing her hand and feeling a certain weakness, Jitri mentally added, "He was holding me for his own benefit, wasn't he?" Seeing that the girl began to get up, Rona exclaimed in embarrassment, "You need to rest your wounds, they don't hurt," and then heard where young Mr. Knox was. After receiving a question from his friend Ron, she said thoughtfully, "He went to find Cammerger and asked me to let him know when you wake up." Quickly heading off in search of young Mr. Ron leaving the room, I called out, "I'll be back soon, get some rest," and then the door slammed shut. When no one was left in the room, Jitri got to her feet and headed for her suitcase, thinking, "I don't belong here." After putting all her things inside, she added, "I realize that I don't deserve to be here or anywhere else." Taking out her pendant watch, she clutched it in her hand and felt a strong squeeze in her chest. The next moment, she opened it and pulled out a photo of her parents that had always been with her. After taking the most valuable thing for herself, the girl left the watch on the table along with a letter that read, "Young sir, I know that by your order I was given an antidote. I think this pendant will be able to fully cover all the embezzlement." Throwing on her cloak, the girl took one last look at the note she had left on the salt with the text, "Thank you for saving my life," and headed for the exit. On her way out of the Reinhofer estate, she heard a disgruntled voice saying, "Well, where are you going?" and then froze in her tracks. A young gentleman whom she served for this short period of time appeared on her way, asked a question, and made her stop in her tracks. Looking at the girl who decided to quietly escape with a stern look, Knox added, "I'm asking you again where you're going." Arriving at the mansion after the hunt, Knox, standing in the room with the doctor, asked him, "A man is dying right in front of your eyes, and you're worried about the price of medicine." In response to the boy's question, the doctor answered confusedly, "No, that's not the point. It's just that I can't give her medicine without the permission of the family leader." Hearing the doctor's remarks, who refused to follow his orders, Knox looked at the wounded Jitri and said, "Well, that's a leader." Not wanting to give up so easily, the guy suddenly asked if Rodwell was higher than me in the family hierarchy. When the doctor received the question from the young gentleman, he said, "What are you talking about?" Realizing that he had found a place to put pressure, Knox said, "I will immediately report everything to my father. Do your job, and then I heard you. I understand. Watching the doctor give the girl the antidote, Rona asked if Jitri would be okay, and the doctor replied that she would live because we had neutralized the poison. When the maid heard the good news from the doctor, she sighed with relief and said, "That's good." The next moment, noticing that Knox was heading for the exit, Ron said in surprise. Confidently walking on, Knox kept his eyes on the road and said, "Report back to me when Jitri wakes up." After a while, when he saw his younger son Theo in his office, von Reinhofer was surprised to hear that you rarely look for me. Looking at Knox, who was kneeling before him on one knee, the Reinhofer family leader added that it was all because of that maid. Activating his acting skill, Knox said one request. "I remember you said you would fulfill one of my requests," and then Theo said yes. Then Knox, remembering the maid, who was no longer part of his family, said to Jitra de la Villa, "Give her to me. She is no longer part of your family anyway." Seeing that his father bowed his head after his request, Knox thought of a butterfly effect that would affect the course of the story of Spy Theo, so now the problem is solved. Continuing his thoughts, Knox added in his head, "Today when I saw her rush to save me, I realized something." While putting all the pieces together in his head, Knox mentally added the answer she never gave me and the act that put everything in its place. After thinking about his son's words for a while, the leader of the Reinhofer family said, "Well, if that is your wish, I will fulfill it." Rising to his feet after Theo agreed to fulfill his wish, Knox added to the leader, "Your useless son has something else to say." When the family leader heard that Knox had not yet finished talking to him and wanted to tell him something else, he said, "Well, go ahead." After receiving permission to continue expressing his desire, Knox said, "If you are my father." As soon as he said this, a notification appeared in front of him. "Attention, the skill may be interrupted due to your emotional state." And then Knox added, "Please stop playing with my people." After finishing the dialogue with his father, Knox, on his way back, accidentally ran into Jitri and asked where he was going. After receiving the question from the guy, the girl, feeling afraid and her whole body trembling, said, "I'm leaving. I think I don't belong here anymore." Clutching her suitcase tightly in her hands, she added, trying to calm her trembling, "Thank you for everything you've done for me." Before she could finish, Knox said, "I'm asking again." Looking at the girl, who was very worried about her situation, the boy added, "Why does my maid run away instead of doing her job?" Looking down, Jitri shed tears and said, "But you already know the answer. The leader ordered me to follow you and therefore to deceive you." The next moment she looked up at the guy who was standing in her way and exclaimed, "Why don't you just let me go?" Continuing to shed tears, the girl exclaimed, "I lied to you. I wouldn't even have any questions if you threw me out of here right now. Then why?" Feeling a small smile appear on his face, Knox mentally said, "That's what Jitri is like behind the mask. You can see she's also a person who decided to keep fighting no matter what." The next moment, looking down, Knox said that people constantly deceive each other, which shocked the girl. Surprised by this statement, Jitri exclaimed in confusion, "But I have committed a real crime against you." Hearing the girl's remark, Knox said, "That's why, after you betrayed me, you decided to leave without paying for your actions. Who allowed you to leave the walls of this house in the first place?" After hearing the guy's comments and questions, the girl confusedly said, "What do you mean?" Then Knox reached out his hand to the girl and said, "You're staying here, Jitri. I have no idea what your father's thinking about this, but it doesn't seem like you belong to the Lavilia family to me." The next moment, putting his hand to his chest, the boy added, "I need your abilities," to which Jitri replied, "Young sir." Knox bowed his head down and walked past the girl, saying, "I want you to help me until you pay for your own crime." Continuing to move away from the girl, Knox added, "Until then, you are my maid," after which Jitri suddenly felt relieved. Unable to contain her emotions, the girl shed tears because she felt that even she could be treated well despite everything she had done. After calming her tears and looking back, the girl said, "I understand you, young mister. Knox, I will be on your side until the end. I will help you." When he heard that the girl had taken his side and would continue to serve him, Knox smiled and bowed his head, saying, "Well, that's good." Before he could get far away, Jitri said, "I remember once you asked me who I was serving," and then Knox turned his head sharply back and said something like this. Gently smiling with her sincere smile, the girl said, "And you know what the answer will be." Looking at the girl who had finally awakened to life and hope, Knox said, "I know." After a while cleaning Ron's estate, I spoke up and said that the young gentleman directly threatened the doctor, saying that he would finish him off, and the doctor was like that. Accidentally finding himself in the place where his maid worked, Knox told Rona not to get on my nerves, at least in my presence, after which the girl exclaimed in confusion, "Oh, you heard me." Clenching his hand into a fist, Knox said, trying to contain his anger, that he could not even make excuses for this. Realizing what she had just done and said, the girl suddenly exclaimed, "Yay!" and covered her mouth with her hands. The next moment, looking at her friend, Rona exclaimed, "Jitri, you're feeling better. Just don't overdo the laundry. I'll take care of it." Taking the basket of laundry, Rona quickly ran out of the room, exclaiming, "Young master, it's time to dry the laundry." Putting a hand to his forehead and sighing heavily, Knox said, "Why is she always such a nuisance?" The next moment he turned his head to the other maid and said to Jitra, "You remember that you are leaving for Elden Academy with me in 2 months?" To which she replied, "Of course, I have already started preparing to move." Hearing what the girl had just told him, Knox asked in surprise to get ready, after which Jitri said, "I've packed you with essentials, books, medicines, clothes, and a special uniform for traveling." Continuing to tell how she was preparing for the move, she added, "And at that moment Knox smiled happily and thought she no longer squeezed a smile out of her face when she saw me." Remembering the words of the girl who had said, "I'm tired of all this and it's not my strong suit," Knox thought, now it's much more pleasant with her. As Knox continued his thoughts, he added in his head that he wouldn't have to put on a circus either, by exchanging pleasantries and useless conversations without anyone noticing that he was ignoring Jitri. She noticed a thoughtful gentleman with a smile on his face who was wondering if we would be cornered and stand back to back and never betray each other, and she smiled gently, reading a book in his room while the girl stood next to him with a teapot in her hands. Knox mentally added, "Yes, it will be much better for both of us." At one point, while reading the book, Knox heard a young gentleman say to him, "By the way, you are definitely fine." Having attracted the guy's attention, Jitri added, "There are some unpleasant rumors about you." Turning his chair to the girl, Knox sat down in his seat and asked about the unpleasant rumors, and then mentally said something new, even wondering what could be worse than what we already had. Thinking about how to start, the girl said uncertainly, "Well, they say that you left me as your maid because you fell in love." Hearing what the girl had just told him, Knox mentally said that that was it, and if you think about it, Knox would have been embarrassed by the news. Exhaling a sigh of relief and sitting down in his seat, Knox said, "I'm sorry for starting the rumors," to which Jitri replied, "No, that's not why I told you." Continuing to look at her master, the maid added worriedly, "I just thought you might be embarrassed by this." Sighing in disappointment after the girl's words, Knox said, "Well, there's no point in worrying. You've heard what they say about me. I'm a useless idiot who's a disgrace to the whole family." Averting her gaze to the side, the girl awkwardly said, "Well, it's not that bad," to which Knox sternly remarked, "If you lie, I'll kill you." Realizing that there was no way to lie, Jitri said nervously, "I've heard that before, but I've noticed the most horrible thing of all." The next moment, turning his gaze to the boy, Jitri asked anxiously, "Is it true that they say you're a pervert?" When Knox heard the rumors about him, he covered his face with his hands in shame and disappointment at how badly he was being thought of. The next moment, putting his hand to his forehead, Knox mentally said, "After all I've done, my reputation is still below par, even though I used to be a worthless wimp." Immediately after scratching his cheek thoughtfully, the boy added, "Now he's just an upstart, but he's capable." Stretching out his hand in front of him and looking at it, the boy added in his head, "But that's enough. Knox is a thief, and my job is to remain a thief so that the main character appears in all his glory." The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist, Knox mentally said, "The main character in Inner Lunatic already exists, and it's not me." After finishing his thoughts, the boy waved his hand and said, "All right, enough of this gossip and talk." Turning his gaze to the maid standing in front of him, the boy added, "I have an errand for you." Drawing Jitri's attention to himself, Knox said in a scrutinizing tone, "In order to survive at Elden Academy, it is obvious that not only you but also I need to prepare in advance." When Jitri heard what I was talking about, she asked me what I meant by prepare. Covering his smile with his hand, Knox thought Jitri's ability to have an unwavering heart means that she can trust a person completely, so it would be a good idea to share my plans for the future with her, and it would be to my advantage if she knew a little more about me. Having finished his thoughts and removed his hand from his face, Knox said, "I want to start studying magic before I start my studies at the academy, and you will help me with that." Hearing what her master wanted to learn, the girl said anxiously, "But you know that this is forbidden by the law of the Empire." Hearing the remark from his maid, Knox said, "Of course," after which Jitri remarked, "You're a nerve," and then added, "I'm already a nerve, and I'm lustful." With a disappointed sigh after hearing the words from her master's mouth, the girl said, "So you were offended." Realizing that she had no choice, Jitri accepted the boy's wish and said, "Well, it's understandable that she surprised Knox." Looking at her master with a confident gaze, the maid said, "I'm sure you have every reason to take such risks, and I'll look for books that might help." When he heard that the girl had finally taken his side, Knox happily said in his head, "This is exactly what I wanted." Sometime later, as the maid went to look for books, Knox heard shouting outside the windows, faster than he could hear, and mentally wondered what the noise was. As he approached the window to see what was going on, he heard a sound from outside that would make us all feel bad if we didn't prepare properly. Hearing young Mr. Grain return, Knox was surprised to hear that Grain had returned after graduating from the academy. Watching the bustling servants unloading the luggage, Knox added in his head, I had already managed to forget about such a big event. With a sly smile, watching everything that was happening from the balcony, Knox said in his head, my chance to continue my life has come. The next moment, Knox tapped his hand on the table and spoke to Jitra, drawing the girl's attention to him. Looking at his maid with a smile, the boy added, I think I'm going to need to leave you alone for a while right now. The maid said with a worried sigh after the boy's report, Young sir, what are you up to this time? Gathered around the table with his sons, the family leader said, I congratulate you on your graduation from Eldon Academy. Upon hearing the congratulations from the leader of the Reinhofer family, Grain von Reinhofer smiled at his father and said, Thank you, father. Gran von Reinhofer is the second son of Theo and one of Knox's older brothers. Using his visionary skill, Knox saw Grain von Reinhofer gender male. He is 16, race human, main element, darkness, active skills, true motives, skills, positive adaptability, conventional precise calculation, negative, hypocrite, arrogant, class discrimination, aristocrat, to the core opportunist. Looking at his older brother, Knox mentally said, a perverted man who blossoms as soon as a real woman comes into view, and he's also an opportunist. And the academy professor said, continuing his thoughts, the youngest son added in his mind that the only reason why Grain's rotten nature had not yet been revealed was because Knox's mediocrity was even worse. With a sly smile watching his older brother, Knox thought that in a society of politicians and talk about his brother, he was like a fish out of water. Continuing his thoughts on Grain, Knox mentally spoke, and using his ability to spin politics, he completed the Eldane Academy, certainly a famous academy, however, complete its assignment with an asterisk. Continuing his thoughts, Knox mentally added the entrance exams that would be required of all those wishing to enter. Less than 1,000 would be able to pass, and at best half would graduate. At one point during the meal, the family leader said to his son Grain that the date of his departure for Chedersa was already known. When asked by his father, the boy confidently said, Of course I will go north to Chaders in 3 days. When he heard when his son was going to go on a trip, the family leader said that at this time of year you are probably going to hunt monsters. Chaders is an independent territory in the north that borders the Rheinhofer domains, and its eastern neighbor is Tugelen, which is bounded by the desert. And it is dangerous there not only because of the drought, but also because of the large number of monsters that infest the desert. The imperial family instructed Grain to get rid of the monsters that torment Chaders. The law of the Achaem Empire states that it is mandatory to complete the first mission on behalf of the emperor in order to receive the title of knight approved by the imperial family itself. Joining the dialogue with Father, Grain spoke with the arrival of winter Chaders are overrun by various vermin. It seems the imperial family has decided to take measures to solve the problem. After hearing the words from his eldest son, the father said that while their land was barren, other territories suffered no less. The next moment, ignoring his own remark, the family leader added that it was not important to dishonor the Rheinhofer family. Hearing his father's instruction, the boy put his hand to his chest and bowed, saying these words would become my motto for the rest of my life, Father. After listening to the conversation between the family leader and his older brother, Knox mentally said the mission to Chaders is not just a monster hunt. It's not an ordinary out-of-scene scene. This location will appear more than once in the main storyline. Taking a handkerchief from the table and starting to wipe his mouth, Knox added in his head, this means that there will be a lot to gain from it. At the end of his reflections, Knox decided to join the conversation and asked, Brother, are you going to Chaders? To which he replied, yes. After which Knox thought, and what good will it do me? The next moment, looking confidently at Grain, the younger brother said, you can take me with you, and then mentally added that he would have to personally participate in quest of Chaders. Upon hearing Knox's request, the elder brother and family leader were shocked to hear such a sudden request from a child. Immediately after, with a sly smile, the older brother said to Knox, what are you talking about? Do you have any idea what Chaders is? In response to his brother's question, Knox said, I've heard that this is a neutral area that is systematically attacked by monsters and a favorite hiding place for various criminal groups. Hearing what his younger brother had just told him, Grania said in surprise, your name has been coming up a lot lately. Knox mentally recited the Grania possessed to detect true motives. Looking at his younger brother using his skill, Grain asked, is it true that you were able to explore the forest of the missing children with the second daughter of the Stilners? When asked a question by his older brother, Knox confidently answered yes, but then mentally said this ability helps him to easily determine a person's motives if the target's performance is lower than his own. Continuing his thoughts, Knox mentally added, simply put, it was with this skill that he cleared his way into the world of political games, after which Grain spoke, and it turns out that you also defeated the twins and took in an ordinary maid. At that very moment, Knox mentally spoke, but then a notification appeared over him, the skill of cold reason activated to confront true motives. Then he said it was true. With an impressed sigh, the older brother looked down and said, I understand that you have achieved a lot lately. The next moment, pointing a finger at the boy in front of him, Grain added in a haughty tone, but I can't take you, who hasn't even graduated from Eldane Academy, on a mission, and I don't want to carry your motionless body in my arms. Immediately after hearing the mockery of the younger man, Theo intervened in the conversation, slamming his hand on the table and saying, so, after which Grain exclaimed to his father in surprise, and Theo added, take my word for it, it won't happen. As the family leader stood up from the table and headed for the exit, he looked at his second son and said, Grain, take your brother with you on the mission. Hearing what the family leader had just told him, the second son of the Reinhofer family exclaimed in confusion to his father. Turning his fearsome gaze on his son who dared to contradict him, Theo von Reinhofer spoke the order. The next moment, turning his gaze to his younger son, who was silently watching, the family leader added, our family will provide everything necessary to fulfill the mission. Before leaving the banquet hall, the man said one last time, get ready to leave in 3 days, and slammed the door behind him. When I heard that he was really going on a mission with Garen Knox, I looked at the door where my father had just left and mentally said that he had just let me go so easily. The next moment, Knox's father's image appeared in his mind, and he was definitely up to something, Theo thought. When he finished his guesses about his father's actions, the boy heard an exclamation from behind him, what are you doing? Turning his head back, the boy saw his angry brother smiling ominously and telling Knox that he had completely lost his mind or something. In response to his older brother's remark, Knox replied with restraint that no matter how crazy I might seem now, it's better than the old me, to which Graham angrily exclaimed, how dare you, Joe? The next moment, unable to contain his emotions, the older brother grabbed the younger brother by the collar and said, hey, you better watch what you're doing, okay? Continuing to look at his younger brother with an angry grimace, Graham added, it would be very sad if you got hurt right before you went to Chater's. At the same time, another person joined the conversation, accidentally dropping a glass of wine from her hands and spilling it on Knox's sleeve, exclaiming, I'm sorry. Bowing to the boy after the drink was spilled on him, Jitri exclaimed, I'm sorry, young Mr. Knox, I'll clean it up. Please come to your room and I'll fix it. Seeing that their showdown had been interrupted, Grain cried out in displeasure and retreated, letting his brother go. Straightening his collar after the situation was resolved, Knox said, I'm sorry, brother, my maid was at fault. The next moment, as Knox and the girl walked out of the refectory, he added, before leaving him alone, I have to leave you. Crossing the threshold of the door, the boy looked back at his older brother and said, see you soon, we're going to conquer Chater's in 3 days. Hearing his younger brother's remarks, the older one remained standing in place, gritting his teeth and clenching his fist in anger. Once in the corridor, Knox said, thank you. Thanks to you, I managed to avoid trouble. To which Jitri exclaimed, you really have a talent for finding trouble out of nowhere. Immediately after expressing her dissatisfaction, the girl stopped in her tracks and said, but are you really sure about that, Chater's? Before the girl could finish her thought, Knox interrupted her and said, it's okay, you don't have to worry. Opening the door to his room before entering, the boy heard a loud shout from his maid, which came from inside the room of young Mr. Knox. Going out to meet a guy who was going to go on a trip with his older brother soon, Rona added, where you say you are going. Looking at his maid, who decided to shout at him, Knox mentally said to her that she had lost her memory and forgot where she belonged. Passing by the girl, the boy shrugged and said how quickly rumors spread, but everything was already decided, and then mentally said, is the sudden joining of a mediocre family to the mission in Chadursa so surprising? At that very moment, Jitri joined the dialogue, putting her hand to her chest and said, I completely agree with Rona. And then Rona shouted out to Jitri. Continuing her thought, the maid Jitri de la Vilia added, Chater's is too dangerous an area. It is just teeming with all kinds of monsters and criminal gangs. Hearing Knox's remark, he joyfully exclaimed in his mind that this was the perfect chance to extend his life, and then said, I know what I'm doing. The next moment, looking down, Knox closed his eyes and said, I'm leaving without you. You stay here at the manor. Before Knox could complete his thought, Jitri interrupted him, saying, I'm sorry, but this is simply unacceptable. Drawing the boy's attention to her, Jitri added, as your servant, I am obliged to help you wherever you are, and that is why I am coming with you. When Knox heard that the girl was serious about accompanying him, he remarked, but you can get seriously injured, and then heard exactly what he said. Confirming the words of her young gentleman, the girl also said, but the same goes for you too. Continuing to emphasize the need for her to go with Knox, Jitri added, Rona told me how weak and sickly you are. Continuing her speech, the maid poked at the boy with remarks and added, how can you go on such a long trip and without me you are constantly forgetting your things and someone will have to wash your clothes? After emphasizing a few necessary things that you will have to do even when traveling, Jitri asked, you will do all this on your own, right? After hearing the girl's final argument, Nox put his hand to his temple and awkwardly said in his head, "She's right, this is reality now, and I didn't even have to think about such trivial concerns during the game." Turning his gaze to the maid who insisted on traveling with him, Nox mentally said, "If I die, her position in the Reinhofer family will be shaken." With his hand on his head, Nox looked away guiltily and said in his head, "She has no choice but to follow me too." Immediately after completing his thoughts, Nox said, "Well, good," and Jitri breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after agreeing on a candidate to accompany him on the trip, Nox added, "But you will obey me, and you also need to learn to ride." After hearing her master's demands about the skills she needed to learn, Jitri said, "I understand, I've become more or less friends with Carl," and then Rona grabbed her friend's shoulder and exclaimed that she had become friends with Carl. When Rona heard that Jitri had done something unrealistic for her, she added, "How did you do it?" And her friend said, "I spent half my salary on high-quality sugar cubes for horses, and he was happy to open up to me." Feeling very disappointed and resentful of Ron's horse, Carl said sadly, "Of which this hay is not food, bad horse." Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, the maid added, "It's clear you're a monster like your master." And then Nox, unable to stand this attitude, smiled and clenched his hand into a fist. Slapping Rona on the head for her words, Nox said, "But Rona is still Jitri. You'll help me if you're coming too. You'll do the preparations." The next moment he looked back at his maid, whom he had just knocked on the head. Nox thought to himself, "She was so worried about me, she'll be fine." At one point the door to the room opened and everyone present turned their attention to the front door. Turning their attention back to the entrance, Nox and the yogi maids at the entrance saw Rodwal bow and say, "Young Mr. Nox, the leader, though I have something to tell you." Upon hearing the reason for his visit, Nox, the chief butler, looked at his subject and said in his head, "Theo," and also gave him something to pass on. Immediately after his thoughts, Nox's memory flashed back to his father, who told him that our family would provide everything he needed to complete the task. The next moment after he mentioned it, Nox thoughtfully said something in his head that was necessary, and I still don't understand why Theo took my side at dinner. Sure, he was up to something. After a while, on the orders of the head butler, Nox arrived at the family leader's room. Seeing the boy in his office, Theo said, "Here you are." Putting his hand to his chest and bowing before the family leader, the younger son said, "I was told that you wanted to see me." When he heard that the boy had been given all the information exactly as he had asked, the leader of the Reinhofer family said so and then turned his attention to the object on his desk. Looking at the sword lying in a box on his desk, Theo von Reinhofer said, "Whether this relic will be yours depends on you," and Nox said the same thing in surprise. Watching the weapons his father showed him, the boy was surprised to add the sword of the Reinhofer family's ancestor. The next moment, looking up at the family leader and locking eyes with him, Nox mentally spoke the sword of the Reinhofer family's ancestor, quite unexpectedly. Continuing his thoughts, the guy added in his head, "And all because during my game of Inner Moonlight, this sword was never mentioned. I was a nerd who played the game from start to finish 27 times and did not know about it." Continuing to stand before the family leader in complete confusion, Nox added in his head, "But why on earth did he decide to hand it over to me? He knows not what the hell is going on right now." Turning his gaze back to the weapon lying on the table in front of him, the boy said in his head, "I need to touch this sword, but I don't care about its appearance." Seeing that his son was embarrassed by this conversation, the family leader said, "You might think that he seems to be worn out by time." The next moment, recalling the history of this weapon, Theo von Reinhofer added, "However, it was this sword that accompanied my ancestor throughout his life, and the same sword is with me to this day." Having listened to the story of the family leader to the very end, Nox stretched out his hand in front of him and said, "Please tell me what I need to do to get it," to which Theo replied, "Try to take it in your hands." Hearing the order from Theo, Nox did not hesitate long to reach for his sword and picked it up and saw it suddenly begin to emit a dark glow. Feeling the mana being sucked out of his body, Nox said in his head, "My mana, it's being absorbed." After standing for a few seconds with the weapon in his hands, the guy filled it with a certain amount of mana and said in surprise in his head that the color of the blade had changed. Seeing the weapon's reaction to his youngest son, Theo von Reinhofer stood up from his seat and said, "I thought you had already started to master mana." Noticing the surprised expression on his son's face, Theo stood up from his chair at the table and said, "Well, I saw that coming." Leaving his table, the family leader turned his gaze to his youngest son and said, "This sword absorbs the mana of its owner and releases it several times more powerful." Hearing what exactly this sword does with mana, Nox mentally said that the mana from it comes several times stronger, and then said that to cope with such a thing you will definitely have to sweat. Continuing to hold the sword in his hands, at one point Nox received a warning that said, "Attention, your mana is quickly absorbed due to this skill acting as unstable." When Nox saw this warning, he gritted his teeth and muttered in his head, I'm going to be in trouble if he keeps consuming mana at this rate. At that very moment, standing next to his son, the leader of the Reinhofer family said, "If you want to get this sword, you have to hold this position for 10 minutes without letting go of it." When Knox heard the condition for keeping the weapon, he mentally said that 10 minutes in this state, you're a bastard. Standing close to his son and watching him out of the corner of his eye, the family leader said the name of the sword, the Thunderbolt. Holding the sword in his hands, Knox received new notifications that said basic information such as name Thunderbolt weakening category weapon rank can grow from medium to advanced elemental darkness. Continuing to hold the weapon in his hands, the guy continued to receive notifications that said that after each destruction made by the sword, it absorbs your mana, taking it into its characteristics. As soon as the sword absorbs a sufficiently large amount of the owner's mana, it will release it, thereby unlocking its own power. Without letting go of the weapon for a single moment, Knox said in his head, embarrassed, this was not the most important information, at least not right now. A few seconds later, another system notification appeared in front of the guy, saying that your mana supply was completely depleted and the energy resource was changing. The next moment, as soon as the color of the sword changed to red, Knox received another notification that said the player's life force was being forced into mana. When he received another system notification that said your life force was rapidly decreasing, Knox mentally said, "Oh shit." Realizing that things were bad, Knox tried to release the sword from his hands and said in his head, "The hell with this sword, I have to stop it, I can't let it go." Gritting his teeth because his hands could not open to throw away the sword, the guy shouted out without holding back his emotions, "Damn sword!" At the same time, standing near his son, the family leader, watching everything that was happening, mentally said to the Thunderer what kind of sword he was. "It is a magical sword that grants enormous power proportional to the damage done to the wielder, and it helped the ancestor found the family, but despite the fact that the Reinhofers managed to become a respected dark family, none of the descendants were ever able to fully master the sword." Recalling the moment when the other sons were tested in the sword test, Theo von Reinhofer said in his head that 9 out of 10 people will fail the test as soon as they touch the sword, which is why holding out for 10 minutes is worth a lot. The next moment, remembering his youthful road, the man added in his head, "Even I myself am not able to hold it in my hands for more than 1 hour." Immediately after imagining his youngest son in his mind, the family leader mentally said, "But I ordered my son who has not fully mastered mana to hold the sword." Considering that he saved the maid and a bunch of other recent cases, it's impossible not to notice that Knox was involved in all of them, and this is far from a singing fall. Looking again at his son, who had fallen to his knees but continued to hold the sword in his hands, the family leader said, "He's growing even faster than I expected." At one point, realizing the prospects of this young man, Theo von Reinhofer thought he might not be inferior to the Emperor of Swords himself. As he continued his thoughts, watching his son, the man said in his head, "That's why I decided to test him if he could hold out for 10 minutes. Watching him breathe heavily during the test, Theo mentally added, "Knox has every chance of becoming the strongest family leader in history and surpassing me." The next moment, noticing Knox gritting his teeth and turning his weary gaze on him, the family leader mentally mumbled and then finally successfully finished him off. As soon as the time passed and the sword stopped absorbing power and mana from the boy, Theo von Reinhofer said, "Just as I thought, you were hiding your power." Hearing what the family leader had just said to him, Knox, who was passing by, asked in surprise what he was talking about. Heading for the exit of his office where the test was taking place, Theo von Reinhofer said, "From now on, the sword belongs to you." When he heard that he had passed his father's test, Knox breathed heavily and thought, "What the hell, life can turn around and then go in all 4 directions." 3 days later, a group of people gathered, and several people besides the sons of the Reinhardt family set out on a mission to conquer traitors. Sitting on a horse with her master, Jitri said so many things needed to be packed with her. Luckily, the bag was full and everything fit. Trying to lighten the mood, no matter how hard the girl tried, Knox remained gloomy and followed the others. Watching her master, Jitri thought to herself, he was so eager for this mission, so why is he in such a bad mood? At one point in the middle of the journey, Knox, sitting on his horse, sighed heavily and then mentally said, "You stuck me with another weapon besides the Thunderbolt." Feeling a bit angry about his recent situation, the guy mentally said, "But after having my life force taken away from me, I'm not going to thank you for such gifts." The next moment, noticing the pile of stuff his brother was carrying, Knox thought, "I wonder if Grain has ever packed a bunch of stuff before, but this time he's overdone it, obviously because I agreed to carry stuff for the mission." As Knox continued to follow his brother and his comrades, he could hear the conversations among the monsters we studied at the academy, laughing and shouting, "But come on, let's go this way." At one point, Seeing that the group had suddenly stopped, Knox stopped his horse, and then Jitri looked out from behind him, wondering what had happened. Watching the guides argue with each other, shouting, "I'm not sure this is the right way or that way, we need to go this way," Knox said that we were already lost. Feeling very dissatisfied that they were in the middle of nowhere, the second son of the family heard the shout and asked when we would arrive. Unable to stand the arguments, the guy approached the guides and exclaimed, "Ron, didn't you say you knew the way like the back of your hand?" Bowing his head to his master, Captain Ron of the knightly order hired by Grain said guiltily, "I'm sorry, I've just never been here before." After hearing the apology from his guide, the second son of the Reinhofer family angrily exclaimed that we were lost, after which Knox said, "What idiots." Hearing her master getting angry, Jitri looked out from behind the boy and asked young Mr. Knox. Looking back at his maid and realizing that she had begun to worry about his behavior, Knox said, "I didn't say that to you. I said it to those clumsy fools." The next moment, Knox moved his horse a little forward to the rest of the people and said, "Hey, brother," which got the attention of the people who were arguing. As soon as all attention was focused on him, Knox said, "I think we've lost our way a little bit, or maybe I'm wrong." Waving his hand away from his younger brother, Grain said, "This has nothing to do with you." When Knox heard his questions dismissed, he tilted his head to the side and said, "We've lost our way." After receiving another rebuke from his younger brother, Grain turned his head toward him and exclaimed, "I already told you, it's not your business." After listening to another exclamation from his older brother, Knox realized that this was not going to be the case, and smiled happily and said confidently, "I'll take us." Gritting his teeth after hearing his younger brother's promise, the second son of the Reinhofer family exclaimed, "You just said that." Looking at his brother, who was smiling in this situation, Grain mentally mumbled a sneer, only knowing that he could not really hope to find his way to the manor. Continuing to stare at his silent brother, who was only grinding his teeth, Knox put his hand to his chest and said, "Please hire me as your tracker. I'm definitely a little talented. Even the family advisors have turned me down." Hearing what his younger brother had just told him, Grania asked him in surprise, "Are you not lying about the advisors now?" And then thought, "It can't be true." Continuing to look at his younger brother, who was making such confident speeches, Grain thought the late arrival added to the problem if Knox couldn't find the way. The next moment, with a sly smile, Grain mentally added, "Then I can undermine his arrogant self-confidence, and the idea is not bad, even if I have to make an extra lap," and then said, "If you're so sure of yourself, then please lead the way." When Knox heard that his proposal had been listened to and accepted, he turned his head in the right direction and walked forward, saying to us, "This way." After a while, having arrived at the right place and lit a fire, people started setting up places to sleep, after which someone shouted out to everyone to finish setting up their tents. At the same time, a member of the order and his personal butler, who were near their young master, bowed their heads and wondered how the hell he had found the right way and so quickly. Continuing to be angry at his younger brother and the futility of his subjects, Grain added that the South had not been properly explored, and even experienced guides found it difficult to navigate. Sitting in a circle with his subjects, Grain exclaimed, "But how could he?" Followed by the butler saying, "But he did." Then Ron exclaimed, "Stool peaks," followed by Grain adding, "Do you expect me to believe that he could figure it out and find his way so quickly on his own?" Sitting next to his brother, who continued to shout about injustice and everything else, Knox heard it was impossible. Despite all his older brother's exclamations, Knox sighed heavily and said in his head, "You were wrong. I knew the way from the beginning. It was a piece of cake for a seasoned player." As Knox continued his thoughts, he said, "Since Chater's is the main venue for all the events, I've been there about 200 times. After a while, the maid came up to Knox and asked young Mr. Knox how you managed to find your way. When Knox received a question from his subject, he pointed to the landmarks under his feet and said, "See what's on the ground." Surprised at the boy's direction, Jitri spoke in surprise on the ground and then looked down. Then Knox added the tracks and owl feathers. Continuing his story about landmarks, Knox folded his arms in front of him and added that a monster with the body of a bear and the head of an owl lives in the south, and their clusters are usually found in the middle of the northern Chaters. After listening to the stories of her master, Jitri said in surprise, "Then it turns out that following their footsteps you found the way to Chaters, and it is okay that we are setting up a night camp in the place of residence of the Soviets." After hearing the girl's question, Knox confidently said that they were afraid of fire and would not go into the camp where there were many people, after which one of the participants exclaimed, "And I heard how much young Mr. Knox had changed." Continuing their conversation, one of the mission team members added, "Don't you think he is much better than the other son who graduated from the academy?" Hearing his comrade's question, one of the members of the mission to capture Chater shouted out to shut up. Hearing him being discussed in a bad light, Grain cycled angrily. After calming his anger and turning his head to his personal butler, Grain said to Schultz, "You said that Hardes and Allen lost to him." When asked a question by his master, Grain's butler Schultz put his hand to his chest and said yes, it was exactly like that. When he heard that the rumors that had reached him were true, Grain spoke to me and wanted to assess how strong he was. When he heard what he wanted, Mr. Schultz smiled slyly and said, "You won't believe it, but by a lucky chance I have a suitable weapon." The next moment, Schultz pulled out a bag with a certain amount of filling and said, "Look." Seeing what his loyal subject had at his disposal, Grain smiled slyly and said, "It looks like Knox is going to have a very long night this time." As soon as the sun went below the horizon and it began to get dark, Jitri went with her master to the place of sleeping. Noticing her tent, the girl pointed to it and said, "Here it is." When night fell, the fire went out and everyone in the camp fell asleep together, including the guard who was supposed to watch for any danger that might appear at night. After some time, monsters became active in the forest, and several ogres, sensing a familiar smell, headed to the place where it came from. When Knox heard the enemies approaching them, he opened his eyes and mentally said, "Well, it's begun," and then picked up his sword and got to his feet. Hearing the noise, the maid woke up and got up to a sitting position and noticed that Knox was going somewhere and then asked, "Young Mr. Knox, where you were going?" After receiving a question from his subject, the guy left his tent and said, "Wait for me here and don't go anywhere outside the tent." Leaving the tent, Knox noticed 4 monsters near him who were heading straight for his shawl. Looking at the enemies confidently marching along their route, the boy said 4 ogres in his head. The next moment, returning his gaze to the tent where he noticed the pieces of earth that had attracted the monsters, Knox mentally said, "That's what it is." Continuing to think about how such monsters came to be here, Knox mentally said the ground was mixed with the pheromones of female ogres. He knew for sure that they were in mating season, which would attract males. Turning his gaze back to the 4 monsters who had arrived at his tent, Knox said in his head, "So Grain decided to intimidate me." However, contrary to all expectations, Knox smiled ominously and picked up the thunderbolt, said, "Well, hello, my life force," and then received a notification that the artifact was responding to the owner's mana. Seeing the enemy drawing his weapon, one of the ogres could not stand the weight and swung his club and prepared to attack. Having started a confrontation with the enemies, Knox first jumped into the air to strike from the sky. Heading down, the boy swung his sword and killed one of the monsters with just one blow. Holding the sword in the body of the defeated monster, Knox felt that right behind him another monster had already swung a club and was preparing to flatten him. Quickly reacting to the danger, the guy dealt with another enemy and wounded 2 others with a few quick moves. As a result of the confrontation with the monsters, Knox mentally said, "The sword is pretty good, but I was afraid it would start to consume mana as quickly as it did that time in front of Theo." The next moment, looking back at the enemy standing behind him and smiling ominously, Knox added in his head, "But I shouldn't have worried." Having finished his thoughts, the guy quickly moved to close in on the enemy and then cut the enemy in 2 with a single slashing blow. Having already finished with 3 enemies who arrived at his tent at night, Knox happily thought, "The sword is so submissive, it's exactly following the trajectory I want." The next moment, seeing that the last ogre dropped his weapon in fear and began to slowly retreat, Knox mentally said that there was only one left. What a pity. Immediately after seeing the monster turn its back on him and start running away, Knox said in his head, "Wow, he's running away. That's not going to work." Putting his hand to his mouth and whistling, the boy shouted, "Hey, Carl, come here." Hearing the command from his owner, the horse quickly woke up and within seconds was near Knox, who jumped on him on the move and set off after the giant. Having caught up with the fugitive, the boy made just one swing and cut him into 2 pieces, after which he stopped on the spot. After looking around to see if there were any more monsters nearby, Knox received a notification that you have earned 1 day and 9 hours for destroying ogres. Hearing the sound of hooves near the tent, Jitri looked out and exclaimed, "Young Mr. Knox, you're doing well in there." Running to the guy who had just gotten off his horse, "The girl heard me tell you to wait in the tent," to which he replied where the ogres could have come from at the entrance to the forest, and whether to wake the night guards and everyone else. Hearing the question from his companion, Knox, adjusting the saddle on his horse, said someone had lured the ogres here on purpose. Hearing what the owner had just told her, the girl asked anxiously what exactly you meant. Then Knox threw up his hands, remembering his older brother who was involved in this, and said, "Grain von Reinhofer." The boy added, spreading his hands in front of the girl, "He used his knowledge of the ogres to attack us, which is why I set up my tent so far away from us." After hearing the story from her young master, Jitri turned her head in the direction of the camp and asked, "So it turns out that young Mr. Grain tried to intimidate you." When he received the question from his maid, Knox said exactly that, and then turned his head to his pet and said, "You may go to bed, Carl. Good night." After sending his faithful horse to rest, Knox said, I have no idea how to get into the ranks of worthy candidates for the airship. Continuing to tell his story, the boy added that this is why he decided to check in advance what I was capable of, after which he mentally added that he was far from being so strong. I was Garen's eldest son, and therefore he had no choice but to obtain information by such miserable methods. The next moment, crouching down next to one of the dead ogres, Nox mentally added, "But I need to make it clear to him that this will not work with me." Taking out a vial to collect blood from the monster, Nox began to collect the material, and at that time Jitri, who was standing nearby, asked young Mr. Nox what you want to do. As Nox went about his business of mining materials, he smiled and said, "You know, that's a good way to attract the attention of even more ogres." Having taken a certain amount of the monster's blood into a vial, Nox said in his head not to waste the blood collected from them. Closing the jar with the monster's blood and getting to his feet, Nox looked at the bodies of the ogres and mentally said they looked very much like humans and would definitely want to avenge their dead comrades. At the same time, in the camp, Grain woke up to the noise of the mana crystal and said in displeasure that the mana detection crystal was reacting to something. Looking at the brightly glowing object, Grain mentally said to himself, "This is a magical artifact that can capture the mana of monsters in close proximity. Is it broken or what?" Putting his hand to his chin, the boy looked at the object and said thoughtfully, "I just got it from my father and we're still at the entrance to the forest. There can't be that many mana monsters here." A few seconds after his thoughts, the boy heard a loud roar of monsters that seemed to be very close. The next moment, Schultz ran into the tent and shouted to the young Mr. Grain to leave immediately. Hearing the noise from outside and the warning from his subject, Grain went outside and exclaimed what was going on. Looking outside where his comrades were fighting the monsters that had come to their camp, the boy heard ogres, and a lot of them. Frightened by this unexpected development, Grain mentally exclaimed, "I don't know who the hell this is, but there shouldn't be any ogres here." The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, all the enemies were defeated, and the camp was filled with cries of the wounded, "Come here, take care of things." At the same time, when he found his butler, Grain angrily exclaimed, "You idiots who spilled earth on my tent." Hearing the accusation against him, Grain's subject exclaimed in confusion, "No, that's so strange. I remember exactly that I spilled it on young Mr. Nox's tent." Meanwhile, after morning came, Nox came out of his tent and began to stretch and yawn sweetly. Turning his head to the maid behind him, Nox smiled slyly and said, "Morning so refreshing, agree, Jitra," to which young Mr. Nox replied it was time to eat. Taking her place by the cauldron of food, Nox said, "Thank you, sit down here," to which the girl replied confusedly that I was a maid and could not eat with you. Hearing the girl's objections, Nox turned his gaze to her and said, "We are on a mission now, and it would only be a hassle to prepare separate meals for ourselves, and if monsters show up, what will we do?" The next moment, bowing his head and smiling slyly, the boy added, "Who knows what might happen?" Continuing his story, Nox added that a crowd of ogres could suddenly appear in front of his brother's tent, which confused the girl. When Nox saw that Jitri suddenly grabbed her head, he asked her what had happened, and she replied, "I just realized that the gentleman I serve is shameless." When Nox heard the reason for his maid's poor health, he smiled happily and said, "Well, it's nothing to get used to." At the same time, while Nox was quietly eating his breakfast, Graham, running around the camp, shouted out to pack up the tents and was answered with a "Yes, sir." Turning his head to his older brother's tent, which he had smeared with the monster's blood, Nox thought to himself, "We'd better throw the bloodstained tent away, or else the ogres will keep chasing us." After finishing all the work, Jitri looked at her master and asked what you were going to do now, maybe help them as you think. When Nox received a request from the girl to help the rest of his campmates with the move, he said categorically out of the blue. When Jitri heard that the boy refused to help his comrades move to a safe place, she asked in surprise what the meaning of this was, and then the ogres did. Before the girl could finish her thought, Nox interrupted her and said, "No matter how much we move, the ogres will find us everywhere." As Nox continued to enjoy his breakfast, he mentally said, "This is exactly what I wanted, but if I tell her the truth, she'll always grumble about it, and I need more ogres to keep me alive." Seeing that the boy got up from his seat and was holding a bowl, the girl asked if he had finished eating, and Nox mentally said he needed it as soon as possible. When finally Nox and his maid had a bite to eat and regained their strength for the new journey, Nox said, "Well, let's pack up and hit the road." On the second day, as Nox continued his journey, he kept tapping the ground with a stick and looking out into the distance, so he was able to explore the entire area nearby. Continuing on his way, leading the whole group of people, Nox mentally said to Chaders, "I'm still quite far away, but I'm feeling a little tense, but I'm fine." At one point, approaching his younger brother, Grain exclaimed to Nox, "What are you going to do with the ogres that are clinging to us? Can you get rid of them?" Hearing the question from his older brother, The boy turned his head to the interlocutor and said confidently, "Of course." Continuing the dialogue with his older brother, Knox added, "We could have a massacre right here, but that would only attract more monsters, so we'd better make every effort to get out of the forest as soon as possible." Handing out his instructions, Knox added there would be no trouble if we dealt with them outside the forest, after which Grain mentally said no trouble means no trouble. The next moment he saw his younger brother surrounded by the rest of the group and the young Mister. Knox saying, "How do you know so much about ogres?" he thought to himself. By some miracle he took command of the soldiers. At one point, one of the soldiers noticed a stick in the boy's hands and asked Mr. Knox why he was constantly banging on the ground. When he received a question from his subject, the guy said all this because monsters can appear at any time. When the soldiers heard why the conductor was pounding the ground with his stick, they were frightened and exclaimed that it was monsters. Sensing that a new enemy would soon appear to help prolong his life, Knox smiled and said just that. The next moment, as soon as the earthquake began to be felt, the horses became nervous and Knox added here. Behind her master's back, Jitri, frightened by what was happening, grabbed onto Knox even tighter. As soon as the top layer of the granite broke, terrible sounds began to come from the ground and the maid screamed out in fright. Seeing that the very monster he had been waiting for had finally appeared in front of him, Knox tapped his stick on the ground and exclaimed joyfully, "Here he comes!" Looking at the giant monster that came out of the ground, the guide exclaimed, "A worm." A worm is a monster that looks like a snake and an earthworm at the same time. In Inner Lunatic, it is better known as a nasty, undeveloped dragon. Continuing to watch the enemy that appeared from the ground right in front of them, Knox mentally added that fortunately he did not possess magic, but was nevertheless famous for his enormous strength. The next moment, recalling the other monsters they had already confronted, Knox mentally added, "Even if we imagine that a dozen ogres attack us at once, there will still be more problems with this worm." Turning his gaze back to the monster they were about to confront, Knox added in his head, "But that's exactly what I was looking for." Smiling awkwardly as his comrades continued to panic, Knox added mentally, "The soldiers would not be happy if they knew that I was provoking him to come out by tapping on the ground, but what would they do?" Continuing his thoughts, Knox mentally added that their bodies would be targeted because of the apathy they felt, and then shouted to everyone to prepare for battle and hide in the bushes. Hearing what the young Mr. Knox had just told him, the group members looked back at the boy and exclaimed that they were sorry to hide, but what about the attack? When he received the question from his allies, Knox just smiled and said in his head, "Let your enemies defeat your enemies on their own." The next moment, Knox recalled a moment of dialogue with his older brother when Knox said that the ogres would not be too much trouble if we dealt with them outside the forest. A few seconds later, when he heard the stomping of feet behind his comrades, Knox said in his head, "Of course not." Looking back and seeing a whole bunch of ogres heading towards them, Knox added mentally, "I was never going to get rid of ogres." Also, seeing the danger heading in their direction from behind Jitri, young Mister, Knox exclaimed in fright, "There's a whole bunch of ogres running at us." Dropping the girl's hand from his shoulder, Knox said, "And there is no reason to worry at all. I have a plan." The next moment, turning his head to the maid, Knox said to Jitra, "You know what that worm loves and hates most of all?" When she received the question from her master, the girl looked at Knox with a bewildered look and asked what it was. Immediately after her question, the girl heard a loud roar and the sounds of a battle, and then she buried her face in the guy's back. Watching the monsters confront each other, Knox confidently spoke to the ogres standing aside. Continuing to express his opinion, the young gentleman added to reassure his subject that they are the basis of his diet, but then always take revenge in return. In other words, the worm and ogres are sworn enemies. Without showing any emotion of fear, Knox confidently stood still and watched the battle unfold, and an experienced guide knows exactly how to capitalize on this, after which Jitri asked in surprise how to capitalize. The next moment on the battlefield, the worm chose a target and attacked one of the ogres that appeared on the battlefield, pinning him to the ground. When one of their comrades was eaten, the rest of the ogres attacked the worm and began beating it with clubs to avenge their fallen comrade. Also, seeing the actions taking place on the battlefield, Jitri was amazed to see the battle and thought that they would kill each other. Watching the monsters fight among themselves, Grain's older brother, feeling a bit unkind, mentally said, "Damn, how does Knox know so much?" At the same time, sitting by the tree, Knox collected small stones and picked one up, after which Jitri asked, "So now we just have to wait." Aiming at the enemies who opposed the giant worm, Knox began to throw stones at the ogres, one at a time, at one monster. At this rate, the boy managed to hit each of the enemies fighting near them with one stone in a few throws. Seeing the boy's actions, Jitri said with concern to young Mister, "Knox, you're doing this, and what if the ogres turn on us after that?" and thought about why he was throwing stones at them. A few minutes later, as soon as the worm defeated several ogres, Knox received System notifications. Your strength increased by 1/10 per victory over an ogre. Your life is extended by 8 hours. Picking up another pebble and preparing to throw it at the enemy, Nox said, "Forgive me, Jitri, I need to defeat the ogres to gain experience points." After receiving a few more notifications about the increase in strength and life expectancy, Nox thought, looking at the battlefield, that it was over. Also, seeing that all the ogres had already died in the confrontation with the giant worm, Grain mentally exclaimed, "Well, it's a good thing he used the ogres, but they lost the rest." Realizing that their situation was not the best, Grain mentally said, "What are we going to do now? We can't handle the worm. How can I escape safely?" The next moment, Nox's voice was heard as he got to his feet and told the soldiers to prepare for the attack. Turning his head to the subjects who had turned their attention to him, Nox added to the aiming of lighted arrows and spears directly at his mouth. Hearing the order from his leader, one of the subjects shouted out, "Young Mr. Nox," after which another shouted out, "All for young Mr. Nox." After standing there for a few seconds, everyone gathered their strength, and then the all-clear was given and the soldiers rushed into battle. Seeing that his subjects were doing their job to the best of their ability, Nox clutched his sword and said, "Well, now it's my turn." Using the skill of a Time Lord, the boy slowed down the flow of time and rushed into battle amidst all the arrows and spears aimed at the giant worm. At one point, the guy jumped into the air and struck several slashing blows at the monster. As a result of his actions, the guy made a considerable number of blows in slow motion and then bounced away from the enemy. As soon as the speed of time returned to normal, the guy found himself on the ground, and behind him, blood began to pour out of the enemy in a fountain, after which Nox received a notification for defeating the worm. "Your life is extended for 10 days. The next moment, another message appeared saying that he had 122 days to live. Upon hearing the monster fall to the ground, Nox looked back and mentally said, 10 days is great, even more than I expected." Immediately after turning his head in the direction of the fallen monsters who had first fought the worm, the boy added mentally, "I think this monster is still an average one for you. Without ogres, we wouldn't have finished him off so easily." The next moment, Nox received a couple more notifications that said his stamina was now equal to 5 skills and the gift of progress was disappearing. Seeing that his active skill had disappeared, Nox thought, along with the curse of weakness, "I activated the secret recipe for the gift of progress. Sorry, of course." Immediately after these mentions, clenching his hand into a fist and looking down, the boy mentally said, "Well, at least my endurance level has increased to the 5th. The next moment, soldiers and prisoners approached the boy, and one of them asked young Mr. Nox if he was hurt, to which he replied, "No, good job, everyone is well." In response to Nox's praise, one of the soldiers exclaimed, "No, you're not a bad guy. It was just incredible." Seeing the joy of his subjects, Nox said nothing of the sort. "Let's change the formation." No sooner had Nox said this than there was a rumble and the ground began to shake again, which did not leave everyone else unaffected. A few seconds later, another monster appeared from the ground, and when the soldiers saw it, he shouted to everyone to take their positions. Also seeing that another worm appeared in front of them, Nox mentally said, "Seriously, another one," after which someone shouted out, "Young Mr. Nox, get back, come on." As soon as the shout was heard, the guy did not have time to react to the warning and then saw the worm just cut into 2 parts in front of him. Marveling at what had just happened right before his eyes, Nox mentally said, "Stop what just happened." Looking at the man who single-handedly cut a giant monster in half, Nox asked what he was doing here. Looking at the guy who had just defeated the worm with a single blow, Nox thought to himself, "What has the Emperor of Swords forgotten?" Keeping his watchful eye on the person who suddenly met them on the way, Nox mentally added the strongest character in Inner Lunatic, one of the 3 sword emperors, along with Theo, Celsus's disciple Paracelsus. Smiling happily as everyone's attention turned to him, Paracelsus said, "Young Duke, I have just saved you, so I think I deserve your gratitude." When he received a request for gratitude for his rescue, Nox nervously added in his head that he also hates the nobility with all his heart. The next moment, Schultz interrupted the conversation and pointed at Grain, exclaiming, "You shameless idiot, can't you see who you have the honor of talking to?" Hearing the boy's angry shouts, Paracelsus threw his hand behind his head and said, "Oops, I apologize," after which the butler pointed at the rescuer and exclaimed, "Who are you?" When asked a question by a guy who kept shouting Emperor of Swords and saying, "My name is Paracelsus, you can consider me just a hired hand." After hearing the Savior Nox introduce himself, his hatred for the nobility is understandable given what he went through as a child, but the main problem is this. The next moment, thinking about the plot of the game he had played 27 times, Nox mentally added that the first time I met Paracelsus was at the Eldane Academy, a game I had played a number of times and had never met him before I started at the academy. Continuing to look at Paracelsus, who was engaged in a dialogue with Schultz, who asked him for his ID, Nox mentally added what went wrong in the sense of where I screwed up. After getting used to the situation, all the members of the group, together with Paracelsus, set out on the road, and at one point Grain exclaimed, "Hey, you called yourself a mercenary earlier." Having attracted the attention of the guy in front of him, Grain smiled slyly and asked, "Are you also heading to Chaders?" Sighing heavily after hearing the question, the Emperor of Swords said without hesitation, "Yes, this is my first stop. I heard that you can hunt monsters there in abundance during this period of rum." Hearing where their new companion was headed, Nox mentally said to hunt monsters. If you think about it, Paracelsus traveled to different places before the start of classes so as not to interrupt his studies, so he decided to practice in different areas. Continuing the conversation with a rather talented person, Grain asked, "You're traveling alone quite young, and you seem to be quite confident in your abilities." Without taking his eyes off the person he was interested in, Grain added, "I can make sure you are well paid if you do not join the mission to conquer Chaders under my command." After receiving the offer from the second son of the Rheinhafer family, the Emperor of Swords turned his head to the boy and said something interesting. The next moment, looking down, Paracelsus added, "Well, if you are the sons of one of the Sword Emperors, Theo Rheinhafer, I am quite curious about who you are." Silently traveling alongside, Nox listened intently to the conversation between Paracelsus and his brother, who had no idea who he was dealing with. Hearing Schultz's unacceptable manner of behavior, he interrupted the conversation and exclaimed, "How dare you speak in such a tone?" After which Grain stuck out his hand in front of his subject and said, "Cool down. I'll give you time to think it over." Immediately after giving his new companion time to think, Grain, not taking his eyes off the guy, thought, "I defeated the worm with one blow. I just have to lure him to my side." With a sly smile after realizing what results this could bring him, Grain mentally added, "I'll finally get the soldier's attention away from Nox." After a certain period of time, when the sun began to slowly set, the group of travelers arrived at their destination. Seeing the familiar settlement in front of him, Nox said, "Brother, we have arrived," and then mentally said, "Here comes Chaders." Assessing the situation in this location, Nox turned his head in different directions and mentally said, "It seems much more deserted than when I played." Walking through the streets of the city, Grain first noticed mice running in the street looking for something to eat, and then he circled unhappily. The next moment, a little girl appeared on the traveler's road and asked with a pitiful expression if you had anything to eat. When he heard the commoner's request, Grain turned his head away in displeasure and walked on. Also, passing by the girl, Nox, who simply could not help the girl, also turned his head away to avoid looking the poor girl in the eye. Realizing that no one would fulfill her request anyway, the little girl bowed her head in sadness and shed a tear. Seeing what was happening in the city and being unable to help, Paracelsus bowed his head and sighed in frustration. A few seconds later, a man who was supposed to meet the mission members came out to meet the group of people. Putting his hand to his chest, the man looked at the team of people and said, "Hello, my name is Taigen. I am responsible for the security of our village." After introducing himself to the visitors, the man smiled happily and asked if you were Sir Grain von Rheinhafer, who had just graduated from Eldane Academy, and his younger brother Nox von Rheinhafer, right? Continuing to dialogue with the team of warriors, Taigen added, "I was warned about your mission and your arrival in advance," after which Paracelsus mentally said a chance meeting of one of the Emperor of Swords. Looking at the pair of nobles who stood in front of him and were in dialogue with the man in charge of the village's security, Paracelsus mentally added the sons of Theo von Rheinhafer. "I had high expectations when I heard that the famous Rheinhafer family was personally going on a mission to conquer Chaders, but I was not." The next moment, recalling the moment of Nox's battle against the worm, he mentally added, "Although he managed to defeat the worm and demonstrate a decent command of the sword." Concentrating his gaze on the youngest of Theo von Rheinhafer's sons, the Emperor of Swords added in his head, "I guess they are still nothing more than the sweet gentlemen of another noble family that everyone is carrying around." Continuing his assessment of the people he had met on the way to Chaders, Paracelsus added a rather sad note. The next moment, the Emperor of Swords turned his head around and mentally said that the state of the city left much to be desired. Paying attention to the man who met them on the road, Paracelsus thought, "Knights are only busy looking for ways to fill their bellies at the expense of the townspeople, and people, in turn, are simply unable to defend their lands from monsters." Also, turning his head and noticing the poor children who were looking at the newcomers from behind one of the houses, the Emperor of Swords added that there was already a reason for them to rejoice. Having led the guests to the place of overnight stay, Taigen pointed to the building and said, "It's evening. I'll tell you all the details of tomorrow's mission. The hotel is modest, but I hope you can all relax after a long journey." As soon as the team members went to the hotel to check in, a few of the remaining people started talking about taking the horses to the stables here in the rooms still left. Before heading to the hotel, Grania noticed that Paracelsus was coming and stopped to wait for him. Approaching the guy who had recently offered him a job, the Emperor of Swords put his hand to his chest and said, I'm going back to your recent offer. When he heard what exactly Paracelsus needed his attention for, Grain smiled happily and asked, well, what have you decided? Having received another question from a joyful guy who expected the best outcome, Paracelsus answered with restraint, I refuse. When he heard that his recent offer had been rejected, Grain exclaimed in surprise and then asked what he would do then. Seeing that the Emperor of the Sword and his brother were having a dialogue, Nox approached the door a little and heard, you wouldn't fight dozens of monsters alone. Smiling awkwardly, Paracelsus put his hand to his chest and said, well, actually, I'm going to go back to my route, which I had planned to follow from the very beginning, and I was going to wish you good luck on your mission, to which Grain replied, what an insufferable commoner. Smiling happily at the remark, the Emperor of Swords said, with the right skills, success can always be achieved. That's the way the world works. Rumors follow the strong. Continuing to follow Paracelsus as he talked to his brother, Nox mentally said, we will meet again even sooner than we think. At nightfall, arriving at his room at the hotel, Nox closed the door and said, rest Jitri, tomorrow we will be on the road again. To which she exclaimed, I understand. When the girl went to another room to get ready for the rest, Nox closed the door behind him and went to the window to get some fresh air. Approaching the window, the boy opened it and looked outside, where he saw children sitting around a fire near the hotel. Among them was the same little girl they had met when they arrived in the city with her friends. At one point, while warming themselves by the fire, the children heard someone call out to them and then suddenly opened their eyes. Paying attention to the source of the voice, the children saw Nox asking them if they were hungry. Opening a bag of bread and holding it out to the children, Nox said, take this. After receiving the food from the young gentleman, the girl shed a tear and asked if it was really for us. As Nox continued to distribute food to the children who were in great need, he thought to himself, of course I can't save everyone, but let this be a fulfillment of Yu-chan's wish and a show of generosity. Looking at the children, who were chewing the bread, wiping away their tears and saying thank you, Nox added in his mind, I want to ensure a future where they don't have to beg for food. The boy added in his head that in order to realize his plans, he would first need to survive in Chadursa. Hiding behind the house and spying on what Nox was doing, Jitri, who had arrived to feed the children herself, smiled gently and thought, I knew he was pretending to be indifferent on purpose. The next morning, when all the team members woke up, the security officer giving the tour said, as you already know, the southern region of Chadursa is teeming with monsters in winter. Walking ahead of the guests, Taigen added, that is why we constantly ask for support from the imperial family. After listening to the man's stories, Grain pointed to the fence that had been built around the village and asked if this was all you had to protect the village. Hearing the remark from one of the Rheinhafe family members, Taigen said that it was far from its original freshness and was in desperate need of repair. Also paying attention to the stinging defense, Nox sighed and thought horribly, if the monsters attacked, God forbid the fence would last at least 1 hour before being leveled. As Nox continued his thoughts, looking back at the terrible defense, he mentally added, since this is just an extra chapter, I can choose to save this village or not. I usually choose to save Chaders, and the reason is obvious. With a sly smile, Nox, following Taigen, thought it was clearly worth it, and in the future Chaders' territory would become a very expensive and tasty morsel. The next moment, stopping in his tracks and looking back, Taigen said, there seems to be something wrong with the monsters this year. The number of really dangerous monsters has increased significantly to previous years. Putting his hand to his chin, Nox mentally said, they don't know yet what these dangerous monsters will do to them in the future. Continuing the tour of the village and heading to the other end of it, Taigen added that the worst part was that some people had already seen a griffin and the team members froze in their tracks. Putting his hand to his chin and tilting his head down, Grain said thoughtfully, of course, the griffin makes things worse. The next moment, turning his gaze to the guide, Grain asked where exactly he had been seen, to which Taigen replied at the entrance to the desert, after which Nox mentally said the success of the mission would depend on whether we could drive the griffin away. Continuing his thoughts on the game's plot, Nox mentally said to the Griffin King of the Desert, in fact, the griffin should be driven away, not eliminated. Conducting my thoughts in parallel with Taigen Nox's stories following the rest of the team, I thought, however, I am determined to beat him. Arriving at the right place where the view of the location with sands opened up, Taigen told us that an endless desert awaited us. Looking at the place where all the work on clearing the monsters coming from that direction will take place, the man added that this territory borders Takalin and the neutral zone, also known as Barren Land. Hearing the story from the guide, Nox joined in and remarked, I see, but here's the strange thing. Drawing everyone's attention to himself, the boy added, griffins are not usually found near Chadursa villages. They live mostly near Takalin. You don't know what's going on, why they suddenly appeared here. After expressing his thoughts and asking questions in response, Nox heard only silence and saw the men's bewildered faces. Realizing that this questioning would not do him much good, the guy mentally said, I have a hunch about who will treacherously stab us in the back on the mission. The next moment, looking at the empty part of the settlement, Knox thought, an additional test has begun. Let's first deal with the most neglected part of the village. At the same time, sitting in his room at the hotel, Schultz tore a piece of paper from his notebook and crumpled it in his hand, angrily thinking to Knox von Reinhofer, I didn't think to worry about his presence because he was just a bum and I followed his scheme and lost Grain's favor. He gritted his teeth against the anger he was feeling at the recent events and thought about how much effort it had taken to earn his mercy. Continuing to be angry at the guy who had ruined his life, Schultz mentally added, well, he's going to pay for everything. And then he heard the creak of the stairs and noticed a girl coming down. Looking at the girl who went downstairs to go outside the hotel, Schultz smiled slyly and said in his head, she's Jitra, as if to say. Keeping his gaze on the girl who was going about her business, the guy added in his head that she was a commoner. The next moment, Schultz stood up from his seat and slammed his hand against the wall, blocking the girl's path. As soon as Jitri was confused by the guy's strange actions, he grabbed her hand and pulled her toward him. Confused, she looked at the guy who had blocked her way and grabbed her arm and asked, is there something you need from me? When he heard Jitri's question, Schultz smiled slyly and said, there are so many things, nothing criminal, I just wanted to talk to you alone, so to speak. After making a little effort and pulling her hand out of the guy's palm, Jitri said, I doubt we have anything to talk about in private. Outraged by the girl's behavior, Schultz put his hand to his head and snorted, well, what have I done to displease you? I may be a simple knight serving his master, but that doesn't mean I can't have fun, right? The next moment, putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, Schultz added, you are the same and you are the same, after which Jitri exclaimed, let me go. Immediately after her exclamation, the girl looked at Schultz with a frightened look and thought for a minute if I refused him now. Starting to run through the possible worst-case scenarios in her head, Jitri mentally added that young mister. Knox would lose the favor of young Mr. Graham, which would mean unnecessary problems and unnecessary attention from the family. Then, closing her eyes and tilting her head back, she added in her head, I don't want young Mr. Knox to get hurt. Seeing that the girl had stopped resisting, Schultz smiled ominously and said, thanks to your master, more than 10 years of my efforts have gone to waste, and you will pay me for it in full. The next moment, Knox's voice was heard asking, if you need anything, well then I'll pay. And then he swung his sword, and Schultz screamed in pain. Also, hearing her master's voice and feeling herself released, Jitri turned her gaze in the direction of the voice in fear. Having painted his sword red after seeing the show, Knox added in a menacing tone, well, now enlighten me. Looking with a terrible look at the guy who dared to put his hands on his maid, Knox added, how do I have to pay you back? Grabbing his severed arm, Schultz, breathing heavily after being wounded, exclaimed that you are doing this, even you will not get away with it. Forgetting about Jitri, who was watching in fright, Schultz exclaimed angrily, do you think young Mr. Grain will just let you do whatever you want to me in silence? When he heard the threats that came to him from his subject Graham Knox, he said in a menacing tone, you are seriously intimidating me with my own brother. Immediately after his question, Knox, unable to contain his anger, swung his sword again and took Schultz's other arm, causing him to scream in pain. Lying on the ground, the wounded knight, bleeding from his wounds, angrily exclaimed, you will answer even if you are not of the same origin. Walking up to the guy who dared to speak to him and raising his sword, Knox said, no, I'm not one of those who doesn't understand where he belongs, because I have a family behind me. The next moment, with a menacing tone of voice, Knox pointed his sword downward and pierced Schultz through and through, taking his life. Seeing what had just happened, Jitri exclaimed in fright to young Mr. Knox, what have you done, young Mr.? Grain won't let this go. A few seconds later, Grain ran over to the sound of the screams and exclaimed what the hell was going on with Knox. Seeing his dead subject lying on the ground in front of him, the second son of the Reinhafers exclaimed, don't tell me you killed Schultz. When Knox received the question from his brother, he said in a completely calm tone of voice, yes, I'm done. And then Graham exclaimed, how dare you? Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the older brother pointed a finger at Knox and exclaimed, you are a mediocrity, and you dare to say that. You killed my knight with your own hands, to which Knox replied with restraint. You don't know the full picture of what happened. Ignoring all the shouts of his older brother who started the conversation with accusations, Knox added that he should have asked me the details of what happened first. Hearing his younger brother's remarks, Grain grabbed Knox by the collar and shouted, why did you kill Schultz? If the reason doesn't justify itself, you will be punished. When I received a question from my older brother Knox, I looked him in the eye and answered, and I heard him harassing my maid. As Knox continued his conversation with his older brother, he added, as her master, I couldn't stay away, which surprised Jitri. When he heard why Knox had killed his subject, Grain exclaimed in anger, and she was just a commoner. Hearing what his elder brother Knox had just said about his subject, he said in a menacing tone, "You just said that." And then an incredible amount of power began to flow from Knox, and he added, "I'm ready to take responsibility for my words." Quickly releasing his younger brother after feeling the oppressive aura he began to emit, Grain thought at first that it was Knox's power. Gritting his teeth in fear and feeling his body shake, the older brother thought, "It's a shame for the family that the youngest of all brothers is so talented." The next moment, looking away, Graham said, "First of all, you should have reported to me," to which Knox replied, "You forgot. I'm notorious for bringing shame to the family." Continuing his dialogue with his older brother, Knox calmly adjusted his collar and added, "I'm not used to things like expectations or reports like that." Immediately after his remark, the younger brother, not taking his eyes off Grain, added that he would leave the problem to our father upon his return. Feeling uneasy after his younger brother's suggestion, Grain mentally said to Knox, "You're a pain in the ass, what do you want from me?" and then said, "Let's leave the right to judge the incident to my father." When Knox heard that his proposal was accepted, he smiled happily and said that it was a wise decision. Immediately after the conflict was resolved, Knox turned his head in the direction of the maid and spoke to Jitra, after which she ran up to the boy and exclaimed, "Yes, young sir." As soon as the subject was near Knox, he and she headed away from the scene, while Grain looked after them and wondered when he had managed to gain such strength. Clenching his teeth in dissatisfaction with what had recently happened, the older brother mentally added, "I've seen the sword in his hand before." Continuing to keep his eyes on his younger brother, who looked at Jitri and asked if you were hurt, Grain mentally added, "We can't underestimate Knox anymore while we're on a mission." Standing with his maid by the well, Knox thought that the other soldiers would certainly make a fuss. The next moment, turning her head back, she mentally added that they had already split into two camps when they were faced with the choice of which side to take. As Knox continued to think about what had happened lately, he mentally added the option of following Grain or me. Immediately after his thoughts, the boy turned his gaze to Jitri, who was standing with her back to him and shaking for some reason. Looking at the maid, who bowed her head, Knox asked if Jitri was all right, and she replied yes. The next moment, turning her head to the boy, she asked young Mr. Knox, "Are you going to be okay?" Immediately after her words, the girl immediately burst into tears and added, "Why did you do this? If this continues, you will make even more enemies because of me." Continuing to look at her gentleman, the girl added anxiously, "That means you'll be in danger again." After receiving a few remarks from his maid, Knox said, "Don't you know who your master is? I am a disgrace to the Reinhafer family, and that is why no matter where we are." Continuing to look confidently at the girl in front of him, Knox added, "Don't you dare bow your head," after which tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Hearing the boy's instruction, Jitri began to wipe the tears from her eyes with her sleeve and said, "Okay, young sir, I won't do it again." At the same time, sitting in his room at the hotel, Grain slammed his glass on the table and mentally said, "How could he turn against me? When my father had just shoved him into my life, I thought he was just a small obstacle, but during the mission, it was as if he was replaced by a different Knox than I had imagined." The next moment, remembering the weapon he had seen in his brother's hands, Grain mentally added that sword was not a falling sword, and it just looked very similar to his father's. Putting his glass away and looking at the exit, Grain mentally added, "I need to be more careful. I was left without Schultz. Who can I trust to keep an eye on him now?" The next moment there was a knock on the door and Ron entered the room, bowing and telling young Mr. Gran that the problem on the first floor was solved. Having reported the solution to one problem, the man put his hand to his chin and added, "However, the young Mr. Knox is much different from the rumored one." Hearing the remark from his subject, Grain looked at his subject and thought, "I'm not the only one who noticed the difference, but you too, you're supposed to be the head of a knightly order that has been protecting the local lands for a long time. I even made inquiries to make sure." Continuing his thoughts, the young gentleman added, "How could Knox, who was content to read books, know the area better? I didn't pay money for a worthless hack." The next moment, Grain added in his head, as long as the monsters weren't too much of a bother, he'd make the most of his order. After finishing his thoughts, the second son of the Reinhafer family waved his hand and said, "Make sure that all the gangs and monsters are removed from the neighborhood." Immediately after his instructions, the guy stuck out his finger and added that if Knox starts doing anything else or just acting suspiciously, report to me immediately. After receiving instructions from his superiors, Ron said, "I understand," and then went to perform his duties. And at the same time, being somewhere within the village, Jitri asked what you were doing today, inspecting the fence all day, and Knox replied that it was barely holding. Hearing what the young gentleman had just told her, the girl put her finger to her chin and asked how we could stop the influx of monsters. When Knox received the question from his maid, he turned his head in the right direction and said, "Let's go." Seeing where her gentleman was headed, the girl was surprised to see that the hotel was in the opposite direction. Hearing the girl's question, Knox stopped in his tracks and looked back with a smile on his face and asked if he wanted to take someone else to join our team, and then mentally said, even in a small forgotten village you can find a strong character. Elena, every time Chato's Yu-chan visited the game, he always accepted her to his team in potions. She is simply unrivaled. She was his personal potions master. As she continued to follow her young master to a strange place that she rarely entered, Jitri noticed that. Continuing to follow Knox, the girl asked me in surprise, I can't believe a brilliant potionist is hiding in this backwater. Looking back at his friend, Knox said exactly that, and then the girl added, I don't understand. If you're so strong and talented, what's the point of living in such a remote place? Hearing the question from his maid, Knox said she had her reasons, and then mentally said the fact is that there is a secret path to saving Chaters. Continuing to think, Knox noticed the brilliance of the web and thought that in the future Elena would work for another empire, and if he didn't use the secret path, it would be impossible to lure Elena away. Having reached the right place, Knox pointed to the further direction and said, Keep up and watch your steps so you don't fall. Hearing her master's instructions, the girl spoke well and then thought, Are you sure that a talented person will live here? Immediately after her thoughts, she noticed a light in one of the buildings not far from her and shouted out the light, followed by a mental, We are on the spot. Sulking in the building, emptying another bottle of alcohol, the girl said, I can't believe it. I must have been stuck in some hole. And how did I get to this point? When she turned her head toward the entrance to her apartment, she saw two people looking in on her and felt shivers run down her spine. Seeing the girl drinking alcohol in front of him, Knox smiled happily and said, I found it, and then mentally added my potions expert. Frightened by the sudden appearance of unknown people in her apartment, Elena exclaimed, Who the hell are you? Falling off the chair in surprise, the girl added, Normal people don't live here, and Jitri said in confusion. Looking at the inebriated elf they were looking for, the maid asked young Mr. Knox, the genius potionist of whom this alcoholic was talking. Bowing her head to the guests who had unexpectedly visited her home, Elena said guiltily, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were from a noble family. Hearing the girl's apology, Knox said happily, It's okay, I came to you to talk about something, so listen to me carefully. And the elf replied, Well. Looking at the girl who sat across from him, Knox mentally said, At the moment she is second to none in potion brewing, and she has incredibly high potential for development. A brilliant potionist, Elena, I need her here. Looking at the confused girl, Knox reviewed her characteristics, which read basic information, Elena, gender female, age 21, race half-elf, main element, tree skills, positive, cheerful genius, potions, talent crafting, open spiritual mage, low level, unawakened, mentally added, though she has flaws. Continuing to look through the girl's characteristics where it was written stamina 6, mana 4, luck 5, will 8, charm 22 skills, passive blessings, create negative alcoholic. After making the facepalm gesture, Knox sighed in disappointment and wondered who else could be the talented character who was lured to his side by the shame of the Reinhafer family. The next moment, removing his hand from his face and looking at the girl again, Knox added in his head that he was nothing less than an incredibly brilliant potionist. Looking at the worried girl, Knox said, She's a bit of a problem, but you don't have to choose. And then Elena blurted out, I don't know what, but I'm sorry for making you angry. At the same moment, leaning over to the boy, Jitri said, Young mister, Knox, I know it's none of my business, but it's more expensive to mess with drunks. After receiving a remark from his maid, Knox, ignoring Elena's presence, replied, I know, I agree, but we simply have no other options now. After which Jitri added, It's a difficult situation. The next moment, Elena joined the conversation and asked, Oh, by the way, can I ask you why you needed to find me? After receiving a question from the girl they were visiting, Knox said, Okay, I'll get right to the point. Rising from his seat and holding out his hand in front of him, the boy said, Come join me, Elena. Continuing his campaigning speech, the guy added that if you follow me, I will give you what you want most, after which the elf asked in surprise what. Immediately after the questioning, the girl looked away and said, I'm sorry, I can't accept your offer. I have important things to do here. I'm sorry. Having been refused, Knox asked if your friend May had a problem, and hearing the question, Elena exclaimed in confusion, How do you know? And then the guy added that she would be executed in the near future. Hearing what was about to happen to her friend, the elf abruptly jumped up from her seat, filled with shock, after which Knox said, But only if you accept my offer. Continuing his campaign to join the team, Knox added, Who knows, maybe I can save her, after which Elena quickly calmed down. Extending his hand to the girl after this offer, Knox smiled and added, So what will your answer be? Maybe you've changed your mind after all. Sitting in her room by candlelight, Elena hugged herself and thought to herself, May will be executed soon. Immediately afterward, the girl's mind replayed the very moment when Knox said, "I can only save her." As she continued to replay that phrase in her head, "Join me and think about the right choice," May said. The next moment, she remembered the moment when exactly this happened. The girl who came out to protest shouted, "You want to take more money from us? You've already raised taxes this month." Continuing to recall the shouts of May, who stood up for the people, shouting, "People are dying, the Emperor has allocated funds for you, and the wall has not been repaired," Elena added, "my only friend." The next moment, the same image of the man who grabbed the rebel and threw her in jail appeared before her eyes. Continuing her thoughts, Elena, holding back her tears, thought it would have been better if they had taken me away then. I should have intervened, and then a tear fell from her eyes. With her head down, the girl shed tears as she recalled the situation and said, "I can't save my friend on my own. I can't save her on my own." The next moment, remembering the moment when Knox and Jitri left her house, she said in confusion, "I doubt if he will succeed then." She stopped shedding tears and raised her head to the ceiling, but that day will remain in my memory for a long time, even too long. At the same time, somewhere in a bar in the middle of the night, members of the order who are supposed to monitor the safety of the village were drinking all the money. Approaching his leader with a bottle of alcohol, one of the guys asked what kind of fruit was grain. Pulling out his glass for his friend to refill, the leader of the group said, "He's another idiot." Twisting his finger at his temple, Ron added, "We just pretended to be a knightly order and he believed us without a second thought." Hearing what the leader had just told them, all the other members of the group burst into laughter and clutched their stomachs. The next moment, reaching into his pocket, the subject said, "We also found something here by chance. Not for nothing did we raid the home of the Order of the Ron." Pulling out the emblem of the Knight's Order from his pocket and showing it to the leader, the guy added, "We have found ourselves a job and we can find a cooler one." Taking the emblem in his hands, the group leader said, "If I show the sign to the Reinhafer family, for example, they will accept me as the leader of the Order of Ron and give me all the appropriate positions and bonuses." One of his subjects also joined the conversation with his commander and exclaimed that it was very cool that you even had similar names. Hearing his comrade's remark, the leader exclaimed, "If we take Grain as a hostage, we will be able to help him out even more. He is from the great Reinhafer family. What do you think?" Hearing the question from his leader, one of the gang members said, "We're not going to get away with it." Continuing to express his feelings, the fat man added that he was talking about one of the 3 most influential families in the country and had not heard of any group that survived the meeting. When he finished with them, he saw the dissatisfied faces of his comrades, who looked at him with a condemning look. The next moment, one of the men said, "You're a fucking coward," after which the other one jumped up and pointed a finger at the fat man and exclaimed, "That's why everyone thinks you're an idiot." Hearing his teammates start calling his teammate names, the leader raised his hand to calm the noise. As soon as the tavern was silent, the leader tapped his finger on the table and said, "Where are we according to you?" The next moment, with a sly smile, the leader of the group mentioned the location and added that even the Emperor himself had scored on it. Immediately after his leader's question, one of the subjects waved his hand and confidently said, "We take Grain as a hostage, get the money, and run away to the east." Continuing to announce his plan, the man added that no matter how influential the Reinhafer family was, even they were powerless in the territory of a hostile state surrounded by sands. Continuing to tell his plan, the man confidently added, "We will find a hiding place there and live there," after which one of the team members exclaimed, "Here is our captain." After hearing about the plans drawn up by his leader, the fat man said nervously, "But there's that idiot Knox, he hasn't declassified us yet." Hearing a fair comment from the subject, the leader put his hand to his chin and said, "By the way, he is really dangerous and his temper is quite hot-tempered. Tell the others not to mess with him until we are done here." Hearing the remark from his leader, one of the subjects laughed and exclaimed, "You're the same captain, and he's a worm. I don't see the point in ceremonies with a worm." After hearing what one of his comrades had just told him, the leader suddenly laughed and said, "We'll have a good drink." Immediately after the shout, all the candles burning in the tavern went out simultaneously, and silence reigned in the building. Angry at the sudden change in the situation, one of the group members shouted out what was happening, after which another added, "Who the hell turned out the lights?" Hearing the shouts of his subjects, the leader said, "Shut up," and then felt something slap on his face and start to spread. Rubbing his hand over what had fallen on him and pulling it up to his nose, the man mentally smelled blood. When he realized what had hit him, the man quickly started turning his head to find out what had happened, but at that time one of his comrades had already lost his head. Seeing a headless silhouette in the darkness, the leader suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted, "Hey, what's going on?" Taking one step forward and feeling that his foot was caught in something, the leader looked down and saw the body of his comrade and then thought enemies. Realizing that there was a stranger in the tavern, he shouted out, "Who the hell you are?" and then heard behind him, "Why do you have to express yourself so loudly?" After revealing his presence to the band of robbers, Nox said with a murderous look in the enemy's back, "I'm a nobody." Quickly turning back and seeing the guy instantly break the distance, the captain exclaimed. After the man's exclamation, Nox looked at the bunch of bandits and said, "You hide here like rats in a barn. How dare you even think of robbing the Reinhafer family? You overestimate yourself." Realizing that things were not going well, the leader of the bandits said nervously, "I think you misunderstood us." Interrupting the bandit leader's speech in mid-sentence, Nox said, "I already know all your crimes, including the theft of money from the fund, together with Taigen." Continuing his speech, Nox added, "And of course I know what you wanted to do with grain." Hearing this remark, the commander gritted his teeth and mentally said, "Oh shit." The next moment after calming his anger, the captain asked, "Well, what do you want? Think about it. You will get rid of grain and take a higher position in the family." Continuing to negotiate with the guy who was already surrounded by his men from behind, the captain added, "You just need to close your eyes to what is happening once without taking unnecessary risks." Clutching his sword in his hand, Nox said, "You're talking the rarest nonsense," revealing his bloodthirsty nature, and then in a few swings he crushed the enemies who were approaching him from behind. Having dealt with a certain number of opponents, Nox smiled slyly and added, "Do you really believe that there is someone naive enough to believe you?" After receiving a remark from a small child, the gang leader could not stand it and shouted to take him, after which the bandits began to run at Nox from all sides. Watching the movements of his opponents, Nox easily dodged them and counterattacked, eliminating the robbers one by one. Watching his men being chopped to pieces, the team gritted their teeth and mentally said, "Damn, he's been hiding his powers all this time." The next moment, seeing that all his subjects had already died in the struggle, the leader grabbed his sword and thought things were bad and he had to end it now. Immediately after his thoughts, the leader prepared to strike his strongest blow and exclaimed, "Remember, you will perish because of your own arrogance." Seeing what his commander was going to do, one of the enemies who had not yet died said, "Well, your time has come, you damn bastard." Swinging his weapon and sending a stream-cutting blow at the guy, the commander shouted out this southern sword technique. Confidently standing still in the face of danger, Nox cut the captain's attack in two and said, "You're a lot dumber than you look," and then received a notification that you had repelled the enemy's attack with your sword skills and martial arts. Seeing that his boss's strongest attack had just been repelled, the bandit exclaimed how he had managed to break Chater's special technique. Interrupting the enemy's speech, Nox stabbed him in the back with his sword so as not to forget anyone, after which he spoke like a miserable rat. The next moment, seeing the notification in front of him you had successfully mastered the sword technique, Nox smiled ominously and said, "How dare you ask me what I want? I already have everything I need." The next moment, after receiving another system notification that said you had successfully mastered the southern sword technique, Nox prepared to end all remaining problems in one fell swoop. Immediately after his words, Nox, immersed in thought, said in his head what it means to be a genius simply to stand out from the crowd. No, we are not talking about those who can reach incredible heights that most people will not even see in their dreams. As soon as Nox began to risk his life, this question was firmly planted in his mind about what it means to be a genius. Returning to reality again, Nox swung his sword and thought, in comparison to the techniques that I still have to learn, this one is not that strong, but for now it will be enough. Seeing how Nox had just dealt with all his men in one fell swoop, the commander said, "Southern swordplay techniques I spent 10 years mastering, and this bastard." As he was thinking, the man came back to reality and saw Nox standing right in front of him. The man, seriously frightened by the boy, quickly jumped back and shouted, "You're going to kill me. Taigan won't let this go. He knows exactly what you've done." Hearing what his enemy had just shouted at him, Nox said, "Don't be an idiot. There is not a single witness to confirm that it was me who killed you." Interrupting Nox's words, the man exclaimed, "And every survivor can see," after which Nox put his finger to his mouth and said, "Listen carefully, Captain Ron, I'm just going to get rid of you." Hearing the threat, the man exclaimed in confusion, after which Nox, smiling ominously, added, "You never got it. Unless there is a living soul who can tell the story, everyone will take it as a political matter." The next moment, taking out his sword and swinging it in front of the man, Nox added with a joyful smile, "And will believe the only version." At the same time, somewhere in the basement, while continuing to beat the girl, Taigen said, "So, May, you're talking," and the girl exhaled heavily. As he continued to put on his gloves, the man added that he did not want to work and did not want to be sold to the nobility. Slapping the girl in the face again, the man added, "I understood you correctly," to which the girl exclaimed, "But the hell with that. I'm not going to listen to people like you." Hearing the girl's exclamations, Taigen grabbed the girl by the chin and said, "Look at the courage in the little girl." Continuing to hold the girl, the man added, "You just have to be content with the insignificant squirming on the ground," after which the girl spat on Taigen's chest. Turning his gaze to what had just arrived at him, the man looked at May again and said, "Do you even know what you're doing, bitch?" The next moment, the man, without restraining his rage and without controlling his temper, slapped the girl again and then said, "Let's sell you to a black magician." At that very moment, she bowed her head and plunged into her memories and heard a voice saying, "May, I know you tried, but the potion is still not prepared correctly." Continuing to look at the girl who had failed again in preparing the potion, the teacher added, "But here, too, ability plays an important role." Continuing her conversation, the teacher added that you just don't have any innate talent, to which May replied, "But how?" After recalling the situation, the girl said in her head, "Since childhood, I have had no talents in alchemy, weapons, or anything else." The next moment, another girl approached the teacher and exclaimed joyfully, "Alina, I have nothing to teach you anymore. What merit did we get such a diamond for?" And then May mentally added another thing to Alina's story. Standing nearby, May heard the teacher whisper to Alina, "If you weren't an orphan, at least you come from a family of second-rate nobles." The next moment, patting the girl on the head, the teacher added, "Well, at least you have a chance to get out of the orphanage after wow," May added mentally. She was an alchemist genius. As May continued her recollections, she mentally added that the naked eye could see that she was different from the others, and her aura seemed to sparkle and shine with her smile. As soon as the teacher left the girls and went to do her errands, Alina grabbed May's hand and exclaimed happily, "May, let's play." Recalling that smile of the girl genius May added in my head was brighter than the sun itself, I envied every cell of her, and that is why. Coming back to the harsh reality she was now in, May added in her head, "I decided to sacrifice myself instead. I always knew she could achieve a lot unlike me." Immediately after her reminiscences, the girl smiled and said, "Those born to crawl can never fly." The next moment, sticking out her tongue to insult and mock Taigen, the girl added, "I don't care what you do after I die," and then mentally said, "I don't want to be Alina's ballast." Angry at the girl's actions, Taigen again began to beat May, shouting, "You little bastard," and then heard, "Stop exhausting yourself," and froze in place. Looking back to see who had spoken to him, Taigen noticed a silhouette walking toward him and added, "Elina will be upset if she sees your lifeless body next time." Continuing to look at the guy who was walking towards him with a weapon in his hands, the man asked if I could find out what brought you here. In response to a question from her husband, Nox said unhappily, "Taigang, by order of the imperial family, you are sentenced to death." Looking at the man through the bars in which he was holding the girl, Nox added, "You are sentenced to death, and the sad experience of your now dead partner Ron tells you that you should surrender." Hearing the boy's remark, Taigen put his hand to his chin and said, "Oh my God, what a loss, by the way." The next moment, turning his gaze to the guy standing a few meters away, the man asked if he was alone and heard yes. When Taigen received the answer to his question, he smiled slyly and said, "Well, it seems that this heir to the nobility has imagined himself to be omnipotent." Immediately after his words, Taigen stretched out his hand in front of him and said confidently, "You really think you can handle me alone?" Smiling slyly after his opponent's question, Nox did not hesitate for a second and said, "Why not?" Hearing the confident answer to his question, Taigen pulled his sword from its sheath and pointed it at Nox, saying, "Things are moving much faster than I expected." A few seconds later, a large number of soldiers ran into the dungeon after Taigen said, "It's not important to finish him off." After receiving the order from their commander, all the soldiers in the room ran to follow the leader's instructions. Watching this happen, Nox just sighed heavily and then activated the Time Lord's skill. With 5 minutes at his disposal, Nox slowly headed for Taigen, simultaneously eliminating all the enemies in the room. In just 2 seconds, Nox got to the cell where the girl was being held, opened it, and moved on. Slowly stepping forward, Nox made several cuts on Taigen's legs and then walked over to May and put his hand to her face. After stopping his skill, Nox received a notification that said there were 5 minutes and 55 seconds left, after which he poured the potion into the girl's mouth. Opening her eyes and seeing a blurry image of a guy, May asked who you were and heard Nox von Reinhafer answer. Continuing the dialogue with the girl, who was still conscious, the boy added that when you wake up, he will be done with you. Also recovering from the time stop, Taigen exclaimed in confusion that there was not a wet spot left of them. Immediately after his exclamation, the man turned his head in the direction of the hostage and saw that Nox had already released her and was about to rush to the boyfriend, but at one point when he fell to the ground, the man looked back at himself and saw that his legs had turned into something unknown, and so had his subjects. Watching the horrific scene that took place right before his eyes, the man suddenly heard, "Don't expect me to give you an easy death." Hearing the remark, the man turned his gaze in the direction of the voice and saw Nox approaching him, and mentally said, "This situation is so out of the realm of possibility that I can't believe it." Continuing to just lie on the ground without the ability to do anything, Taigen thought, "Did I really lose to a little brat?" At that very moment, As Nox approached another opponent who came across his path, he said in his head what it means to be a genius, and then I asked myself that question again. Pointing his sword at the man lying on the ground in front of him, Nox said in his head, "I'm not, though." The next moment, swinging his weapon and preparing to finish what he had started, the guy added in his head, "Nox is a truly brilliant character," what it meant to him. At that very moment, Taigen suddenly plunged into his memories and spoke in his head as the knight who commanded Chader's mercenary unit. Continuing his reflections, the man returned to the moment of his youth and added, "My father was the most prominent person in the village and everyone looked up to him." Holding his wife by the hair, the husband said, "Taigen, you know why the locals are poking me and everything?" When asked by his father, the boy looked away and said, "I don't know." Immediately after his son's answer, the man grabbed him by the head and said, "It's all about power. Great power allows you to do whatever you want and get away with it. Such are the laws of life in your city, which is on the border with the Empire." After hearing his father's stories, Taigen looked up at his father and asked him if he was the strongest man in the country. When he received the question from his son, the man froze at one point, looking at him with a stern look, and then let go of the woman, pushing her back and saying no. Realizing that it was time to talk to his son about this topic, the father added, "I am just one of countless other truly strong swordsmen in the Empire." The next moment, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, the man added, "Just like a lot of kids your age, they are geniuses who are 100 times better than me." Immediately after these memories returning to reality, Taigen mentally added, "That's how it was in the state that was going through a battle, and I survived only because I chose not to follow their path." Continuing to look directly into the eyes of the man who had surpassed him in strength, the man mentally added, "Nox von Reinhofer, you are one of those unattainable geniuses your father spoke of." Continuing his thoughts, the man was frightened and thought, "I was born so talented that no one can catch up with you," and then asked if I was dying now only because I decided to cross your path. When Nox heard the man's question, he shoved his sword into his back without saying a word and finally completed the cleanup of the garbage and Chaders. At the same time, Alina was sitting in her house, having recently finished her reflections on the right choices and memories of the past. At one point, when she heard someone call her name, she turned her head in the direction of the voice and noticed May and Jitri standing next to her at the entrance. Quickly jumping up from her seat, Alina threw herself into her arms and began to shed tears, exclaiming, "May, I was so afraid. I thought you had really left me." Trying to somehow calm her friend down, May replied, barely holding back her tears, "Everything is fine now, Alina. I'm sorry." As May continued to hug her friend, she said in her head, "What a selfish person I was, to want to do everything on my own, leaving her here." Standing aside and watching the joyful reunion of her friends, Jitri suddenly heard Alina say, "I'm sorry." Letting go of her friend a little and looking back, the half-elf added, "Where is young Mr. Nox now? I want to thank him." Hearing what exactly the girl was interested in, Jitri said thoughtfully, and most likely now he was solving problems and discussing the details of what had happened, after which Alina asked in surprise. When she received another question, Jitri put her hand to her chest and added, "That's how I think he's going to go away for heart-to-heart with his brother." Immediately after she said this, the maid looked away and mentally said, "I can't believe he left just for this." At the same time, sitting in his room and tapping on the table, Grain said to Ron, "How long is he going to keep me waiting? How dare he keep a member of the Reinhofer family waiting?" A few seconds later, hearing someone knocking on his room door, Graham turned his head in the direction of the door and asked who it was, after which Nox entered and replied, "It's me, brother." When he saw who it was that decided to visit him at such a late hour, the second son of the Reinhofer family said in surprise that Nox. Continuing to stand in his brother's room, Nox said, "If we could go talk for a minute, it's important," to which he heard only a disgruntled snort. The next moment, turning his head to his younger brother, Grain asked him unhappily why I should suddenly be talking to you. Immediately after his question, the older brother noticed the bloodstains on the younger brother and his fearsome look, after which he said, "I said it was important." Seriously frightened by what could have brought his younger brother to him, Grain said, "Please sit down." After a while, having received a letter from the heir to the Reinhofer family, the chief butler read the contents and summarized the letter as saying that young Mr. Nox had stopped corruption in Chaders and punished all those involved. The next moment, after folding the letter back to its original form, Rodval added that he had asked you for a separate reward for the work he had done, and here's more. Handing the letter to his master, the chief butler added, "I am sorry, but I cannot understand this in any way." Opening the letter and starting to look through its contents, the leader of the Reinhofer family said in his head Chadder's corruption there was gaining momentum every day. Continuing his reflections on the city where his son destroyed corruption, Theo von Reinhofer added in his head, "But everyone just turned a blind eye, the reason being obvious, the fight is not profitable." The next moment, putting his hand to his chin, the man added in his head, "However, everything is not so simple. The village brought a lot of problems to the imperial family." Continuing to think about this village, Theo mentally added, "The east of Chiders is the last line of defense. If it falls, the monsters will quickly reach the center." As the family leader reflected on the situation, he added that the central government had allocated a considerable amount of money from the budget and hired a detachment to protect the area. Holding his hand to his chin, Theo mentally added, "The region is useless, but it must not be forgotten an accurate characterization of Chiders." Continuing the brainstorming, the man added in his head that this wilderness has no value, and then said a bunch of dangerous criminal groups in Vermin and Taigan are a threat. The next moment, turning his gaze to the head butler standing in front of him, the family leader added, "Grain will have a hard time dealing with them," and Rodval spoke correctly. Immediately after his confirmation, the chief butler added that if Ron's knights, or rather Ron himself, attacked him, the situation would only get worse. Continuing to express his opinion, the chief butler added that a person who is not able to solve such problems has no right to be part of the Reinhofer family, and so I provided them with a squad of dark sword knights so that they would not die. After listening to his advisor, Theo said that what is more important to me is the real mystery of Nox's gesture of goodwill. He does nothing for nothing, and the same goes for his desire to go to Chiders. The next moment, drawing attention to the letter sent by Nox, which said that if I succeed in completing the mission, I want the lands of Chaders to become part of the Reinhofer family's possessions. "Do you give me the permission to govern this territory?" The family leader added that he wanted to receive the right to the dead land from the imperial family. Why did he want that wilderness? Immediately after drawing attention to the continuation of the letter, which stated that if I failed to achieve a decent result, I would renounce the rights of the younger heir to the son of the Reinhofer family, Theo thoughtfully said, "Renounce the rights of the heir to the son of the Reinhofer family." Hearing his master's thoughtful tone, the chief butler asked if you would refuse his offer. When the family leader received the question from his subject, he did not hesitate to say no, or even the opposite. Looking up at Rodval, Theo added, "If Nox really does a good job, I can easily get permission to transfer the territories to his command." Putting his hand to his chin again and smiling slyly, the family leader said, "This is a great opportunity to see how well he will manage the territory." Hearing his master's reflections, the chief butler said, "I understand. If this is your wish, I will send a letter to the emperor and begin negotiations on the transfer of the right to own Chaders." Hearing what his subject had just told him, the leader of the Reinhofer family said, "Yes, we can proceed with the execution." Left alone in the room when his subject left, the leader Theo said to Nox von Reinhofer, "How far do you plan to go?" Sitting in the room in front of his brother, Nox heard you say that Ron and Taigan were trying to kill me. Continuing his dialogue with his younger brother, Grain pounded his fists on the table and added that I was their pawn, to which Nox replied, "Unfortunately, yes." Holding his head after hearing the confirmation of his question, the older brother said in his head, "Damn, I'm sure the family has already checked. Their identities and how they dared to deceive the Reinhofers are bad." After a few seconds of regaining his composure and turning his gaze to his younger brother sitting in front of him, Grain mentally added something more important. Keeping his eyes on the boy sitting across from him, who was radiating strong energy, the other son thought, "Nox looks like an older brother." With a sly smile after seeing the nervousness on his brother's face, Nox asked, "What you were staring at me for? Are you scared?" When he received the question from his younger brother, Grania put on a smile and said something funny, holding back his anger, and then thought, "He definitely wants to get even with me." The next moment, exhaling heavily and collecting his thoughts, Grain thought, "No, I can't let this happen. If I fail the task, I won't become a knight, so I have no choice but to listen to his demands." When he had finished composing himself, his older brother asked what this was all about, after which Nox shrugged and said, "I didn't doubt you, brother. You weighed the pros and cons quickly." The next moment, raising a finger in front of him, Nox said, "I don't ask for much, but first, give me your soldiers under my command." Hearing the first condition from his younger brother, Grain did not hesitate to say, "Yes, I agree," and then mentally added, "Even if I stayed with the squad, life is still completely in his hands." Continuing his thoughts, the elder brother looked at the smug face of the younger brother and thought, "As much as I hate to admit it, I still don't know the limit of his power." Immediately after his reflections, Grain said for the second time after returning, "Guarantee the preservation of your life and do not claim any profit from the mission," which was well received. Holding up two fingers in front of him, Nox said to guarantee the preservation of life and not to claim profit. Just two simple requests, don't you think? Realizing that this would not be resolved so easily, Grain slammed his fist on the table and, restraining his anger, said, "All right, I'll give you the rights to own a large mine." Immediately after the announcement of the transfer of resource extraction rights, Grain said, "But you have to do your best," to which Nox replied, It's too small a price to pay for saving your life. Don't think you're being unreasonably hard on yourself. Rising to his feet after the talks, Knox added, well then, as long as we're in Chidursa, I'm in your care. Immediately after his message, Knox looked at Graham with a scrutinizing look and added in a stern tone, I hope you don't do anything stupid, brother. After a while, when I was in Alina's house, the half-elf looked at the recipes and said metallizing potion, corroding potion, none of which I had ever made before, so I think everything is possible. When Knox heard that the proposed potions could be prepared, he said, Of course that's great, but are you sure? Immediately after the boy's question, the maid joined the conversation and said that the young master's plan was too dangerous, but that such questions should not be asked of ordinary maids. You want to kill the griffin for his sake. Hearing Jitrime's question, I joined in and exclaimed that I agreed with her. We cannot send our savior to certain death. After receiving comments from the girls, Knox confidently said, Don't worry about it. I wouldn't have been there if the plan couldn't be implemented. Immediately after his words, Knox looked down and said, Well, they are quite understandable. The next moment, looking at the girls, he mentally added, I can't reveal the truth about the destruction of the griffin and the benefits of it. I can only lie further. And then said, I've thought about it well. We're not bringing it up. After receiving instructions from my master, Jitri replied, I understand you. I will prepare everything for the task. Hearing that the topic of the danger of the plan would no longer be raised, Knox looked at his maid and thought that finishing off the griffin from Chaders at the beginning of the game was literally an impossible mission. The next moment, turning his gaze to Alina and May, the boy added in his head, No one can do it the first time. Continuing his thoughts, Knox smiled and mentally added, But of course there are exceptions everywhere. Here it was me who said, I'm explaining the essence of the plan, so listen carefully, I won't repeat. Continuing to think about the plan, Knox added in his head a secret path without a plan. Of course, the griffin cannot be defeated. Talking about the plan of action to complete the mission, Knox added in his head that the secret path is open only to the most experienced players called the elders of the game. As Knox filled the girls in on all the details of his plan, he added, I'm one of them. Not for nothing, I've gone through Inner Lunatic 26 times and then asked everything clearly. After receiving the question from their commander, the girls shouted, Yes, and then Knox thought, the reason why I need a griffin like everything in Genius is very simple. Continuing the dialogue with his accomplices, Knox smiled and mentally said, The reward for his destruction is incredible, and then said, Well, that's enough explanations and we'll start the plan tomorrow. Stroking his horse before starting the mission, Knox said in his head, If you don't put your life on the line, you won't survive. Such are the rules in the world of Inner Lunatic. Climbing the wall and seeing a whole bunch of monsters heading for their fortress, Knox said it had already begun. Immediately after noticing the approach of enemies, Knox shouted to everyone to get ready, after which Elena and May shouted, Sir to Sir. Also, hearing the order of his younger brother Grain, who was standing among the troops, spoke up in displeasure. Waving his hands in front of him for effect, Knox shouted out, Remember, we only have one shot at this, and was answered with a yes, sir. After giving out orders to all his men, Knox looked at the enemy's numbers and mentally said, I feel like this is the first time I've done this, maybe because I'm Knox von Reinhofer now. Continuing to stand in front of his army, the guy added in his head, and the only part-time strategist. The next moment, a maid came up to the boy and asked him, Young sir, are you sure you'll be okay? Continuing to worry about the boy, the maid added, I told you yesterday that the mission was really dangerous. And then Knox raised his hand and interrupted the maid and said to Jitra, Turning his head back and smiling happily, the boy added, Trust your master, I will not die. Immediately after he said that, the guy jumped down and mentally said, That's when I made a promise that I won't be able to keep because of my illness. Climbing down the wall, Knox used his sword to slow his fall and then pushed off and jumped into the crowd of monsters. At the moment of the jump, the boy took out the potion Alina had brewed for him and threw it at one of the golems that was walking among the monsters. As soon as the potion weakened the enemy, Knox immediately struck with his sword and destroyed his opponent, after which he received a notification that you had finished the iron golem. The next moment, activating the Northern Sword Technique skill, Knox ran into the crowd of monsters that were walking towards the wall and began to slash them. At the moment of confrontation with a large number of enemies, Knox saw a new group with a golem in front of him and said, But without this promise I could have died earlier. Immediately after his words, the boy threw himself back into the fight and said in his head, That's why you will be my stepping stone. Entering the excitement of the confrontation, Knox smiled ominously and added in his head, And I will be able to enjoy this damn game more that has become my reality. The next moment, noticing a giant griffin above him that appeared on the battlefield, Knox shouted, Cuckoo, so let's get started. Seeing a griffin on the battlefield locking eyes with Knox, the other team members standing on the wall became visibly nervous. Having calmed down a bit from everything she had seen and experienced, Alina watched Nox's actions on the battlefield and exclaimed that this was definitely not a dream. Watching the half-elf in amazement, she added that she had never seen a knight so skilled in combat before. It was something on the verge of fantasy. The next moment, May joined her friend's amazed exclamations and said, "Of course I expected him to be quite skilled, but it's hard to follow him at this speed and movement." A little tense because of everything she had seen, May kept her eyes on Nox and asked who the Rheinhafers were. Hearing the question from Jitri's ally, the family which is widely known for its exceptional skills in the art of swordplay and is also home to international black sword fights, spoke from behind the girls. As the girls stood in a single line and put their hands to their chests, Jitri tilted her head down and added, "So much for the Rheinhafers." Immediately after her words, the maid suddenly turned her gaze to May and added, "And we can say without a doubt that young Mr. Knox is the most talented of the young candidates." Standing next to Jitri, who was praising her master, Grain held his head and felt his headache grow. The next moment, looking away from Jitri, she said in her head, "I still can't understand why the young gentleman doesn't do anything about the rumors, although I'm sure he has his reasons." Interrupting the girl's thoughts, May looked down and said, "I don't think all the rumors about him are true." The next moment, walking up to the maid and leaning on the fence wall, May added with a smile on her face, "It seems he is just following a plan. Perhaps the role of the family's talentlessness is quite profitable, but what he needs it for remains a mystery." Hearing her friend's remark, Jitri looked to the side and smiled gently and said, "I completely agree, so you should play along." Turning to the girls who stood beside her, the maid added, bowing low, that she could convince them that Mr. Knox was pretending to be a loser only out of good faith, and that he was a wise man indeed. Continuing her speech, Jitri added that this is why Elin was grabbed by a girl and joyfully exclaimed, "You want me to keep it a secret who he really is? Yes." Immediately after letting go of the girl, Alina joyfully exclaimed, "You don't have to worry," and then May joined the conversation, keeping our mouths shut. When she heard that the girls would be happy to support her and keep the secret, Jitri smiled happily. The next moment after the warm conversation, a loud cry of a griffin was heard, which was clearly in a bad mood. Hearing this, Grain and his soldiers standing on the defensive wall were seriously frightened. Gathering his thoughts and looking behind the wall, the older brother saw his younger brother standing near him, a griffin lying on the ground. Starting to bite his nails at what he saw, the boy thought anxiously to Knox, "Are you really going to fight this guy? Are you out of your mind?" As everyone was watching him, Knox himself waited for the right moment, grabbed his sword, and moved in to avoid the monster's attacks. As soon as the enemy launched his attack, Knox dodged it and tried to counterattack, but the griffin took to the sky. When the monster was in the air, Knox looked back at his older brother standing on the wall and gave him a stern look. Noticing this burning look on him, Grain was frightened for a moment, then gritted his teeth and thought, "To hell with it, I'll just do what he asked, and that's it." The next moment, turning to the soldiers with the ballistae, Grain stretched out his hand in front of him and shouted, "Everyone, wait until the griffin flies in the direction of the fortress and then shoot at it on command." After explaining the further plan of action, the leader shouted out to you all, and the soldiers responded with a clear, "Yes, sir." The next moment, the soldiers pulled ballistae to the edge of the wall on Grain's orders and began to aim at the monster that was heading toward them. As soon as the enemy was within arrow range, Grain stretched out his hand in front of him and shouted, "Now!" followed by the sound of gunfire. As a result of a flurry of arrows fired at the griffin, one of them hit the monster's wing and left a hole in it. The next moment after the injury, the monster flew to the ground, losing concentration and experiencing severe pain, while Knox watched nearby. Smiling slyly after seeing the result of the shelling, Knox mentally said that in order to defeat the griffin, we need to get rid of its incredible ability to fly. Immediately after he said that, the boy took out a bottle of a potion he was carrying and quickly drank the contents and threw it on the ground. The next moment, a notification appeared above the guy. "You have taken the metallization potion. Your stamina increases by 1, after which Knox smiled slyly and wiped his lips, thinking, "Good thing I prepared in advance." A few hours before the battle began, when he met his brother in his office, Grain exclaimed in confusion, "What are you talking about, and how dare you ask me to do such a dirty job?" Continuing to protest in response to Knox's instructions, the older brother added that he could have someone else deal with the ballistics. After thinking for a few seconds after hearing his brother's question, Knox suddenly said, "Well then, you'll be fighting the griffin." Suddenly silent after Knox's words, Grain put his hand to his chin and said, "So how many ballistae do you say you need?" Approaching the monster that fell to the ground after being shot at, Knox mentally said, "I knew Grain's instincts would not fail him. He is quite useful." Immediately after his thoughts, he picked up his sword and began to burn the monster with his fearsome gaze, adding that all that was left was to wait for the effect of Elena's potion and show himself. At the same moment, the griffin, having recovered from the fall, saw Knox in front of him and immediately took off into the sky with a menacing expression. Being in a state of shock, the monster quickly took off into the sky and felt something unusual, after which the hole in its wing played its role and it fell to the ground. When the griffin was back on the ground, Knox, who was slowly walking toward the fugitive, said, "It's not nice when things don't go your way, is it?" Continuing to walk slowly towards the monster that was trying to escape from him, Knox added, "I understand you perfectly. Normally you wouldn't even notice these wounds." Approaching the beast lying on the ground with his formidable figure, Knox added, "You are a griffin, a monster of high rank, except that a projectile pierced your wing." Looking at the monster's predicament, the boy added, "We've smeared your favorite poisons on it, and we can't wait to see what happens to you in about 5 minutes. The pain will be unbearable." Having heard all the words from the mouth of the boy who announced the hunt, the griffin got to its feet and swung its paw to finish Knox off. At the same moment, activating his Time Lord skill, the guy smiled ominously and said that 5 minutes would be enough. Looking at the claws of the monster that stopped a few centimeters away from him, Knox said in surprise in his head, this kind of pressure in the game was completely different, but whatever. The next moment, having dealt a considerable number of blows to the enemy and dispelled the Time Master's skill to ensure that the blows reached their target, Knox said only one of us would die, and it was definitely not me. Finding himself behind the back of the monster he had just given a good scolding, Knox added confidently, "At least it won't happen today." Immediately after he said that, Knox turned his gaze to his older brother, who was sitting on the wall, and called out to Grain. Hearing his younger brother's cry, the second son was frightened and said in his head, "This is exactly the same Knox I used to know." Immediately after his thoughts, Grain cycled and spoke indifferently, then stretched his arm out in the direction of the target and shouted fire. As soon as the arrows from the ballistae had done considerable damage to the monster, Knox, who was standing nearby, threw the enemy's head back and shouted in an ominous tone. When the shelling was over, Knox picked up his sword and headed toward the half-living griffin, saying, "Well, now let's finish it." Aiming his sword at the griffin that lay on the ground near him, Knox gathered enough mana and spoke a dark punishment in his head. Immediately after activating the skill, the guy rushed in the direction of the enemy to finally finish him off and noticed the monster sticking out its leg. After cutting off the monster's chicken leg, which he used to try to interrupt his attack, Knox moved on. When Knox got close enough to reach his attack, he made only one slashing blow which divided the griffin into a lion and an eagle. At the end of the fight, when the monster's body fell near him, the boy was finally able to sheath his sword. After the battles, the guy began to wipe the sweat from his tired face, which was flowing down like a river. At one point in his breaths, the guy accidentally turned his gaze to the other monsters, who were frozen in place and shaking with fear. The next moment, all the enemies who were still alive and able to run quickly scattered to save their lives. When the battle was finally over, and there were no enemies left on the battlefield, Knox turned his head to his comrades standing on the wall, cheering. Watching the cheering crowd and his friends, Knox received a notification that you have been given 60 days for defeating the griffin, the remaining time being 79 days. Smiling imperceptibly after everything had ended in the best possible way, the young gentleman said the truth was not bad. At the same time, standing on the wall and looking at his younger brother Grain, who could not believe his eyes, he thought, how the hell did he do that? Being in complete shock at what he saw, the second son of the Greyrat family, recalling the description of the defeated monster, mentally added that the griffin was a high-ranking monster. Continuing to think about what he had seen, Grain added in his head, "But he bent over for some scumbag like this." Gritting his teeth in anger, the second son hunted for a while, then sighed heavily and thought that to defeat a high-ranking creature, one must be at least a professor at the academy. The next moment he looked again at his younger brother, who was standing at the bottom of the monster's body. He added, "Then I guess I just have to accept its power." Grain took his thoughts in a different direction, saying to Knox von Reinhofer in his head, "Judging by what I have seen through you, the order of succession is obviously going to change soon." Continuing to think about the situation, Grain realized his powerlessness and said, "In that case, I'll need to be on the right side." As soon as Knox was on the wall with the other soldiers, Grain folded his hands in front of him and said, "I will see to it that the carcass is carried in one piece and the spoils are distributed to you." Looking at his older brother, who was acting rather unusually surprised, Knox saw him suddenly turn his back and walk away, saying, "Go get some rest." As soon as the door closed behind Grain, Knox smiled and said in his head, "I've probably scared my brother. Well, that's great. Now it's time to use what this was all about." Immediately after his thoughts, Knox opened a window with notifications that said information about receiving the item. Name Griffin Heart category, miscellaneous main element wind special effect. Griffin Heart Wildlife Riot can be used to make an elixir that changes your stamina and agility. Depending on the skills of the potionist, you can either increase your stats or decrease them. Holding the heart of the griffin in her hands, Elena said, as you said, the hidden power of the wind is in its heart. If we use this miracle wisely, we can create elixirs and equipment that we have never even dreamed of. After hearing the girl's story, Knox said, we don't have much time. I want to use the heart to make an elixir. How long will it take? Thinking about the guy's question, Alina said, it's hard to say right away, but I think I can handle the equipment quickly. And then Knox said, I'll provide everything you need, and I'll take this opportunity to make you a suggestion. Without taking his eyes off the girls in front of him, the boy said, Elena May, I want to hire you both to work for the Reinhofer family. When May heard Knox's proposal, she pointed at herself and exclaimed, but we're just commoners, and was told that it didn't matter. Continuing his speech, the young gentleman, not taking his eyes off the girls, added that if you have what I need, I will use it, so why shouldn't you use me as well? But of course I will not tolerate a dog that bites the hand that feeds it. Announcing his opinion on the remark, Knox mentally added that in any case no one knows what and how best to use the monster's heart now, because passing the hidden path does not imply defeating the griffin the first time. Continuing his thoughts, the boy added that no one can work with the heart except, of course, a genius. The next moment his thoughts were interrupted by Alina's exclamation, who said, for nothing, and in response we will follow you and remain faithful until the end of our days. Smiling happily after Elena Knox's words, I said, I'm glad to hear that, and then mentally added, and now I have two brilliant characters at my disposal. After the conversation about cooperation was over, Knox turned his back on the girls and headed for the exit, saying, we're leaving in 3 days, get the elixir ready, and when we get back to the estate, no one should even know about its existence. And the girls exclaimed, yes, sir. As soon as Knox headed back to the hotel, Gitri, who accompanied him, hurried after him. At one point, the maid stopped in her tracks and said, young sir, you are radically different from the way you are described. Hearing the topic that the maid had just touched on, Knox asked in surprise what you were talking about, after which Gitri remarked, they say you're a selfish cat to the core, but I know that at the very least it's a lie, so you can promise me something. The next moment, putting her hand to her chest, she added, of course it is impossible to predict, but if one day you give up, please tell me if I can help you in any way. I don't understand why you are so disliked. After thinking about the girl's request for a while, Knox said, well, if such a day comes, I'll let you know, and then turned and walked on. Not hearing the girl walking behind him, Knox asked, are you going to sleep here tonight? It's going to be cool. Let's hurry up. We don't want to get sick. Hearing the remark from her young master, the girl smiled happily and then hurried after him to get home as soon as possible. After a while, back at the hotel, Gitri tried to contain all her sincere feelings and thoughts about what had happened. Lying in bed with a compress on his forehead, Knox said, I know what you're going to say. Don't you dare say it. It's humiliating enough without it. To which Gitri said, it happens to everyone, and you're still growing. Hearing the remark from his maid, Knox looked at the system notifications that said you have received a negative skill anemia of the 2nd level due to weak immunity of the 3rd level. You have received a negative skill chronic bronchitis of the 4th level, and mentally said, what a load of crap. After a certain period of time, somewhere in the Reinhofer family's possessions, one of the servants saw the guests approaching and shouted out to the young lords to return. Upon hearing his subject's message, the chief butler immediately came out to greet the family members who had returned from the mission. When Rodwell saw a pair of beautiful ladies arriving at their estate with Knox, he asked if they were the young master's new maids, and the latter confidently replied yes. A considerable number of servants who had gathered in the square to meet the masters began to discuss Knox, who was passing by and who could not resist once again bringing in another woman, or even two. No matter how much the hyena tried to change its spots, it would remain a hyena. Knox was followed by Elina and May, who also had to listen to the tone of the man's voice, and if he hears, don't be surprised if you accidentally lose your head at his age. There are so many women in his time, and the fact that he explored the forest of missing children is a lie, but the leader said it was his handiwork and he would not lie. As he continued to drive on in silence and listen to the conversations in his address, Knox mentally said that no matter what I did, the stigma of ineptitude and the disappointment of the family had long since taken root and was reinforced by them, but so be it. Immediately after his thoughts, the boy looked at the servants with a stern look and told you that there was nothing to do if you were wasting your time. Hearing the angry master's remarks, all the servants quickly scattered from the square like rats from a ship, going about their business, leaving the boy alone. The next moment, as soon as the extra ears disappeared, Knox was approached by the chief butler and said, "Young Mr. Knox, the leader wishes to meet with you in person." When Knox heard that Theo von Reinhofer was calling him to his office, he said in his head, Sitting in his office, the leader of the Reinhofer family heard the door to his office open, followed by Knox and the chief butler. Turning his head in the direction of the guests, Theo spoke, and Knox knelt before his father and said, "I was told you wanted to see me." Upon hearing his youngest son's greeting, the family leader turned his gaze to Knox and said, "I have news for you, and I'm sure you won't leave me without a story either." After listening to the family leader's remarks, Knox raised his head in surprise and looked at the man. Continuing the dialogue with Theo's son, von Reinhofer said, "I heard about your invaluable help during the mission when I brought the squad back from Chaders with minimal losses and even dealt with the monsters." Continuing his conversation with the boy, Theo mentioned his second son and added, "Even Grain has recognized your strength." When Knox heard who had just been mentioned in the conversation and in what way, he was surprised to hear his brother say that. Pointing to the letter on his desk, Theo said that he would not have been able to complete the task without your help and would not have been knighted. After hearing his father's story, Knox bowed his head down and mentally said to Grain, "What a gesture of goodwill on your part." Interrupting his youngest son's thoughts, the family leader reached for a scroll on his desk and said, "Have you forgotten that I called you to discuss more important things?" Holding the scroll out to his son, Theo von Reinhofer added, "You took on a task that seemed impossible at first glance, and you accomplished it and brought honor and respect to the family." Taking the scroll in his hands and opening it, Knox saw 2 seals, after which Theo added, "I will remain true to my promise. This is what you asked for, and from now on, Chaders is yours." Seeing that his request had been granted and a tidbit of land that would become quite valuable in the future, Knox bowed and said, "I am very grateful for your generosity, leader." After the words of gratitude, Knox saw that the family leader was preparing to discuss something else, but hesitated and thought that there was more. Having made his final decision, Theo looked at the boy and said, "Knox von Reinhofer, the youngest heir to the family, you want to take my place." Hearing what the leader of the Knox family had just offered him, he was suddenly shocked by the sudden proposal. When he recovered from the shock and saw his father's eyes on him, the boy gritted his teeth and mentally said, "What the hell kind of talk is going on?" At the same time, somewhere in the Empire, surrounded by sand on all sides, a boy was watching his watch, which displayed the latest events. The little thing played a recording of Knox's confrontation with the vulture. After watching the recording to the end, where the beast was destroyed by one of the sons of the Reinhofer family, the boy clutched the watch in his hand and said, "The griffin is dead." Approaching his master from behind, the advisor said, "The Reinhofer idiots suddenly decided to take action." Continuing to report to a high-ranking family member, the man added, "From what I know, the Chaders' now ownership of the property has been transferred to the younger one." Having listened to the end of his subject's report, the boy said to Kremser without shifting his gaze, "Get ready for battle." To which the old man asked, "Are you sure about that?" When asked about the seriousness of his intentions, the boy continued to observe the desert and said, "This family has taken something very valuable from me, and I have nothing to lose." Bowing his head to the passing boy, the subject said, "Good, my lord," and then began to show his sly smile. As soon as the gentleman left Kremser, he took the little girl's hand and turned his gaze to her, looking at her features. The next moment, crouching down in front of the young girl and putting his hand to her face, Kremser spoke very soon. Continuing to smile ominously at the anticipation of the realization of his plan, the man added, "The time will come when the whole kingdom will be in my hands, and she will wake up that day." After asking his son the question, Theo continued to observe his reaction and behavior, but did not get an answer. Breaking the long silence in the leader's office, Rodval said, "I dare say the question is a bit premature, Mr. Knox. You are still too young, and you know better than anyone how heavy the burden of being the leader of the Reinhofer family is." Hearing the remark from his subject, the man closed his eyes and confidently said no, it was just the right time. Continuing the dialogue with Theo about his proposal, the chief butler added, "I'm sorry, but I don't agree. Young Mr. Knox is not ready to give an answer at this time." Continuing to express his opinion, the chief butler added that there was still the first young Mr. Garin, to which Theo pounded his fist on the table and said, "It's not your decision." The next moment, bowing before the family leader, Knox said, "I'm not interested in the position of family leader. Too much responsibility will have to be put on my shoulders, and I'm not ready." After hearing Theo von Reinhofer's refusal, he said, "You are my son, and you are afraid to take this post," to which Knox replied that he had enough reasons for that. Accepting the opinion of his younger son, the family leader looked away and said, "Well, this time let it be your way," after which Knox said, "Thank you." The next moment, looking at Knox again, Theo von Reinhofer added, you knew that brilliant talent cannot be hidden by people who are miserable creatures who are always ready to test you." After hearing Theo's words, Knox bowed and spoke to the leader, after which Theo added, "You can go now, I think you're tired from the road," and the boy added, "Thank you for your concern." Arriving at her master's house, who had just returned to his room, Jitri asked the leader if he had reprimanded you, to which Nox replied, "No, don't even worry about it." Continuing to calm the girl, Nox added nothing supernatural after all that he had heard. Jitri just sighed heavily, not noticing anything. The next moment, deciding not to bring up the subject again, Jitri said, "By the way, the rooms for Elena and May are ready." And Nox said, "Well done." After receiving praise from the gentleman, the girl said, "Why, it's my job," to which Nox replied that if everyone lived in accordance with the rules and obeyed them without question, people would not hate each other, rob each other, or be at odds with each other. After hearing a fair comment on her objection, the girl put her hand to her chin and thought, after which Nox said, "You're good, Jitri." Once again receiving praise from the young gentleman, the girl bowed before him and said, "Yes, young Mr. Nox, thank you." After finishing the dialogue with the girl, the young gentleman bowed his head down and thought to himself, "Well, that's how my carefree life ended." The next moment, remembering the place where he would soon have to go, Nox added in his head the best educational institution for knights, Eldane Academy, and there I must become the best. At the same time, in his office, the family leader sighed heavily and said, as expected, the conversation was not an easy one. Hearing the opinion of Theo von Reinhofer, the chief butler remarked that young Mr. Knox was not yet mature enough for him. If he knew the significance of your position, perhaps his answer would be different. After listening to his subject's opinion, the family leader spoke confidently, and his eyes showed determination. It was the look of a man who had already decided what he would do in the future. Continuing to express his opinion, Theo added that he is afraid, but not of the position of leader and not even of me. Everything is much more difficult. It is as if he is standing on the edge of an abyss without the right to make a wrong step. The next moment, looking down, the family leader said in his head, "Death, now he is afraid of death, but why?" Interrupting the family leader's thoughts, Rodval said, drawing everyone's attention to himself, "I may be meddling in my own business, but I'm not." Continuing to express his opinion on what might help in reflection, the chief butler added that Madame's fate had clearly left a mark on the young Mr. Knox's memory forever. Hearing his subject's conjecture, Theo von Reinhofer smiled and said, "That's right, maybe he blames me for everything." Recalling the moment when his younger son often looked at his mother's portrait, the family leader added, "I am a miserable person who could not even protect his mother." Interrupting his thoughts in a sad direction, Mr. Rodval told the leader that it was more important that Mr. Garin had begun to act with much more confidence this time than before. After receiving the warning from his subject, the family leader bowed his head down and said, "Yes, I know." In the next moment, all the moments of his battle with the demons flew through Theo's memory, as well as the moment when his eldest son stood in front of him and said to his father, "It's time for you to surrender and accept the truth and accept the power of the great Lord." While in her room, Talia continued to sort through her things, trying on dresses and scattering them everywhere. After choosing another outfit and putting it on, the girl turned to the maid and said, "What do you think, Emma? It looks good on me?" As she continued to clean up the things scattered around the room, the maid stopped in her tracks and looked at the girl and asked, "Young lady, we have already gone through all the outfits more than once." Ignoring her subject's remarks, Talia Nova picked up another dress and said, "This also looks decent, and this is not bad, but what jewelry should I wear?" Observing the girl's overwhelming anxiety, Emma remarked, "You can't wait to hear this." And Talia exclaimed, "Of course I'm finally going to Eldane." Sighing in disappointment after her mistress's answer, Emma remarked, "But I'm not talking about the academy right now." The next moment, remembering what she meant, the maid added, "And young Mr. Knox, this is the first time you will meet him since he officially became your fiancé." Hearing the story from her maid, Talia suddenly blushed and said, "Although it will be better with ruffles, I don't think so," and was answered with a yes. Suddenly turning to her maid, Talia exclaimed to Emma, "What kind of one-word answers are so difficult to help with?" To which Emma said, "You always nitpick." Somewhere in the Reinhofer family estate, Knox wandered through the building and came to the room with the laboratory where Elena worked. Quietly closing the door so as not to make too much noise, the guy went inside and saw a girl lying on a chair in front of him. The next moment, looking up at the boy, Elena, who looked completely exhausted, said in a tired voice, "Oh, here you are." Approaching the girl, Knox said, What's going on with Elix?" And before he could finish, he saw the girl's condition and nervously asked, "How are you feeling? You don't look so good," although that's an understatement. Appearing behind the genius alchemist, May folded her arms in front of her and said, "Every time she gets carried away with something, I will take care of her," after which Elena happily said, "You are the best, may he." When she heard that she would be taken care of to regain her strength after making the potion, the half-elf turned to Knox again and exclaimed, "Let's get back to the topic of conversation." Glancing in the direction Elena had just pointed, Knox saw a vial with a brightly shining liquid nearby and headed for it. Taking the potion in his hands, he saw a window of characteristics that showed basic information. Name elixir of wind category suitable for ingestion, class advanced, main element wind stamina +1, agility +3. The next moment, another window appeared that said the strength of the effect was doubled because the elixir had been prepared by the genius alchemist Alina, and then the girl exclaimed, "Well, how?" Continuing to stare with admiration at the bottle of elixir that Nox had prepared for him, he finally spoke to me. Continuing his thoughts, Nox mentally said the wind elixir increases not only stamina but also hidden agility, and the Time Lord is the perfect combo. The next moment, turning his gaze back to the creator, he mentally added, "It was not for nothing that I brought here the heart of a lesser griffin from a brilliant healer and did not expect Elin to have a much harder time without her." Having finished his thoughts on the perfection of the finished product, Nox smiled and said, "You did well," and the girl sighed with relief. Immediately after praising the girl, Nox opened the bottle and began pouring its contents into his mouth. As soon as the potion was drunk, an airy aura appeared around the guy and covered his entire body, giving him additional effects. Raising his performance by several notches, Nox smiled and said, "Now the final touch is done." Leaving Alina and May's room so that the former could rest after her hard work, Nox headed to his room with the maid and said, "Let's go to Eldain." The Eldain Academy is a place where members of the nobility and noble families go to study magic and martial arts. Over time, carriages began to arrive at the academy, and Nox got out of one of them, which arrived first, followed by Jitri, who accompanied him. Seeing who had arrived at the academy, a group of onlookers began to talk about his blonde hair and lavender eyes. Is he the youngest of the Rheinhoffers, who is supposed to be entering the academy this year? Still standing in place after getting out of the carriage, Nox listened to the conversations of the onlookers for a while longer, who echoed that the idiot should be quiet, lest he hear us. At one point, Nox put his hand behind his head and looked at the audience with a menacing look and said that another mutt was yapping somewhere. The next moment, as Nox took one step forward, he saw everyone in front of him quickly start to move in different directions. Seeing the behavior and attitude toward her young master that did not change from place to place in the circles of the nobility, Jitri sighed in disappointment. The next moment, behind the girl, she heard the hoofbeats and wheels of another carriage that had just arrived at Eldain Academy. Looking back, Nox and Jitri saw the carriage from which Emma later got out and began to look around for familiar faces. When she came across one of them, she bowed her head and said happily to young Mr. Nox. Continuing to look at the girl with a wary gaze, Nox, who was not very happy about this meeting, said, "And you decided to arrive early, after which you received a notification of the skill acting is not available. You are concerned." The next moment, Emma pointed to her carriage with her young lady in it and said, "Of course, the ceremony for the admission to Eldain Academy will begin soon." Immediately after her words, turning her head inside the carriage where Talia was sitting, Emma said, "Please, young lady, greet young Mr. Nox," to which she exclaimed in alarm that Nox was there. Immediately after the embarrassed exclamation, there was a "Yay, wait a minute," and strange cleaning sounds came from the carriage. A few seconds later, after she had finished cleaning herself up, Talia came out of the carriage in full beauty to greet the boy. Watching the girl get out of the carriage, Nox thought to himself, she was the ambassador in the original story, but I hadn't expected this to happen while I was in the middle of nowhere. Immediately after his thoughts, Nox was plunged into a flashback in which Rona told him the shocking news, after which Nox exclaimed in confusion, pointing a finger at the maid to say it again. After receiving the order from her master, Ron said, "I'm sorry, I just said that you are going to be married to Talia," which Nox grabbed Ron by the shoulders and exclaimed, "That's the problem, I didn't know." As he finished recounting the shocking news he had recently learned, Nox closed his eyes and said in his head, "I checked everything and found out that our families had indeed engaged us without our knowledge to the devil." The next moment, approaching her potential husband, Talia awkwardly straightened her hair and said, "Hi Nox, I'm glad to see you." Looking away from the girl to avoid making eye contact, the boy said, "Hello." Immediately after the greeting, Jitri approached his master and whispered, "Is Lady Talia your fiancée?" To which Nox replied in an offended whisper, "No." Jitri said, "Don't bring it up." Interrupting the whispering of the boy and the maid, Talia asked how he was doing, trying to strike up a conversation. When asked a question by Talia Nox, he continued to look away and answered, "I'm not complaining, but how are you?" Smiling gently after receiving the answer, Talia blushed a little and I spoke as well. At one point, the young couple's tenderness was interrupted by the horse's snorting, which drew their attention to itself. Turning his head in the direction of the horse's snorting, Nox saw a familiar carriage not far from him and mentally said to the person who appeared. Watching the person who was leaving Nox's carriage, one of the geniuses of the Eldain Academy, a star of commerce and leader of the Rivalan family, the most powerful on the continent, said in his mind. As soon as the young lady left her carriage and was exposed to public view, Nox said in his head, "Eleanor de Rivalan." Continuing his thoughts, Knox mentally said, "Ah," and for everything else, after which the girl saw a familiar face in front of her and smiled and exclaimed, "Oh my God, who is this?" Covering her smile with her hand, Eleanor looked at Knox, who was standing nearby, and added, "Didn't young Mr. Knox of the Reinhofer family know you were accepted to the academy? I'm glad to meet you," Knox thought. This woman must have a grating relationship with Knox's past. Having finished his thoughts on who the girl was, Knox asked Eleanor in surprise. In response to the boy's question, the girl put her hand to her chest and bowed her head and spoke in her own voice. Continuing to introduce herself, the girl added with a sly smile, "The heiress of the merchant family you've been looking down on. I'm Eleanor de Rivelin, and I never thought I'd meet you again like this, Knox von Reinhofer." Without taking his eyes off the girl who appeared in the square, Knox said in his head, "Eleanor de Rivelin is the only heiress of the richest family in the world, and their fortune could buy the whole world." Continuing his reflections on this person, the guy mentally added to everything else, "She is also the real pride of the state, the star at whose feet the whole economy will lie, and the people called her the Golden Fox." As Knox continued to think, he mentally spoke looking at Eleanor, but more importantly, he received a warning, acting as an unstable skill. Looking down a little, the boy mentally said she had met Knox when he was a kid. In the distant past, when Eleanor and Knox were still children, there was an event where many noble people gathered, and Eleanor was among them, wandering around the hall. Noticing a worried girl near him, Knox folded his arms in front of him and said, "Just some commoner thinking she's a noblewoman. What a pathetic sight, hoping that the family's money will really help hide the unsightly past." Immediately after the little boy's comment, who reprimanded Eleanor, everyone present began to pay attention to her and talk to her, saying, "Get out of my sight, you brainless bastard." Listening to these words that concerned her, little Eleanor, feeling strong pressure from the nobility, received a mental wound that is unlikely to heal. Recalling this moment from the original story and the protagonist's childhood, Yu-chan mentally recited the strained relationship with Knox turns out to be a kind of karma for his past sins. As he continued his thoughts, Knox turned his gaze to the waist of the woman standing behind him and mentally added, "I'll have to take the fall for him now." The next moment, turning his gaze to Eleanor, who stood with a smile on her face, Knox thought, "I can't believe there are two characters here who will gladly plunge their swords into my heart in the future." At one point, interrupting the worried boy's thoughts, Eleanor said, "Well, why don't you look like yourself?" After receiving the girl's question, Knox folded his arms in front of him and asked in a stern tone, "What exactly was wrong with you?" Then, putting her hand to her face, Eleanor added with a smile on her face, "I'm sure you understand everything perfectly well without me, or maybe you are the kind of person who likes to hear the truth from others to their face." After receiving Eleanor Knox's remarks, he thought, what a shame not to even take a break, and then said, "If you're looking for a reason to quarrel, you can go." Hearing her interlocutor's remark, Eleanor smiled happily and said, "I see that you have not changed at all." Continuing his forced conversation with the girl, Knox asked her unhappily what you wanted in the way of recognition, or if there was anything else you wanted. After receiving a few questions from the boy, Eleanor smiled happily and said, "Unfortunately, I don't want anything to do with the Reinhofer family's disgrace." After receiving a remark from the girl, Knox mentally said, "I knew she couldn't stand me, but let's see her performance." The next moment, a system window appeared in front of Knox saying, "Vision activated basic information about Eleanor de Rivelin. Name Eleanor de Rivelin, gender female, age 15, race human, main element, wind achievements absent. Skills, positive genius calculation, acting negative, Gumel, northern technique, swordplay, vanity, arrogance, performance, stamina, 5 mana, 7, giving 9, will 7, charm 21, passive skills, Eye of the Gold Merchant." After reviewing all the characteristics of the girl in front of him, Knox mentally said, "My skills haven't really changed, to my great happiness." Once again immersed in his thoughts, Knox recalled in his mind the Rivelin family, a prefix to their surname, which was acquired by Eleanor Clarkson's father, who was a merchant. Continuing these reflections, the boy mentally added that even though Eleanor may be looking down on her own status, she has no choice but to extract the maximum benefit. In simple words, she is the embodiment of anger, and the previous Knox had pressed directly on a wound that had barely healed. Gritting his teeth as he realized his current situation, Knox whispered to her that he had literally become the worst person in the world. The next moment, bowing before the young people, Eleanor said, "Well, I left you at your insistence, and unfortunately we are not in the right relationship to wish each other a good day." As the girl passed by, Knox remarked to me that I shouldn't fall apart in front of such lowly people, to which Eleanor replied, "Yes, until we meet again." The last ones left in the square in front of the academy, Knox turned toward the entrance and said, "Let's go, the initiation ceremony is about to begin." After receiving instructions from her future husband, the girl suddenly exclaimed, "I'm coming," and followed Knox. Walking with the girl to the ceremony, Knox mentally said to Talia, I can't get rid of her now, and she won't get rid of me either because her fiancé's main goal is to get the most out of her. Raising his head up and looking at the scale of the main building of the academy, the boy added in his head and did not lose the ground from under his feet. After a while, when he arrived at the main hall where the ceremony was to take place, Knox saw a large number of people waiting for the ceremony to begin. Looking at everyone in the room, the boy spoke as one would expect a whole bunch of children from respectable families. Continuing to consider the candidates for the academy, Knox saw some interesting people and added some quite useful ones in his head, and they will also need to be recruited, provided that this does not affect the original story. Immediately afterwards, Knox remembered Paracelsus, Eleanor, and several other people and recited the strongest characters in his head. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy thought, unfortunately, it will not be possible to lure them away. Otherwise, the original plot will suffer, so you will have to interact with them with great care. The next moment, noticing the considerable amount of attention on him, Knox said, I feel like everyone is looking at me or I'm making myself look bad, and Jitri pointed out that there is a moment when many of the nobility are looking at you. Paying attention to the scrutiny that was burning into Knox, the girl nervously added, You're obviously a celebrity. Hearing the opinion of his maid, Knox said, Well, you could say that. And then Talia noticed a look of rather hostility, which was not exactly popular. At one point a voice said, I hope you can hear me, after which everyone in the room fell silent and their attention was focused on the pulpit. Hearing the familiar voice that had just sounded, Knox looked toward the stage and spoke, and it had finally begun. Appearing in public with a lollipop in her hands and wrapped in bandages, the girl shouted out, I welcome you all. Seeing a strange person in front of them, the audience began to talk in surprise. Such a small baby, so short. Where did the child come from? Is it a professor? Continuing to discuss this event, the candidates exclaimed that the child had forgotten the sacred ceremony of entering the academy. Perhaps he had gotten away from his parents and got lost, but he greeted us. Perhaps he was just polite. Hearing what the rest of the students were talking about when they saw this person, Knox thought to himself, Idiots, she's a monster in the flesh. They say that looks can be deceiving, and this is definitely her case. The next moment, using the vision, Knox saw the name Noah Von Trinity, gender female, age unknown, race unknown, main element, ice achievement, solace, empathy, Eldane Academy, one of the 4 sages' skills, positive mana sensitivity, good-naturedness, negative inferiority, complex short stature, childishness, laziness, stamina, 21 mana, 26 luck, 8 charm, 10. Passive skills, Sea of Mana, Ruler's Influence, active skills, Water Balloon, Ice Arrow, Blizzard. Seeing all this, Knox thoughtfully said her favor must be achieved. Hearing the boy's thoughts, Talia, who was standing next to him, asked in surprise what was going on, and Knox replied, Nothing, just keep quiet if life is precious. Continuing her speech to the candidates for the academy, Noah Von Trinity joyfully exclaimed, I'm glad to see you all. My name is Noah Von Trinity. I am the new dean of the academy. Continuing to joyfully announce the information, the girl added, Of course I know that many of you are not yet aware of it. The next moment, Noah Von Trinity suddenly changed her mood to one of menace and added, If I ever hear the word little again. The next moment, smiling happily and holding a lollipop to her, the girl added, You're all going to die here, okay? Immediately after her words, she added, Let the sacred ceremony of dedication of the Eldane Academy begin, and the students were confused. Raising his hand up to get the dean's attention, one of the students said, But we weren't told anything about this, to which Noah Von Trinity exclaimed, Of course. The next moment, looking down at the student who asked her question, she added this new rule of the new dean to sort the trash from the true talents. Immediately after her words, Noah Von Trinity created a giant magic circle under the feet of the students and said, Well, that's that. As the new dean of the academy was preparing to move everyone to the test site, she added, I hope everyone comes back alive. Lowering his head down, Knox looked at the magic circle that appeared under the feet of all the students and mentally said, This is where it all begins. As soon as the giant magic circle began to work and the students began to move to the test site, Knox mentally added, I will definitely survive at all costs. A few seconds after the forced teleportation was over, all the candidates for the academy found themselves in a maze created by the new dean. Seeing the new recruits in front of him, the professor who was already waiting for them suddenly shouted out to the anus to get up immediately. Waving his arms in different directions, the professor, whose bald head glistened brightly in the sun, exclaimed, You snot-nosed premature babies have completely lost your fear, you're sleeping right in front of me, and everyone's brains have been blown off. At one point, Interrupting his screams, the professor noticed one of the students lying on the ground who continued to stand up even after being forcibly teleported. Turning his gaze to the only student standing up, the professor said in surprise in his head, "It looks like he's holding on." Gritting his teeth after what had happened to him, Knox said in his head he was able to resist by some miracle, obviously without the consequences of forced teleportation. Thus, there were 2 people on their feet in the meadow, and the teacher was drilling the boy with his eyes. The next moment, looking up at the teacher and assessing his bald spot, Knox mentally said, "But it shines just like it does in the game, like a halo." Continuing his thoughts about the person standing in front of him, Knox mentally added that the story said that he had once been the owner of an enviable hairstyle. Continuing his thoughts, the boy added in his head, "Vernon is not only a teacher of martial arts, but also a graduate of the academy because of his baldness. Among the players of Takaki, Vernon became famous for his dishonorable nickname. Of course, training his legs is his strong suit." Looking directly into the eyes of the man who was analyzing him with the same scorching gaze, Knox thought it would be nice to get closer to him. At one point, stretching out his hand in front of him and pointing at Knox, Vernon shouted out problems to the white-bearded man, who then stared at me like a puppy. After receiving the teacher's remark, Knox closed his eyes and thought, "Damn, is it really that noticeable?" After which he said, "No, everything is fine," and activated the acting skill. As soon as the atmosphere settled down a bit, Vernon said, "I'm warning you just once. Remember, I have very good intuition, and if you get a bad idea about me, it will be bad enough." In response to the teacher's remark, Knox raised his hand and said, "Please tell me about the entrance test, and we'll come back to our conversation later." Hearing a request from one of the candidates for the academy, Vernon said, "Whatever you say, but first I'll wake up the poor dormice, so I advise you to cover your ears if you don't want to lose your eardrums." After receiving advice from one of the academy's instructors, Knox immediately put his hands to his ears to avoid losing his hearing from what was about to happen. When he saw that the student had followed his instructions, Vernon spread his hands in front of him and prepared to cast a spell that would wake the other students. As soon as the spell took effect, there was a loud sound that woke up those who were sleeping, after which the candidates began to shout out what the sound was. Angry at being suddenly awakened by an incomprehensible noise, one of the candidates shouted out what the hell was making it. Immediately after his question, the boy was hit on the head and looked back to see the teacher angrily shouting that the creature was not happy. Getting to his feet, the candidate for student began rubbing his head, looking at the teacher's blinding bald spot along with the others who had woken up. The next moment, folding his arms in front of him, the professor exclaimed not only that he dared to curse me, but also that he was dying, followed by the words, "Excuse me." After a while, seeing the remaining people who had not woken up, Vernon shouted out to move those who were unconscious to a safe area. As soon as the first part of the weaklings were eliminated, the professor gathered the remaining candidates in front of him and said, "We have solved the first problem. Now let's get back to talking about the entrance exams at Elden Academy." Also listening to the teacher's stories, Knox thoughtfully summarized all the requirements for the test on this magical island. "We will need to fight monsters." Continuing his thoughts, the guy mentally added, "As a reward, a gem of a certain color will fall out of each of them. The less mana in the stone, the more expensive it is. Many will be surprised that it is not better when there is more mana." Continuing to think about the tests, Knox mentally added that only partially the test is focused on testing 2 skills. The first is mana sensitivity. The next moment, recalling the moment of transfer from the academy to Knox Island, she mentally said she had already determined the duration of the awakening after Noah's spell. Continuing to think, Knox mentally added a second one, the ability to catch the slightest fluctuations in mana. Well-developed such abilities help mages squeeze everything out of themselves on the battlefield. At one point, looking at everyone present, Knox said that stones are sorted by value, and then mentally added that the same thing is happening to us. During the introductory briefing, Professor Vernon said that this place is a labyrinth created by the Dean of the Academy, Eldane Noah von Trinity, where you will have to fight enemies you have never dreamed of in your nightmares. Continuing his introductory speech, the man did not take his eyes off the candidates for students and added, "That is why I will make an exception for you and allow you to work in teams." The next moment, daggers began to appear in the hands of all those present to form teams to pass the test. As soon as the students saw these objects in their hands, Professor Vernon shouted out one team of a maximum of 8 people, "Let's hurry up." After distributing the items to all the students, the professor turned his back on them without further explanation and walked away, saying, "I will be waiting for you at the top." Looking in the man's wake, the candidates exclaimed, "Professor Vernon, he's going so fast my head still hurts like hell, as if I'd been hit in the head with a hammer." When Paracelsus heard that it was possible to form teams of students to pass this test, he put his hand to his chin and began to think about what he should do. Other attendees also began to think about what they should do and how to recruit really useful friends. At one point, the absolute silence was broken by a girl who raised her hand and said, "Are there any of you who would like to accompany the princess with me?" While the first team was assembling, Eleanor, not wanting to waste time, promised that if you join me, I promise you on behalf of my family that you will be generously rewarded. While the rest of the players were wondering what they should do, Knox refused to join the team and went to the top alone. Continuing to walk confidently forward, the boy said in his head, "Inner lunatic, with average performance and position, it's impossible to survive here." Walking to the top completely alone, Knox added in his mind, "Knowledge is valued above all else, and with my terminal illness I will have to collect all the benefits myself." Arriving at the entrance to the cave, where he was supposed to be waiting for some pretty valuable monsters, Knox spoke in this scenario. The next moment he quickly rushed forward without hesitation and said with a smile on his face, "I have to act alone." At the same time, standing at the top and watching Knox, Vernon said in surprise, "I can't understand how a very green student can change and not only survive the dean's coercive spell." The next moment, remembering his impressive decision, he decided to go through the test alone. Immediately after his thoughts, the professor turned his gaze to the beautiful landscape in front of him and said, curiously, that he did not know the feeling of fear at all, although it was much more difficult. Remembering the boy he had come face to face with, Vernon added that our test did not intimidate him. The boy had experienced something much worse. A diamond smeared in mud is still a diamond. The next moment, turning his now stern gaze in the direction Knox was headed, the professor said, "Well, show us what a hidden dragon you are, the Rhinofer family. Demonstrate your talent." Once in the cave, Knox continued to walk further and further, not even stopping to collect crystals from the monsters he was able to kill on his way. Knox was followed by another individual that was constantly hiding from his eyes and resumed its movements in a completely safe environment. Waiting for the danger to pass, the girl came out of her hiding place and continued to catch up with the guy, keeping him at a distance and appreciating his truly impressive skills. At the same time, continuing their way to the top, a trio of young ladies consisting of the Princess Talia and her assistant leaned on their backs to repel the attacks of the monsters. Catching her breath and waiting for the enemy's next move, Talia mentally said, "Where did Knox go? I wanted to go with him." The next moment there was an exclamation from the princess's assistant, who exclaimed, "Thalia, why did you freeze? You have been entrusted with the honorable mission of protecting Princess Penelope from and destroying monsters with pride," to which she responded so well. After a certain period of time, the cave was cleared, and all the monsters that surrounded them were destroyed. Holding up the precious crystal they managed to get from the battle against the monsters, Penelope said to her allies, "We've come pretty far. I think the purple crystals are the highest in rank." And she said, "I doubt it. It's a test by Noah von Trinity herself, and she's one of the 4 wise men, and I'm sure there's something stronger than this crystal." After listening to her friend's remarks, Princess Penelope nodded her head and said, "I agree with you." Immediately after accepting her subject's opinion, the princess looked around and pressed her hand to her chest. Around her, the girl saw her comrades who were very tired from the long confrontation with the enemies and said, "But now it will be a little difficult for the others to get to the higher ground." Hearing the remarks of her princess, the loyal subject mentally said, "I simply will not allow this." Keeping her eyes on the young princess she was serving, the girl mentally added, "I promise to help Princess Penelope reach the top." Continuing her thoughts, the subject put her hand to her chin and mentally added, "The current Arheim Empire is completely rotten and only a princess can restore it, and I will do everything to put her on the throne." Hearing Penelope's remarks, Talia said, "I'm fine, princess. If you still have strength, maybe we can gather those who are not tired and go on." And then the subject added that she wanted to suggest the same thing. Hearing the suggestion of her teammates, Penelope looked down and remembering her brother said, "Let's not waste any time." Somewhere outside the cave, reaching the very top of Mount Knox while in the cold, you received a notification, negative skill, anemia, level 3, activated your speed and breathing are slowed. After receiving another notification that said all your stats were down and you were moving slower, Knox tilted his head down and thought, well, that's nothing new. The next moment, with a heavy sigh, Knox raised his left hand and snapped his fingers to cast a basic fire spell to keep warm. A few seconds after warming up, the guy received a system notification that said the effects of anemia were disappearing thanks to a basic fire spell. Continuing to look at the system alert about the disappearance of the effects of anemia, Knox mentally said, "To squeeze at least some benefit out of this damn body, you first need to get rid of hypothermia." The next moment, turning his gaze forward to the location in front of him, Knox said confidently, "Well, I'm almost there." Seeing the ice mountains in front of him, which had exactly what he needed, Knox immediately recognized the handwriting of the ice witch Noah von Trinity. Holding his head up to get a better look at this creation of one of the sages, Knox added that it was certainly a mountaintop, but there was a suspicious amount of ice. Exhaling a frustrated breath and putting his hand to the ground, Knox mentally said, "It looks like the island is like an island, but the key word is looks." As soon as his mana began to defrost the top of the island, the boy confidently added in his head the artificial labyrinth of Noah, which consists entirely of magic. Continuing his thoughts until the enemies he needed came out of their frozen state, Knox mentally added that this was why even the local monsters were the fruits of her magic. Feeling his mana still being absorbed in order to free the top of Mount Knox from the ice, he spent a hell of a lot of mana. Suddenly interrupting his dissatisfaction, the guy smiled slyly and, seeing the quick results, said nothing. A few seconds later, the ice began to crack, and 4 ice monsters appeared in front of the boy, which he was looking for. Looking at the faces of these monsters, the boy said in his head that ice trolls are not the most pleasant enemies because of their high health and regeneration ability. Continuing his thoughts, Knox kept his gaze on them and said, "A lot of newcomers have died at their hands, but that doesn't apply to me." Immediately after he said that, Knox jumped to the side and was struck right where he was standing. The next moment, without even looking back, the guy crouched to the ground and dodged a second attack from the enemy behind him. Having avoided the attacks of 2 enemies, Knox noticed that the 3rd ice troll was approaching him. Having repelled the last enemy attack, Knox says in her head that she is obsessed with finding talented students and will not corner the rest of the unfortunates either. Raising his gaze to his opponent after successfully deflecting the blow, Knox thought ice trolls are not the easiest enemies for students to deal with easily, but in life they are not considered particularly dangerous to die at their hands. It is still a matter of trying. Immediately after his thoughts, Knox took the sword with both hands and stood in a fighting stance, saying in his head what it meant. At the same time, while Knox was preparing to fight his enemies, a blue-haired girl was following him, secretly stalking him. Rushing into battle against the enemies, Knox said in his head, "There are several typical troll attacks, the first of which is always a vertical strike and standing in the center." Having avoided the first attack and dodged the next, the boy added in his head that the next one would be a horizontal strike, but although the force of the strike is greater than the first, he moves slower at the moment of attack. Passing by the first and second ice trolls and approaching the last one, Knox mentally added the last one is the weakest of them all. After putting up a block and stopping the last enemy's attack, Knox smiled slyly and said, "I can repel his attack." After talking through the sequence of movements of all the enemies in his head, Knox reached the target and with a swing of his sword repelled the attack of the last one and immediately finished him off. When one of the monsters was finished, Knox immediately switched to the second one and forcing it to turn to him, stabbed it in the heart with his sword. As soon as 2 enemies were defeated, Knox quickly rushed to the third and slit his throat with one swing of his sword. When all the monsters were defeated, Knox went to one of them and pulled out the desired item, saying that he had found a gray crystal. Looking at his trophy which he had managed to get, Knox mentally said, "That's why I didn't care much about the other crystals. The gray one Noah had carefully hidden, and it's the one I can trade for what I need most." Clutching the gray crystal in his hand, the boy mentally added, "After this point in the story, I will pump this skill to the maximum." Holding a purple crystal in her hand, one of Eleanor's team members said, "I'm sure we have a good chance of being in the top at this level." And then another girl added, "I can't wait." Continuing to rejoice at the results they had achieved, one of the girls exclaimed, "We are amazing." After listening to the exclamations of her allies, Eleanor said, "Yeah, not bad," and then mentally said, "As they said, this should be enough for good results." The next moment, remembering the moment when Knox himself went to perform this test, Eleanor mentally added, "But it's what's bothering me so much." At that precise instant, the girl's thoughts flooded with recollections of her father placing his hands on her shoulders and declaring, "You had a confrontation with young Mr. Reinhafer? What was going through your mind?" Continuing to reprimand his daughter, the family leader, Rivalin, exclaimed, "I've told you 100 times before our goal is to become a family that no one dares to look down on." Continuing to yell at the girl, who was already crying, the father shouted, "We will get to the top, and you had to win him over at any cost." As Eleanor continued to look at her father with frightened eyes at that moment, she thought, "I don't think the thought of me being his daughter ever crossed his mind." The next moment, putting her hand to her chin, Eleanor mentally added, "But Knox von Reinhafer, where is he alone? There's nothing to catch, or does he know much more about the test than we do?" Continuing her reflections, Eleanor raised her hand and said, "I have a proposal for everyone here." Having attracted the attention of the entire team, the girl smiled and added that those who climb higher with me will receive a very generous reward from the Rivalin family. Hearing what the team leader had offered them, the participants asked if they didn't like the crystal. "It's dangerous to climb higher. We won't be able to get away without getting hurt." After hearing her friend's comments, Eleanor smiled happily and exclaimed, "I won't even argue, but the higher the risk, the higher the reward." Having received some motivation after the team leader's speech, the participants began to shout out, "I'm coming and I'm coming too." The next moment, on the other side, another person raised his hand and exclaimed, "Let me join you." Tilting her head down, the girl mentally said, "And all this just for money? I don't know what Knox has in his head. It wouldn't hurt to find out." After finishing her talks, the girl smiled happily at everyone who wanted to get higher and asked, "Let's go then." At the same time, after dealing with all the ice golems, Knox mentally said the risk of taking the test alone was quite justified and obvious. Only you get all the boosts. Continuing his thoughts, the boy added in his head that the chances of strengthening the Time Lord were almost zero, something out of the realm of fantasy if you don't discover hidden indicators of dexterity. As Knox continued to think, he looked at the monsters' bodies and said, "It's sure to attract a lot of attention, but there's nothing else to do." At one point, Knox's train of thought was interrupted because he heard a strange noise coming from nearby and turned his head in its direction and noticed a dagger flying at him. Quickly drawing his sword, the boy repelled the sudden attack aimed at him with one precise swing. Immediately afterwards, Paracelsus appeared in front of Knox and smiling happily said, "I did not expect to meet you here again. I am glad that fate has brought us together again, young master of the Rheinhofer family." Hearing who was speaking to him and seeing who it was, Knox suddenly froze in his tracks without saying a word. Without taking his eyes off Paracelsus, Knox gritted his teeth and mentally said, "This shouldn't be possible." Activating the vision, Knox saw basic information: Paracelsus's name, male, gender, age 15, race human, main elements, steel skills, positive sword genius, medicine genius, ordinary competitiveness, cruel to the strong, merciful to the weak, negative laziness, addiction, hatred of nobles, stamina 10, mana 8, luck 2, will 10, charm 25. Passive skills: Supreme Sword Master. Active skills: Unification, Divine Sword, Sword, Traveler's Sword, Living Sword. Rank: Ordinary. Looking at them, Knox mentally said, one of the strongest characters, Inner Sleepwalker, and one of the 3 Sword Emperors. Continuing to recall the storyline of the main story, Knox mentally added that he had forgotten in this arc that he was supposed to fight the main character, but when the latter saves Eleanor in trouble, he will penetrate him. Staying in place, Knox noticed Paracelsus throwing the dagger at him again and mentally said, "Wait, something doesn't add up." Having repelled the sudden attack of the guy who attacked him again, Knox added in his head, "Where is the one who should fight him?" Seeing that his attack was repelled again, Paracelsus reached for his sword and said, "That's an interesting thing you have in your hands. I wonder if you'll give it to me." Gritting his teeth and furrowing his brow, Knox activated his acting skill and spoke the damn parasite. Having fought with Paracelsus, who suddenly decided to attack him, Knox mentally said, "If I'm right, there is no protagonist in this world at all." At one point, after dodging an opponent's attack and taking a second to think, Knox thought, "I have to stop him here and now," and then shouted out, ready to take responsibility for interfering with history. When Paracelsus received the nobleman's question, he stopped in his tracks and said, "I have no idea what you're talking about, but now it smells suspicious because you were so good with your sword in Chidursa." As Knox continued to engage in a dialogue with his opponent, he looked at Paracelsus and asked him what he was getting at. In response to the question, Paracelsus smiled and said, "It seems that something is bothering you, so give up your sword and let's go in peace. The black diamond is more expensive than all the others." When Knox heard the offer from his rival, he said, "If I refuse," and he heard the answer, "you will leave me no choice but to take it away at any cost." When Paracelsus Knox heard what conditions he was being set, he said, "What a nasty way you thought this through from the beginning." When Paracelsus received the accusation, he smiled slyly and said, "Have you really already gotten involved in this adventure? There was no other way out." Hearing his opponent's remark, Knox, not taking his eyes off the enemy for a moment, thought that although he would become one of the emperors of the sword in the future, his talent had not yet been revealed. Continuing to think about the situation, Knox mentally added, "With a Time Lord, it would not be difficult to defeat him, but unfortunately I can't use it now." The next moment, remembering the girl nicknamed the Golden Fox, Knox mentally added that if the main character did not appear, he would have to save her himself. Continuing to think, Knox mentally added, "Gambling, but I can't get out of it," after which he said, "You're not the only one who knows the secret, Paracelsus." Hearing that Knox had just called him by name, the future Emperor of the Sword said, "If you remembered my name, I doubt we'll be going away quietly." The next moment, pointing his sword at his opponent, Knox said, "Celsus, I know that you entered the academy to solve the mystery of your teacher's death." Angry with his rival, who had just told him his secret, Paracelsus spoke in a menacing tone. Seeing that he had managed to somehow hurt his opponent, Knox smiled and said, "So now you don't mind talking?" Continuing their journey, Eleanor's group slowly reached the top of the mountain covered with snow. At one point, when she was at the top, she heard the princess, who was already there, speak Eleanor de Rivellin. Drawing the attention of a girl who had also just arrived at the top, Penelope looked in her direction and added, "I knew you would show up." Bowing before Princess Eleanor, she said, "I would never dare to cross your path, Princess." Continuing her dialogue with Princess Penelope, Eleanor turned her attention to Nox and Paracelsus, who were fighting nearby, and added, "But I wanted to make sure of something." Ignoring the large number of people who appeared near them, Nox and Paracelsus continued their fight, in which Nox tried to hold out as long as possible. After listening to all the comments from her subject, Princess Penelope spoke clearly, but there was no point in engaging in battle right now, to which Echidna exclaimed, turning her gaze to the pair of boys who were fighting a fierce battle. The princess remarked objectively, "I would hardly have won even if they were seriously injured." Continuing to argue about the battle between the boys, the girl added that if they decide to work together, the worse it will be for us. Having received a lot of comments about not interfering in the fight between Nox and Paracelsus, Echidna nervously gritted her teeth. The next moment, putting her hand to her chest, she sighed heavily and said, "Whatever you say." As she continued to watch the boys' battle, Eleanor kept her gaze fixed on Nox von Reinhofer, whom I knew to be the talentless disgrace of his family. Feeling a little worried about what was happening before her eyes, she added in her head, "But when did he manage to grow so much?" While the participants of the two teams were focused on the battle between Nox and Paracelsus and the dialogue between them, a monster hiding in the snow was watching them. Talia could not ignore the confrontation between Nox and Paracelsus as she was worried about her future husband. Approaching the girl from behind, who did not take her eyes off her, Yehidna asked if she was following their fight, and then Talia suddenly looked back and said, "Yehidna." Also starting to watch the confrontation between the boys, Echidna added that she did not expect to see a destroyer like Paracelsus among the students, if memory serves, after which Talia asked, in surprise, "Do you know who is fighting Nox?" After receiving a question from a member of her team, Echidna closed her eyes and bowed her head down and said, "Yes, I know." After this answer, the girl turned her gaze to the future Emperor of Swords and added, "The Grey Wolf, also known as Paracelsus, became famous as a teenager for eliminating a large number of bandit groups in the East." The next moment, turning her gaze to Nox, who was confronting him, Echidna added, "But now the fifth son of the Reinhofer family appeared to me in a new light." Folding her arms in front of her, Echidna continued to watch the battle and added that she hadn't expected to see such skillful swordplay. If he hadn't been spoiled, her son would have made a fine knight. To which Talia remarked, "I wouldn't say Nox is spoiled." Suddenly turning her gaze to Talia, Echidna asked, "How do you know about this?" And then she looked away and felt somewhat nervous. Continuing his battle against Nox, who refused all his proposals, Paracelsus exclaimed as he struck out. Trying with all his might to restrain his opponent's onslaught, Nox mentally said hesitate, but managed to knock him out. The next moment, Nox, immersed in his memories for a moment, said in his head, "Celsus was his only teacher, but now he is no longer in this world." Having dodged another attack from Paracelsus, Nox looked at his opponent with a stern look and thought, all this because of that bastard from the Meals Academy. Stopping in place and preparing for the next attack, Paracelsus said, "Stop holding back." Immediately after his exclamation, he attacked again to force all the provocations and attacks to demonstrate his true strength, which he saw in Chadursa. After hearing a remark from his opponent, Nox activated his acting skills and, holding back the attack, said that it was not my fault that your teacher was killed. As soon as this phrase came out of Nox's mouth, Paracelsus became more serious and, having dropped his attack, actively went on the offensive. Having avoided all the attacks that his opponent had just made, Nox mentally said the nature of his attacks had simplified. He may be a brilliant character, but he was a genius. Anticipating his opponent's moves, Nox added in his head he is still very inexperienced. At one point when their swords crossed again, Nox took advantage of the situation and kneed his opponent in the body. As a result of the held punch, Paracelsus quickly broke the distance and then sighed and smiled. After catching his breath after a long confrontation, the boy did not hesitate for a second to attack again, making a lunge that Nox was able to block. Continuing to attack Nox, who was not using his full potential, Paracelsus said, "Let's see if you dare to open your mouth again." In response to the remark from his opponent, Nox confidently said, "I'll continue," and then thought the attacks were becoming more accurate, and I wouldn't last long. Immediately after completing his thoughts, Nox tried to counterattack his opponent and thought, as soon as he used the Celsus living sword technique, I would be defeated by such a powerful technique of the Emperor's sword. At that very moment, having been hit by his opponent, Nox barely had time to put up a block when he heard you were distracted. Nox, who had been hit, said, "You take from others, and you're no different from anyone else." Immediately after his words, Nox saw the notification of Paracelsus' skill Hatred of Nobles activated, after which he said, "And our nobles made us this way." Hearing his opponent's train of thought, Nox said, "You're just making a scapegoat out of yourself." And Paracelsus replied, "You're wasting your time." Crossing their swords again during the battle, Nox said, "You're happy with this outcome. It seems you don't want to hear about your teacher." The next moment, turning his head back to where Eleanor stood, whom he had to save, Nox mentally said to himself, if only he could stall for a little more time, the monster that attacked Eleanor would appear at exactly 9, after which a window appeared with the text "System alert, the current time is 25:08. After receiving Nox's question, Paracelsus stepped back and said that nothing would prevent him from beating the necessary information out of you, not even an extra pair or 3 of limbs. When Nox heard what his opponent could do to him, he waved his sword and said, "Do you really think you can get away with wounding a nobleman?" After receiving a remark from his rival, Paracelsus looked back and said, "I'll think about it later and see if you think we've gathered too many spectators." In response to his opponent's question, Nox confidently said, "I don't care if this attack is the last one you'll ever have," to which Paracelsus remarked, "You're so sure of yourself." Immediately after his question, Paracelsus, rushing back into the fray against Nox, exclaimed, "Well then, let's see what your words are worth." As he approached Nox, Paracelsus saw something strange. Nox had a smile on his face and was acting completely calm and confident. The next moment, as soon as it was almost 9 o'clock, Nox used his timekeeping skills and went for the close. Running past the confused opponent who did not understand what was happening, Nox headed for the monster in a stern tone of voice and said, "Get lost now, it's not your turn." Seeing what had just happened on the battlefield, Eleanor was surprised to hear the words in her head, and in a second she had accelerated her remaining strength even after fighting the strongest of the students. The next moment, hearing a strange noise near her, Eleanor looked to her right and thought that a black shadow was approaching and could not be that fast. Seeing the monster that had just jumped out in front of her, the girl exclaimed in confusion, and then thought, "I won't have time to dodge, it's my time." Looking into the monster's eyes and grabbing her head, the girl thought frightened, "And I will die so miserably," and then said something terrible. The next moment, hearing the sound of a blade cutting through flesh, Eleanor opened her eyes and saw Nox, who had saved her from the monster. Having done what the 5th son of the family was supposed to do, Reinhofer looked up at the rescued girl and said what a pitiful sight it was. After dealing with the enemy, Nox just froze in place, trying not to make eye contact with Eleanor. Amazed by the actions of the boy who suddenly decided to stand up for her and save her life, Eleanor asked why. In response to this question, Nox, hiding his sword back in its sheath, said, "God, even together we could not defeat a monster." The next moment, starting his thoughts on the development of events, Nox mentally said, "Although the thought is logical, but the night vagrant is a monster of a higher than average rank, and even worse, in the original it simply did not exist in the Noah's Labyrinth." Continuing his reflections mixed with reality, Nox added in his head that the protagonist can also be called a monster to some extent. Recalling the main character in the story, Nox mentally added that the guy who had killed Paracelsus's teacher was also somehow involved in what was happening. Drawing parallels between the events, Nox added in his head that Eleanor was supposed to die at his hands, but the protagonist would save her by melting the cold heart of the heiress of the Rivalin family. The next moment, turning his head to the confused girls and the disgruntled Eleanor, Nox mentally added, "But it doesn't matter now." Looking directly into the eyes of the victimized girl during the wrong course of events, Nox added in his head that the protagonist doesn't even exist in this world. At one point, Princess Penelope came forward and held out her hand to Eleanor, saying how rude of you to do what happened, how unnormal it was for you to have to rush to Eleanor's aid. After receiving a remark from the girl who suddenly decided to interfere with his thoughts, Nox bowed and said, "You are a princess, right?" As soon as the boy bowed, the princess noted that the instructors of the Eldane Academy and Noah von Trinity herself were responsible for what happened, as the night vagrant was too much for ordinary students. Continuing his thought with this development of events, Nox remarked, "Our enemies did not choose their opponents. Strangely thought you, Princess Penelope, would be smarter than the others." Hearing the insults that were hurled at her friend, Echidna intervened and exclaimed, "Don't you dare insult Princess Nox von Reinhofer." Speaking with the princess, whom he dared to offend, the girl added unhappily that you yourself believed that this should not have happened, which is why you intervened and helped. At the moment of the girl's angry exclamations, Nox mentally said the dirty pink hair and vertical pupils were obviously Echidna von Janos, the princess's closest advisor and the next leader of the Janos family. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added, "She is also known as an insatiable snake. She is not on close terms with the Reinhofers. Since when do dark families fraternize with saints, with difficulty imagining such an alliance with inner lunatic?" Having finished thinking about who was standing in front of him, Nox said, "I have nothing to talk about with the mutt of the Holy Family." Hearing the remark from the guy with whom she was having a heated conversation, Echidna asked, "Do you have something against the Janos family?" When Knox received the question from the girl, he asked her unhappily, and even if so, someone appeared on top of the rock. Angry at the students who were fighting with each other, Professor Vernon jumped down and suddenly exclaimed, "Stop fighting with each other, you brainless little shits!" Seeing who it was who had decided to grace them with his presence, Knox looked at the professor and asked if the test was over. When he received a question from his student, Barnum turned his gaze to the boy and said, "This is how all tests are interrupted." When Knox heard the answer to his question, he approached the teacher and showed him the crystal he had obtained, after which he said, "I did not expect anyone to get a black crystal. You are full of surprises. You have exceeded all expectations." The next moment, after seeing the achievement of one of his students, Vernon announced that the first prize for the black crystal went to Knox von Reinhofer. Immediately after turning his gaze to the other students standing nearby, the professor added on the second place holders of the purple have objections. Hearing about the objection, Princess Penelope raised her hand and said that because of the attack of the night vagrant, his appearance is taken into account in the evaluation of the test. I doubt very much that we were supposed to meet him. I demand an explanation. After listening to the princess's remarks in full, the academy professor said, "We will definitely investigate." The next moment, turning his gaze to the injured girl, Vernon said, "I understand that the answer will not satisfy you no matter how you put it. Your life was in danger, and that is why Cadet Eleanor will be paid separate compensation." Continuing his speech about the resolution of the situation, the professor added that the white-bearded man would receive an additional award for saving the cadet. Quickly turning his back on Professor Knox and walking away, he did not give up. As Knox was leaving the scene of the incident, he mentally said, "I don't want anything to connect Eleanor and me, not now and not later. I don't give a damn that everything has already been turned upside down, that even the protagonist is gone. It won't work, especially if I accept the reward. I will admit that I have accepted the new reality, and my task was, and still is, to minimize plot differences." Looking at the trail of the boy who was moving away from them, Eleanor suddenly said to Knox von Reinhofer, "Why did you save me?" When he received the question from Eleanor de Rivellin, Knox froze in his tracks and nervously thought, "Damn, it was going so well." Immediately after his thoughts, seeing the acting skill unstable, Knox looked back and said as indifferently as possible, "I was fighting a monster, you just happened to be there." Surprised by the girl's answer, Knox, feeling very embarrassed by what had happened, thought, "Damn, I screwed up." Eleanor de Rivellin is a golden fox, and not surprisingly cold and calculating in her understanding that there is nothing in the world that cannot be bought, but sitting in the carriage, Eleanor, on her way to the office, asked why he had saved me and then refused the reward offered by the instructor. The next moment she remembered the moment when Knox looked back at her and said, "I was fighting a monster and you just happened to be there." When she finished recalling this situation, the girl said something that was obviously a lie. After listening to all the dissatisfaction coming from the girl's mouth, the interlocutor said he doubted that his actions had any subtext. Continuing the dialogue with Eleonora, the boy stretched out his hand and added, "Didn't you say yourself that he was just a useless disgrace to the family?" When asked by her friend, Eleanor said that she had said so, but now I doubt that it was not a pure lie. There was some motive. After listening to the girl's story, the boy asked if she thought so, and then Eleanor added that she would have to work on this issue, and the boy said, "Okay, my lady, I'll find out." Hearing the proposal from her subject, the girl opened the scroll and confidently said, "No, I'm not alone. If the Reinhofer family finds out that we are digging for them, we won't get off easy." When he heard that the girl would do this work on her own, the boy smiled and said, "As you say, my lady." Somewhere in the academy in his room, Knox sat in a chair and recovered from the negative effects of the last battle. Tending to the sick boy, Jitri asked young Mr. Knox if he was all right. "You are all pale again, anemia." When asked by his maid, Knox said without opening his eyes, "I'm cured now, there's nothing to worry about," and then thought, "There's just something that bothers me." Immersed in his thoughts, Knox mentally said to himself, "Someone will have to take on the role of the protagonist, otherwise I will not be able to restore my memory and I will not be able to find the author of the mysterious letter." Continuing his thoughts, Knox was lying in his chair, mentally saying, "But Knox is the antagonist," after which a brilliant idea came to him and he suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, rising from his chair, the young man exclaimed, "Exactly the way out is there." Seeing Knox's strange behavior, Jitri asked the young gentleman in surprise. Smiling happily after realizing how he could achieve everything he needed to, Knox mentally said there was only one way to play the role of both villain and hero in this damn world. Somewhere on the battlefield, as the only survivor of a bloody battle, the girl leaned on her sword and looked ahead of her. Approaching his leader who was leading their army, one of the soldiers said to Mrs. Luna, "The demons possessed by him began to act and he awoke." After hearing the report from her subject, the girl did not turn her gaze and said that a bloody whirlwind would again sweep across this country. The next moment, heading toward her camp, the girl said, "Duff, get ready. You remember we have a goal." Throwing on her jacket with the emblem and confidently walking forward, the girl said everything for the collapse of the Arkham Empire. One way or another, the players' opinions in one question sang a very thin storyline separating the protagonist from the villain, and Yu Chang is no exception. Their paths often cross in the course of the story, except for the final boss, who is definitely the true embodiment of evil. In modern games, heroes become villains because of a difficult or traumatic childhood or a bad life, and so do heroes. Even the antagonists have personal reasons and goals that led them to this path, and these characters always evoke a storm of emotions in the players. As Knox continued his thoughts, he added, "Of course, I'm not equating the villain with the hero at all. No, the antagonist was and always will be an antagonist." Walking on in his dark cloak, Knox smiled slyly and said, in the context of the game, of course, and then mentally added that without a hero, the world is drowning in chaos and destruction. Continuing his thoughts while walking to the right place, the boy mentally added, "And the thief can only play both the roles of hero and thief." Arriving at a certain place, Knox noticed the remnants of magical energy and realized that this was definitely the right place for him. He sighed heavily after his decision and said, "The idea of risking my life is not fascinating, but I have no choice. There are things I have to do." The next moment, remembering where he was going, Knox said in his head, "The greatest criminal organization in Inner Lunatic, whose goal is to overthrow the imperial family." Continuing to use my magical power to move to the checkpoint, Knox confidently added, "I will join the Lunatic." Somewhere at Eldane Academy, all the instructors gathered around a table with the new dean to discuss what had recently happened. Turning his head to his friend, Vernon asked, "They're not going to scalp us, do you know anything at all?" And he replied, "You were watching the test." Continuing the dialogue with the instructor, the teacher added that he had screwed up again, to which Vernon exclaimed irritably, "You bastard, how many times do I have to repeat, it's not my fault?" Hearing the exclamation of one of her subjects, Noah Von Trinity interrupted her boredom and looked at the men with a murderous look and asked what you were doing that was so important. Suddenly hugging his friend to demonstrate his friendliness, Vernon said happily and nothing more. The next moment, letting go of his friend, the instructor awkwardly laughed and exclaimed, "Let's continue. Why did we stop?" Hearing the exclamation of Noah's subject, I did not even begin, and then I added joyfully that everyone already knew why we had gathered. "Didn't you listen?" Joining the conversation to resolve the conflict, one of the professors said that the dean was referring to a rival who had appeared since the entrance exam. When she heard what one of her subjects had just said, she exclaimed. Continuing his thought in silence, Noah Von Trinity added, "He is clearly seeking the downfall of not only our academy, but the entire empire as a whole." The next moment, recalling the girl who was attacked, the dean added that the case of Eleanor de Rivelin was just the beginning, and you know why she is called a future star of the world of finance. In response to the girl's question, one of the professors present said that 70% of the products distributed within the Arkham Empire pass through the Rival and Trading Company, which is actually run by her family. Immediately after Comrade Vernon's report, he added that if our enemy has set his sights on the Rival family, then there can be no other purpose. After hearing the reports of her subjects, Noah Von Trinity added that what happened at the test was both a challenge and a warning to the Academy that we must prepare for what is coming. Hearing the instruction from their leader, all the professors present at the meeting unanimously exclaimed, "Yes, ma'am." After a few seconds of silence, the girl finally gathered her thoughts and spoke, and I would even call him dangerous. Hearing what Dean Bannon had just told them, he turned his gaze to the girl and asked if she was dangerous, and she answered yes. Immediately after her answer, Noah Von Trinity recalled the moments during the test when she followed Knox under a different account. With a sly smile recalling her then image, the girl added, "I think I was the most talented among all the students." Hearing the dean's remark, one of the professors jumped up and exclaimed, "Whoa!" and then thought Noah Von Trinity herself recognized someone's talent the last time that happened to a princess. After a bit of intrigue, one of the wise men spoke to the whole room, Knox von Reinhofer. Hearing who the dean was referring to in this case, the professor exclaimed in surprise that the Reinhofer's spoiled brat was a spoiled brat, and Noah replied in kind. Continuing to walk to the exit, the Paracelsus, when he was smiling slyly at this guy. The next moment, Noah Von Trinity took hold of the door handle and suddenly put her finger to her mouth and said, "Maybe even stronger than me." Hearing what one of the four wise men had just said, the professors began to talk anxiously, and I felt as if I was incapable of anything. At the same time, Knox was already in the pub where the secret passage to the criminal group's headquarters was located. When the bartender saw the young man who had just entered their establishment, he exclaimed, "Hey, kid, what are you doing here?" After receiving a question from the guy who was standing guard, Knox mentally said that Kieran must be a simple hotel owner to visitors, but in reality, everything is much more interesting. Walking over to the man and leaning on the bar, Nox looked up and said the moonlight illuminated the wings of the eagle of the Hooray for Empire. After exchanging glances with the boy after hearing the password, Kieran said, "Come on in, I have no idea why the hell she gave you the secret code." With a sly smile after the announcement of the passcode, Nox asked what it was like to not even introduce yourself. In response to a question from a young man who first came to the hotel, the man said, "Everyone calls me Kieran." Hearing the man's name, Nox headed for the secret entrance and said, "Well, I'll go then." Finding himself in front of a closet with bottles on the shelves, Nox put his hand to his chin and thought about getting to the headquarters of the lunatics. Starting to pick up bottles from the shelves, Nox mentally recited the order 3184. When Nox finished sorting through the bottles, he saw magical energy begin to appear around him to move him to another location. Shielding himself from the flow of mana with his hand, Nox saw a notification in front of him that said, "You have been exposed to high-level magic. Your mana will flow in the opposite direction." Experiencing strange sensations due to the effects of strong magic, Nox continued to receive notifications that the mana sensitivity skill would be disabled, moving the player to the designated location. As he moved to another location through the teleportation circle, Nox mentally said, "Damn the readings," and still low-headed. Once in another place, he felt a slight tingling sensation at his throat and looked up to see a girl holding a sword to his neck. Holding her sword at the neck of the guy who had entered her private office, the girl asked in a stern tone who you were. In response to the question, Nox said Luna, after which the girl pressed the sword a little and blood flowed at the site of the injection. Bending his head slightly down, Nox said, "The leader of the lunatics, the only one of the 3 sword emperors whose face remains under a veil of secrecy, I have come to you." Surprised by what she had just heard from the guy, the girl said confusedly, "You are not the only one who knows about the headquarters apartment, but who am I?" After being asked again who he was, the guy raised his hands and said, "Nox von Reinhofer, I want to join the lunatics." In the middle of the night, sitting on the windowsill of his room, Paracelsus looked out the window and said to Nox von Reinhofer that he knew something about the death of old Celsus. Recalling the moment of their confrontation, the boy mentally added that at least he knew that the warrior teacher had already died, and I doubt that he believed that one of the 3 sword emperors had accidentally said goodbye to his life. Continuing to watch through the window on the windowsill, Paracelsus added, "Shame on the Reinhofer family, it's ridiculous, how can you lie like that?" Again plunging into his memories at the moment of their battle, Paracelsus mentally added, "Even if only for a moment, he surpassed me in speed. I have never met anything faster than him, not counting old Celsus." Continuing to think about Nox, the boy added in his head everything he knew about him was a deliberate special deception. Everything he had heard about him and his behavior was false. The next moment, Paracelsus climbed down from the windowsill and lay down in his soft bed and said thoughtfully, "But then why the Reinhofers would want to hide such a talent, I don't understand, and it's none of my business." Throwing both hands behind his head, the boy mentally added, "I will crush anyone who gets in my way, especially if they are a nobleman." After finishing his thoughts, the boy closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep under the moonlight. Falling into a dream, he heard the voice of Empress Esteban von Archheim, who had gone completely mad and had established tyranny in the country because of her approach. The imperial family was divided, and her daughter Penelope, who was popularly nicknamed the Generous Princess, was gathering troops and opposing the first heir to the throne. The next moment after these words, Paracelsus moved into the body of his younger self and said, "You have to choose a side if you want to survive." Continuing to instruct his student, Celsus said, "Think about this while you are studying at Eldane Academy." Spreading his arms to the sides after his words, the man said, "This is your last instruction." The next moment, feeling the pain in his body, the man fell to the ground and said, "I gave everything I had," after which a person in a dark cloak appeared behind him. Bleeding on the ground after being pierced through, Paracelsus's teacher added, "I'm sorry to be the first to leave this world." As soon as the dream reached its final point, Paracelsus suddenly woke up and grabbed his face with his hands, breathing heavily. When he took one hand away from his face and continued to rub his eyes, he noticed that a badge on his other hand was lit up. Offended by the fact that this sign was making itself felt again, Paracelsus rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and said, "You are dead. Leave me alone." The next moment, as he got up from his bed and headed for the door, he added, "Why the hell does the dead man keep bothering me in my dreams?" At the same time, holding his hands at eye level, Nox used the vision to see the name Luna, gender female, age 20, main element moon skills, positive sword and martial arts, perseverance, eye of the god, ordinary poise, negative cruelty, crazy berserker, anxiety. Stats: stamina 27, mana 24, luck 4, will 25, charm 25 skills, passive fighting spirit, piercing vision, intimidation. Active moon sword master, mana explosion. After seeing Nox looking at the girl, thought Luna. Continuing his thoughts, Nox added in his head, one of the three sword emperors, a monster in the flesh, had reached the level to stand back to back with the best knights, and it was really impossible to get to her level of sword skills. Keeping his gaze on the girl, he added in his head, but unlike the dark swordsmanship techniques that I can only learn by becoming a family leader, her art can be touched as long as I seek favor, but to do so, I must join the lunatic and prove myself. Continuing to hold her sword at the boy's throat, the girl asked why the Reinhofer son was suddenly interested in the criminal organization. After receiving the first-level bleed debuff, Nox held his hands up and said everything for the fall of the Arkham Empire. Hearing the reason, the girl said, and then Nox interrupted her and said, "You already know from the beginning that it is necessary to get rid of the Academy under the wing of the Empire." The next moment he put his hand to his chest and smiled happily, adding, "I will be your spy." When Luna heard the suggestion from the confident guest, she smiled and asked if she really thought it would be so easy to cope with such a role. Continuing the dialogue with the leader of the criminal group, Nox confidently said, "Of course," after which the girl looked at him. The next moment, Luna took the semen away from the boy's throat and said, "You're quite brave, as your name says." Hearing the question from the girl, who finally removed the weapon from his neck, Nox rubbed the wound and said, "Nox von Reinhofer." Turning her head in the direction of the shadow, Luna said to Duff, to which the subject appeared in front of the girl and said, "Yes, I am here." Seeing that the subject had already appeared, the girl said, "Prepare the moon court." Then Duff looked at the boy and said, "Well, ma'am." The next moment the man approached the boy and handed him a cloak, saying, "Put this on and follow me." Heeding Duff's words, Nox went outside and looked up at the bloody moon and thought, "It's not bad so far, so good." Stopping in front of the magic circle for the ritual, Duff said, "When you get to the top of the altar, kill all the enemies that appear and make sure that the cloak does not fall off." When Nox heard the instructions from his senior comrade, he was surprised to ask why he should bother. In response to the newcomer's question, Duff said, "That's the only way you don't turn into a berserker." Having received the answer from my senior comrade Nox, I mentally said without taking my eyes off him, and I already knew what the berserker cloak was for. Continuing his thoughts, the guy mentally added one of the worst skills. On the one hand, raises all the indicators to the maximum, but the price of this madness. Turning his gaze to the sky, Duff said, "Blood moon, I once felt it. Most people would go crazy, or rather they would turn into berserkers." Continuing his thoughts after the remark, Nox mentally said there are two conditions for passing the lunar trial. First, standing in the light of the red moon, do not turn into a berserker, and second, defeat all monsters. The next moment, turning his gaze to the bloody moon, the guy mentally said, in general, the game does not give information on how to complete this task because the protagonist will not join the thieves' organization. Continuing his thoughts, Nox sighed and smiled, adding in his head, "No one knows how to pass it, but I have to." Standing behind the recruit, Luna folded her arms in front of her and said that after a month-long trial, there could be only two outcomes. Having attracted the boy's attention, the girl smiled and raised her finger and said, "Either you will cope with the task and become part of the lunatic, or you will die and become fertilizer for the earth." After listening to the story of the test results to the very end, Nox smiled and said, "Well, we'll see." As soon as everything was agreed upon, Duff picked up the blade and made an incision on his hand and dripped his blood onto the magic circle, after which it was activated. Standing on the magic circle with Duff, Nox saw the ordinary animals around him begin to turn into monsters. Continuing to observe the transformation, the guy mentally said unequivocally, "With the current level, I'm completely fucked. All monsters are chimeras and therefore at least belong to the middle rank." The next moment, taking hold of his cloak and throwing it off in an instant, Nox added in his head, "Even the number of creatures is absurd, and yet there is always a way out." Seeing what their newcomer had just done, Luna, who had been watching the test, thought he had gone completely insane. At the same moment, sensing something strange, Nox received a notification under the influence of the blood moon. The player gains the abnormal skill berserker attention threat of losing his mind attention after losing control of the mind. It will be impossible to restore it. With a sinister smile, Nox received another notification. All player stats are increased by 1.5 times stamina, 9 and 3/10 mana, 13 and 8 luck 10, while 16 and 95 charm 26 and 2. The effect of the abnormal berserker skill was applied but did not affect the stats of luck and charm. Standing under the blood moon and holding the sword in his hands, Nox continued to receive warning messages. At one point, when the main negative skill of the berserker was neutralized and all characteristics were multiplied by 1.5 times, Nox smiled slyly. Continuing to watch the newcomer from the sidelines, Luna mentally said, "What an idiot, he's completely lost his mind." The next moment, after composing himself as a result of the blood moon's influence, Nox turned his head to the members of the lunatic and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same moment, turning his head to his leader, Duff said he couldn't believe he even took his cloak and threw it away, thinking his own life could stop him. Having received a question from her subject, the girl did not take her eyes off Knox and said no. He had it written on his forehead that he was completely indifferent to other people's intimidation. Continuing to watch the guy without taking her eyes off him, the girl added, "We don't care whether he lives or dies." When Duff heard his leader's remarks, he was concerned, but he was a Rheinhafer bastard. The next moment, recalling the leader of this family, the man added, Theo von Rheinhafer, "The lunatic definitely doesn't need any problems with him." Smiling slyly after all his friend's words, Luna confidently added, "And there won't be any, I'll take care of it personally." Having made a promise to her subject to reassure him, the girl added that Theo von Rheinhafer would not fly on the wings of angry parental love to avenge her son. After listening to all the stories of his leader, Duff turned his head to her and said nothing. Deciding to end this useless conversation with her subject, Luna focused her attention on Knox and said, "Let's observe for a start. Maybe this little bastard has a plan." After receiving the order from his leader, Duff turned his gaze to the boy standing on the altar and said, "Whatever you say." Once in the arena, Knox, having received considerable reinforcement for himself, prepared to confront the chimeras. As soon as one of them headed for him, Knox, without wasting a second, went to meet it with a swing of his sword. As a result of the first blow having destroyed one opponent, the boy smiled and said in his head, "The whole world is covered with blood." This is how the lunar court rite in Inner Lunatic was described. Stopping in his tracks after eliminating the first group of monsters that attacked him, Knox mentally said, "Almost all my stats have increased." Holding his sword ready for the next attack of the enemies, Knox mentally added to his heightened shoulders, and not only did they grow taller, stronger, and better, I am now at a level that my peers have never even dreamed of. As soon as the next group of monsters rushed at the boy, he cut off the chimera's head with one precise swing of his sword. After finishing the battle against another group of monsters, Knox stopped again to catch his breath, waiting for the next attack. Having rested a bit and not waiting for the attack, Knox rushed into battle himself and mentally said, "Berserker Anomalous skill is considered one of the worst in the game, and it is also fashionable to get it only under the blood moon." Continuing to destroy the chimeras left and right, Knox mentally added, "I came here for him and I came because of my talent," and then looked at the notification with the inscription that said 2 special skills neutralize the abnormal effects of the blood moon. As Knox continued to think, he added sword and martial arts skills and mana sensitivity to his list and received another notification that the anomaly skill was neutralized permanently. Once again taking up a fighting stance and preparing for the next clash, Knox mentally said easily, "In this world, the distribution of skill levels is terribly unfair, although it is even to my advantage." The next moment, leaping into the air and flying into the crowd of monsters, Knox mentally added, "But what the hell," then swung his sword and said, "Dark punishment." As Knox began to chop down the chimeras again, he received a notification that said that due to the artifact's exposure to the ring of black flame, your life is extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Taking a stance and preparing to strike again, Knox, seeing the surprised faces of the observers, said, "If something doesn't suit you, just become terminally ill." At one point during the test, Knox was chopping up monsters and heard Lena shouting something to him, but he couldn't make it out because of the noise. Reacting to the girl's voice and stopping for a moment, the boy said in his head why she was so noisy. After completing the operation to destroy all the chimeras around him, Knox slowly walked towards Luna and stopped a few steps away. Drawing the girl's attention to him, Knox raised his head and asked if my test was over. And now let's go back a little while when Knox continued to actively destroy enemies right in front of the lunatic members. Seeing the abilities of the boy who passed their tests, Luna confidently told Lunatic, "We need people like him." Hearing his leader's remark, Duff turned his head to the girl and said, "You can count the people in the country with such talent on one hand." The next moment, putting her hand to her mouth to make it louder, Luna shouted out, "Hey, Knox von Rheinhafer, you've passed, you can come back." After her exclamation, seeing no reaction from the guy who continued to destroy his enemies, Luna was surprised to see him engulfed in madness. When Duff heard the question from his leader, he clenched his hand into a fist and said that it was possible that he needed to be killed. After making one last swing of his sword at the remaining enemy, Knox turned in the direction of the observers and then slowly walked towards them. Stopping a few steps away from the leader of the lunatic, Knox looked up and asked if my test was complete and was told yes it was. Immediately after the announcement of the end of the test, the girl added that Theo had raised a real monster, after which Duff added that it was accurate. Hearing that he had managed to pass the test and was likely to interest the girl, Knox smiled and said in his head, "It worked." Keeping her gaze on the guy who had just demonstrated something interesting, Luna thought to herself, "Knox von Rheinhafer, you're quite the entertainer." And then Duff said, Upon hearing the command from his leader, the man bowed and said, "Yes, ma'am," and then handed the lunatic's cloak to Knox, saying, "Take the cloak that only lunatics members wear." Taking the item in his hands, Knox received a notification, received a new item. You received a cloak of members of the lunatic, information about the received item. Basic information: name, cloak member, lunatic, category, equipment class, above average stats, will +1 requirements, must be a member of the lunatic. Main effect: you gain a special skill, Oath of Moonlight. Lunatic members can prove their identity with a cloak. Cloak is made of black spiderweb and neutralizes the anomaly of all light attributes. Information about the new passive skill, active skill: name, Oath of Moonlight class. Advanced effect, activated only when the subject is equipped with a drawing of a shining moon appears on the back, but only members of the lunatic can see its special effect after 1,800 hours played. As soon as night gives way to day, attack power increases by 1/5, after which Knox thought, "Great." After receiving his item at the end of the test, Knox mentally said, "Bite the Moonlighter's passive skill, Oath of Moonlight, is generally universal." Continuing his thoughts, Knox mentally added an increase in attack power by 1/5, which is a rarity for Inner Sleepwalker, though it's a shame that it can only be used at night. Also, after reviewing his performance, Knox mentally added, "I also earned some impressive results." The next moment, Knox looked up and began to stare at Luna, after which she wondered what was wrong. After a bit of a look at Knox, the girl asked, "I see that you expected something more from me, yes?" In response to a question posed by the leader of the organization, Knox said, "As far as I understand, none of the newcomers have shown themselves as well at the moon trial as I have." Continuing to express his opinion about the awards, Knox confidently added, "That's why I expect the same attitude." When Luna heard the request, she folded her arms in front of her and smiled. "Not bad, you cheeky little thing. Let's see how long your impudent mood will last." Immediately after her words, the girl turned to her subject and said, "Duff, carry on," to which he replied, "Yes, ma'am." A few seconds later, when he arrived back, the man held out a mask to Luna and said, "Please." Taking the mask from her subject's hands and handing it to Knox, the girl spoke to the artifact that had recently been taken over by the Moon Shadow Sleepwalkers. Continuing to talk about this item that she had just handed to the newcomer, the leader added that based on the name, it was obvious that the item created a clone. Peering closely at the newcomer who was handed the new artifact, Luna added that spying inside the academy would clearly come in handy. Well, what can you say? He was pleased with the gift. Bowing to the leader after receiving the gift, Knox spoke unequivocally and added in his head, "I finally have the Moon Shadow artifact." After putting on the mask, Knox received a notification. The Moon Shadow item is open for use, creating a character clone. Please enter your name, characteristic indicators, and basic information. As he began to fill in the fields with the requirements for creating a clone, Knox mentally said the main reason he didn't want to postpone joining the lunatic, this item creates a clone of the player. Continuing his thoughts, Knox mentally added, "Now I can be both protagonist and antagonist at the same time, all thanks to the Moon Shadow." Removing his Moon Shadow mask and turning his gaze to the leader, Knox said, "Thank you, Captain Luna." In response to her gratitude, the girl said in a stern tone, "Listen carefully, because inside Lunatic there is a 5-rank system. With the exception of captains and vice-captains, members have from the 1st to the 3rd rank." Continuing to tell stories about how everything works in their organization, Luna added you to us for the first time, so you start your journey from the 3rd rank. After listening to the stories and receiving his rank, Knox bowed to the leader and said, "I understand." After telling all the information that the newcomer needed to know, Luna said, "Now you're free to go until you get your first assignment, and I hope you don't disappoint me, Knox von Reinhofer." Without receiving any response to her last sentence, the girl saw the guy bowing for the last time and entering the portal. When it was just the two of them, Luna turned her head to her subject and said, "What do you say, Duff?" After receiving a question from his leader, the man put his hand to his chin and said, "Yes, I agree, but I don't understand how he survived the madness of the blood moon." Having received a question from her subject, the girl looked at the bloody moon in the sky and said, "I understand why ordinary people ask such questions, for whom the path of genius is closed and they won't last 5 minutes." At one point, Luna smiled as she told her story. But still, not every genius would risk fighting without a cloak, and a brave man is willing to put his life on the line for a goal. After listening to Luna Duff's words, I said, "I agree with you." And then the leader added that we will watch him, and maybe he will be able to entertain us and help the organization. After a while, Knox used the portal to get back to the hotel and then to the lunatic's headquarters. Noticing the guy in front of me who had just come back, Kieran said, "I see that everything went well," and I heard him reply, "Well, you could say that." Immediately after his answer, Knox looked around at his surroundings and thought to himself, "Others will ask why I would take such risks and put my own life in danger, but I did nothing of the sort." Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added that the guarantee of perfect resistance to the influence of the berserker skill is the presence of special skills in sword and martial arts along with sensitivity to mana. The next moment, recalling the moment of mastering the power, Nox mentally added, simply put, only I am capable of using the power of the blood moon. Wiping down the bar after the next customers, Kieran said, I can dare to assume that I got what I came for. Continuing to listen to the stories from the man behind the bar, Nox looked at him and asked, Kieran, do you need something from me? When he received the question from the boy, the man sighed and said that it was just not fair to get to know him, and then Nox asked him what. Smiling happily after seeing the confusion, Kieran said, well, when one person says his name to another, the other person says his name in return. When he heard what the reason was, the boy smiled and said, Nox von Reinhofer Gestalt is closed like this. After receiving a question from Nox, Kieran answered yes to the meeting, and by the way, it will be difficult to combine with the schedule at the academy, but in your case, it will be even more difficult to hide your true strength. Continuing to watch the guy silently leave the bar, the bartender said in conclusion, try not to stand out too much anyway. After a while, returning to his room, Nox quietly opened the door and thought, so far so good. When he entered his room, he saw an offended Jitri, who said to the young sir, holding her hands to her chest, the girl who was waiting for him to return added, how could you run away on the first day of the academy and without your maid? Feeling guilty and anxious about telling the girl off, Nox mentally said, but I was checking to make sure she was sleeping, so what? And then Jitri asked, hey young man, are you listening to me? Continuing to reprimand the boy who had run away without her, the maid added, I've told you 1,000,000 times, it's time to stop getting involved in dangerous adventures, there are enough rumors around the family. The next moment, unable to contain her emotions, Jitri exclaimed, here's a chance to change everything. Hearing this exclamation, Nox averted his gaze guiltily and sighed awkwardly. Immediately after deciding to stop this reading, Nox said, let's not miss this moment. You have a day like the maids and servants have a day like this. When she received the question from her master, she looked down at him and tried to hide her nervousness, but there was nothing much to say. Seeing that the girl was visibly nervous and hiding her eyes when she spoke, Nox mentally said, something must have happened. The next moment, putting his hand to his chin, Nox mentally added that there was nothing that could be done about it, even though most maids and other servants trained by the poor nobility of Jitra were the perfect victim for them after being disinherited. Looking at his upset maid, Nox held out his hand with a bag and said, take this. If something goes wrong during the lesson, open the bag. Taking the gift from her young master, the girl looked at it and asked what it was. After receiving the question, Nox turned his head to the side with a smile on his face and said, you'll open it when something really unusual happens. Continuing to look at his encouraged maid, Nox added confidently that the object inside would solve the situation very cleverly. Hearing her master's instructions, the girl looked up at him and asked if she could look at it now, and was told no. Bowing before her master, the girl, holding the gift in her hand, said, I will open it only if I find myself in a desperate situation. When Nox heard the promise from his subject, he smiled gently and said, don't be stupid. If something goes wrong, use it. Don't suffer it to the last. After receiving instructions on how to use this object, the girl confidently said, I understand you, young sir. The next moment, a system notification appeared right in front of Nox saying that you had entered the Eldane Academy and that the first part of the main story had been completed. When Nox saw this notification, he was impressed and said in his head, finally, and then received another notification, new email received, please see. Without thinking twice about the offer, Nox reached for the answer and thought about opening it, then suddenly froze in place, and an angel appeared in front of him. Opening the message he received after completing the first chapter, Nox saw, hi, it's been a while since we've talked, Nox. If you got this letter, it means you've already joined the Eldane Academy. I knew it wouldn't be a problem for you to become a student of the Academy, but congratulations anyway. Looking through the message from the unknown author, Nox thoughtfully said in his head, he writes as if he can see right through me. He clearly knows me very well. As Nox continued to look through the table of contents, he saw that the test was only the beginning, and that you may have thought it was hard before, but you will face much harder times and no one but you can do it. As Nox continued to read the letter, sent by an unknown sender, he realized that the end of the story is known only to you. Continuing his narrative in the message, the unknown sender wrote, as dubious as it may sound, I will really do my best to help you. Sitting down on the couch to finish reading Nox's letter, I saw a lot of things I don't offer, but I hope you'll accept what's attached. After reading the message sent to him, Nox said resentfully that the contents of the letter again did nothing to help him think. Starting his reflections on the sender, Nox said with a high degree of probability the author of the letter is the leading narrator, Inner Lunatic. Continuing to think about the secret sender, the guy added that the fact that he can easily manage system notifications proves that this is the most logical conclusion of all. The next moment, bowing his head, Knox added in his head, and still my task is to focus on the plot of the main story and on the lost memory in the passage of the game. Having finished his thoughts on the futile, Knox said, "That's enough of the problems I can't solve now. Let's look at the fitting." Clicking on the button in the message to show information, Knox saw what was available to him and exclaimed in surprise. Reaching out with his hand to the name Talia von Stiller, who was on the list, Knox said, "If I'm not mistaken," and then the personality profile windows appeared in front of him. After reviewing the characteristics of his father and the rest of his brothers, Knox smiled slyly and said in his head what fabulous abilities he had. Without removing the sly smile from his face, Knox mentally added, "In general, to use vision in Inner Lunatic, you need to see a person in person, but now I can see the character's stats at any time." Looking at the characterization windows of the persons available to him, Knox confidently said, "Such gifts are only suitable for the storyteller and Theo, you crazy bastard." Noting the increase in the family leader's score, Knox said that in just a few minutes, his endurance had risen by 2/10. Thinking of Theo von Reinhofer, Knox mentally said, "He is also the bearer of the status of the Emperor of Swords, but he has been growing ever since." The next moment, looking down, the boy mentally said, "That's right, when I saw his growing performance, I understood." Immediately after looking at the reflection of the mirror where Yu Chang was, the boy mentally added that this world only resembles a game, but it is not. Standing up from the couch and reaching for the class schedule, Knox said, "Damn, this is complicated. I guess I should be glad that the choice of subjects went smoothly." The next day, Jitri went to her classes at the academy and again received dozens of condemning glances from the other servants. As she passed a couple of maids, she heard them talking behind her. "Hey, look, she was the one who got her kicked out of Lavilia's family." As she bowed her head down and walked on, she continued to hear people talking behind her back, thinking that she had the good sense to accompany the gentleman to Eldane Academy. Mocking the rootless girl, the other maids said with sarcastic smiles, "I would be ashamed to show up in her place," and another added, "I still hope to grab a chance at a happy life." Trying to somehow ignore what was being said about her, Jitri walked on and heard behind her, but with her sweet face, everything was in her hands. The servants continued to mock the rootless girl who appeared at the academy, not for nothing, for she is the servant of the inept Reinhofer family. At one point, folding her arms in front of her, one of the maids said, "I'm surprised he's so damn lustful," and of course she clung to him. Continuing to mock the girl, a passing maid added, "Well, I'm right, aren't I?" and was met with the wrong word. The next moment, leaning over to her friend, the maid added sarcastically that her family hadn't even heard of her, so she didn't cause any problems. Clenching my hands at the moment of Jitri's mockery, I stopped in my tracks and thought, I have endured all the dirt that was poured in my direction for demoted nobles. Such a chance is manna from heaven. The next moment, looking up, she added in her head, "But I will not allow this to affect the young gentleman's reputation." Immediately after her thoughts, she turned to the three servants who were mocking her and approached one of them and said, "Excuse me, may I have a moment of your time?" The maid who was approached by Jitri pushed her aside and said, "Take this." The next moment, with her hand to her chest, the maid said with a sarcastic smile, "I am Giselle, daughter of the Count Flora's family, serving young Mr. Kane." Immediately after her introduction, Giselle folded her arms in front of her and added haughtily, "Do you think I have time for every commoner who wants to talk to me?" In response to the girl's remark, Jitri said, "You're just making up humiliating rumors about my young master." After receiving Jitri's remark, Giselle asked with a haughty smile, "Well, it's not my fault that there are shameful rumors about your gentleman in high society." Continuing her conversation with the commoner, the Count's daughter exclaimed, "If you've come for an apology, you won't get one." Hearing what she had just been told, Jitra took the pouch the young gentleman had given her out of her pocket and thought, as Mr. Knox had said, status decides everything here. The next moment, pulling on the string that tied the bag, the girl mentally added, "Well, then I have nothing left." As soon as the bag was untied from the inside with a lot of smoke, the image of a young Mr. Knox appeared like a genie from the lamp. Shielding herself with her hand from the sudden appearance of a hologram of a guy who appeared from an untied bag, Giselle exclaimed, "Oh, he scared me." Seeing the hologram of his master, Jitri turned her gaze to him and asked the young Mr. Knox anxiously. After his sudden appearance, the guy wasted no time in saying to me, "Knox von Reinhofer," without having a clue what was going on here, and I didn't care much either. Continuing his speech to a crowd of people, including his maid, the boy added that if Jitri opened the pouch, there was only one option. The next moment, pointing to the girl standing right in front of him, Knox said in a stern tone, "You, or perhaps all of you." With her hand over her mouth, Giselle asked her friend in confusion if this was the youngest son of the Reinhofer family. The next moment, with his arms folded in front of him and a sinister smile, Knox said, "Don't worry, you can have your meat for slaughter. I'll send your heads to your families." Immediately after he said that, the guy stopped broadcasting his hologram and disappeared, and the room was completely silent. Feeling very disappointed by what had just happened, Jitri mentally said to young Mr. Knox, "What kind of radical way of solving problems does he have?" At that very moment, feeling an overwhelming sense of fear, Giselle clenched her teeth and quickly fell to her knees in front of Jitri. Kneeling in front of the Reinhofer family's maid, Giselle embarrassedly said, "What's your name?" In response to the question posed to her by the girl on her knees, the lover sighed in frustration and said to Jitra. Seeing the girl's reaction, Giselle became even more frightened for her fate and mentally said, "Reinhofer will easily cut my whole family." The next moment after her reflection, Giselle bowed her head to the floor and exclaimed in fright, "Lady Jitra, I apologize for the disrespect I have shown you. It will not happen again. Please forgive me." After receiving an apology from the girl who was kneeling in front of her and being looked down upon by everyone, Jitri thought, well, everything has been resolved just as the young gentleman promised. As Jitri continued to stare with her condemning gaze, she added in her head, "The number of rumors about the gentleman will only increase." Immediately after the conflict ended, Jitri sighed in disappointment and said, "What was he thinking?" Without responding to the Count's daughter's apology, Jitri simply went on about her business, leaving everyone in fear. On their way to the academy with Knox, Jitri noticed something unusual about her gentleman and asked him, "Are you all right, Mr. Knox?" Having attracted the boyfriend's attention, the maid worriedly added that you had such a big bruise under your eyes. After receiving a remark about his unhealthy appearance, Knox rubbed his eyes and said, "I'm fine." Immediately after his words, recalling the reason why Knox looked like he did, I figured out the disciplines to choose from. At one point, a subject of Eleanor's appeared right in the path of Knox and his maid, clearly expecting them to appear. When he saw the right person appear before him, the boy took off his hat and bowed and said, "I greet you, the youngest son of the Reinhofer family." When Knox heard the greeting from the boy standing in front of them, he looked at the boy with a displeased look and asked who he was. Without raising his head to the young gentleman, the boy said a slightly late introduction. "I am Rick, the servant of Eleanor de Revelin." The next moment, raising his head and smiling happily, clutching his hat to his chest, the boy added, "It is a great honor for me to meet you." Looking at the guy standing in front of him, Knox asked Rick in surprise and then mentally said, "What the hell is going on here?" After which he received a notification of increased anxiety skill acting activated, anxiety suppressed. Continuing to look at the guy standing in front of him with a wide smile, Knox mentally said, "A dangerous character who has been haunting me since the first half of the story." Continuing to think about the character in front of him, Knox added in his head, "Rick is two-faced." Looking ahead in the plot and recalling those events, Knox added in his head that in the next 3 episodes he would betray Rivaline's family and radically turn the plot around. He is a servant of the devil himself and a sincere follower of his. Recalling everything that would happen next, Knox processed the information and mentally said, simply put, he would soon stab Eleanor in the back. The next moment, folding his arms in front of him and looking at the guy with a superior look, Knox added in his head that in Inner Lunatic, the enemy of your enemy is your friend is idiocy. Watching the guy take out the box of jewelry, Knox added in his head, "Rick is a real parasite of problems that you can't get rid of." Immediately after holding out the gift that he was ordered to give to Knox, Rick said, "Here is a gift from Our Lady, a very valuable artifact." Continuing to look down on Rick, Knox said sternly, and then thought, "What an interesting artifact, but it's like knowingly eating the forbidden fruit." When he heard that he was being chased away, the boy, holding the gift in his hands, asked in confusion what he meant. Then Knox grabbed his sword, which was still in its sheath, and said, "Are you deaf or something?" As Knox began to slowly draw his sword, he noticed Rick shaking with fear and stepped aside. Not wanting to get his hands dirty now so as not to affect the plot, Knox let go of his sword and turned away from the boy and walked away, after which Jitri began to bow to Rick to apologize. After apologizing to the frightened boy for Knox's actions, Jitri rushed after him and called out, "Mr. Knox, wait for me." Catching up with her young master, the girl remarked, "You are weak now, slow down a bit and you won't fall for long." When Knox heard his maid's remark, he turned his gaze to her and asked, "Do you think I'm a weakling?" In response to her gentleman's remark, the girl said, "Only recently you had another exacerbation and an attack of anemia." Immediately after this remark, Jitri added in a stern tone, "I don't know anyone with an even weaker immune system than yours." Reluctantly smiling at the realization of the girl's remark, Knox said, "I won't deny it, but I'm fine now." Slowing down on the recommendation of the maid, Knox kept his gaze on the girl and said, "I'm not going to die for no reason," to which Jitri replied, "I understand." Continuing her thought, Jitri tilted her head down and said, "I just worry about you. You always get into some kind of intrigue." When Knox heard his maid's remark, he looked up at the sky and said, "Well, in that sense, I'm pretty popular." As soon as Knox confirmed that he did indeed often find adventures on his head, Jitri gave him an offended look. Noticing that the girl was really worried about him in this understanding, Nox mentally said, well, Nox is not just her master, but her savior. Continuing to look at the girl who was sincerely worried about him, he added mentally, and characters with the trait of loyalty always worry, especially much about those they care about. At one point, turning her head to Nox, Jitri exclaimed, by the way, and catching the guy's attention added, why did you do that to him? After receiving a question from his maid, Nox asked if you were talking about Rick. Recalling the moment with the sword when we met, Jitri said it as if you had a personal score to settle. When Nox heard the girl's question, he put his hand on her shoulder and said, listen to me carefully, Jitra. No matter what happens, it's always best to stay away from him. After hearing the warning, Jitri thought it was all because of the strained relationship with Miss. Eleanor, although given the kind of person he is, there must be very good reasons for such behavior. Immediately after thinking about it, Jitri bowed to the boy and said, I understand, I will stay away from him as far as possible, as you advised. Hearing Jitri's words, Nox spoke beautifully, and then, walking to the academy, thought that given the further developments with Eleanor, he should also keep his distance so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Confidently walking to the academy for the classes that will soon begin, Nox said that from now on he needs to be very careful. After a while, when Nox found himself in the classroom and heard the announcement, he gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, I knew it was going to happen. I hadn't even crossed the threshold yet, and I was already facing failure. Why would I do that? The next moment, the professor's words came from the department, and he said that now you will need to divide into teams in which you will work for the next year. Continuing to make announcements about the conditions of the discipline, the professor added that when forming a team, the most important thing is to know each other. When Nox heard that he would have to collaborate with someone in this discipline, he mentally said badly how naive I was. The next moment, leaning on his hand and feeling very disappointed, Nox said in his head, who would have thought that not having friends would cost me even in a game? At the same moment, adjusting his glasses, the professor added that 4 people were needed to form a team. Continuing to look at the students sitting in front of him, the professor added, you have half an hour to form teams. When Nox heard the conditions of this discipline, he closed his eyes and said in his head, I'm a failure. I'm literally an outcast. I'll never find a team. Immediately after his thoughts, Nox raised his hand and said, Professor, what if we can't form a team? After receiving a question from one of his students, the professor said, then you'll get a failing grade and won't be able to repeat the course, so try and find a team and work alone. Nox, you understand me. When Nox heard the prohibition to work alone, he said so, and then mentally said that he was an ignoramus. Continuing his thoughts on the situation, Nox said in his head, Eldane Academy as a whole is hard to finish for a D in any subject. They immediately expel you. It's just unacceptable. The next moment, the audience began to shout, Princess, let me help you, Your Highness. I would be very grateful to work with you. Paracelsus, come join my team. I saw you fight. It was impressive. Approaching one of the genius characters, one of the students asked Leon if he would like to join me. At the same time as everyone was actively looking for teams, Nox bowed his head and mentally said, think about how a nobody like Nox could find friends. Seeing a golden fox nearby, one of the students said, hey, Eleanor, let's join my team. You might not think so, but I'm a real jock. Interrupting her classmate's invitation, the girl pointed to herself and said, who do you think you are, Eleonora? Come to my place. I will cook our family's specialties. No one can make them tastier. Ignoring both offers to join the team, Eleanor moved on to the one she really wanted to see as a friend. Stopping at the boy's desk, who was wondering what to do in this case, Eleanor folded her arms and said, Nox von Reinhofer. Having attracted the boy's attention, the golden fox, with a smile on her face, added, I think you didn't appreciate my gift. Noticing a certain nervousness in the guy she was talking to, Eleanor asked him if he thought he could give me a second chance to repay you. When he received a question from the girl he had planned to avoid at all costs, Nox asked unhappily what he was talking about. Then Eleanor gently smiled and tucked her hair behind her ear and said, I'll join your team. After hearing the girl's proposal, Nox looked at Eleanor with a displeased look and thought how arrogant I was to think that I just couldn't do that. Continuing to look at the girl with her offer of help in his predicament, Nox mentally added that he would have to work with her as well. The next moment, Thalia appeared from behind Eleanor de Rivellin and put her hand to her chest and exclaimed, Nox, come to me. Faced with the choice of what he should do in this situation, Nox looked at the 2 girls in front of him and thought, I have one more ballast. Stretching out her hand to her fiancée, Talia exclaimed, Nox, join my team. After hearing the suggestion, Nox cycled unhappily and said in his head, I've already forgotten about this ballast on my head. Immediately after his thoughts, he turned his gaze to Talia, who was visibly nervous at the suggestion, and Nox added, I can understand her, though. Starting to remember the past where they worked together, Knox said in his head, Talia has been good to me from the beginning. Even if she is not in love with Knox, she is still probably sad. Continuing his thoughts, looking at the embarrassed girl, Knox added in his head that her fiancé was alone, and that is why she kindly decided to lend a helping hand. After finishing his thoughts on why these particular people were drawn to him to form a team, the boy bowed his head down and said, I'm going to go crazy like this soon. Eleanor pulled her hand to her chin and stared intently at Talia and Knox, noticing this quite unexpectedly. When Knox heard a remark from a girl who offered to join his team, he asked what she was talking about. Then Eleanor smiled happily and said, It's amazing that even you have a friend here. When he heard Eleanor Knox's remark, he looked away and mentally said, Given who Knox is, it's hard to disagree, but for some reason it's still terribly annoying. At the same time, uncertainly extending her hand to the boy, Talia asked Knox, You'll be on my team, right? Hearing another question from Talia, Eleanor pointed to herself and said, It turns out that we only have to find one more because I'm right. When Knox heard the girl's conclusion, he said insultingly, It looks like no one was even going to ask me what I said. You just don't have a choice. Hearing the truth that cut through his ears, Knox said unhappily, I wouldn't have guessed it without you, and then thought as Eleanor had said. The next moment, turning his gaze to the other students who were looking for their groups, Knox added in his mind that in order to restore his memories, he needed to stay at the academy at all costs, and that required good academic performance. Continuing his thoughts, Knox stared at one point and added in his head that for the first episode that awaits me, I must enter the top 10. Immediately after his thoughts, reaching for the plot that awaited him, Knox mentally added the first battle with the archdemon. Continuing his thoughts on the future, the young man added in his head, This will be my first time acting as an antagonist and protagonist. After a while, a guy came up to the team and shouted out his hand and said, Hi, I'm Pell, glad to be on your team. While the girls were talking to the new team member, Knox took advantage of the vision and thought, Fortunately, we found someone adequate. While reviewing Pell's skills, which spelled out positive art of living, humility, foresight, pious, negative idiot, Knox noticed one interesting active skill, the word blessing once, and mentally said, Stop beautifully. As Knox continued to reflect on what he had seen, he mentally said that although his performance was mediocre, it was not the most important word of blessing. After discovering something interesting in the new team member, Knox mentally added one of the strongest skills in Inner Lunatic, the gift of awakening the protagonist's talent in a team member. Scattering the window of characteristics of his new friend, Knox said, but unfortunately the protagonist himself cannot use it. Immediately after looking back at Pell, Knox thought to himself, I wonder how an ordinary student of the academy could have such a rare skill that only holy ministers of the church can acquire, but there will be time to think about it. As he continued to stand in front of the other members of his team, the boy said happily, I hope we can get along. Putting her hand to her chest, one of the team members said, I'm Eleanor but rivaling, and I hope everyone here will do their best. The next to introduce herself was the second girl on the team, who awkwardly said, I'm Talia von Reinhofer, and I'm also happy to be part of this team. Knox, the last to join his team, said grudgingly, Does it make sense to introduce myself at all? I hope I don't have to carry your carcasses around my neck with the rest of you. After a few seconds, the teacher knocked on the table and said, I think everyone has figured out their teams try to get to know each other better. During the week, you are destined to work in this way for the whole semester, and that's the end of the lesson. Hearing that the lesson was over, Knox said unhappily to the old man, after which Talia awkwardly remarked that Knox was too rude to think about himself, to which he added, I know, that's the point. Hearing that he was doing it on purpose, the girl said in confusion, calling the professor names is not the best idea, if anything, and he said, So what if we've assembled a team? Following the boy down the hall, Talia decided to find out when they would cross paths in class and asked Knox, What's your schedule? Continuing her thought, the girl nervously exclaimed to me, I'm just curious, so I decided to ask. Poking his finger into the girl's forehead, Knox said, You're trying to figure out which subject is the easiest to get high marks in, so you think, I'd give it all away for free? Hearing what the boy was thinking, Talia froze in place in confusion and exclaimed that nothing Knox thought was ever done or told to a woman that easily. Continuing to walk confidently toward the exit without realizing the girl's true motives, Knox added in his head, Never. Somewhere in the 4th district of the academy, while shopping in the shops, Knox said, It's not a surprise, Eldane Academy, and Jitri noticed how long the list of things to buy was. Looking at a notebook with notes on the necessary purchases for the academy, Jitri scribbled grimoires of equipment in the notebook. Listing the necessary items and materials, the girl turned her head to Knox and added, I can see why they say it's hard for kids from ordinary families to graduate. They just don't have enough money. Knox said, taking a potion. That doesn't concern me. Picking up another vial, the boy said in his head that if he had the talent, it would not be difficult to graduate from the academy, and that a genius would always find sponsors even if he was a commoner. While Jitri was paying for the goods, Knox mentally added that money was not a problem in this case unless his gift was in vain. At one point, somewhere in the middle of the street, a bad thief shouted, "Come back here." Hearing these shouts in the middle of the 4th district of the academy, Jitri looked at her master and noticed that it was quite noisy. In response to the girl's remark, Knox said the neighborhood is where all kinds of people flock, so anything can happen. As he continued to think, Knox turned his head in the direction of the shout and said, "But that's none of our business." As soon as he had said this, he saw that the noise had been raised because of a person he knew and said that he was the same. Pointing a finger at the guy who was looking through the goods, the seller angrily shouted, "If you're not going to buy anything, why bother normal customers to look at the goods?" Seeing Leon in a conflict situation near him, Knox mentally added the son of one of the 3 leading dark families, the youngest son of the Manhwa's family. Continuing to watch the boy examine the potion in his hands, Knox mentally added Leon von Marvis, though the family could not afford to throw money around now. Feeling a little uneasy about the person he saw in front of him, Knox added, "But he is a good man, and I hope he can overcome it." Hearing the seller's exclamations, Leon said, "Excuse me, I just want to understand what is the most rational thing to buy now, what I heard, and what are we talking about if you just take and weigh things in your hand?" The next moment, gritting his teeth in displeasure, the vendor angrily added, "Shut up, scum, and get lost." And from there, the Eldane Academy bar broke through the bottom of the street beggars. Hearing his name called, the seller, Leon von Marvis, suddenly raised his murderous gaze and said, "Beggar means." The next moment, having worked his magic and begun to hide the dead, Leon added, "My family may be poor, but please forgive me for daring to call us beggars." When I saw what was happening in Knox Square, along with the shocked Jitri, I thought he was out of his mind. Immediately after rushing in the direction of the guy who had seriously dispersed in the middle of a city full of people, Knox thought with one foot in the door he was already in trouble. The seller acted like a bastard, but you can't fall for such provocations. In his haste to settle the situation before it had serious consequences, Knox added in his head, in the 4th district, people a whole bunch of mana he was going to use here to use black magic. At the same time, Leon had already summoned a couple of skeletons with swords to deal with the vendor who was not watching the market. Seeing that the boy was heading in the direction of the conflict, Jitri exclaimed in confusion, "Mr. Knox, where are you going?" In response to the question, Knox exclaimed that the little man had finally gone off the rails, and with just one look it was clear that no one would survive, so he had to be stopped, to which Jitri exclaimed, "But you just saw his eyes, then how?" In response to his maid's question, Knox, in his haste to conflict, exclaimed with eyes that were not the first I had ever seen. At the same time, the seller put his hand to his chest and exclaimed, "Hey, you're crazy. Do you realize what you've done and how dare you?" And then said, "Go away." Drawing his sword and preparing to fight back if necessary, Knox added in a stern tone, "You get the hell out of here unless you want to die." When he heard Knox's warning, the seller exclaimed that "You are a bastard. How dare you get in front of me? Do you even know who I am?" To which Knox replied with idiocy. Continuing his thought, Knox suddenly threw off his hood and said to the shocked people, "Do I really need to introduce myself?" Somewhere in the dormitory, when Talia returned to her room, she locked herself in the room with the maid and said that she was leaving. Listening to Talia tell me that even though Knox and I are now a team, he doesn't want to tell me his schedule, Emma looked away and tried to hide her nervousness. Standing by the window and looking out at the street, Talia added this teenage shyness to boys, "So I'm right." As Talia continued her monologue, she suddenly looked back at her forging and exclaimed, "Yes or no, tell me something, Emma." When the maid heard the question, she saw the innocent expression on the face of a girl who is now deluded because of her advice in the past. Trying not to say anything unnecessary to make the situation worse, Emma said, "How can I tell that Mr. Knox has Miss Talia on his mind?" In response to the maid's request, Talia suddenly looked away and said, "I'm already trying to be as reasonable as possible." The next moment, immersed in memories from the past, she added, "I try not to jump to conclusions about people and not to disturb Knox." Immediately after her remarks, the girl tilted her head down and added sadly but still, Seeing her mistress suffering because of unrequited love, Emma nervously said in her head, "For the next few days, she will be sad all the time, and what am I supposed to do?" Recalling the very day they left the Rheinhofer estate, the maid thought to herself, "If I had known that things would turn out this way, I would not have praised Mr. Knox in front of her again." Sitting in the carriage, Talia suddenly exclaimed to Emma why Knox was avoiding me. He was my fiancé, and she replied that puberty spared no one. Hearing what her maid Talia had just mentioned, she was surprised to hear that he was going through puberty and Emma replied that it was the usual behavior of boys his age to be rude and cold to others. Immediately after she spoke, Emma turned her head to the side and discreetly spied on Talia, who was looking out the window. And now thinking back, I realized that it all started back then when she began to think about the reciprocity of her feelings. Continuing to recall that moment of happy little girl, Emma mentally added at that moment, I could not even imagine how it would turn out. I should have been more careful in giving advice. Closing her eyes and putting her hand to her mouth, the maid mentally added, Miss, Talia is definitely in love with young Mr. Knox, and for that matter, she is in love with young Mr. Knox. After concluding her thoughts with the idea of how to settle everything, Emma said to the lady as if this doubt that Mr. Knox was just shy, after which the girl asked in surprise, what you mean? Averting her embarrassed gaze to the side, the maid added, he's your fiancé, so maybe his behavior is just a way to separate his studies and his personal life. Hearing the new advice from her subject, Talia grabbed her hand and exclaimed, Emma, I knew you understood everything about relationships. And then she exclaimed in confusion, I'm sorry. Continuing to thank her subject, Talia happily pulled Emma along with her and exclaimed, you are a real expert in love affairs, and I will always consult you if I have any doubts, to which Miss Talia exclaimed in confusion. Looking at this innocent and happy expression on the young girl's face, the maid said guiltily in her head, forgive me, young lady. Feeling very uneasy about the responsibility she had once again placed on herself, the maid mentally added, and that was because she was not in a relationship. At one point, a knock on the door interrupted the joyful dancing and drew both girls to the door. Having decided to settle the matter with the visitor, Emma said, I am the maid of the Stilliner family. You need something. Hearing that there was someone inside the room, Eleanor, who decided to visit, joyfully shouted, Hello, gods! The next moment, putting her hand to her chest, the girl said, I'm Eleanor de Rivellin. Talia and I are on the same martial arts team. I hope she can spare a few minutes. When Talia heard who had come to her room to talk to her, she was surprised to hear that it was Eleonora. In response to Eleanor's request to see her for a conversation, the maid said that appointments are usually made in advance, which is why I'm asking you. Hearing that she would not be allowed inside just like that, Eleanor suddenly interrupted the maid's words and said, Knox von Reinhofer, after which both girls in the room froze. Announcing the topic of her conversation, Eleanor smiled and said, I came to talk about him. A few seconds later, footsteps and the click of a lock were heard, and then the door opened to reveal Talia, after which Eleanor said, It's good to see you, Talia. Having attracted the girl's attention, the golden fox threw her hair behind her ear and said, This is the second time we've met today. Taking off his hood in front of the people in the cellar, Knox said in a stern tone that I should introduce myself. Seeing who it was that appeared on the square, the seller was confused, thinking that the ash-blonde hair and purple eyes were his. Without taking his eyes off the boy, the salesman asked the son of the Reinhofer family who had recently entered the academy, to which he said, I'm not a parrot, to repeat myself twice. Stretching out his arms in front of him, the seller embarrassedly exclaimed, I'm sorry, it's just that the hood prevented me from recognizing you right away. After receiving an apology from the frightened seller, Knox looked back at him and said in a menacing tone, Get lost while I'm being generous. Seeing no action from the man standing next to him, Knox turned to the seller and asked, I hope I don't have to do this again. After receiving the boy's question, the seller ran away and exclaimed, Of course, young sir. Seeing that the seller had just fled in terror, Leon von Manhwa said, But I was talking to him. At the same moment, one of the skeletons looked at Knox and then rushed at him to attack. Seeing these actions on the part of the boy, Knox created a magical sphere in his hand and hit the skeleton and asked, How often do you use black magic to talk? A few seconds after the skull was squeezed, several pieces flew off the skull and into the square. After dealing with the enemy who suddenly attacked him, Knox turned his head to Leon and said, Pray that the Emperor will be terrified and that everything will be a simple arrest. When he heard the warning from the guy who had just saved the seller and broken one of his summoned dead, he was surprised to hear that. The next moment, looking at his hand where the mana had been created, Leon added, We can't learn magic until we're of age. And I was right. Immediately after realizing this, he deactivated his mana and bowed to Knox, saying, I'm sorry, you saved me. After receiving words of gratitude from the guy, Knox took out a bag of coins and said, If you understand everything, then buy what you need and get out of here. The next moment, Knox threw a bag of coins into the boy's hands and added, Use it if you don't have enough of your own. When he opened the bag and saw the gold coins that filled it to the brim, he froze in amazement. The next moment, after closing the bag and looking away from the guy in front of him, Leon asked why he was helping me. Immediately after the question, the youngest son of the family, Marwaz, looked at Knox and said, You're trying too hard if you think I'm going to feel indebted to you. When Knox received a comment on his generous offer, he said, I won't be impoverished by a couple of coins, although it would be a lie to say that it was all from the heart. Hearing what Knox had just told him, Leon looked at his skeletons and said, "Well, that's good," and then dispelled his magic in the dead. After casting his magic in front of Knox and taking one of the coins in his pouch, Leon suddenly said, "I think you want to buy my silence." Demonstrating the golden coin in his hands to Knox, Leon added, "The magic of the dead exudes from you the unique power of the Marwazi that reigns in the afterlife." Immediately after his words, releasing the coin and picking it up with the help of his mana, Leon said, "I renounce the agreement. Why do you encroach on the power of my family?" Entering the room, Eleanor sat down at the table with Talia, and the maid left the room after making tea so that the ladies could talk privately. Looking at her girlfriend, who had arrived in her room for rum, Talia said, "You wanted to talk to me so I can ask you what it was about." When she received the question from the girl sitting across from her, Eleanor mentally said what was going on. I expected a completely different reaction, to be honest. She was so reserved and elegant. The next moment, looking down and putting her hand to her chin, Eleanor added, "I wonder if Knox is in love with her." Immediately after the thought occurred to her, Eleanor smiled slyly and said in her head, "Of course not." As she continued to ponder the feelings of the fifth son of the Reinhafer family and Talia, Eleanor added in her mind that for him, marriage was nothing more than a limiting burden. She would have to be as straightforward as possible. Having completed her thoughts and come to an idea of what she should do next, Eleanor confidently said, "Knox is a dangerous man." Picking up a cup of tea that was on the table, the girl added, "First of all, he is the son of one of the 3 leading dark families." The next moment, having taken a sip of the drink offered at the reception, Eleanor added a second one, a rumor that also comes out of nowhere. Tilting my head down after hearing the remarks in the direction of my fiancé, Talia said indignantly. Immediately after looking up at her interlocutor, she added, "I won't say that Knox is a bad person." Hearing this remark from Talia, Eleanor's mind immediately recalled a moment from her childhood when Knox publicly humiliated her at a certain party. After this moment of reminiscing, the girl looked at Talia with a displeased look that pierced the girl with condemnation. The next moment, looking down and sighing in disappointment, Eleanor said, "But I seriously doubt that others think the same of him." Immediately after her words, making eye contact with the girl, Eleanor thought to Talia von Stilliner, "How strange you are, as my shame of the Reinhafer family, to sink into the soul of such an honest person." Continuing her conversation, Eleanor, with all the seriousness of the conversation added in her head and her eyes, clearly readable. Analyzing the girl's mood with the help of her acquired skills as a trader, Eleonora mentally added hostility and hatred in my direction. After thinking about her interlocutor's words for a while, Talia said, "Let's just put the record straight, and even though he doesn't stand out as particularly friendly, that doesn't make him a thief." Continuing her argument, she added that most often people simply mistake his inherent coldness and detachment for hostility. Talia threw facts at Eleonora, who was visibly tense at the shift in the conversation, and added this superficial judgment of her personality. After listening to all the comments from her interlocutor, Eleanor said in a disgruntled tone, "I know that he is your fiancé, but that does not oblige you to support him always and in everything." The next moment, putting her teacup back on the table, she added, "You know very well that marriage arrangements between noble families are as changeable as the wind." Having received a remark from her interlocutor about the lack of responsibility to protect her fiancé, Talia replied, "That's not why I trust Knox." Feeling that she had been trying to prove herself throughout the conversation, Eleanor looked down and said, "You know, people don't just change." After hearing a strong argument that could have influenced her if not for one thing, Talia said, "Of course it's hard to disagree with that, but I hope you still remember that incident." The next moment, recalling the monster attack that had appeared during the trial, Talia added, "Knox saved your life." Continuing the discussion about the boy's personality and his recent actions, Talia confidently added, "If he hadn't shown up then, you wouldn't be sitting here now." Pressing on the girl with weighty conviction, Talia, recalling the expression on Eleanor's face at that moment, added, "I'm sure you understand this perfectly well without further explanation." Immediately after mentioning this story about the rescue, Talia added, "So why do you have such a pronounced distrust of Knox?" After receiving the question, Eleanor stopped spouting off proofs and looked down at the floor. Realizing that this conversation would no longer be of any use to her and that she would not get her way, Eleanor resigned herself to what she had to say and thought that I had said too much. The next moment, leaning on the table and standing up from the guest seat, she added, "Let's end here and thank you for taking the time to see me." When she heard that Eleanor wanted to end their dialogue, Talia said, "As you wish, then goodbye." After saying goodbye to the girl after the failed dialogue, Eleanor quickly walked away from Talia's room. After a while, when she was in the square near the fountain, she heard someone call out to her saying, "Lady Eleanor." As Rick approached his lady, he asked her with a smile on his face what was wrong. "It's just terrible to see you sad." Looking down at her subject after he arrived, Eleanor said, "Rick, what do you think is the most important thing for a salesman?" Without hesitation, the boy stretched out his hand in front of him and said, "Of course, these are sharp eyes that look for a catch everywhere and doubt everyone." After receiving the answer from her subject, the girl did not look up and sadly said doubts in her head. Continuing her thought further, the girl recalled her image in the eyes of society and added that it was because of him that I was nicknamed a golden fox, a future star of the financial world. The next moment, plunging back into his memories of Knox publicly humiliating a little girl at a party, Eleanor thought to herself he had indeed changed, and he was not fooling himself. Immediately after these mentions, the girl looked away and asked with clenched teeth that this would not happen again, right? Somewhere in the 4th district of the Eldane Academy, after learning about Knox's ability to use his family's powers, Leon slowly began to lose his temper, spreading his mana around. Looking back and seeing the onlookers watching everything that was happening, Knox said, "Get the hell out of here." When people began to flee to save their lives, Leon's mana actively continued to follow them. Having decided to save the locals who were not involved in the conflict, Knox began to spread his mana to neutralize Leon's mana. Feeling that something was interfering with his efforts, Knox surprisingly set a magic barrier and then mentally said, "This is getting worse and worse, this is a mess." The next moment, turning his head in the direction of the boy who had seriously broken up, Knox added mentally, as much as he needed the money, Leon would not be able to keep quiet about me using his family's magic. Holding up the gold coin that Knox had offered her for her silence, Leon said, "If you wanted to make a deal, you should have prepared for the negotiations a little better." After receiving the remark from his interlocutor, Knox smiled and asked, "So I should have offered something else in exchange as far as your family is concerned? I doubt very much that you would want to trade them for anything." Hearing his interlocutor's remark, Leon turned his gaze to Knox and said, "You're talking now as if you know me." In response to the boy's remark, Knox said, "Leon von Marwaz, your family, like mine, is one of the 3 most powerful dark families in the Marwazi family, a family that has incredible influence." After listening to a small part of the story, Leon interrupted Knox and said, "I don't like that you talk about us in the past tense." And Knox added, "You should know very well that your family is not the same as it used to be." Immediately after his remark, Knox turned his gaze to the man standing in front of him, and Sylvester spoke. Drawing the boy's attention by calling him by a different name, Knox added, "I know that the rebels took advantage of the battle to overthrow the leader of the Marwaz family and then took over most of the family's holdings." When Leon heard this story, he asked indignantly, "Are you trying to play on the fact that you know more about me and on my desire for revenge?" After receiving the question from his interlocutor, Knox smiled and nodded his head, saying that revenge did not seem like it. The next moment, looking up at the boy in front of him, Knox confidently added, "My wish is for your family to be reborn, for the new leader and the entire family to regain their former power." Using this information, Knox smiled happily and said, "You want it too." Interested in Knox's words, Leon bowed his head to avoid eye contact and said, "You understand me well." The next moment, Leon looked up at the boy in front of him and asked, "How exactly did you discover the powers of the Marwaz family?" And he replied, "I just found out recently that this power belongs to your family." Looking to the side and looking at the ground, Leon spoke, sounding quite convincing, after which Knox asked that you would not ask anything else. In response to his interlocutor's questions, Leon picked up a bag of money and spoke the answers I needed to hear. Hearing what his interlocutor had just said, Knox mentally said, it was not about the strength of his family, the amount of information I had about him, or the reason for my intervention. As soon as Leon began to dissipate his mana in resolving the conflict, Knox said, "Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for your help in the future. I will definitely repay you then, of course, not in monetary terms." Having heard what he needed to hear, Knox said to his mate, "Never mind, you're not in debt to me." The next day at the academy, Eldon Knox, on his way to see Noah von Trinity, mentally said this. Looking at the dean of the academy who would help him achieve what he wanted to some extent, Knox mentally added a lifeline, "Knox light, Knox place of peace." Confidently stepping forward, cherishing the thought of what was about to happen, Knox added time in his head to practice his time mastery skills. Walking to the dean of the academy, Knox said in his head, "Even among the owners of special genius skills, inner lunatic is considered the strongest." Sitting in front of the computer monitor, Yu Chang thought this was game content that needed to be downloaded, and then received a notification, "You are the first player to complete the game 10 times. A special skill has been unlocked for your character." Recalling this moment from his past life, Knox mentally said, looking at the dean, "I just thought it was a cool game and bought the add-on without even knowing what it was, and only thanks to him I haven't died yet." Smiling nervously at the memory of his actions in the past, Knox mentally added, "Thank you to the past me who has made my life much easier today." Seeing the student of the academy before her, Noah von Trinity smiled and said, "You have done well, Knox von Reinhofer. Your father has done his best to raise a true monster in the flesh, that's for sure." In response to the question, the boy said, "You're calling a student a monster so openly. Don't you think that's a bit much, Dean?" To which Noah exclaimed in surprise, "But I made a mistake somewhere." The next moment, sitting comfortably on the throne, the girl with a sly smile added, "Or maybe you defeated this snow troll without batting an eye." Peering at the boy with a scrutinizing gaze, the dean added, "Why do they call you a disgrace to the family?" Reinhofer could not understand. The next moment, mentioning the leader of one of the three leading dark families, Noah von Trinity, she added, "Is the eminent sword emperor Theo von Reinhofer really that bad at reading people?" Starting to slyly bite into her lollipop, Noah von Trinity added, "This just can't be." Hearing the reflections of the dean of the academy, Knox tensed up and thought, "Oh shit, she doubts me," although it was quite expected that Knox was a real loser in the original story. The next moment, as soon as the acting skill was activated, Knox smiled slyly and said in his head, "But now it's different," and then the notification that appeared disappeared. As soon as the negative emotions disappeared, Knox said, "I don't think the kind of person I was in the past matters now," to which Noah replied, "You're right, but you know." Looking slyly at the guy standing in front of her, Noah von Trinity added, "Your talents have piqued my interest." Without taking her eyes off Knox for a moment, the girl added, "I would have kidnapped you just like that," and then bit the lollipop in her hands. Hearing the wishes of one of the wise men, Knox said to the dean, "I think this conversation has gone wrong. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything." The next moment, the moments from the exam appeared in his mind when a girl was watching him, following him around. After recalling this incident, Knox stretched out his hand in front of him and said with a smile on his face, "You even disguised yourself and followed me to the exam." With a sly laugh after her student's remark about surveillance, Noah von Trinity said, "You did notice me, though." The next moment after her reaction to the discovery of her surveillance, the girl took out the sacred scroll and said, "Well, I won't keep you waiting." Seeing what he had come here for, Knox finally spoke, and then the girl added, "I didn't just call you here for nothing." Holding a magical item with you, the dean has added a skill-boosting scroll. It will help to decently increase the strength of one of your abilities, a truly very valuable scroll. After listening to the story of this valuable object, Knox spoke for the first time I heard about it, and then Noah von Trinity said, "Here you go." Stretching out his hand in front of him, Knox caught the gift the girl handed him, and then felt suddenly panicked. Noah von Trinity was watching closely, and when she saw the boy's reaction, she smiled slyly. Holding the scroll in his hand, Knox was somewhat embarrassed and thought that I hadn't imagined it. Immediately after opening the magical item and looking inside, the guy added in his head, "I'm just too damn excited that the scroll is finally in my hands," and then received a notification, "You have received a new artifact," displaying information about the artifact. Basic information named Skill Scroll category, consumable class, supreme special effect, increases skill power by 1.5 times. Skill Scroll ready to use, want to use. Seeing this, Knox said yes. After confirming the transaction, the guy received another notification. "Please select the skill you want to strengthen by selecting Time Lord." Knox saw the notification. "You use the artifact, your skill was strengthened, you get Time Lord Plus." The next moment, more notifications appeared. You received an artifact at an early stage. You will have an additional effect. Your skill power is doubled. The additional skill, Time Lord, increases to 10 minutes. After improving his skill, Knox smiled and mentally said, "Time Lord is very difficult to strengthen. It is a powerful skill from the beginning, so it is difficult to progress in it." As he continued to think, Knox remembered the method he had just used and mentally added a scroll to the table, one of the best things he could do to get it early in the game. As soon as the magical scroll dissipated after its use, Noah von Trinity asked, "So you got what you wanted?" When Knox heard the girl's question, he mentally said that he could not contact her anymore, and then replied, "If that's all, let me go." Hearing the request from her student, the girl did not hesitate to say, "Okay, you can go," and said, "Saving your classmates and the rest of us is not such an easy task." After listening to what Noah Knox had just mentioned, I recalled the moment of salvation in my head and then thought there was no point in hiding it. After finishing his thoughts and bowing his head, Knox added, "It just sort of worked out." Turning his back on the girl, Knox added, "Don't worry about it, I don't need her at the academy," to which Noah happily exclaimed, "You don't have to. Worry about it, go and have a rest." Upon hearing the girl's instruction, Knox said, "I am sincerely grateful for your generosity," and headed for the exit, while Noah von Trinity continued to watch his every move. As the boy left her office, the dean of the academy mentally said to Knox von Reinhofer, "He's a pretty dangerous guy. You need to be more careful with him." As soon as the door to the girl's office closed, laughter could be heard inside, followed by the girl saying, "I can't wait to see what kind of monster he grows into." Immediately after her words, she looked up and licked the lollipop and asked what you thought. Back at the lecture, Knox, sitting in the audience, heard exactly why you should definitely study the properties and features of each element. Leaning on his arm during the boring lecture, Knox mentally recited the basic magic of the Empire lessons, never described in detail in the game, but the lesson is not so much important now as Professor Ras von Celestia himself. Using the vision on Professor Knox, he saw basic information: Ras von Celestia, gender male, age 35, race human, main element earth skills, positive love of learning, self-reflection, neutral principled, negative susceptibility to obsession, paranoia, trauma, vulnerable mind, after which Knox thought he would play a significant role in this chapter. Continuing to evaluate the professor, Knox saw stamina, 12 mana, 18 luck, 3 will, 21 charm, 19 skills, passive sea of knowledge, active, call to earth, basic northern swordplay technique, and then mentally said strong. He could not name it, but knowing it was useful in any case. Continuing to watch the teacher, Knox mentally added that it was impressive that a person with few outstanding skills could become a professor at the academy, after which the professor said, "Let's get to the lesson." Focusing his gaze on Knox, Ras von Celestia thought, "You're a talentless one. You've got your nose up your ass and you look down on students even though Dean Noah is no gift." Having finished his thoughts, the professor coughed to draw attention to himself and said that not only the students of our academy, but every person on the continent possesses the simplest mana. Continuing his lesson, the professor added, "Today we will find out what element you have and how to define it at all." Talia watched the thoughtful Knox a little nervously. At one point during the lesson, Professor Rachel Celestia turned his attention to a hated student and told Cadet Knox von Reinhofer. Hearing that he had just been named, the guy exclaimed, "Yes, I'm here," and then the professor asked if you knew what element you had. After receiving the question, the boy said yes to the darkness, after which the professor added what distinctive features this element had. Continuing to be questioned, the boy said that unlike the 4 main elements, he does not interact well with others and is considered to have much more destructive potential than any other element. Continuing to talk about the features of his element that he could spread, Knox added in turn, the element is notoriously difficult to handle with only a few families and even fewer people able to handle it. Having received a clear answer to his question, the professor asked what element is the opposite of darkness, to which Knox replied, divinity. Having received the answer to his question, the man got to the right moment and said, "In this case, who do you think will win if these two forces collide?" Without hesitation, Knox said divinity, and then the professor said nervously, "I wonder if people usually defend the power of the family element too." The last. "You must be special in this regard, so I'll ask you another question." The next moment, pointing at the boy with his finger, Ras von Celestia tried to catch the boy and added, "If you had to fight the owner of divine mana, what would you do?" When he heard the question that Professor Knox decided to ask him, he smiled slyly and said that he would do so as long as his opponent did not suspect anything. Folding his arms in front of him on the desk, Knox smiled ominously and added, "I would have finished him off after making sure he was dead and wouldn't cause me any more problems in the future." The professor, who was seriously frightened by the student's answer, said in his head that, watching the guy with the sly smile who had answered the question honestly, Ras von Celestia added in his head what the hell he had said. Somewhere in the Academy's dormitory, sitting in his room, Rick continued to prepare for the injection process while sitting on his bed. Groaning heavily, the boy clutched one of the ends of the bandage in his teeth and, clutching his arm, prepared to inject the syringe. The next moment, with a painful cry, Rick poured the entire contents of the syringe into his arm and his body began to be covered with patterns. After the injection, the guy got up and went to the mirror where he saw a devilish mark on his chest. Leaning against the mirror with his hand and head, the boy said, "Just a little more and I can turn into a real demon." The next moment, a demonic hand appeared from the mirror and a voice spoke exactly as you had told Hausholtz de Nefer. When the boy turned his head to the mirror and saw his reflection with the demon, he heard that he would turn from a worthless person into a true demon. Continuing to agitate the boy to join them, the demon added that there would be no more need for food and that old age would never overtake you, which is the fate of the higher beings, one of whom you would become. With a sly smile, Rick bowed his head and knelt before the demon, then said, "Thank you, I will do everything to revive you." After finishing the dialogue with the demon, the boy got dressed and picked up the cap that was lying on his bed and put it on his head and began to pretend to be his usual self again. At the same time, in the classroom at the academy, Knox said, "Well, as long as the opponent doesn't suspect anything, I would finish him off, making sure he was definitely dead and wouldn't cause me any more problems in the future." After receiving a frightening answer from his student, Professor Ras von Celestia said, "You choose to pull the weed out by the roots before it has time to sprout. I admit that I definitely did not expect such an answer." After Professor Knox's remark, he stretched out his hand in front of him and said, "I apologize if my answer is wrong, but in my opinion this is the most effective approach to solving many of life's problems. While Knox's acting skills were working, Raz von Celestia mentally spoke. He didn't even bat an eye, perfect posture, confident, shoulders level. Continuing to watch the guy with whom he was engaged in a dialogue, the professor added in his head, Knox von Reinhofer was being completely serious, and in part I am beginning to understand Dean Noah's interest in his person, but in general. The next moment, without turning my head to my assistant, Raz von Celestia, I shouted out to my assistant, cook the hell up, to which he exclaimed, I'm sorry, you're serious. Then, turning his head in the direction of the subject, the professor said in a menacing tone, I'm telling you that you are deaf. Prepare a test of magical competence. As soon as his subject went to get the supplies for the next test in class, the professor looked at Knox and thought it was time to knock the arrogance out of the young man. The next moment, putting his hand to his chin, the man added in his mind that to get a truly sharp sword it would have to be sharpened more than 100 times. A short time later, an assistant arrived in the classroom with a trolley containing all the test equipment. As soon as the assistant took off the tablecloth of the wheelchair, one of the students saw what the assistant had brought and exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the reaction of his students, the professor said with a smile on his face, We have lower-rank demons that were kindly provided to us by the association. The next moment, pointing to the cage of an angry creature sitting inside, Raz von Celestia added, They are called demons. Looking at the monsters sitting in the cages, one of the students shouted out a demon, after which the professor remarked that it was not very frightening and that not many cadets could kill it. Hearing the professor's remarks, one of the students standing in front of him exclaimed that we were only in our first year of study anyway. Hearing her friend's remark, one of the students said, I think this is just right for the level of Eldane Academy. When the noise began to grow louder, the professor stretched out his hand and said, Everyone calm down. The best of the best study at the academy, so what's going on here? Continuing his speech to reassure the students, Raz von Celestia added, Remember your ultimate goal is not just to become some third-rate knight or mage and conquer every demon in our world. Turning his back on the student and smiling slyly, the professor added, And for that you need to get used to their appearance. They are not well understood anyway. As soon as everyone agreed with the professor's words and stood near the demons, the teacher added that everyone should approach and direct the flow of mana to the cage to subdue the demon. When Knox heard what they were supposed to do, he looked down at the demon and said, Subdue the demon, and then thought, For some reason I think that's a bit much. Continuing to stare at the imp to be conquered, the boy added in his head that the original mana on the imp was used only in the second year of study. Something went wrong. When everyone took their places near the demigods, Professor Stocci stood behind them and said, As soon as you accumulate mana in your palm, direct its flow to the target. The next moment, taking out his watch and looking at the time, Raz von Celestia added that the test would end in 15 minutes. Announcing the start of the test, the professor turned his ominous gaze to Knox and thought that no matter how strong the Reinhofers were, he would not be able to pull off the first lesson. The yellow-haired student would certainly fall for the creature's tricks and end up drooling in a coma. Without taking his eyes off the student he disliked so much, Raz von Celestia mentally added, I'll show you who Reinhofer is. A few minutes after the test began, when the professor saw a trembling imp in the cage, he exclaimed how to understand it. Continuing to stare at the intimidated imp that Knox had given him, the professor wondered what was going on in his head. The next moment he looked back anxiously and saw Talia hugging the cage and exclaiming, Emma, I won't do it anymore. The next moment he looked at the other students who had also failed the test and heard his head hurt. Yay, cake. Delicious cake. Continuing to move my head around the students to see what was happening to them, the teacher heard me, and I literally felt my consciousness leaving me. Well, Emma, I'm sorry. At the same moment, Knox raised his hand and said, Professor, excuse me. And attracting his attention, the boy added, Can I have another one? I haven't even had time to do anything, and he's already trembling with fear. Hearing the horrific sounds that Professor Knox began to make, he looked around in confusion and wondered who in their right mind would make such sounds in the sacred abode of knowledge. Looking behind him, the boy saw an overexcited professor who looked at him and exclaimed, Knox, how did you manage to subdue the devil? In response to the question posed by Raz von Celestia, the guy said, I told you before that I didn't have time to do anything at all. When the professor heard that the boy was able to complete the task with countless efforts, he exclaimed, What an idiot I was to miss such an outstanding talent. The next moment, pointing to the boy with his hand, the man joyfully exclaimed, Great, then I'll give you a chance to listen. Continuing to point to the boy, Raz von Celestia added, I'll give you a chance to become the best student, which shocked Knox. Thinking about the offer he received, Knox nervously thought about becoming the best student, and I mean that in the right way. Imagining a situation from his past life, the boy mentally added an offer that he should never accept to become an assistant. When the other students heard their classmates' offer, they began to exclaim how envious they were that he would become Professor Rass's best student, and he couldn't help but agree. Despite all the envious shouts of his comrades, Knox raised his hand and confidently said, "I refuse to give myself up to slavery," which sounds nice in words, but in fact I refuse to give myself up to slavery. When his proposal was rejected, the shocked professor exclaimed in embarrassment that he had refused. Waving his hands in front of the student who rejected his offer, Ras von Celestia added his brains after the imp's tricks completely blew away. At the same time, the rest of the students were having a hard time catching their breath after failing the professor's test. At that moment, Echidna thought, "I can't believe it, but he's the only one standing there as if nothing had happened." Keeping her eyes on the guy who was able to stand out from all the students, she added in her head who the hell Reinhafer was. A few hours ago, while catching up with his friend, Vernon exclaimed, "I'm telling you, the white-bearded asshole is fucking strong." Continuing to convince Ras von Celestia, the professor added, "I bet you the son of the Reinhafer family is a monster," to which he replied that he was only a freshman. The next moment, looking back at his friend, Russ added unhappily, "There was no reason to praise the snotty little guy ahead of time for a couple of achievements. It was no good indulging in high expectations of newcomers." Hearing the remark from his friend, Vernon said, "That's your main problem too." "Russ, be simple and open your eyes," Dean Noah said to watch the kid. Continuing to talk about the outstanding student, the martial arts professor added that it was pointless to deny the obvious gift. What else do you need? His potential was recognized as the strongest by one of the four sages. Waving his hand away from his friend, Ras von Celestia said, "Until I see with my own eyes, all these words will remain empty talk." The next moment, as he confidently walked forward, the man heard from behind him, "How arrogant you are, I just can't wait for me." And so we return to reality, having received a rejection from Knox, who was able to impress him with his skills. Ras von Celestia exclaimed, "You refuse." The professor began to wave his hands in embarrassment in front of the boy, "But why did you think so?" At that very moment, the students who were near the professor began to talk to him, saying that he was an idiot to refuse the opportunity to help Professor Rasu himself, and that he was the most respected person among the teachers in the magical society. Continuing to condemn Knox, the students added that hundreds of students would go to their deaths for a chance to work with him. I can't believe my ears. And why be surprised? It's no wonder his own family considers it a disgrace to the family line to stupidly reject a brilliant offer that was given to him and a gold-cut plate to expel him and still not keep them in the academy. Listening to the students' condemnation of him, Knox mentally said, "Say what you will, I will not change my mind." The next moment, after remembering a girl, Knox mentally added, "It's bad enough Eleanor is always running underfoot. Now this herd is dripping on my head." While Knox continued his thoughts, one of the students raised his hand and said, "Professor Russ, I have a question." And the teacher said, "Ask away." Then, pointing to Knox, who was standing behind the yogi, the boy asked why Reinhafer, since there are many outstanding students without him. Continuing to express his opinion, the boy pointed to Princess Penelope and added, "Besides, you specialize in magic, and I think the princess and Echidna deserve to be your students as well." After listening to all the arguments of the boy who wanted to stand out, Knox looked at him and thought, "What an asshole. How he is trying to flatter the family that is gaining strength." Continuing his thoughts, Knox sighed and added in his head, "A smart ass learned how to effectively climb the career ladder. You need to memorize it." In response to a remark by one of his students, Ras von Celestia coughed and said that only the professor could decide who was worthy of this role. Continuing his thought, the professor added, "I doubt that words will convince you, and then everyone's favorite gossip will spread that I am singling out Knox." Keeping his gaze on the astonished students, Ras von Celestia added, "That's why let's set the record straight." Immediately after his words, the professor exclaimed, "I'll tell you why he deserves to be my student," and turned his gaze to Knox, beaming, trying to convince him to become his assistant. Feeling rivers of sweat begin to flow down his face, Knox said in his head, "I'm a maniac. I already refused." Starting his stories about why Knox was worthy of becoming a student, the professor exclaimed first of all how he coped with the demon by subduing it with mana. After listening to the teacher's stories, Knox put his hand to his chin and thought, and thus summarizing all of Rice's arguments, he came up with something like this. Putting together Professor Knox's statements in my head, I somehow managed to deal with the demon quite quickly. Continuing his thoughts, he added that even with low-ranked demons, freshmen would definitely have to sweat. No wonder Raz was so surprised. Going through all the information he had, Knox mentally added, "The second skill I have is mana sensitivity." Continuing his thoughts, Knox spoke in his head, "Russ has been teaching magic for many years, and it is easy for him to determine who has talent and who does not." The next moment, pointing to a student he was very much interested in, the professor confidently added, "That's why only Knox is worthy of becoming my student." Looking at the hopeful face of the professor who was trying to convince him with all the methods and boastfulness, Knox said, "My decision has not changed." Having again received a refusal to his proposal, the professor nervously exclaimed to Knox, "Take your time and think carefully." Throwing his arms around the boy's shoulders again, the professor drooled and added that it was not necessary to decide right then and there, to which Knox said, "Please wipe your mouth and then talk." The next moment, Knox slipped out of the professor's arms and headed for the exit, adding, "There are many more worthy candidates for your apprenticeship, and I would be most grateful if you would leave me alone." Having received another refusal and a request not to approach him with this proposal, the professor exclaimed in confusion that Knox was Knox. As a result of recent events while staying in her office, Princess Penelope said that the real Knox and the one described were completely different. Hearing the princess's remarks, Echidna lowered her head and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, I'm a terrible scout." To which Echidna replied, "I'm fine." Immediately after her reassurance, Princess Penelope looked away and added, "He is indeed a very interesting person." Continuing her thoughts, the girl pressed her hand to her chest and said, "Knox von Reinhofer, are you a ray of light that illuminates the Empire or a pitch-black darkness that will fall upon us?" Leaving the classroom where he was being molested by Professor Knox, who was wiping the sweat from his face and saying what a flybite the asshole was, Russ stared at me as if I were the last piece of his favorite cake. The next moment, gritting his teeth and clenching his hand into a fist, the boy asked if there would be anyone adequate in this game. Immediately after his encouraging wishes, Knox leaned on the door of the auditorium and said, "Well, it's good that we've gotten rid of him for now, at least temporarily." After returning to his dorm room, a tortured Knox noticed Jittery and asked if he had a bad day at the academy. Looking away from the girl, Knox smiled nervously and said something rather creepy. Recalling what he had gone through, Knox mentally said in the hallway and in the classroom sitting behind Knox, the professor repeatedly said, "Become my student." The next moment, having moved to another location, Knox mentally spoke in the dining room. Even there, sitting down opposite Knox, Raz von Celestia insisted on becoming my student. Immediately after recalling the most terrifying moment, the boy said in his head, and what was worse than anything else, standing in the toilet stall, he heard, "Hey, Knox." Hearing the familiar voice that continued, "You will become my student," Knox added in his head, "even in the toilet." After doing his business and leaving the bathroom stall, Knox bumped into the professor and heard Knox say, "Come be my student," to which he replied, "Professor Russ." Turning his back on the man, the boy said unhappily, "Stop it, you maniac, you damned fool." And the man laughed and said, "You're not being rude, I like you." Continuing to recall similar incidents throughout the day, Knox said unhappily, "Professor Russ is a psycho. He's been following me around all day and asking me to be his student." To which Jittery awkwardly replied, "There's a word there that's a little bit of a misnomer for a professor." Immediately after her remark, the girl added, "By the way, as far as I remember, he is recognized as the best teacher of magic theory." To which Knox replied that he is. Hearing her master's statement, the girl looked away and said, I'm surprised. Others have spoken of him as an exceptionally good teacher, so why is he treating you like this?" In response to his maid's question, Knox leaned on his arm and said, "Even as a person, he's not bad, so it's interesting." The next moment, recalling the professor's negative attributes, which included susceptibility to obsession, paranoia, trauma, vulnerable mind, and cold-bloodedness, Knox looked out the window and said the problem was more likely to be in his characteristics. At the same time, somewhere in the Reinhofer family estate, soldiers saw a guest heading for the leader's room and shouted, "Stop him, don't let him go a step further." Holding weapons in their hands to restrain the first son of the Reinhofer family, the soldiers shouted out the leader's order to prevent Mr. Guerin from entering the office under any circumstances. Continuing to march confidently on, ignoring and destroying the soldiers who were in his way, Guerin spoke as if he were not hospitable. Immediately after his words, the boy took the next step and found himself standing behind his father's soldiers. After breaking through the defense, Soldier Guerin looked back at his subject and asked, "Is this how fathers meet their sons?" At the same time, there was absolute silence in the family leader's office, which was interrupted at one point by the opening of the door, with Guerin standing on the threshold. When the chief butler saw who had just come to Theo von Reinhofer's office, he thought nervously, "I can't even lift a finger. Mr. Guerin's strength is growing incredibly fast." Also seeing his first son in front of him, the father did not show any fear, and Guerin decided to visit the family estate. In response to the question posed by his father, the boy said unhappily, "I thought that a father did not need a special reason to return to his own home." After listening to his son's remarks, the father asked in a menacing tone how long this place had been your home. Guerin suddenly smiled and bowed his head, saying, "Well, we've already discussed this. It's time to give up." The next moment, stretching out his hand in front of him and looking at his father, the first son added, "Time is not rubber and you have none left," to which he heard in response that it does not concern you. Continuing to develop the topic of what was about to happen, Garen said, "The demon is also awake. As soon as you are weak, he will break free and consume everything with a single glance." After receiving a remark from his son about the countdown, Theo von Reinhofer said, "I see you can't wait for this moment." After hearing his father's remarks, the son bowed his head down and said, "Well, you know perfectly well why I came here." Immediately after he said that, Garen looked at his father with a supercilious glance and asked him where he had put the sword. Hearing the question that the first son of the family had just asked him, the father exclaimed in surprise, "What are you talking about?" Not receiving a clear answer to his question, Garen said in a stern tone, "I'm talking about the sword of the ancestor." Giving more facts about the subject he was interested in, Garen added where you had put the thunderbolt, not even realizing that it was not in the estate. Continuing to put pressure on his father, the first son of the family spoke with the sword of the ancestor of the family, "Where do you hide the thunderbolt of Jean von Reinhofer?" When the family leader heard the question from his first son, he said, "How dare you say the name of your ancestor? Have you completely lost your mind or what?" In response to his father's remarks, Garen said with a smile on his face, "What are you nitpicking about? The only thing that matters now is to become stronger and strengthen your position, which is the most important thing in the life of every nobleman." When he received a remark from his first son, Theo von Reinhofer indignantly said, "You have no idea what true values are." After listening to his father's words again, Garen asked without hesitation, "Well, if you are so knowledgeable about this issue, why did you leave that woman to die?" Hearing the topic that the first son of the Reinhofer family had just raised, the chief butler nervously said in his head, "No, we can't talk about that situation with the leader." Angry with Garen after he mentioned his wife, who was no longer with them, Theo asked that woman, "Is that what you called her? Is that how much disrespect you have for your own mother?" In response to his father's angry tone, the boy confidently said, "My only mother is Priscilla von Orel." Continuing his dialogue about one of his father's women, Garen added, "That lady is your mistake. She's nobody and nothing, just a hack in the Reinhofer household." Tilting his head down after his son's words cut his ears, Theo von Reinhofer said menacingly and left. Hearing his father's indignant tone, the first son spoke to his father, after which the family leader added, "I told you everything, get out of here." The next moment, looking up at his son with an angry look, the man added that he did not want to cut off his own son's head. Turning his head to the side and gritting his teeth, Garen said condemningly, "You're going to regret this." Heading out of Theo von Reinhofer's office on his orders, Garen said, "You will soon realize that everything the Reinhofers own is all theirs." Stopping at the threshold of the room and looking back at his father, the boy added, "It's prepared just for me." As soon as the boy left the room and disappeared from sight, Theo gritted his teeth and bowed his head down. Then Rodval asked the leader if everything was all right, to which he replied, "I let slack. I showed you in an unpleasant light." After hearing the apology from the family leader, the head butler said, "You don't have to say that. I have sworn eternal loyalty to the Reinhofer family. But if the others find out that Mr. Garen has contacted a demon, I'm afraid there will be trouble." Immediately after his remark, turning his attention to the family leader, Rodwell D. Hernandez added that it would be necessary to resolve the issue of the heir as soon as possible. Hearing what his subject had just mentioned, Theo put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully. Immediately after the family leader's thoughtful words, Rodval looked at the table where the envelope was lying and said, "By the way, we just received a rather nice letter." Taking the scroll in his hands, the chief butler added, "Young Mr. Knox has taken first place in the Eldane Academy entrance test." Hearing this, Theo said in surprise, "I know that from what I've heard, the new dean of the academy is the best." When he heard what the family leader Rodwell was talking about, Noah von Trinity spoke up. The next moment, unrolling a scroll with a letter that had arrived from Eldane Academy, the chief butler added that one of the four wise men had recognized Mr. Knox's talent. After listening to the report from his subject, the leader of the Reinhofer family looked away and spoke as Knox von Reinhofer. Hearing the thoughtful tone of his leader, the chief butler looked at him and said in his head, "He is certainly not strong enough yet, but..." The next moment, recalling the duel for the opportunity to study at the academy, Eldon Rodval added in his head that judging by the way he showed himself, there was no doubt about his potential. Continuing his reflections on the development of further events, Rodval mentally added that in time the young Mr. Knox could take over as leader. Seeing that Knox Ras von Celestia had arrived in his office, he stretched out his hand in front of him and repeated, "Become my student." In response to another offer, Knox replied, "I don't want to." After which Russ added, "Working with me is a good deal until the release. You won't have to pay for anything." When Knox heard about one of the privileges of becoming a teaching assistant, he said, "I have enough money, don't you know about my family?" And then the professor added that fame and glory would not be long in coming. In response to the additional effects of accepting the offer, Knox noted that fame is a needless whim for a family of ineptitude. Realizing that he could not win the boy over, even because of his privileges, Ras von Celestia said, "Please, Knox, change your mind." And then the boy mentally said that his ears would soon bleed from his endless whining. The next moment, Knox sighed heavily and went into the memories of the previous evening's conversation with the maid. Looking at her tired gentleman, the girl said, "I still don't think you should listen to him if he is serious." Continuing to express her thoughts, Chitri added, "I have been watching the professor, and he behaves completely differently with you." Listening to his maid, Knox looked at her with a blank stare, and he usually prefers to help students who are falling behind. Hearing what Chitri had told him, Knox held his head and awkwardly said, "You're right, you can't avoid him forever. No matter how crazy he is, he'll quickly fall behind once he realizes what I'm missing." And then she added awkwardly, "Yeah, he seemed strange to me at first." When Knox finished recalling the dialogue with his maid, he looked at the professor and said, "Of course you explained yesterday, but I still can't understand something." Sitting across from Ras von Celestia, Knox asked why such a good professor wanted me as his student, and was told that you are simply amazing. When I received this answer from Professor Knox, he said in a stern tone, "I want to hear a specific reason why you need me and not any other talented student." When the professor heard the boy's demand, he looked at him with a sad look and asked, "You're not in a hurry, are you?" In response to his question, the professor said, "I'm sure you are well aware of what a disgrace I am to my family," after which he exclaimed in surprise. Immediately after hearing Ras von Celestia's surprise, Knox folded his arms in front of him and added, "I have nothing but time." The professor laughed happily at his student's remark and exclaimed, "You managed to catch me, so will you be so kind as to listen to my long story?" The next moment, pointing to the teapot on the table, the man added, "You can enjoy some tea at the same time, by the way, the best herbal tea I bought at the Rivalin store," after which Knox said, "My attention is on you." The next moment, picking up a teapot and starting to pour tea into the cups, the professor said, "The thing is that I need you in the sense of a talented student to complete my research." Hearing what Professor Knox had just mentioned, he asked for a study, after which Ras von Celestia said exactly what he thought would help those who could not use magic. After pouring the tea into the mugs, the man bowed his head down and said, "This is how I will be able to fulfill my life's dream, and this is why I need you." Continuing to look at his reflection in the mug of tea, the professor added, "I don't want to see that heartbreaking picture of people dying in agony without the slightest opportunity to fight back." Continuing his conversation, Ras von Celestia instantly added with a shrug, "Just like my son." Hearing what the story would be about, Knox looked at the professor and thought, "I didn't know about the character's backstory until I played Inner Lunatic, and there are always unpredictable turns of events in this world." Starting his long history, the professor said, "I was born into the family of Count Celestia, and as the first son, I was destined to become the leader of the family. I cannot boast of any talents, but my brilliant theoretical knowledge opened the way for me to become a professor." Continuing to tell his story, the male professor added, "But in practice my grades were always below par, and my classmates looked at me with contempt." Recalling the moment of his youth and studying at the academy, Ras von Celestia added that no matter how well I wrote the tests, it was not enough for them to accept me. Continuing his story, the man added that he tried to compensate for the lack of strength with research, and after long and exhausting tubes, I was able to become a professor and even get married. Speaking about his life, the man added, "However, despite all this, there was no one who recognized me as a worthy teacher. The theses from my works were published under the name of another person, and then I was completely turned away." The next moment, recalling another turning point in his life, the professor said, "Despite everything, my wife and I had a son." Continuing to tell his story, Ras von Celestia added, "My only child was able to enter Eldon Academy. He overcame all the difficulties of studying and graduated," he said. Recalling what his only son, a professor, quoted his father as saying, "I will try my best to make sure that people say only good things about you. It's like a balm for a father's soul." Gradually leading to the saddest part of the story, the professor said that soon he joined a detachment led by the emperor himself, stood at the forefront of the battle, wanted to win so that people would respect me, wanted to improve the reputation of the Celestius family. The next moment, reaching the peak of the story, Ras von Celestia said, "On that battlefield, my son's life ended at the very beginning of the battle. He was killed by an arrow with only a drop of mana." After completing the story of why he so strongly wants Knox to become his student, the man added, "Now you understand why I was so obsessed with research that would help the weak." After listening to his teacher's story to the very end, Knox looked down and said an unremarkable story in his head. The next moment, looking up at the professor, the boy mentally added hundreds or even thousands of such stories in the ruthless world of this game. Immediately after getting up from his seat and looking at the professor who was looking out the window, Knox added mentally, "The back of the professor I saw in the game is very different from the one I see now." Continuing to watch the man gazing out the window, Knox added in his head, "I think I can understand the depth of his loneliness." After concluding his thoughts on the whole situation, Knox said, "I'm sorry, but after hearing this, I have no doubt in my mind that there are people who are better suited for this role." Immediately after his words, the young man stretched out his hand in front of him and said to those who would take you seriously and listen to your past. Having attracted the teacher's attention with his words, Knox confidently added that this is exactly the kind of student you need. Having finished telling his opinion on the situation, Knox stopped at the door of the office and spoke to the professor before the next class. As soon as the door to his office closed, Raz von Celestia looked down at the photo of his son on his desk. Sighing with relief after receiving the student's judgment, the professor said they had something in common. When Knox returned to his dormitory, he had no idea that he would find even more unpleasant news. Upon hearing Jitri's report, Knox exclaimed in confusion that he had returned. After receiving an order from her master, the girl said the first son of the family, Mr. Harren, had returned home. Continuing to tell about the latest news that had happened while he was at the academy, the girl added that several knights had even died. Feeling somewhat nervous about the news, Knox looked away and spoke to Garen von Reinhofer. The next moment, remembering this character, the guy mentally added the first Crown Prince Louis the Herald of the worst possible ending in Inner Lunatic Revived means. Bowing his head to his maid, Knox sighed heavily and said in his head the harbinger of the worst possible ending. Immediately after his thoughts, Knox turned his gaze to the girl and asked Jitri, "You went to the mansion recently, right?" When asked a question by her master, the girl said, "Yes, the head butler, Mr. Rudwell called a meeting, and I was there with Rona," after which Knox said in surprise that after receiving the new information from his subject, Knox looked up and nervously said in his head, "This bastard despises his second wife, that was Knox's mother whom he truly loved," which is not to say about his own mother, Garen. Recalling the first son of the Reinhofer family, the boy added in his head he had no idea whether he felt the same hatred for Knox, but if so, Jitri could be under attack. Sighing heavily as he thought, the boy added in his head, "How dare Knox amass a whole collection of enemies for himself?" As soon as he finished his thoughts, Knox looked at his maid and asked if Garen had done something wrong. When she received the question from her master, Jitri looked away and said thoughtfully, "Well, if you think about it." Clenching his teeth as his subject pondered, Knox mentally said to the bastard what he had already managed to do to her, after which the girl said, "Mr. Garen tried to lure me away." Suddenly letting off all his steam after hearing the girl's remark, Knox said, "You just said that." After receiving another question from her young master, the girl nervously adjusted her collar, looked away and said, "Well." The next moment, the girl, immersed in her memories, began to tell how everything happened at the moment when she and Rona were talking and Garen walked in their direction. Upon seeing the young gentleman, a pair of maids stepped aside and bowed to the first son of the Reinhofer family. At one point, having noticed something unusual in the family's estate, the boy stopped in his tracks and turned his gaze to the maids and began to look at one of them thoughtfully. Concentrating his gaze on Jitra, who continued to talk to Rona, Garen said that the maid stood out very much. At one point, deciding to find out who the girl was and who she was, Garen shouted out, "Hey you," thus attracting Jitri's attention. As soon as the girls returned to the young gentleman, he asked why he didn't remember seeing you before. Bowing again before Garen, Jitri said, "Greetings, I am Mr. Knox's personal maid, Jitri, and I am pleased to meet you." Hearing what the girl was talking about, Garen suddenly interrupted her and smiling slyly stretched out his hand and said, "Enough with the formalities, become my maid, your abilities are visible from afar." Continuing to smile slyly at his younger brother's personal maid, Garen added, "You're a girl with ambition, we can definitely get along." When the girl received the offer to change her master, she looked away and said, "I'm sorry, but I already serve Mr. Knox." Continuing to communicate her refusal, the girl added anxiously, "That's why I'm afraid I have to decline your offer," after which Garen said in surprise that the first son looked at the girl with a disdainful look and said, "I'm sure you know exactly who you're talking to. What's bitten you that you decided to refuse me?" Continuing to put pressure on the worried girl, Garen added, "Knox's puppy bribed you, I'm right." In response to all the indignation that poured into her address, the girl looked down and said, "I just want to serve Mr. Knox." Outraged even more that he had been denied the offer again, Garen gritted his teeth and said, "You don't want to talk to commoners about this." She bowed her head next to her friend Ron, looking at the girl with a worried look. "But that's why Mr. Knox respects me. I'm sorry, I don't know what kind of person you are, but..." The next moment, Jitri raised her head and smiled sincerely and said, "What I want to do most is to be with Mr. Knox and watch him." After the girl's words, Garen sighed and looked away, thinking to himself, I don't believe it. She's dreaming. She's running around with an undersized fool or something, and then said, I'll pay you 3 times as much. When she heard another proposal that tried to lure her to serve another gentleman, Jitri bowed before Garen and said sorry. Hearing that he had been rejected even this time, Garen was seriously angry and gave Jitri a disdainful look, then walked away. When Jitri finished recalling the situation, he offered me to become his maid, even saying that he would raise my salary. When he heard that his maids had offered favorable conditions for her to leave him, Knox bowed his head down and asked how much. When she received the question from her gentleman, the girl did not hesitate for a moment and confidently tripled her answer. When he heard the conditions Jitri had set to win her over to his side, Knox thought to himself, sure, I have money, but the main story hasn't even started yet and I can't just spend it recklessly. Continuing to look at the girl with a worried look that surprised her, Knox added, but I can't let go of Jitri either. Continuing his heavy thoughts, Knox tilted his head down and exhaled heavily because of this difficult development. The next moment, having come up with the best possible solution, Knox said, if you want more money, I'll raise your salary. Continuing to express his proposal, the boy added, don't worry about your head and work, which again surprised the maid. After receiving an offer from her young gentleman, the girl could not contain her emotions and laughed joyfully. Seeing the girl's reaction, Knox looked at the maid with eyes full of incomprehension and then looked away and awkwardly said, excuse me, young sir. Not realizing what had just happened to the girl, Knox said in shock in his head that it was just her laughing at me, no. Immediately after his thoughts, Knox asked anxiously if you had already agreed to work for Garen, to which Jitri calmly replied that whatever you had in mind was wrong. The next moment, with her head down and a gentle smile, the girl added, I'm not going to work for Mr. Garen, and I'm quite happy with my current salary. Hearing his subject's remark, the guy was completely confused by the situation and asked what you were laughing at, and he said, I can't share it with you. Folding his arms in front of him, Knox said this order, to which the girl replied with a joke that just slipped into her head and laughed. Starting to resent the girl who was trying to hide something from him, Knox told Jitra, you've learned to lie. In response to the young man's remark, Jitri looked away and smiled slightly with a sigh. Realizing that he wouldn't get any information from Jitri, Knox said in his head, never mind, forget it, it's fine as long as she serves me, and then said, Garen, you bastard, you're not going to get away with this if I catch you. After expressing all he thought about the first son of the Reinhofer family, Knox turned to the door and added in his head, of course, as soon as I get stronger. The next day when they arrived at the stadium for the young students course, all the students were engaged in physical activity. Recalling the academy where he is studying, Knox mentally said, at Eldane Academy, there are 5 mandatory courses that every new cadet must take. Continuing his thoughts, the boy added in his head, and the first of them is the story of the Archeim Empire, which tells about the god of the creator Aridin and the strongest united kingdom that people have forgotten about. Continuing his thoughts, the boy added a friend in his head, a horseback riding friend. Listing the main subjects in his head, Knox mentioned the next one, and mentally said the third one was the chivalric code and etiquette of the academy. As he continued to think about the mandatory subjects, the boy added a fourth in his head, the basics of imperial magic. Breathing heavily during a long run, the guy added in his head, and the last one was the hardest for Knox. Trying to keep up with his comrades, Knox, weaving behind, tried his best to hold on to the last. Trying to somehow overcome the insurmountable barrier of endurance, the boy said in his head physical training. The next moment, recalling everything he had already experienced that day, he mentally said running and pull-ups. After falling off his feet and sitting down on the grass to rest with a bottle of water, Knox tiredly said in his head that his endurance ceiling was reached. Not ignoring the guy who decided to take a break, the professor of the discipline approached the student and said some very strange things to Knox. Turning his attention to the exhausted boy, the professor added, "What's wrong with you? Where's your progress?" Hearing this, Knox spat out the contents of his water bottle. The next moment after this remark, the boy turned his head to the professor and began to wipe his lips with his hand and asked what he meant. After receiving a question from his student, the professor looked away and thoughtfully scratched his cheek and said, "You have no equal in achieving short-term results." Continuing to tell us what he thinks about this situation, the professor added, "But when it comes to endurance, it's like a giant wall instantly grows in front of you and you can't get through it." After hearing the fair remarks from his teacher, Knox got to his feet and mentally said that his eye was shrewd, the academy teacher was right about everything else. As he continued to think about why he was having such problems, Knox mentally said that due to an incurable disease, Knox's stamina was stuck at level 15, which was only half of the maximum possible. Having finished his thoughts about his problem, Knox looked at the man and said, "You are a teacher, so learn to choose more correct words. and he said, "I'm sorry for being rude, but it would be great if you listened to what I said." Continuing his argument, the professor added that if you don't take your physical fitness seriously, there is a high risk that you will die quite early, to which Knox replied, "I'll keep that in mind." Immediately after receiving the remark, Knox looked at the notification from the negative habit and mentally said, "The days allotted to me were getting smaller and smaller with each new morning. How could I not listen?" After reading the notification that said, "Due to the skill incurable disease, your life expectancy is rapidly decreasing," Knox said with a grudging smile, "Damn, you are annoying." Seeing Knox's strange behavior, Paracelsus remarked, "I can't understand him. He could have taken first place in the entrance exam and then hide his abilities." After saying this remark aloud, the future Emperor of Swords mentally added, "It is clear where the nickname family shame came from." At one point, looking back, Knox noticed that Paracelsus was staring at him and just couldn't let it go. With a tired sigh, the guy turned his head to his opponent and said, "Hey, you'll get it in the next fight, asshole." On the same day, after the classes were over, Knox went to the 4th District of the Academy, wearing a cloak so that no one could identify him. But despite all his precautions, Knox heard someone behind him say, "I didn't expect to see you here." Having attracted the attention of a boy walking ahead of him, the youngest son of the Rheinhafers asked in surprise. Gritting his teeth after such a sudden encounter with this platform in such a place, Knox wondered in his head what the hell was going on. Trying not to pay attention to the guy so that he might leave him alone, Knox added in his head that he was mocking me, a walking pestilence. Continuing to look at the boy with a sly smile on his face, Rick said, "I didn't expect to see you here. It's been a long time, youngest son of the Rheinhafers." Looking at the guy they met in the middle of a neutral neighborhood, Knox mentally said, "Rick or Hausschultz de Neffer." Continuing to think about the person he saw in front of him, the boy mentally added the worst ending to Inner Lunatic's list, along with Kronprinz Louis. Using his vision skill, Knox saw basic information named Rick Fake Hausschultz de Neffer, age 15, race human demon, main element, earth skills, positive negotiation, eloquence, exceptional memory, negative treachery, traitor, deceiver skills, passive negotiation. After reviewing the characteristics of this guy, Knox mentally said later he would betray Eleanor by attacking the leader of the rivalant family. As Knox continued to think about this person, he mentally added that this was the first person from whom he should stay away. The next moment after completing his thoughts, Knox asked himself, "You came in the middle of the day to stick me with a gift, what do you need?" again, and then received a notification that his acting skill was unstable. In response to the question, the boy smiled happily and said nothing of the sort, just that he was surprised to see a nobleman from an influential family without a maid. Continuing to drag out the conversation, Hausschultz de Neffer added, "It's not every day you meet something like this," to which Knox replied, "It's none of your business." Hearing Knox's remark, Rick smiled happily and said, "You're right, you're right." The next moment, clapping his hands to dispel the atmosphere, Hausschultz de Neffer exclaimed, "Well, since fate has brought us together, let me help you. I have plenty of free time." When Knox received the offer of help, he smiled and said, "I doubt that the leader of the rivalant families is depriving you of work." Putting his hand to his chest and bowing low, Rick spoke. Since ancient times, it had become a habit of the nobility to turn a blind eye to servants who were losing sight of their duties, and then he looked up sharply. Looking at the guy with a stern look, Knox mentally said, "I need to find out what this bastard is up to, not just for the sake of sticking to me." Immediately after his thoughts, Knox said, "I just can't stand people who talk too much." To which Rick replied, "I understand, sir." The next moment, after bowing before the man he was interested in, Hausschultz de Neffer said something I will try to remember. At the same time, somewhere in Eleanor's room, a maid came up to her sitting at the table and said, "Here are the documents you asked for." Accepting the papers, she said thank you, and then opened the envelope and began to look through the contents. Looking at the file of the guy she was gathering information on, Eleanor mentally said Knox von Rheinhafer. Looking down and making a sad expression, the girl mentally added, "Why did you save me?" Continuing to think about the situation, the girl added in her head that he literally had no reason to do this. Starting to list all the possible options, Eleanor said in her head, "First of all, there is nothing connecting the Rivalin and Rheinhafer families." The next moment, remembering the moment she refused the reward for the rescue, she mentally added that if he had been looking for profit, he would not have rejected Professor Burnen's offer. Placing her hand on the table and leaning back, Eleanor mentally added Rheinhafer, who I knew was the complete opposite, was known to have changed after the incident in the woods of the missing children, but what exactly was the catalyst for the change is impossible to speculate. The next moment, remembering her subject, who had been behaving rather suspiciously lately, she mentally added Rick. As she continued to think about the boy who served her, Eleanor added that it was rather strange that he had been driving people to the store lately. Resigned to the actions of her unnaturally behaving subject, the girl said in her head, "Okay, It's unlikely that anything good will come of this. Closing the folder in which she had put all the papers, Eleanor stood up and looked out the window. In the moment of staring, Eleanor closed her eyes and plunged into a memory where her father held her and exclaimed, "You're incredibly stupid. How could you do that?" Continuing to shout at his little daughter, the father exclaimed, "If you need to, be ready to give everything you have." After a while, when she arrived at the church with the maid, she did not understand what was happening, but noticed that everyone was dressed in black and very upset. Looking around, Eleanor suddenly saw a woman lying on the flowers in front of her and said, "Mom," in surprise. After all the memories of her childhood, Eleanor continued to stand by the window, reflecting on all that she had experienced in the past. While wandering around with Knox for purchases, Rick asked what was the point of buying a high-end magic ball for a class in the second year of study. You will be given a better ball for free. The next moment, seeing interest in another subject, Hausschultz-Deneffer said that it was imperative to choose a cauldron made of a special alloy for alchemy. Walking between the shelves of the store and inspecting the goods, the guy added, "Everything you need usually gives you enough to buy the minimum you need." After a while, when we arrived at the next shop, Rick pointed to it and said, "The shop in front of us cooperates with Eleanor's production, so you can buy goods there at a reasonable price." The next moment, the boy put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully, "So what else can we think about?" While Hausschultz-Deneffer was lost in thought, Knox mentally said, "I hate to admit it, but he has a useful talent." Recalling his skill in talking to people, Knox added in his head that the tandem of deception and the art of negotiation ensures an influx of clients. Continuing to think about the skills of the boy in front of him, Knox added mentally, if he wasn't a half-demon, he would have lured him to his side. The next moment, turning to Knox, Hausschultz-Deneffer said thoughtfully, "It seems like you've already acquired everything you wanted," and he replied, "Yes, I have." Immediately after his answer, Knox looked at Rick with a suspicious look and said, "But I still can't figure out what you want from me." Immediately after he said that, Knox grabbed the guy by the collar and slammed him against the wall, asking him in a stern tone why he was following me. Trying to get away with something, Hausschultz-Deneffer turned his head to the side and nervously asked what you were talking about. Knox slammed the boy against the wall again and said, "It's not in your best interest to waste time." Realizing that it wouldn't end that easily, Rick said it all, "I understand that you prefer short conversations." Continuing the dialogue with Knox, Rick added, "Then we'll get right to the point," and then began to form a barrier around him. Seeing what had just happened, Knox looked back and mentally said, "Bar one, judging by his appearance, he blocks sounds." As soon as the barrier blocking the sound from the inside was installed, Hausschultz-Deneffer grabbed Knox by the arms and told him to leave the Reinhofer family and take the side of the first prince. Hearing the offer from the boy in front of him, Knox pulled open the boy's shirt and saw the patterns on his chest and said, "You obviously don't serve the first prince." Immediately after discovering something abnormal, Knox asked the demon, "Am I right hearing this question?" Hausschultz-Deneffer froze in his tracks. A few seconds later, when he came to his senses after the question, Rick said, "You really know quite a lot, but I doubt my master will be happy with that." Bowing his head down, Knox said to Baal, and then added, "Do you really believe that he will grant your wish?" In response to the boy's question, Hausschultz-Deneffer said with a sly smile, "Of course." Removing his hands from his interlocutor, Knox said, "I want to believe that I won't have to regret it in the end." With his head down, Rick started to button his shirt when he heard Knox leaving him say something else. Turning his attention to the boy, Hausschultz-Deneffer said, "If you still dare to harass my family or me, I'll be there." Immediately after his words, Knox looked back at Rick with a menacing glare and added, "I'll kill you on the spot." Having received a threat from the guy, Hausschultz-Deneffer said, "I'll try to remember this." Having ended the conversation on that note, Knox finally got rid of his pursuer and was able to go about his business in the 4th district of the academy. After a while, when the professor arrived at class with Vernon, he assessed the number of students and said, "I see that everyone is here, so let's start the lesson." Looking back to his friend, one of the students said the same thing to the dumbass instructor from the test, and the bald man said yes. At one point, having joined the conversation between the two students, one of them, adjusting his glasses, said, "Be careful." Having attracted the weight of the boys, the student added that it is normal to call a bald man a fox, but to call a bald man a fox is disrespectful, after which one of the boys nervously said, "Yo." At the same moment, Professor Vernon appeared behind the guy who decided to ferry his comrades and gave an irritated snicker to attract attention. Folding his arms in front of him after meeting with the students, the man angrily said in his head, "You can't beat up on the underclassmen for joking about your hairstyle. They are students of the academy." Having calmed down a bit when he overheard the students' conversation, the professor said, "Before we begin, I will tell you about the place we are in." Pointing to the magnificent landscape behind him, the man said, This is the Clariel Plain, which was famous at Eldane Academy for its great variety of trees and other plants. The next moment, as soon as his assistants brought the horses to the students, the professor added that you will need to learn the basics of horseback riding here. After a short briefing, the professor exclaimed, "Now let's get down to business. Try to ride the horses you were assigned, or if you have your own." When the students heard what they were going to have to do, they started talking about how damned I was to get to the plain to see if anyone had their own horses. At the same moment, one of the students said that I had never ridden a horse before, after which one of the students snorted in disappointment. Continuing to express their thoughts about the task they had to complete, one of the students added, "We entered the academy to learn to ride horses," and then the guy added, "We don't have a choice. It's a compulsory discipline. You know they'll kick you out right away if you're not good at it." While everyone was expressing their displeasure with Knox, Carl spoke up, and in a split second his obsidian horse appeared in front of him. As soon as each student had a horse, the professor said, "Now try to get into the saddle and hold on tight so you don't fall off." Following the order of Professor Knox, he saw Paracelsus, who had also performed the task perfectly, and mentally said, "I'm confident in the saddle." Keeping his eyes on the boy next to him, Knox thought, though it was not surprising, he had lived in the East for so long, and there you could not live without a horse or camel. At one point, one of the students saw Knox's pet and exclaimed in surprise, "Look at that obsidian horse over there." Watching the boy's pet, one of the students asked how such a misfit could have such a horse, and the Reinhofers were rich, but they still fell short of the Rivalins. Hearing his comrades' talks, Knox smiled imperceptibly and said in his head, "Carl is a great horse, so much for the indulgences for long-time players." After some time of trying and repeating, one of the students climbed on the horse and exclaimed joyfully, "I did it!" When the professor heard that his student was making progress, he approached him and exclaimed, "Feel the horse carefully and start moving forward a little bit." The next moment, looking back to where most of the students were already sitting on horseback, the professor said, "It seems that everyone here has already gotten along with their horses." Continuing his announcement while looking at the students, Instructor Burnham added, "That's why let's get to the main course of our class, the race." When the students heard the professor's announcement, they exclaimed in confusion that it was a race, but some of them had never been in a saddle before. Continuing to wonder about the professor's decision, one of the students said, "What's the point of this?" And then another, pointing to the horse assigned to him, exclaimed in confusion, "This sick horse is trying to kill me." Also supporting the negative statements against the professor, one of the students said that he was a psycho, after which another said, "It looks like he was angry because you called him a fox." Immediately after his remark, the four-eyed man was hit on the head by the professor, who was behind him at the same second. After punishing the student who did not follow his words, the professor said the rules are simple. You ride your horses to the turn and turn around. The next moment, turning his gaze back and pointing in the direction the student should go, the professor added, "It's at the end of an unnamed forest, and you're going back." Continuing to discuss the rules of the race, the man added that the first two would get extra points if anyone had any questions. Standing behind his comrades and watching Professor Knox, he mentally said the rules as clear as his hair. The next moment, Knox exhaled with a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, it's not really important now," and then Talia said, "You said something." When Knox received the question from the girl, he did not look at her and said nothing, "Just watch yourself." Immediately after his words, Knox plunged into the game's plot and said in his head that despite the fact that horseback riding is a common discipline for everyone, it is also an important episode in the plot. Continuing his thoughts, the boy recalled the main story and added in his head that it was in him that the demon would appear. The next moment, recalling the plot of this scenario, Knox mentally added, and of course, according to the law of meanness, the main character will certainly encounter him. As Knox continued his thoughts, he mentally said to Ruger, the demon man who will appear in this episode and imprison all the students in the nameless forest, and then of course the main character and the other students will defeat him. So this is the sequence of events in this scene. Reflecting on the main plot of this development of events, Knox mentally said, but there is no main character here. It's even interesting that so many strong characters have gathered here, so what will it result in with the rest of them? There is no leader. As Knox continued to think about what awaited them in the near future, he mentally said caution was important, but doing nothing would not work either. At one point, interrupting the boy's thoughts, Talia said uncertainly to M. Knox, "Would you like to go along?" Looking away, the girl added uncertainly, "I'm not afraid, but you know, just in case something might happen to the rest of us, the place is not safe." Appearing behind Talia, Eleanor, who was passing by with a sly smile, remarked, "I thought you were confident enough to think about other things during the race." When he heard the remark addressed to Talia, Knox looked at Eleanor with an indignant look and said, "You can leave me alone and mind your own business." Offended by Knox's words, Eleanor huffed and headed for her horse. Looking down, Talia smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, a race is a race. You have to try to come before everyone else." Trying to negotiate with her fiancé about going to the races together, Talia looked away and awkwardly added to Knox, "You go first. I'm not that good at riding." In response to the girl's suggestion, Knox bowed his head and said, "Racing is nothing," then took his horse by the bridle and headed for the starting line. When Talia received her fiancé's remark, she bowed her head down in embarrassment and said, "Then what is not a trifle to you?" When all the students were on their horses and approached the start, the professor shouted out that the race had begun. Having heard the command and prepared for the race, at one point the students heard the command to go forward and ran with all their might in the direction indicated. Spurring their horses to move faster in the stream, they would call out, "Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on." Riding among the first riders, one of the students exclaimed to the commoners who had not even been in the saddle for a day that I had no chance against me. Continuing to move behind the leaders who were more experienced in riding, one of the students gritted his teeth in sadness and anger at the abuse. At that very moment, sensing something strange, Knox's horse became noticeably nervous and tried to somehow avoid the trap, after which Knox said, "Carl, I know." Immediately after the Knox was spoken, a system notification appeared, saying that the mana sensitivity skill had revealed a circle, and as soon as it appeared, the students who noticed it began to shout out in confusion. At one point, when the students stopped their horses to understand what had happened to them, they began to exclaim in confusion, "What is this?" In response to the confused shouts of his classmates, Knox, being completely calm, said around the teleportation circle, "Everyone stand still and do not move." After explaining where they had ended up and mentioning the instructions for further actions, the guy added, "Unless you want to die." Immediately after Knox's remark, a bright light appeared, and all the students began to be transported through the teleportation circle. As soon as the teleportation circle worked, a demon appeared near him to assess the situation. Smiling ominously after everything had worked out in the best possible way, the demon said, "Well, the time for revenge has finally come." As soon as the magic circle was activated, Knox stretched out his hand in front of him and shouted, "Stand still, don't move unless you want to die." The next moment, the boy jumped down from his horse and attached a letter to it with a message of help. As soon as the message was securely fastened, Knox sent his horse toward the teacher and shouted, "Carl, I'm counting on you." At that very moment, not realizing where they were going, the students shouted out in confusion, trying to calm their horses down. Sometime after being transported through the circle of teleportation, all the students slowly began to come to their senses and look around. Holding her forehead when she woke up, she said unhappily, "My head is splitting, where are we?" And the answer she got was that it seemed to be in the forest. Hearing her friend's guess of where they were, the other girl exclaimed, "Nonsense, we were just on the plain." While the other students were wondering what the hell was going on, was it another test or something, and trying to figure out what was going on, Knox was staring intently at the enemy mana. Assessing the ominous mana that was near them after they moved, Knox mentally said without a doubt it was teleportation magic, and then said, however, it was different from the one Dean Noah had used. It seemed to be an incomplete spell. Hearing the reflections of one of her comrades, Princess Penelope approached Knox and asked if you knew what the matter was. Looking back at the girl who had spoken to him, Knox said, "I'm in the process, but one thing is clear. People outside the academy are involved." Interfering with the conversation between the princess and Knox, Echidna immediately exclaimed with displeasure, "What are you talking about? If you know, say it directly and clearly." Putting one hand in his side, Knox said unhappily, "You shouldn't be so proud. You're not a princess." Immediately after his remark, furrowing his brow and clenching his teeth in anger, Knox added, "I have absolutely no need to report to you." When she heard the humiliation, Echidna just snapped at the guy, but she could not deny it. At the same moment, standing behind Knox, Eleanor asked him, "If I remember correctly, you said something about teleportation magic, yes, and that someone was behind it," and he answered yes. Having received confirmation of her question, the girl immediately added, "How did you come to such conclusions?" Talia joined this conversation among the students and awkwardly said to me, "I wonder why you think this could easily be a test of one of the professors." Sighing with displeasure after receiving the remark, Knox mentally told the unknowing daddy and mommy's children not to understand that they were too naive. Continuing his thoughts on his judgments, Knox mentally added that Inner Moonlight is considered the hardest game in its genre to beat. Immediately after completing his reflections on the questions posed to him, Knox spoke of very unstable magic field here. Immediately after his words, activating the acting skill, Knox added an incomplete spell and proof that his primary task is to function, not to provide security. Listening to his friend's remark, Leon put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said, "A magic formula and a truly strange professor would not put their students in danger." Continuing his reflections in front of his comrades who found themselves in the same situation, Leon added that none of them would have thought of risking their respectable families. The next moment, looking up at his friends, he added, "I think Knox is right, but what do you think?" After hearing the conclusions of one of her comrades, the princess looked at Knox and said in her head, as much as she did not want to admit it, it was true. The next moment, looking back at the magical circle that had transported them to the forest, Penelope added an incomplete spell in her head to logically assume that it was the work of third parties. After some reflection on her situation, Eleanor said in her head, "Is this really the work of my brother?" Having concluded his thoughts on the situation, Leon said that in any case we should get out of here as soon as possible, and another student added his solidarity. Looking back at himself where the ominous aura coming from the teleportation circle was, Leon added that it was better to get away from this mana. Hearing an instruction from the boy who began to make his wishes, Yehidna broke into the conversation and shouted out that the children from dark families were in charge. Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, Yehidna added, "First prove that you are not trying to brainwash us," after which the princess said, "Stop it." Immediately after making her remark, Princess Penelope looked away and added to Echidna's point about being around unstable mana for so long. Continuing to express her thoughts on the situation, the princess added that it was like a death sentence. After hearing the remarks from her leader, Echidna, Princess Penelope exclaimed in confusion. Also joining the conversation about further actions, the rest of the students began to talk about exactly what to do, and look at the circle, it was strangely ineffective. Continuing their conversation about further actions, one of the students exclaimed, "The princess is so insightful, she must have studied magic before." Standing next to a group of students, Paracelsus felt something strange at one point and instantly turned his gaze back. The next moment, the guy quickly pulled his sword from behind his back and clenched it to silence the people, after which Yehuda asked him what he was doing. In response to the girl's question, Paracelsus turned to the worried girl and asked, "Don't you smell blood?" Continuing to search for the enemy that was actively approaching them, Paracelsus added this monster somewhere of medium level, if not higher, and he, echoing his classmate's words, Knox added in a stern tone, "Right above us." As soon as the announcement of the enemy's approach was made, all the students heard a noise and looked up to see a large monster in the sky. As soon as Knox saw the enemy approaching, he jumped up and ran at the monster with his sword. When the monster was hit and incapacitated for a while due to the wounds, Knox said, "Get ready." As soon as the monster collapsed to the ground due to being trapped, Knox stopped near him and turned his head back to add to the dangerous situation. After dealing with the enemy who suddenly attacked them, Knox demonstrated his skills in front of everyone and said, "I will take command." When the students heard what the boy had just told them, they were confused and shouted out who was taking command. As she continued to express her concerns, one of the students said that Knox was a Rheinhuffer, and another student added that this was nonsense. At the same moment, watching from the sidelines everything that had happened in a short period of time, the princess mentally said, "I have caught a monster whose presence I did not even feel in a trap." Keeping her gaze on the boy behind her, Penelope added in her head he was able to identify him as the first disgrace to the Rheinhuffer family. The next moment, as soon as the monster began to get very angry and radiate an ominous aura, the princess added in her head, "and when he managed to change so much Knox von Rheinhuffer." At the same time holding his watch and counting down the time of the race, Professor Vernon said, "Really, is the whole group such a talentless bunch of riders?" Watching the wind walk across the empty field, the professor exclaimed in frustration, "None of them have returned yet, which is the worst result in the history of the academy." A few seconds later, the sound of hoofbeats could be heard behind the professor, followed by an exclamation from Professor Ras von Celestia Vernon, "We have a problem." When Professor Vernon saw who had just arrived, he was surprised to see Russ, and asked him what he was doing here. "You were supposed to be teaching second-year students." Hearing the remark from his colleague, Professor Raz exclaimed in concern, "It doesn't matter where the students are now," he said. "They have a lesson in riding on the plane." Immediately after his announcement of the students' stay, Professor Vernon felt something strange and said in his head, "Wait for this feeling." The next moment, looking at his worried colleague, Vernon asked what had happened, and then heard that a person who used demonic magic had been caught on the territory of the academy 3 hours ago, and according to our calculations, somewhere in the plain area. Hearing that he had to take part in bad things again, Vernon bowed his head and exclaimed in displeasure, "Damn it, this must have happened during Dean Noah's sensation. We don't have time for this." Immediately after their exclamation, the men heard hoofbeats and looked back to see Knox the horse hurrying to them to deliver a message. Approaching Carl Byrne and taking the message in his hands, he said, "Oh, the same obsidian, one of the white-bearded ones, and then read on us, a man-demon got us an unnamed forest, urgently needs help." After reviewing the content of the message, the writing professor mentally said that he urgently needed help. The next moment he turned his gaze to his companion in front of him and shouted out an unnamed forest of all places, to which Ras von Celestia replied, "Let's go quickly." Saddling up his horses and heading to the designated place, Professor Burnham said in his head to the unnamed forest to ride for at least 2 days. It was too late to activate the magic of teleportation. Hurrying to the rescue of his students, the man added in his head, "I hope they will be okay." At the same time, in the nameless forest, the anxious students looked at the defeated monster their friend had just defeated. After defeating the enemy, Nox himself took out a towel and began to wipe his weapon from the blood on it. Looking at the guy in front of her who was tending to the weapon, Echidna said, "I'm not eager to do this, but I agree that your guess was right, Reinhafer." Having received recognition from Echidna, Nox remarked unhappily, "Forget it, I don't need a forced apology," and then added, the princess hearing that she was called out, the girl asked what it was. Turning his gaze back to Penelope Nox, he said, "This incident is just a continuation of the previous event. Trust me to lead our group." Continuing the dialogue with Princess Nox, he added, "I swear by the law of the Great Empire," to which he was told, "But it's dangerous." Immediately after her remark, the girl said uncertainly, "I am a princess and I take responsibility for every student." Having received a refusal to his proposal, Nox thought unhappily, "That's the problem." And then Pell spoke. Hearing his name, the guy suddenly exclaimed what was wrong. Then, without moving his gaze from one of the leaders of the Empire, Nox said, "Tell me what the manual said about emergencies," to which Pell exclaimed, "Of course." Immediately after receiving the order, the boy stretched his hand forward and said that the main priority was to protect the members of the imperial family, and the right to command was given to the most experienced knight or mage. After announcing the rules for managing emergencies, Nox turned to Penelope and said, "Princess, you are the only representative of the imperial family." Immediately after his remark, Nox looked at the girl and added in his head that she was also one of the strongest characters who would play a significant role in defeating the demons in the future. Continuing his thoughts on the further plot, Nox added in his head, "The mana of lightning and the power of punishment that you have are only passed on to descendants of imperial blood." Immediately after his reflections, Nox stretched out his hand in front of him and said, "Then it turns out that even if everyone dies, we must protect you, as the law of the Empire says." Hearing the boy's remark, the princess tried to object, but before she could finish, Nox interrupted her and added something else. Continuing to describe their situation, Nox added, "I was the first to understand our situation correctly. As the son of the Reinhafer family attracted more and more attention, I was the one who reacted quickly to the situation." After all the arguments in his favor, Nox looked at the girl, who seemed to have accepted him, and added, "That's why you have to trust me." Extending his hand to the girl and smiling gently, Nox confidently added, "Trust me with everyone's life, including yours." Standing behind the boy, Talia mentally said that Nox was ready to take responsibility for all of us, and then she was impressed. Keeping her eyes on the guy she was in love with, she added, "I always knew he was a real knight." Turning his head back and seeing Talia watching him, Nox wondered in his head what was wrong with her, and then said this. The next moment, turning his gaze to the rest of the students standing around him, Nox stretched his arm above him and said, "I'm going to become the leader of the whole group, and if anyone is not satisfied, then please prove that you deserve more in practice." With a sly smile, looking at the students around him, the boy confidently added, "You will win, and I will kindly hand over the reins to your hands." After hearing the remarks from their new leader, all the students continued to stand silently, not daring to challenge him. But among a considerable number of people, there were those who were happy about this development because of the opportunity to harm Nox. Smiling slyly, one of the students looked at the princess and thought that if something bad happened to the princess under the supervision of the commander, he would not be able to win. With a sly smile, the student added in his head that even if he started out well, by the middle of our event, something would definitely go wrong. Standing behind his leader and smiling ominously, the boy added in his head Nox had now voluntarily drunk the poison from the Holy Grail. The next moment, the boy put his hand to his chin and said defiantly, "You stupid idiot, do whatever you want." Hearing the arrogant tone from one of his current subjects, Nox looked back and gave the boy a frightening look. Suddenly turning his head away from Nox, the boy thought, "Oh, trouble," and his eyes were scary. As time went on, without hearing a single objection, Nox said, "It is therefore decided that from this moment on, all those who obey me will be punished to the fullest extent of the law." Hearing the leader's order, the princess stood at attention and prepared to follow the new leader's orders, while Echidna watched her with displeasure. When Penelope saw that Nox had completely trusted her, she looked away from the princess in offense. The moment he officially announced himself as the leader, Nox said, "Okay, everybody, let's all follow me." Just as Nox was about to set off, Eleanor interrupted his movement, saying, "Wait, don't you want to share your plan of action with us first?" Hearing Eleanor's remarks, Nox looked at her with a stern look and said in a menacing tone, Explaining things is not my strong suit, so just try to keep up." Immediately after his order, Knox walked forward, pushing the bushes apart, and said in his head, "If you kids knew how many times I've gone through this chapter, you'd cry." Continuing to walk confidently forward, the boy added in his head, "I am the most dedicated player in Inner Lunatic." And at the same time, the demon man was sitting in his cave, which was hidden among the rocks in the middle of the forest. Sitting on his throne, the monster watched the actions of the students who had entered his forest through a crystal ball, leaning on his hand, and said thoughtfully, "So what do we have here?" At one point, a single stone fell in the cave, and it was filled with terrible energy, and Roger spoke in a demonic voice. Having attracted the attention of his subject, the chief archdeacon said, "Deal with all the children from the academy, and rid the land of these weeds." Hearing the order of his leader, Ruger got up from his knees and stretched out his hand at the mercy of his master, after which the chief demon added, "If you can manage it." After imbuing the entire body of his subject with a small particle of his power, Baal added, "I will share my power with you, even though you do not deserve even a drop of it." Hearing the order from the leader, Roger smiled slyly and said, "Yes, my lord, I assure you, you will not be disappointed." As soon as the communication crystal fell to the ground and Baal disappeared, Ruger, alone in the cave, said, "There is no goal more perfect for me than Eldain." Clenching his sewn arm into a fist, the demon man, with a smile on his face, watching the professor's move, added, "You will pay for turning your back on me." Turning his gaze to one of the professors he disliked so much, Roger added, "Razvan Celestia." As the evening wore on, the students hunted the demon boars that came across their path on Knox's orders and successfully killed 3 of them. Seeing that his order had been obeyed, Knox said that now everyone would have their own role and responsibilities. The next moment, looking back to where Paracelsus and Leon Knox were standing, he said, "You and you will help me." Shaking his head and sighing in displeasure after realizing who he had to obey, Paracelsus said, "I will play along only because you have defeated me fairly." In response to his leader's words, Leon bowed and said, "I don't have any skills, but if I can really be of service, I will do my best." When he heard that both boys agreed to help him with his work, Knox mentally said, "Great, now I have 2 of my strongest students on my side." Immediately afterward, looking back to where the others were standing, Knox added in his head, "Well, what's next?" Looking at the 5 prominent characters in the game, Knox said, "We can get out of the forest in 2 ways." Talking about possible options for leaving this place, the leader said the first one was to break the barrier from the outside. The next moment, remembering the enemy who had set this restriction in the forest, he added either to finish off the spellcaster who had used teleportation magic. After hearing about possible solutions to this situation, the princess asked if we would choose the latter, to which Knox replied that it was much more dangerous. Keeping his gaze on Princess Knox, he added, "We don't have much choice, though, since it will take Professor Burnham at least 2 days to reach us. If we travel straight ahead and don't stop, the best we can do is try to survive until we have the strength to finish the caster." Immediately after his words, looking down, Knox mentally said, "I already know the first option. There's no point in considering it. It definitely won't work." Continuing his recollections of the plot from past playthroughs of the game, Knox mentally added that in order to get out of the forest, he would have to finish off the one who had imposed the barrier, that is, the human demon Ruger, and he lives in the forest. Having completed his thoughts on what they would have to do without fail to save themselves, Knox said that first they had to deal with the food. Immediately after his words, the leader turned his gaze to the carcasses of the demonic boars lying near him and added that it should be enough for 2 days. Hearing what Knox had just told him, Paracelsus suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, mister, nobleman, what is this you're offering us to eat?" And the boars responded with something that didn't sit well with him. Sighing with a slight mockery at the leader's suggestion, Paracelsus said, "I admit you're certainly talented, but you forgot to take into account that this is not the part of the mountain where aristocrats hunt." The next moment, putting his foot on the boar's carcass, Paracelsus added that we must not eat these demonic animals, for they are poisonous, to which Knox replied, "I guarantee it." Immediately after his answer, the team leader looked away and added, "As far as I remember, not all the plants here are suitable for human consumption." Hearing what Knox had just said, the future Sword Emperor said, "Then why do you give them to us if you know that they are poison? Demonic beasts are not edible. Even in the East, they did not come to such a thing, no matter how hungry they were." Continuing to express his displeasure, Paracelsus added, "Do you know how much your stomach will hurt later?" Hearing this, Knox thought, what an idiot, he ate a demonic animal and got off with just a stomachache. Grimacing at the stories of his subject, Knox mentally said it was better not to contact him once again, after which he said, "You better shut up, I have a plan of my own." Crouching down to the ground and starting to collect herbs, Knox looked back and told Leon to call the dead and order him to protect the students from the monsters, to which he replied, "Well, The next moment, getting to his feet and turning to Paracelsus, Nox added, "And you will defend the princess, even though your mouth may not close, but your fighting skills are very well honed." Feeling himself shaking with anger, Paracelsus said, barely restraining himself, "Oh, I'll kick your ass and I won't rest until you're half dead at my feet." Immediately after his threats, Paracelsus turned and gnashed his teeth to fulfill his direct order from the leader. As soon as everyone left to do their work, Nox smiled and mentally said, "Well, now let's get started." Having built a homemade grill out of stones, Nox gathered various herbs and mushrooms and began to cook food that did not look appetizing. Seeing what their leader was doing, the students standing nearby began to talk in confusion about what it was. Watching the food that their leader decided to prepare for consumption, the boy said, "Just look at this color," and the girl added, "We'll die from just one bite." As a result of cooking the dish, Nox added another ingredient after a while, which began to change the whole picture dramatically. Seeing the incredible changes in the dish their leader was preparing, the students were amazed and began to exclaim that the color of the meat had changed. Hearing the amazed exclamations of his subjects, Nox turned his head to them and exclaimed simply, "This plant neutralizes poison. The leaves of the mushroom raspberry bush easily cope with the poison of medium-ranked monsters." The next moment, turning his gaze to the food on the makeshift grill, Nox added that the horned boar was one of them. When one of the students heard what Nox had just told them, he asked awkwardly what was going on, and his friend replied that I had read it somewhere. Immediately after her remark, the girl turned her gaze to the prepared dish and said, "But the Reinhoffers obviously don't have to go hungry, and I have no idea how he knows that." As soon as the dish reached its peak, Nox stretched out his hand and looked back at the princess and said, "Well, what's up?" Standing with his arm outstretched to the imperial person, the guy confidently added, "Princess, what kind of roast would you like, medium or rare?" After voicing his question, Nox pointed to the cooked meat and said in his head, "A complete roast just passed by." While the rest of the students were staring at the finished dish, Nox said in his head that somewhere along the way he remembered that such meat is simply thrown away. After receiving a question from the leader of her team, Princess Penelope stuck her hands in her pockets and continued to watch the pieces of meat she knew where they came from. Somewhere on the plain, hurrying to an unnamed forest with his friend Professor Raz von Celestia, Dean Noah called out, "Can you hear me?" Taking the reception to contact the dean, Professor Burnham exclaimed that this was how a human demon of at least middle rank, if not higher rank, was identified by the Academy as having a particularly serious origin. Continuing to walk quickly in the direction of the unnamed forest, Professor Byrne added, "Professor Russ and I are now on our way to help the children," to which he replied, "Yes." As he continued to rush to the rescue of the children, the writing instructor added the rest of the higher-ranking professors now on another assignment, and then a yum-yum came through the phone. Stunned by the shock of what he had just heard, Professor Byrne mentally said, "What the hell was that?" Immediately after the sudden shock, the professor put his hand to his chin and added mentally, "I doubt it, of course, but not so much that I can eat now." After which Russ asked, "Excuse me, Dean, are you crunching on sweets?" When Noah von Trinity received a question from her subject, she awkwardly said, "Can you hear me?" As a couple of professors froze in shock, the dean laughed and added, "Don't worry about it." While continuing to enjoy the delicacies in her office, she added that they would all return safe and sound. As she continued to crunch cookies in her office, she heard one of the teachers exclaim nervously, "If they were at least sophomores, there would be less reason to worry," but she said, continuing to report to the dean about the danger of the situation, Burnham added that they were only in their first year of study and did not know how to do anything, so they looked like a bunch of dumbasses, after which Russ exclaimed that he was right. Gritting his teeth in nervousness, the professor of mana manipulation added that they hadn't even mastered the basic course in applied magic, after which a beeping sound came from the transmitter. Upon hearing what had just happened, one of the professors exclaimed that she had just hung up, to which the other replied that she had. Irritated by this development, Professor Burnham pulled on his bridle and shouted, "I'll do my best to get rid of you." Immediately after his words, the man rushed in the direction of the unnamed forest, and seeing the actions of his friend, Russ shouted after him, "Burnham!" Seeing that his friend did not respond to his shouts, Professor Ras von Celestia mentally said to my best student, Nox, "I will never let you die like that." At nightfall, the students gathered around the campfire for a delicious dinner and prepared for the night. While the others were resting, Nox began to spill blood around his camp, which he managed to collect from the carcasses of horned boars, attracting the attention of his assistants. Watching the actions of his leader, Leon said in surprise, "Why are you spilling the blood of a horned boar around?" To which Paracelsus replied that small animals, sensing the blood of a stronger monster, would not dare to come even close. The next moment, turning his head to his comrade, the future Emperor of Swords added, "Travelers are most vulnerable during the night." Continuing his story about the incomprehensible actions of their leader, Paracelsus added, "We often did that in the East," to which Leon replied clearly. At one point, while the leader was engaged in processes to scare away the little people, the princess confidently walked up to him and spoke to Knox. As soon as he was distracted and turned his attention to the girl, she looked down and said, "Thank you, thanks to you, all the students are safe now." In response to the girl's gratitude, Knox said that we still had a long way to go around a bunch of monsters and we hadn't figured out the spellcaster yet. The next moment, turning his gaze to the tired students who were slowly falling asleep from exhaustion, Knox added, "It's going to be a long night." Also turning her gaze to the students, the princess replied, "Yes, I know, but no one has been hurt while we have been here, and I am sure it is thanks to you." Immediately after her words, the girl became quiet for a moment and looked away. After a short pause, the princess looked at Knox and said, "Please forgive Echidna for being rude. She is just like most people who are quite prejudiced against dark families." When I received the thanks from the princess, Knox was surprised to hear that I didn't like this unwanted attention at all. Immediately after his reflections, Knox said, "You don't have to worry about me. You certainly don't have to worry about what the imperial family will think if it comes out that you're communicating with gratitude around a loser whose own family has turned their backs on him." To which Penelope replied that this was one possible point of view. Continuing to look at the guy who made everything go smoothly, the princess added, "But I have another one if I have to team up with the devil himself to save people's lives." Confidently expressing her speech to Knox, Penelope added, "I will do it without any doubt." Hearing this statement from a girl from the imperial family, Knox noticed a rather strange thought, let's say. Immediately turning her gaze to the side and smiling gently, the princess spoke, and I joked. Folding his arms in front of him after the girl's strange behavior, Knox's mind switched over like a snap of a finger. Continuing his reflections on this person, Knox said in his head, Penelope von Arkheim is nicknamed by the people the kindest princess, except for her main flaw. As he continued to recall the story of the cat girl, Knox added a fanatical utilitarianism to his mind. Turning his head in the direction of the princess standing next to him, Knox mentally added a dangerous character who could easily give his own life for his own beliefs. Continuing to think about this young lady, the boy added that the kindest princess can turn into a cold-blooded one. Having finished his thoughts, Knox raised the bottomless bag above him and said, "Now divide into groups of 4 and go to your tents. I have some decent rags you can take if you need them," and then mentally said, "A bottomless bag is a useful thing." Immediately afterwards, I heard that as soon as a child turns 5, they throw them off a cliff, and you're talking nonsense. After hearing that, Knox thought some gossip is worse than others, although I think that's always the case with dark families. After a while, the students split into groups and began to take their places in the tents for the night. Observing all these actions, Knox said, "We need to be on the alert." Hearing this, Talia was surprised to hear it, but why? Immediately after receiving the question from the girl, Knox folded his hands in front of him and said, "Never mind." As soon as the first guards came out to the leader, Knox said, "You decided to patrol at night, so you will take turns guarding us." And then mentally added, "It's time to get to work with your swords." Looking at his comrades standing in front of him, Knox said in his head, "There was one unpleasant moment in the second episode of the ambush in the woods." Continuing his thoughts on the story, Knox added mentally, "If we don't manage to quickly finish off the one who imposed the barrier, we won't finish this episode." While the others were resting and the guards were trying to stay awake, Knox headed for the forest and said in his head that if he didn't get rid of the spellcaster, he would never get rid of it. Walking confidently to the place where the human demon Ruger was supposed to be, the leader of the group added in his head that the story would not work either. At one point, in the middle of his sleep, one of the guards suddenly woke up in the middle of the night after hearing some strange sounds coming from the outside. Seeing the danger, the guy quickly got to his feet and grabbed his sword, nervously shouting that he had woken up a girl near him. Starting to sound the alarm after the discovery of a dangerous mutation, the guy shouted out, "Wake up, princess, we have a problem." Waking up quickly and leaving her tent, Penelope went to the noisy guy and asked what was wrong when she heard a whole bunch of mana-possessed creatures flocking to the area. After hearing the report from the guard, all those who had recently woken up could see a thick dark mana approaching them. Quickly drawing her sword to defend Penelope, Echidna stepped forward and exclaimed, "Please follow me, princess." Paracelsus also reached for his weapon after detecting the enemies and said, "Well, here they come. And in fact, the boar's blood will not save from the monsters of the stronger ones." Having prepared for the battle, Paracelsus added, "And that is why you and I looked back afterwards and did not find one of his comrades." Also noticing the absence of a leader to command them, Talia was surprised to hear that Knox was gone. Stepping forward with his book, Leon said confidently, "He headed into the depths of the forest and left the battle with them to me." When she heard that Nox had left his group and gone off alone, Echidna exclaimed indignantly that he was making such speeches about protecting the princess and then running away. Hearing the girl's exclamation, who began to sound the alarm, Leon remarked with displeasure, "Yes, but he didn't run away." And then Yehuda exclaimed, "How do you know about that?" The next moment, someone from the crowd saw the size of the group of monsters and shouted them down, saying that there were too many to fight them. Also joining the conversation, Eleanor, who had appeared behind Leon's back, remarked that Echidna was right, we can't handle so many monsters, and that everything was fine. Immediately after his absolutely calm and confident words, Leon began to summon his dead to confront the monsters that appeared in the middle of the night. Seeing what their friend was doing now, the princess was amazed and thought, that's an incredible amount of mana, and Echidna's mind was wondering what the hell was going on here. Preparing for the confrontation with the enemies, Leon mentally said to Nox von Reinhofer, "I took it very seriously." The next moment, moments from the memories of when Nox had recently handed him the magic stone flashed through his mind. Recalling the moment of receiving the artifact, Leon added in his mind both to you and to the responsibility you entrusted to my hands. Continuing to release his mana to confront a large number of enemies, Leon confidently said these words of the leader of the Manhwa's family. The next moment, as soon as one of the monsters began to attack him, the boy stood firmly in place and spoke the outcome of this battle. At the moment of the attack, a large blade of mana appeared right in front of the monster, preventing it from harming the caster. As a result of the attack, the knight who arrived with the other dead to summon the spellcaster repelled the monster's attack by cutting it into 2 parts. As soon as the first enemy was defeated, Leon sent his conscripted subjects forward to deal with the remaining monsters that were waiting for them. Continuing to confidently lead the dead to protect the students with the responsibility entrusted to him by Nox, Leon added his own decision-making, Leon von Marwas. At the same time, Nox went to the demon man's hideout and got to the right place, which was surrounded by magic circles with suppression magic. Continuing to confidently move forward, ignoring all the traps, Nox received a system notification. The mana sensitivity skill neutralizes medium-level suppression magic thanks to the effect of the lunatic member's cloak. The power of your attacks is increased by 20%. Stopping a few meters from the entrance to the hideout, Nox looked ahead and asked himself, "How long are you going to hide for?" Hearing the provocation from the boy's lips, the demon man could not resist the temptation and jumped to him with the words, "I'm busy." Once in front of Nox, who was looking for him, Roger added, "The unfortunate student not only managed to figure out his location, but also mustered the courage to confront me." At the moment of the one-on-one meeting with his opponent, Nox received a system notification that said the acting skill was activated. As soon as his skill was activated, Nox smiled and said, "If only you had some sense of self instead of just saying pretentious things." Continuing to talk to his opponent, Nox confidently added, "But that's okay, I'll help you come down from the heavens to the earth." Unable to resist the obvious provocation, Ruger gritted his teeth and exclaimed angrily, "How can you even do that?" Before he could even finish his sentence, the demon man rushed at the boy with his fist to teach him a lesson for his words. Reacting to his opponent's attack, Nox put his sword in front of him and was able to repel the attacker's attack. When the enemy's attack had completely exhausted itself, Nox swung his sword, which knocked Ruger back and managed to hurt him a little. When the demon man was knocked back by the enemy's attack, he looked at his injured arm and then angrily shouted out, "Who the hell you are?" After receiving a question from his opponent, Nox, holding his weapon ready to continue the battle, said, "The less you know, the better the sleep." Angered even more at his opponent's words, Roger released even more force and shouted, "Then I'll have to knock it out of your lousy mouth." The next moment after his shout, the human demon immediately rushed at Nox, concentrating mana in one of his hands. But at one point the attack was interrupted. Roger felt something unusual, and in a split second noticed that his arm had separated from the rest of his body. When one of the enemy's limbs was detached from his main body, Nox said a beautiful thing in his head. While the enemy was trying to figure out what had just happened, Nox said he would concentrate on what was happening here and now. The next moment, when the enemy's limb landed on the ground and they both froze in place, Nox said in his head, "There was no point in using skills, not with our rank difference." At the moment when the enemy began to regenerate the lost limb with the words, "You bastard," Nox mentally added that even the power he had gained did not make him a real demon. As soon as the limb was almost completely restored, Roger exclaimed angrily, "Don't even think you've won so easily, you understand?" As soon as the human demon tried to attack him again, Yu Chen said in his subconscious he was much weaker than Nox. Having finished his thoughts, the guy put his sword in front of him and managed to block the enemy's attack. The next moment, activating his sword and martial arts skills, Nox quickly closed in, breaking Ruger's limb in all possible places, and received a notification that you had repelled the enemy attack. Shortening the distance and facing his enemy, Nox gathered mana in his hand and directed it at Ruger, saying, "Such tricks won't work on me." Immediately after his words, Nox directed the energy accumulated in his hand into his opponent's body, causing him to scream in pain. As soon as Roger fell to the ground, Nox put his foot on him and then received a notification that the acting skill was activated. Continuing to hold the enemy's injured arm, Nox said, preparing to end this futile fight, "You're seriously so sure of yourself." Lying face down on the ground, the human demon bared his teeth in anger and mentally said, "I made a mistake from the very beginning, and I'm a disgrace to the Reinhofer family." Continuing to lie on the ground with a broken arm without the ability to do anything to Nox, the human demon mentally added, "He has overcome me." Resting his whole hand on the ground and trying to get up, Roger angrily exclaimed, "How dare you humiliate me, the bearer of the Archduke's blood?" When he finally got tired of these conversations with his opponent, Nox raised his sword in the air and prepared to strike a decisive blow, saying, "Well, bye-bye, you're already across my throat." Before he could carry out his plan, a voice shouted, "No!" right behind him. Looking back, he saw the teacher behind him hurrying to him, shouting, "Please, Nox, stop!" Finally reaching his best student, Ras von Celestia, my student, exclaimed, breathless after the sprint. Hearing what the teacher had just told him, Nox took the sword away from the demon and asked in surprise what you had just said. Bowing his head to the boy who was about to get rid of the problem, Ras von Celestia said, "I'm sorry I got you into this, but as it is, Ruger is my student." Hearing what the human professor had just said, the demon snorted and said, "Don't talk nonsense, professor." Turning his head in the direction of the academy teacher, the hostage added, "Have I ever been that for you, even for a second?" Continuing to stare with a condemning look at the man who bowed his head down, Ruger added, "You abandoned me, I lost my arm in battle, and you kicked me out of the academy because I had no value anymore." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, Ruger exclaimed, "And you dare to call yourself my teacher? You at least don't lie to yourself." Clenching his hand into a fist after hearing all the accusations, Ras von Celestia exclaimed, "Yes, I did leave you, but for another reason. I was very worried about you, and these thoughts did not give me peace." Shrugging his shoulders in front of his former student, the professor added worriedly, "I'm afraid you'll repeat the fate of my son." Continuing to explain the reason for his actions to the now much-changed student, Raz added, "You were going to go back to the battlefield, so I had no other choice but to expel you." Angered by his former teacher's remarks, Roger said, "We must be the makers of our own destiny." Continuing to recall his fate after his expulsion, Roger added, "You reveled in your own vanity, turning me into a nobody who was thrown out of the academy." Closing his eyes and looking away, the professor said guiltily, "I didn't know what you went through." The next moment, turning his gaze back to the student, the professor added, "Is this the kind of magic you dreamed of achieving?" Continuing to pour drinks, Ras von Celestia recalled a moment from the past where they had conducted research together and asked if this was the kind of magic we were trying to achieve. After receiving a few questions from his former professor, Roger smiled slyly and exclaimed, "I don't have much longer to go anyway." Immediately after his exclamation, the human demon quickly turned around, thus taking Nox by surprise and escaping his grasp. As soon as he had the will to act, Ruger immediately went to Ras von Celestia to get even with him for everything he had been through. Turning to the man with an angry face, Ruger exclaimed, "But finally, I will take you down with me too, Ras von Celestia." Seriously frightened by what was about to happen, the professor put his hands in front of him and squeezed his eyes shut. Preparing for the worst, the professor suddenly heard Nox's voice behind me, saying that I had a lot of decisions to make. After repelling his opponent's attack and getting into a fighting stance, Nox prepared to finish what he had started and added some more points that could not be changed. Immediately after he said that, the guy immediately moved from his seat and found himself behind his opponent. Quickly looking back and seeing Nox there, Roger exclaimed in confusion, "How did you get there so fast?" When you receive a notification, the maximum level of the acting skill is activated. The level of synchronization between Nox von Reinhofer and the player is increased. Nox swung his sword and said an unpleasant feeling, or did he? The next moment, Nox received a system notification warning him of the threat of losing control of his mind, and he felt something strange happening to him. However, as soon as the negative effect disappeared, Nox immediately cut the enemy into 2 pieces and finished him off completely. At the end of the battle with the enemy, the boy approached the professor and looked down. Seeing what had just been done to his former student, the professor fell to his knees and watched the rest of Ruger blow away in the wind. Gritting his teeth in sadness, the professor lowered his head and then spoke to the boy who was watching him, Nox. When he heard that he was being addressed, the guy stood apart from the professor and said, "Yes, I'm listening to you." Without raising his head, Ras von Celestia, regretting what had happened through his fault, asked me what I should do next. Unable to understand the essence of the question, Nox asked in surprise what he meant. Keeping his head down, the professor added, "You already know that the main purpose of my research was to help those who are weaker than us, but now I don't know if it is any good." Continuing to kneel in front of the remains of his former student, Ras von Celestia added, I could not defend my own student, but for some reason I suddenly decided that there was at least a little sense in the research. The next moment, raising his hands which were covered with sand and looking at them, the professor added, I no longer have a life reference point. Hearing the question from his professor, Knox put his hand to his face and began to wipe away the remnants of blood, I said. The next moment, removing his hand from his face and looking at the professor, the boy added, I have no idea what connected you to that demon man. Immediately after his words, without taking his eyes off the man, Knox added in his head that this was only the least of his evils. He must publish the abstracts of his work so that the game could open up the system of creating and strengthening artifacts. Continuing to look at the saddened Professor Knox without saying a word of encouragement, he mentally added that he must continue his research. The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist and gritting his teeth, the boy said in his head, But is this all I have? Immediately after these thoughts, system notifications appeared in front of the guy, saying that your emotions interfere with Knox von Reinhofer's character's attention and acting skills are not stable. The next moment, although I didn't really care about it, I said to myself, standing in the rain next to Professor Knox, I was sure that using Russ was a great idea. Clenching his teeth in regret, the guy added, But I don't think your research is in vain, and then added mentally, But where did the doubts come from? Turning his gaze to the side to avoid looking into the boy's eyes, the professor said, You saw for yourself how miserable I am. Hearing Professor Knox's remark, he looked away and said awkwardly, You really are a rag. Immediately after his words, with his head down and a subtle smile, Knox said in his head, I think I realized he had broken through my armor, and now his words were not empty for me, hence the doubts. Continuing to stand in front of the professor in the downpour, the guy did not look up and said, I am naturally very lazy, so do not burden me with tasks. The next moment, having attracted the professor's attention, the boy added, By the way, I don't like tea, I prefer coffee drinks. Looking away from Knox, he continued to express his wishes and added, I don't need money either, and I'm not interested in fame. Surprised to hear the boy's words, the professor looked up at Knox and asked him what he was talking about. Without shifting his gaze, Knox continued, But your research is a completely different matter, and then mentally said maybe. The next moment, looking at Professor Knox, he smiled and added, It will be worth it, I guarantee it, and then mentally added only maybe. While the magic dome that was installed around the Knox forest added to my head, I'm just jealous that instead of me being an unhappy gambler, you are trying to help this world. The next moment, kneeling down in front of the teacher, Knox said to Professor Russ, as soon as he turned his attention to the boy, he added, I will be your student. Hearing what Ras von Celestia had just told him, Knox said in confusion, after which he thought nothing had changed. Continuing his thoughts while kneeling in front of Professor Knox, the same differently thinking professor added in his mind the same back of Russ that flashed in the monitor and then said, If you need me, I'll lend a shoulder. The next moment, as soon as another smile appeared on Knox's face, he added, I will support you when the burden of your son's memories falls on you again. At the same time, standing in front of a pile of defeated monsters, Paracelsus looked away and said, Apparently Knox is not the only fucking aristocrat here, and then thought, What the hell are these bastards doing? The next moment, remembering Leon's summoned subjects, the boy nervously added in his head that they were much stronger than ordinary evil spirits. Immediately after turning his gaze to Leon, who was standing in front of him, Paracelsus added in his mind as if they were completely different beings. Also, after the battle was over, the princess was surprised and said that it was unbelievable that anyone could summon an army of dead of such power. Looking down, Penelope added worriedly, Dark families are really capable of terrible things, although they don't want to admit it. Immediately after her words, without looking up, the girl added that the rumors that the leader of the Marwaz family had returned were not a lie. The next moment, closing her eyes, the princess spoke, Leon von Marwaz will have to remember him. Hearing this, Echidna bowed and exclaimed, Yes, your highness, I will follow his every move. At the same time, clutching the object handed to him in his hand, Leon mentally said, A mana crystal of the highest rank, if it were not for it, our victory would be a big question mark. The next moment, clutching this magical object in his hand, the boy said something that sounded like Knox had seen into the future. At one point, a familiar voice was heard near the students shouting, Hey, snot-nosed kids! As soon as the students turned their heads in the direction of the sound, a few seconds later they noticed a shining bald head in the midst of the downpour, calling out to everyone alive. In response to the question, Paracelsus replied, Well, sort of, and at that time the professor grabbed one of the students and began shaking him, exclaiming that no one died. Approaching the teacher, who continued to interrogate the poor student, Penelope said no, but some people left the battlefield, after which Vernon said in confusion, Princess. The next moment, bowing before the imperial person, the professor added, "I apologize for not greeting you properly. I was in a great hurry." After greeting the imperial personality, the professor asked which of the students went to the university, and the girl replied, "Knox von Reinhofer, but I doubt very much that he did." Continuing the dialogue with the academy professor, the princess added that he was at least in danger, and we were able to survive only because of him. Hearing the report from the imperial person, the professor was surprised to hear that it was true, and Leon, who was approaching from behind, said yes. When the boy got close enough to the professor, he added, "The crystal he gave me, which saved us." Also joining the conversation, Paracelsus spoke about the issue of tense, and he also solved the issue without exaggeration. Knox did literally everything. Reflecting on the leader's work, the students began to talk about Reinhofer, who seems to be not such a bad guy, but he is just terrible at communicating with women. Thinking about the words of their comrades, other students joined the conversation and added that he behaved like a real bum with the servants and was not ceremonious at all. Continuing to recall rumors about Knox, the students added, "I heard him humiliating Eleanor's servant in the marketplace, and if that's the case, he has problems with communication, not only with women." After listening to everything his students were talking about, the professor gritted his teeth and thought, "Wait a minute, this white-bearded guy, the barrier has disappeared." Continuing to think about what might have happened, the man added, however, that the teleportation circle imposed by the demon on the man and the barrier could be broken only from the inside. The next moment, recalling the image of this guy, Professor Byrne mentally added that what was happening here was that Russ was too weak to deal with everything so quickly. After all the events were over, Knox sat in Professor Raz von Celestia's office and worked on papers. While writing down the information on a piece of paper, the guy received system notifications that said the acting skill was activated and his doubts receded. As Knox continued to do his work, he thought back to that day and said that after the situation in the forest, he had no choice but to become a disciple. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added the strange Professor Russ von Celestia to the mix. Trying to somehow restrain all his emotions, the boy continued working and ignoring the professor's actions and activated his acting skills over and over again. At one point, the professor got too close and exhaled excitedly, and Knox said in his head that he would do anything to open a system for creating and enhancing artifacts in the future, but that it would not happen without his research. Closing his eyes and immersing himself in the memory of the original story, the boy mentally said to inner lunatic in the story, "Russ did not die, but who knows what might happen now." The next moment, when his patience finally broke, the boy elbowed the professor right in the face and added in his head, "I will not help him, and it will only make me feel worse." Finally calming down the professor, who was constantly trying to get to him, Knox said, "I'm sorry, you're a pain in the ass," and his hand instinctively jerked away from the touch. Smiling happily after his student's apology, the professor said, "It's okay. I know that you don't have to pretend to be a white and fluffy boogeyman on purpose." Hearing Professor Knox's words, I turned to him and asked him in surprise, "You knew this would happen, and you still bothered me anyway. Don't forget that the laws of the Empire have an article for sexual harassment." When the professor received this remark from his assistant, he said that for someone who plays the family's misfit, you say quite intelligent things. Continuing his speech, the man added the laws of the empire. If you look at the relationship between the aristocracy and the people, it is obvious that the laws have not worked for a long time. After listening to Raz von Celestia's remarks, Knox suddenly said, "I strongly doubt that this is an appropriate statement for a professor of the academy under the wing of the imperial family." When he heard his remark, "And who cares, as long as you don't report me, there will be no problems," Knox folded his arms in front of him and made a disgruntled face, thinking he was really crazy. The next moment, the professor stood with his back to his assistant and said, by the way, I recommended 2 candidates, yours and Leon von Marvas." Continuing his story, the professor activated the jewelry and added the imperial family itself to go to the Eldane treasury to bring back the artifact from there. When Knox heard his teacher's message, he jumped out of his seat and exclaimed in surprise that you were seriously saying that now. As he began to write down some of the results of the experiment in his notebook, the professor did not take his eyes off him and said, "That's how I know how to convince." The next moment, turning his head to his assistant, the professor said, "You can do anything for your student, so don't even worry." Excited by the news, the boy approached Raz and stretched out his hand in front of him and asked, "What made you think I was worried?" The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist, the boy said, "Well, you obviously had to sweat to get such a gift, and that's why I'm happy to accept it." Seeing Knox's strange behavior, the professor remarked, "You seem more joyful now than when you became my student." "No, I'm just making myself up, really." At the same time, feeling a shiver run through his body after hearing the message, Nox mentally said to the treasurer of the Eldane Academy. Trying to somehow contain his joy after hearing the news, the boy added this line in his head. Heading to the treasury where he could choose an artifact for himself, Nox mentally said that the possession of the artifact was shared between the Imperial family and the Rivalin family. Continuing to walk confidently toward the treasury, Nox, deep in thought, added in his mind there are many incredible artifacts there, but there is one that is particularly useful to me. As he reached the place he needed, Nox added in his head, if I get it, I can progress much faster. At one point he heard a voice behind him and looked back to see Eleanor saying, I would never have thought of you going to the treasure house, Eldane. Continuing her dialogue with a smile on her face, Eleanor added, You've got a good teacher for yourself. In response to the girl's remark, Nox looked back and said, You can think what you want. The next moment, turning his head down and sighing heavily, the boy said in his head, Since Eleanor officially has her own share in the Rivalin trading house, she will accompany us, and I hope she won't get in the way. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl said, not removing the smile from her face, You are very much mistaken if you think I am sorry to give away. The artifacts I have invested in, I still want to repay you in full for my rescue. After listening to the girl's speech, Nox remarked unhappily, and as a bonus, you always want to make my life difficult, to which Eleanor replied, The professor told you how the visit to the treasury will take place. Immediately after her question, the girl took out a key and opened the door and asked what artifact you needed. When asked by the girl what he wanted, Nox smiled slyly and said, I'm looking for it, and when she heard what he wanted to take, Eleanor shouted out a repeat. Immediately turning her gaze to Nox, who was standing behind her, Eleanor nervously exclaimed, What do you want? Putting a hand to his side, Nox said seriously, You're making me repeat myself. Folding her arms in front of her after receiving the remark, Eleanor said, I have no idea why you need such an ancient artifact, although it is quite usual for the son of a rich family to do so, to which Nox replied, How about you give it to me, and only then we can continue to talk. After receiving a remark from the boy, Eleanor said, Wait, but not so fast, Nox von Reinhofer. First prove that you are worthy of taking the artifact from this place. When he heard the demand, the guy was surprised to hear that I had not been warned about this, to which Eleanor replied that it was my special right as someone who had invested in the treasury. The next moment she clapped her hands and added that there was no denying the influence that Rivalin's trading house has on the academy. After a few minutes, the area around the young people began to change, turning the walls of the treasury into a room with a blue tint. Looking around him, Nox mentally said, I can't count the number of times I've encountered teleportation magic in the game. Folding her arms in front of her after moving to another area, Eleanor remarked, I see you're not even surprised at what you've heard. I've seen much more interesting things than this. Hearing the reason for such a calm reaction, Eleanor pointed to the sofa and said, You can sit down. And the guy replied, Well. As soon as they both sat down opposite each other, Eleanor said, Well, let's not waste time and start checking on Nox von Reinhofer. Looking down at the table, Nox spoke and then said in his head, Makes me sweat for the artifact. The next moment, the boy pressed his lips together and closed his eyes, adding in his head, Well, such formalities usually don't take much time. As soon as he thought about it, the girl asked him, Answer me this question, why did you save me? Once again receiving a question that he had already answered many times, Nox asked this question, and there is a test to which the girl answered, Not quite like that, I will understand what question to ask you. Folding his arms in front of him and looking away, Nox said worriedly, as simply as possible. Before the boy could finish, Eleanor interrupted him in mid-sentence, put her hand to his cheek and smiled happily, saying, I'm sure you forgot to. Tell me that it was useless to lie to me or you knew about it. When Nox heard the girl's warning, he gritted his teeth and said, Oh shit, and then mentally added something that had slipped his mind. Continuing his reflections on the forgotten information, Nox added that in inner sleepwalker's mind there is a difference between those who have acting skills and those who do not. As he continued to think about the girl's words, the boy added in his head that the first ones are also able to see the lies of other people. The next moment, looking up at the girl, Nox added in his head, So Eleanor isn't bluffing, and said, You're a pain in the ass, you know that. Smiling after receiving the remark, the girl exclaimed, Gods, and then stretched out her hand and added, I think I've heard this before. Nervously smiling into the face of the girl sitting in front of him, Nox said in his head, Damn, what am I going to do now? Noticing the boy's strange reaction after her remark, Eleanor said, You're a bit down, to which Nox replied, Shut up and tell me you want to hand over the artifact personally. When Eleanor received the boy's remark, she smiled and said, What does it matter now? Immediately after her words, she folded her hands in front of her and rested her head on them, and with a sly smile on her face added, You'd better worry about how much a lie can cost you. Showing absolutely no emotion in front of the girl, Nox said in his head that he had to go through so much to let the artifact slip out of his hands like that. Not taking his eyes off the cunning girl sitting in front of him, Knox added in his head, "And if I leave, her suspicions about me will only grow." Feeling a certain nervousness, which he tried not to show to his interlocutor, Knox added in his head that the only thing left to do was to meet the enemy face to face, and in this situation. Having finished his thoughts and found a way out of the situation, Knox asked me why I wanted to know why I saved you, and he answered yes. The next moment, looking away from Knox so as not to make eye contact with Eleanor, I said what I needed to say. Having received a partial answer to her question, which she was not at all satisfied with, the girl asked why you would want to know. After a moment of reflection after the girl's question, Knox turned his gaze to her and reluctantly added something to the plan that shocked the girl. After learning a little more about the boyfriend's motives, Eleanor was surprised to hear that he had a plan, and Knox replied that he doubted there was any reason for him to keep you so privy to his affairs. Offended by the answer, which did not really tell her anything, the girl resigned herself to one answer, clutched her dress in her hand, and asked another question. Having received the request from the girl, Knox did not hesitate for a second and said, "Ask me anything you want," after which Eleanor relaxed a bit. The next moment, plunging back into her childhood memories of that very ball, she asked what it was like at the ball. As she continued to recall this painful memory, Eleanor tilted her head down and added, "I mean, he didn't save me because of guilt over that incident." Without thinking for a second about his answer, Knox confidently said no. Surprised even more after receiving the answer to her question, Eleanor mentally said that the past had nothing to do with his plan. What the hell was going on here? Noticing the girl's nervousness after his answer, Knox added, "I told the truth as it is, but you know it yourself." In response to the boy's remark, the girl said, "It's not healthy to keep too many Reinhofer secrets." Hearing what the girl decided to oppose him in response to his words, Knox remarked with displeasure who else would have said that. Immediately after receiving another remark, she looked away and said, "Many people think you've changed." Continuing their dialogue in order not to lose the opportunity to get the precious artifact, Knox asked, "So what?" Then Eleanor, without turning her worried gaze to Knox, added, "I don't believe it. Even though I was saved, those words never leave my head." The next moment she turned her gaze back to the boy and continued her speech, adding, "I am," but before she could finish, she was interrupted. Folding his arms in front of him and looking down in displeasure, Knox said, "You can do whatever you want." Surprised by this remark from her interlocutor, Eleanor exclaimed in surprise that Knox replied, "You can hate absolutely anything your heart desires." Continuing his speech, Knox, without looking up at the confused Eleanor, added, "You have every right to feel and live your emotions, so do as you please." The next moment, looking away, Knox added in an indifferent tone, "I'm not going to try to convince you of anything else." Announcing his decision and returning his gaze to the girl, Knox said in his head, "Everything must remain in its place." Immediately after his thoughts, Knox rose from his seat and bowed to the girl, saying that we had finished. "I think I have earned the artifact, and I am happy to leave." Hearing that Knox was leaving her after all that had been said, Eleanor, in complete shock at the conversation, thought to herself, "You have truly changed." Sometime after Knox took his prize and headed back, Eleanor was sitting in her room with Rick, sipping tea. At one point, looking down at her reflection, the girl asked why Knox had taken that particular artifact. There were a whole bunch of much more valuable ones, to which Rick replied that this one was not bad. Continuing to stand behind the girl, Haushaltsdeneffer, with a wide smile on his face, added, however, that he was far from the best. The next moment, looking away from Eleanor's subject, I thoughtfully wondered why he would need the sphere. After listening to her subject's opinion, the girl put her cup of tea on the table and told me that she did not understand his train of thought at all. As she continued to think about the strange choice of the boyfriend, Eleanor said so many useful things in her head. Starting to list the assortment of treasures in her head, the girl mentally added swords, elixirs, shields, armor, and each of them of the highest quality. As she continued to think hard about Knox's choice, Eleanor mentally added, "But he chose an old field." Having finished thinking about the chosen subject, the girl suddenly said, "I doubt very much that he was trying to shame me like that." Smiling happily after the girl's remark, Haushaltsdeneffer said, "Reinhofer is not worthy of such attention, as long as he does not harm you." Putting her mug of tea on the table, Eleanor wondered in her head whether it was permissible to judge so easily when it came to Reinhofer, even though, in fairness, there was nothing else to do. Immediately after her thoughts, without looking at the subject, the girl asked how things were going with the auction, to which Rick replied that everything was just fine. The nobles of the capital in Talon were actively buying up the goods of the rival and trading house. Continuing to listen to her subject, the girl turned her gaze to Rick and said, "You're the reason I'm so successful." Having received good news in response to her question, the girl said, "I'm glad to hear that, and I'll continue to follow Knox." Continuing to give orders to her subject, Eleanor added, "Tell me immediately if you notice anything," to which Rick bowed and replied, "Of course, my lady, don't even worry." At the same time, back in his dorm room, Knox continued to examine the magical artifact he had received from the Royal Treasury. "You have received a notification. You have received an artifact of the advanced level of the Great Seer realm. Basic information sphere, higher level, Great Seer class advanced. After fulfilling the condition, the class will rise to a higher level. Mana stats +2 stamina +1 requirements to use at least 10 mana from birth, special effect, passive skill, magic compensation. Information display skill, artifact passive skill compensates for magic skills of middle class and below, significantly increasing their power and effect." Continuing to happily consider the characteristics of this item, Knox mentally said to the sphere of the highest level of the Great Seer, "I was lucky to get it almost at the beginning of the game." The next moment, having lifted the artifact into the air with the help of mana, Knox said, "Eleanor has no idea how valuable this thing is, and it's a very effective way to use it." When Knox tried to activate the item, he received a warning that the terms of use were not met and that it was impossible to use the full effect of the artifact, after which Knox mentally added the name of its owner. Continuing to think about this subject, the guy mentally added, "And then the class of the sphere will rise to a higher level of the true owner of this artifact." As Knox began to think of the person to whom the item belonged, he mentally said, "One of the 4 wise men I have yet to meet in the future." As he continued to think about the girl who had a fairly high status, Knox added in his head, "The character I often chose as my mentor in the game, however." The next moment, the boy put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said in his head that it was too early to activate it. Continuing his thoughts in the room, Knox added in his head, "As soon as I say her name, I will reveal my identity to her now. Only the first half of the game, the effect will be too small." At one point, interrupting the boy's thoughts, Jitri said, "Young sir, let me ask you why you chose the bullet." Continuing her questioning further, the girl worriedly added to Eldine's treasury a very likely number of very powerful items that were much more useful to knights. Looking away from the maid, Knox said in surprise, "Haven't I told you this before?" Continuing his sentence, the boy said, "I will use magic as well, and that's why I need artifacts for both knights and mages," which surprised Jitri. Noticing the girl's great surprise, Knox asked her what was going on, and he hadn't told her before, probably because it had completely slipped his mind. Immediately after he said that, Knox smiled happily, but the maid herself was not amused at all, but she managed to squeeze out a nervous smile. The next moment, looking away and sighing nervously, the girl added in her head what to do with him. Turning his gaze to the maid, Knox asked in surprise, "Didn't I tell you that?" which surprised Jitra. With a sly smile while talking to his subject, the boy confidently added that studying magic was also part of my plans. Confused by this statement, the girl asked, "Isn't it difficult to study 2 areas at once?" "I am not questioning your abilities in any way, but still." In response to his subject's question, Knox stretched out his hand in front of him and said, "Well, if you're not lucky, you'll have to shake more money out of your family and go off into the sunset to live your life." When Jitri heard Knox's plans for the future, she said nervously, "Mr. Knox, I've been praising you for your hard work and perseverance." After receiving some remarks from his maid, Knox looked at her with a sly look and asked, "Did I ask you to do that?" Having received a remark from her master, Jitri said with a nervous smile, "You know, sir, you can be very harmful from time to time." In response to his maid's remark, Knox said in a completely calm tone, "Well, I am a disgrace to the family after all, or have you forgotten that?" After hearing what he had said, Jitri added that "You also have sex with a lot of women," to which he said, "Well, that's an unfounded accusation." Then Jitri, picturing the leader of the Reinhofer family in her mind, said, "I've heard enough. Your father was also a womanizer in his youth." The next moment, turning her gaze to the gentleman sitting on the bed in front of her, she added, "And you are repeating his mistakes one after another." After receiving a comment on this topic from his maid, Knox turned his gaze to her and said, "Wow, I didn't even know that." Immediately after his words, Knox, exhausted from the events that had happened to him, flopped down on his bed with a grunt. At the very moment her master lay down to rest, Jitri turned her gaze to the table where the sealed envelope was. Resting on his bed, Knox suddenly heard Jitri's voice and opened one eye to see a letter arrive. Holding out her hands with the message, the girl added, "Judging by the envelope, the imperial family demands that you personally read it." Reluctantly getting up from his bed to read the letter he had received, Knox said that the imperial family had written to me, and why would they write to me at all? As Knox picked up the sealed envelope from the imperial family, Jitri added, "Echidna asked me to tell you to take a look for yourself." Having unsealed the letter addressed to him, Knox began to look through the contents and mentally said, "For such services I have been honored by the princess herself. It is time to cut off new branches in the plot." Opening the letter and starting to read it, Knox said in his head, "Congratulations, Knox von Reinhofer. Thanks to you, I am still alive. Continuing to review the contents of the received message, the boy mentally added, "As it is written in the laws of the Empire, I want to reward you. On this occasion, I invite you to the capital Talon to receive a well-deserved reward." As Knox read the message to the end, he added in his head, "I will be leaving in 3 days at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I hope you will accept the kind gesture of the imperial family from Penelope von Archheim." Immediately after reading this letter, Knox sighed and said something nonsensical about inviting a member of the Dark family to the capital and what kind of reward. Hearing what was said in this message, Jitri said worriedly, "The relationship between the Saints and the Dark families has long been strained, and the trip could be a trap." Immediately after her words, Jitri grabbed the boy by the sleeve and said, "Young mister, Knox, I think you shouldn't go there, it's dangerous." Hearing the warning from his maid, Knox mentally said that if the imperial family needed to, they could send invitations anywhere, which meant the next moment, taking his sleeve from the girl's hands, Knox told Jitra to stay here, to which she asked Mr. Knox with concern. Returning his gaze to the girl, who was very worried about him, the boy spoke this order in a stern tone. Hearing her master's threatening tone, the girl was immediately filled with fear and did not object to Knox anymore. As soon as the maid calmed down a bit with her refusals, Knox looked in the direction of the exit from the room and said in his head the city where Emperor Esteban was founded and the imperial faction was located. The next moment, picturing the place in his mind, Knox mentally added, "Talon is under the absolute protection of the Holy Family, which is darker than hell itself." As I continued to think about Princess Knox's decision, I thought, I can't believe she thought of inviting me there. And then I said, what the hell was she thinking? Immediately after all his thoughts, Knox imagined in his mind the person who had come up with the whole idea, Penelope von Archheim. Starting his thoughts on the development of the game's plot, Knox said in his head, "Inner lunatic needs to understand two main things. First, how to get the most out of the hero's skills." Continuing his thoughts on the basics of the game, Knox added in his head, when choosing fencing skills and martial arts, "You will go the way of the sword in battles. If the choice falls on mana sensitivity, then the path of the magician is guaranteed." Sitting in a carriage headed for the capital, Talon Knox looked out the window and repeated in his head how to choose a side. Continuing to think about the game's plot, the boy said in his head that player must plow between the two opposing sides and achieve significant results. Without taking his eyes off the window, Knox watched and mentally added, for example, before the boy could finish his thoughts, he was interrupted by the princess, who said, "You want to ask me something?" When he received a question from the girl he was traveling with to the capital of the empire, Knox replied, "Come on, how can someone like me have questions for the princess herself?" When she heard her friend's rejection, she said, "Don't talk like that, I don't like that kind of attitude." Immediately after hearing the girl's remark, Knox abruptly turned his gaze to her and then said in his head, "Of the parties to join in Inner Lunatic, the strongest is the imperial faction led by the princess." Continuing his thoughts on the game's plot, Knox mentally added a radical faction led by dark families. Continuing his thoughts, Knox added in his head that there is also a trade faction that owns huge wealth through which they are trying to influence the dynamics of the country's development. The next moment, recalling something not very pleasant, Knox mentally added, "Each side has its own style of doing things, but there is one nuance in the relationship between the leader of the Dark Rheinhofer family and the Imperial family." Interrupting Knox's thoughts, the princess said with a smile on her face, "I'm going straight to the lion's den, which is probably what you're thinking right now." When I received a question from the joyful Princess Penelope Knox, I thought to myself that she was trying to talk to me, but I could not keep silent. Immediately after concluding his thoughts, Knox said, "I'm sorry, but I'm really not eager to visit Talon," after which the princess giggled happily, covering her hand. A little later, she stopped laughing and said, "Don't worry, we are heading to the capital to reward you for your help." In response to all the girls' stories, Knox said, "Your lies have gone too far." Realizing that the falsity of her words had been exposed, the girl smiled and said, "Oh my God, you guessed right." When the carriage had almost reached the capital, Knox looked at the girl and asked what you wanted from me. When she received a question from her classmate, the girl looked at him with a keen eye and suddenly smiled and said everything very easily. A few minutes after arriving in the capital, the carriage stopped near a large number of servants who were already waiting for the princess and her guests to return. The next moment, the carriage door opened, and the princess of the empire appeared with her guest, whom she had brought to the capital. At one point, a painfully familiar voice sounded near the girl and said, "I heard that a guest was coming and I was looking forward to it." As the first prince of the empire approached his younger sister, he looked at the girl, who was disturbed by his presence, and added a touch of surprise to Penelope's expression. A few seconds later, the first prince of the empire appeared before them in all his glory as he approached the arriving princess and her guest. Seeing this person in front of him, Knox did not hesitate to bow his head and said, "My congratulations to the youngest heir to the Rheinhofer family, Prince Louis." Feeling very anxious about the unexpected meeting with her brother, Princess Penelope said, "You were going to go to the battle in the north." In response to the question posed by his younger sister, the prince put his hand to his chin and said the trip was suddenly cancelled. The next moment, the first prince of the imperial family stretched out his hand in front of him and added, "I needed to meet such an important guest properly." Immediately after his words, the boy smiled slyly and said to the emperor, "I will report to the emperor personally," and then turned his head to Knox and said, "You too." Hearing that he was being addressed, Knox bowed his head down with his hand to his chest and said, "Yes, your highness." With his ominous smile on his face, Louis von Archheim added, "Let's get to know you better." Bowing before the imperial person, Knox said without showing emotion, "It would be an honor for me," and he said in his head, "Oh shit." Bowing to the first prince of the emperor's family, Knox continued his thoughts and added, "Why did he show up just now?" Continuing to think about this character, the boy added in his head Louis von Archheim. The next moment, recalling the cause and effect relationships in the story, Yu Chang added in his subconscious, the first prince of the empire and the only one above Penelope in the line of succession. The next moment, raising his head and feeling overwhelmingly anxious at the sight of this person, Knox mentally added the harbinger of the worst ending to Inner Lunatic. Upon meeting an unexpected person upon arrival in the capital, Knox mentally said to Louis von Archheim, the first prince of the empire and the only one above Penelope in the line of succession to the throne. Continuing his thoughts, Knox added in his head that this character is the harbinger of the worst ending in Inner Lunatic. As the first prince walked away from the meeting place, Knox continued to follow him with his eyes, watching his every move. After a few seconds, when Louis had moved far enough away, Knox turned his gaze to the princess and saw that she was not in the best of health. Also noticing that Penelope was not looking her best, Echidna approached her and asked, "Are you all right, princess?" Waving off the help of her subject, the girl confidently said everything was fine and I just thought about my own. The next moment, turning her gaze to the guest, the girl added, "Well, how surprised are you, Knox von Reinhofer? Let's go talk inside." Hearing the girl's instruction, Knox said as the princess commanded and then mentally said everything as it was in the game. The relationship between the princess and Prince Louis was strained to say the least. As he continued to stare at the girl who was worried about this meeting, he said in his head, "I'm going to make the most of this and come back alive." At nightfall, lying down on the bed in the room he had been assigned, Knox thought to himself that tomorrow, the day of the award presentation, he would definitely need to rest. The next moment, closing his eyes, Knox said, "Of course, if my dream doesn't get interrupted by a killer," and then sighed in disappointment. A few seconds into his thoughts, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching his room. Not wanting to wait for the last moment, Knox quickly stood up and grabbed his sword so that he could fight back. The next moment, there was a knock at the door and the voice of the princess saying, "Open the door, I can come in with your permission." With a disappointed sigh, Knox got out of bed and opened the door to the guests to see Penelope arrive with an escort. Holding the door open and the girl on the threshold of his room, Knox asked the princess, "What brings you to me at this late hour?" In response to Knox's question, the girl smiled and said, "I don't want to preach to you, but it's not nice to keep a guest at Knox's door." The next moment, heading inside the boy's room, the princess added, "Let's go inside." When Penelope went inside the room, Echidna came up to Knox and said, "The princess has a suggestion for you, and I will make sure that the inquisitive ears of the castle do not disturb you." After hearing Echidna's message, Knox nodded and then closed the door to the room behind him. Taking off her hood when the main issues with confidentiality were resolved, Penelope said, "Let's sit down." When Knox heard the girl's offer, he said, "Well," then looked away and thought, "What the hell is going on if she came to me when I have an idea?" Interrupting the boy's thoughts, who was trying to understand why she was here, the princess said, "Don't worry, I won't take up much of your time, but I ask you to promise me one thing." Continuing the conversation with her classmate, the girl added, Your answer will determine whether you can return to the academy." A few seconds later, after thinking about the correctness of the wording, the princess added that it would not even be so much a question of returning to the Reinhofer family estate in general. Having attracted the boy's attention, Princess Penelope added, "So on my behalf, I wish you to become my Grey Cardinal Knox von Reinhofer." When Knox received the offer of a certain position, he said, "I knew you were here for that, looking for a henchman to finish off the first prince, and who better to do that than an heir from a dark family." The next moment, placing his hand on the couch behind him to sit down, Knox added, "You need a puppet? I guess you were hoping to make me your pawn." As soon as the boy took a seat opposite the princess and added, "True," after which Knox remarked, however, hearing Knox's objection, the girl looked at him with a worried look and asked him what. Folding his hands in front of him in this conversation, Knox added, showing absolutely no emotion, "If you think I'm in a hopeless situation, you are very much mistaken." The next moment, with a sly smile after Knox's remark, Princess Penelope added to the conversation, taking the lead. The next day, when he arrived for an audience with the king, Knox bowed his head down and said, "I greet you, great son of the empire." In response to the boy's greeting, the emperor reached out his trembling hand to the guest and mumbled something unintelligible. Having seen with his own eyes the condition of the emperor, who now held the highest position in the country of Knox, Esteban von Archheim looked up and thought. Continuing his thoughts on this person, the boy mentally added a knight of light and lightning who had earned a name and a brilliant reputation for himself through his former exploits, a true legend of the Archheim Empire nonetheless. Returning his gaze to the state of the current ruler, Knox added in his head that a lot of water had flowed since then. The emperor had lost his mind and even received the infamous nickname Esteban the Mad. A few seconds later, his daughter also greeted the emperor, curtsying and saying, "I greet you, the great son of the empire." As soon as all the greetings were over, Prince Louis, who was standing next to his father, said, "By the way, as far as I know, you had a request for your father." Continuing to smile, fake smile, right into the guy's face, the first prince added, "I think it's about the reward for the person who saved the member of the imperial family." Bowing his head before the imperial person, Knox said, "I did as my duty commanded," and then mentally said, "Prince Louis took the throne immediately after the fall of Emperor Esteban." Without raising his gaze to the person who was one of the harbingers of the worst endings, Knox mentally added that he had to be very careful with him. The next moment the prince spread his arms in front of him and said, "The imperial family should properly reward the young knight of the house of Rheinhofer for saving my dear sister." Continuing to demonstrate his kindness, the member of the imperial family added, "If you have any requests, just let me know." In response to the proposal that came to him from Prince Knox, he did not look up and said, "Yes, Prince Louis, if you will allow me." The next moment, looking up at the first prince of the empire, Knox added, "I would like to bathe in the river Ark." Hearing the young knight's request, the prince said in confusion that, when Knox saw everyone around him start to look at him in judgment and confusion, he had a completely expected reaction in his head. Continuing his reflections on the actions, Knox mentally added, "The river Ark is a mysterious river, the entrance to which is open only to the imperial and holy families, and it has the amazing effect of randomly increasing one of the indicators." Trying to hide his anger behind a strained smile, Prince Louis mentally said to himself, "What nerve he has. He clearly lives up to his nickname, a disgrace to the family. Dark family bastards are all like that." The next moment, the nobles who were present at the audience with the king began to exclaim that they would never in a million years allow someone from a dark family to go to the river Ark. Continuing to condemn the boy and his request, another audience member shouted the same thing, even though he had saved the princess. It was unacceptable. Raising his hand to make a remark, another attendee added that it was the same river that was open only to holy families, and then another added that it was. Listening to these exclamations of those present at the audience, Knox bowed his head down and thought, as expected, a whole bunch of objections. "I specifically asked about the river so as not to refuse the award outright. I think that's enough." At one point, amidst all the shouting, the voice of the princess was heard saying indignantly, "How dare you raise your voice in the presence of His Highness?" Hearing the princess's remarks, Knox looked up at Penelope and mentally said, "Ha!" After which the princess added, "Let's start with the fact that, as far as I know, there is no law that allows only holy families to enter the river Ark, or am I mistaken?" Looking at the girl who began to advocate for his interests, Knox nervously said in his head, "I'm very suspicious. I've already refused to participate in her plan." Continuing his thoughts, Knox mentally added, "Then why did Penelope suddenly take my side? I almost hoped that I was safely given up." The next moment, one of those present shouted out to the princess, and the princess responded with a displeased response, "I will not tolerate a conversation in this tone, Mr. Horon." Immediately after this remark, silence reigned in the audience room, and no one else dared to shout anything against the young knight's request. At the same moment, Knox looked up at Princess Penelope, who was smiling at him for some reason, and mentally said how annoying they were. Gritting his teeth in frustration at the situation that was beginning to develop, Knox added her words in his head before leaving. At the end of the conversation, the princess put her cup of tea aside and said, "Okay, I'm going to leave you, but please remember." Passing by the boy she offered to become her puppet, the princess spoke in his ear, "It's time to choose a side. Knox will inevitably catch up with you." After recalling what had happened that night, Knox mentally said, "When the time comes to choose between Louis and Penelope's factions, my personality will certainly be on the side of the princess." Averting his gaze from the princess who stood up for him, Knox added mentally, but I can't reveal in advance whose side I'm on." Immediately after completing his thoughts, Knox looked up at the prince and said, "So, can you fulfill my request?" Hearing the boy's request, the prince first gritted his teeth in displeasure and then smiled slyly and said, "I wonder if my sister is right." Continuing his thought, Louis added that there is no law that prohibits dark families from visiting the River Ark, after which the nobility present exclaimed in confusion to your highness. Also raising his head and looking at the prince who had started to say this, Knox heard, and nevertheless. Continuing to express his opinion on the young knight's request, Louis added that going against the centuries-old ways of the imperial family and its advisors would not be allowed either. Continuing his speech, the prince added, that's why we're going to arrange a test to achieve our own benefit and implement our insidious plan. The next moment, the first prince, still smiling, added, I propose to see if Knox von Reinhofer is worthy to enter the waters of the River Ark and hold her gifts, shocking the princess. When I heard what the first prince of the imperial family, Knox, had just said, I was surprised to hear it in my head. On the next moment, suddenly remembering the moment with Eleanor before receiving the artifact, Knox added in his head, here everyone has a freak out about these checks or something. Having completed his reflections on the obsession with trials to get what you want, Knox said, can I ask what kind of trial? Without thinking twice about the boy's request, the first prince clenched his hand into a fist and said, it will be a duel with me. When he heard what exactly awaited him as a test of whether he was worthy to enter the Ark River, Knox was surprised to hear that he was sorry for what you said. With his sly smile still on his face, Prince Louis said, your sword skills are much rumored, so I think it's only fair that you offer to duel me. Continuing to tell the story of the decision, the first prince of the empire added, the Ark is the sacred river of our empire, and the entrance to it is open only to the worthy. Knox made a disgruntled face after hearing the suggestion, and he seriously believes that he had come up with a good idea. The next moment, with a sly smile, Knox added in his head, but I'm not going to lose either, and then said, I agree. Upon hearing that the young knight had agreed to his provocative and insidious proposal, the prince's sinister smile grew even wider, and his joy knew no bounds. As soon as all parties accepted the challenge, the prince said, in that case, we'll meet in the training arena in an hour, and you can choose any weapon you want. Continuing to kneel on one knee before Prince Knox, he said, I understand you, your highness. Continuing the dialogue with the imperial person, the son of the Reinhofer family added, I will not disappoint you, and at that time Princess Penelope will be overwhelmed by the situation. After finishing the dialogue with the first prince of the empire, Knox got to his feet without hesitation and headed for the exit to prepare for the upcoming duel. Somewhere in the corridor, Princess Penelope shouted out to Knox von Reinhofer as she caught up with the boy. Having attracted the young man's attention, the girl caught up with him and asked him what you were looking for, how you would rather die. Looking at the boy with a worried look, Princess Penelope added, don't you understand what my brother is trying to achieve? Continuing to express her feelings about this match, Penelope added that whether you win or lose, it doesn't matter. He is just looking for a way to satisfy his vanity. Trying to convey to the guy who could be her dark cardinal, the princess anxiously added you to humiliate you in order to trample on the honor of the Reinhofer family. After hearing all the comments from the young princess, Knox looked away and said, I know. The next moment, Knox began to simulate scenarios and added, even if I win, I will be accused of attempting to kill a member of the imperial family. Immediately after simulating the situation of defeat, the boy added, if I lose, his reputation will skyrocket and your brother will say that he defeated a rising talent. Tilting his head to the side and smiling, Knox added, I'm sure he will. And Penelope exclaimed, then why did you agree to do it? Then turning to the worried princess standing in front of him, Knox confidently said, what if there is another way to proceed, princess? After hearing Knox's remarks, the princess took a step back in confusion and asked what the other option was. Continuing to smile slyly at the princess, Knox stretched out his hand in front of him, adding, I will win and not die. Continuing his conversation with the worried girl, the boy confidently added, then you would have supported me. And at the same time, somewhere in the room of the first prince of the empire, Louis was getting dressed in his armor before fighting against Knox. At one point, he turned his head to one of the maids who was helping him put on his armor and said, hey, you. Having attracted the attention of the girl who was frightened by his appeal, the first prince of the empire added, tell me who I am. Tilting her head down, the girl, feeling a shiver all over her body, said frightenedly, you are the second luminary of our empire, Prince Louis von Arkheim. When he heard the answer from his maid, the guy smiled and said, that's how my authority and talent is absolute. No one will dare to contradict me. Immediately after his remark, the prince clenched his teeth in anger and said, but something is wrong with this guy. Prince Louis continued to think, and Knox von Reinhofer said, he's not worth a drop of your attention, and the maid said, he's not worth a drop of your attention. As soon as the prince turned his gaze to the maid, she bowed her head to him and said, please don't even worry. Hearing what the maid had just told him, the prince, without restraining his anger, immediately slapped the maid. As soon as the girl fell to the ground and grabbed the place of impact, the first prince of the empire said not to worry, so it is so. Feeling overwhelmingly angry at the maid's words, Louis said, "Who do you think I am, to be worried about some rat from a dark family?" Realizing that she had said too much, the maid exclaimed in fright without looking up, "Forgive me, your highness." Then, putting his hand to his head, the first prince told you to use your brains more. The next moment, looking to the side, the boy added, "My father Esteban, known as the son of the empire, thinks he has a long life ahead of him." When the maid received the question from the prince, she looked away in fear and did not answer the question. Immediately afterwards, turning his back on the maid, Louis spread his arms and smiled happily, saying, "Very soon the empire and all other honors will go to me, and such performances as today are simply vital, you know what I mean." Trying to somehow apologize for what happened, the girl scaredly exclaimed that this would not happen again, to which Louis replied, "Of course it was out of the question." The next moment, turning his head to his subject, Louis called out to the chief butler, after which the latter put his hand to his chest and bowed his head. As soon as the subject turned his attention to the lord, Prince Louis looked back at the offending maid and said, "Get rid of her." When a couple of knights grabbed the maid and began to cry out in fright, "Your highness, please give me one more chance." Looking back at the maid, who begged for forgiveness, Prince Louis smiled and said that chance is a privilege only for people like me. Continuing to express his opinion while his subjects were taking the maid out of the room, the first prince added, "You see, even if you were born a noble woman, your blood would still be different from the imperial blood that flows through my veins." Rising to her feet, the girl tried to escape from the hands of the knights and beg for forgiveness. She exclaimed, "Your highness, your highness." Continuing to ignore the girl's exclamations, the prince added, "No matter how incredible Knox von Reinhofer's talent is, you can't influence the outcome of a fight that has already been determined." The next moment, smiling ominously and ignoring the girl's exclamations, the first prince of the empire added, "I can't wait to see him cry." After a certain period of time, the prince arrived at the arena where their fight with Knox von Reinhofer was to take place, which was attended by many people. Putting his hand out in front of him before the battle, the first prince began the dialogue and said, "Well, let's show everything we can do in this battle." Immediately after his remark, Prince Louis smiled slyly and said in his head, "You're still playing on my show and according to my rules." Closing his eyes after receiving a request from his opponent, Knox said in a completely indifferent tone, "Yes, of course." A few seconds after the end of the dialogue between the fighters, the judge stretched his arm above him and told everyone to get ready. Continuing the announcement of the start of the battle, the judge added that the first prince of the empire, Louis von Archheim, would begin his duel with Knox von Reinhafter. As soon as the announcement of the duel was made, the first prince immediately rushed to attack Knox, saying in his head that there was no way he could go against the imperial family. Anticipating an easy victory over his opponent, Prince Louis mentally added, "Even if you were 10 times a genius, you are only a bastard from a dark family, which is why you would not dare to raise a sword against me in front of the emperor and the holy families." At the moment when his sword was about to reach the target, Louis felt a strong resistance and saw that their swords crossed, and the prince exclaimed in confusion. Not understanding why Knox had suddenly decided to confront him, Prince Louis exclaimed in dismay, "How dare you rebel against a member of the imperial family?" Hearing the question from his rival, Knox did not hesitate for a second to throw the first prince of the empire away from him, and then said to Your Highness, preparing for a serious battle with the arrogant prince of the empire, Knox smiled slyly and said, "Didn't you order me to fight in full force?" A few meters away from his opponent after their clash, the prince mentally muttered a small scat as soon as he thought of raising his sword at the first in line to the throne. Gritting his teeth after what had happened to him, Prince Louis exclaimed in displeasure, "The scoundrel of the Dark family has no right to challenge my authority." Standing next to his opponent, Knox said in surprise, "I don't know what you're talking about because I'm absolutely following your orders." Smiling menacingly after receiving a remark from his opponent, the prince waved his sword and said, "Well, if you want to play so badly, then you can't expect any more indulgences." Immediately after his exclamation, the prince took a relaxed position before continuing the battle and said in his head, "Eldane may have a brilliant reputation, but that doesn't change the fact that he's just a carcass." Without removing the insidious smile from his face, the first prince of the empire added in his mind that he would never be able to defeat a man who was able to gain the knowledge of the heir to the imperial family. Immediately after finishing his thoughts, Prince Louis turned his gaze to the judge, who was watching, and gave a signal. Catching the first prince's eye, the judge took his hand away and said, "The fight will end as soon as one of you falls. Or it seems the rules are very simple, and I'm sure they don't require explanation." As soon as the referee announced the conditions for the end of the fight, the first prince of the empire immediately rushed at Knox with a sword to get even for what had just happened. At the moment of the attack, Knox put his sword in front of him and easily blocked the opponent's attack. As he continued to restrain Lewis in the crossed arms fight, Nox mentally said, he may be the harbinger of the worst ending, but his sword skills leave much to be desired. The next moment, quickly dropping the tension from the fight and moving to the side, Nox added in his head, although he is not lacking in talent. Continuing his thoughts at the moment of the enemy's unexpected attack, Nox mentally added, however, he was far from Nox's level. Seeing his opponent rapidly approaching him from the side where he was exposed, Prince Louis mentally said, oh shit. The next moment, closing his eyes, the prince prepared himself for the blow that was about to come, but over time, without feeling any pain, Louis slowly began to open his eyes. Seeing that Nox was putting his sword back into its sheath without completing the stroke, the prince wondered in his mind why he had suddenly stopped. Clenching his teeth in indignation at being humiliated in front of people again, Louis exclaimed, what are you doing? In response to the prince's exclamation, Nox closed his eyes and said with a smile on his face, I have nothing against the rules of dueling, but... Continuing to express his opinion about this match, Nox added that it is still incredibly boring when nothing is at stake, after which the prince asked what you propose. Then, standing in a confident pose and stretching out his hand in front of him, Nox said, let's make a bet on who will win and who will lose in this battle. Hearing what his opponent had just offered him, the prince could not help but say in his head, it will be easy for you to get what you want. Without thinking long about Nox's proposal, the prince said, well, it sounds quite tempting, I agree. As soon as the prince agreed to Nox's offer, he spoke about announcing the terms of the bet after the fight. Prince Louis turned his head to the side and smiled slyly and said confidently, I'd like to see you, but I'm quite impatient by nature and I'll state my terms right now. When Nox heard the offer from his rival, he said, well, I don't really care. Having received permission for his request, the prince stretched out his hand in front of him and said with a sly smile, if I win, I want you to. Leave Penelope and take my side. When Nox heard Prince Louis's wishes for his victory, he asked what he meant. Then, waving his hand in front of him, the prince said, come on, there's absolutely no point in pretending to be a fool. With a sly smile on his face, the prince imagined the moments of Nox's interaction with the princess and added, your sister enchanted you, that's why you saved her in the forest. Nervously smiling after hearing his opponent's guesses, Nox mentally said, he's a nutcase, he completely misunderstood everything. The next moment, hacking his hand behind his head and bowing awkwardly, Nox said, I'm sorry, but I was following the laws of the Empire that require me to rescue the princess, and I had no ulterior motive. Continuing his thought, Nox added that there were no reasons to save her except for this one, to which Louis said with a sly smile on his face, I'll put it even simpler. Immediately after his words, the first prince of the Empire looked up at Nox and extended his hand to him and said, become my knight, I want you to pledge your allegiance to me and become a shadow not of the Rheinhafer house but of mine. Hearing his opponent's request, Nox didn't hesitate to say, well, if you win, then it will be so. With a sly smile after receiving consent to his proposal, Prince Louis thought, if he hurts me, I'll just put the blame on him. Turning his gaze to his sister, who was sitting in the stands watching the fight from her personal seat, Louis mentally added Eldane to the Rheinhafer family and Penelope. Immediately after completing his thoughts, the prince rushed back into the fight against Nox and confidently exclaimed, how stupid you are if you do not realize that the outcome of this battle was predetermined from the very beginning. Hearing the shout of his opponent, who was rapidly approaching him, Nox mentally said, it's so obvious that I can't pierce his armor with a sword. Having dodged Prince Louis' first attack, Nox added in his head that thanks to his equipment, he was literally invulnerable. At one point, notifications appeared in front of Nox. Your artifact orb of the Great Seer is glowing. Enter the name of the owner. To use the orb, you will only have one chance to risk it. Smiling after receiving this information, Nox continued to avoid the prince's attacks, thinking of course they would not understand how I knew the name of the sphere's owner, but there was nothing else to do but survive. The next moment, having blocked another lunge from his opponent, Nox mentally said, unfortunately, this is the only way to break through his stupid armor. Immediately after completing his thoughts, Nox smiled and said the name of the sphere's owner, Astrid von Kullevud. Immediately after the owner's name was spoken, new notifications appeared in front of Nox, which said an artifact of the highest level of the Great Seer glowing username was registered Nox von Rheinhafer. The sphere will remember you as its second owner. Your mana level quickly increases for a certain period of time. A few seconds after it was identified and fully activated, the sphere flew into the air and appeared above Nox, who was preparing to use his new trump card. Trying to somehow shield himself from the strong stream of air that rose in the arena, the prince said, "What are you doing?" In response to the question, Nox said with a smile on his face, "We agreed to fight, but it was not right to ban the use of magic." Confused by the question he received from his opponent, the prince exclaimed in confusion, "That you just said." The prince continued to stand still and watch what was happening in the arena, and Rheinhafer thought to himself, "Rheinhafer has magic. And at this level, as Nox prepares to use his magic sphere against his opponent, he says, "You probably realize that this is a magic projectile." The next moment, as soon as the artifact began to activate, a giant hole appeared in the sky and spells began to leak out. As he pointed his magic arrows at the first prince of the Empire, Nox said, "I hope you can dodge." Demonstrating outstanding skill in the magic he used in the middle of the duel, Nox added, "Your Highness." Seeing the danger approaching him, Prince Louis began to move quickly from place to place, avoiding the magical projectiles that were heading for him. While avoiding magic attacks from his opponent, the prince at one point said in his head something was clearly wrong. Reflecting some of the magical projectiles with his sword, Louis mentally added a dodge, suspiciously not even realizing that another projectile was heading for him from the back. The next moment, not having noticed the danger approaching him from behind, the prince was severely injured in the back and groaned, thinking, "How the hell is he doing this?" The Rheinhoffers are a family of fencers. Continuing to do his best to stay on his feet despite the damage, Louis added his talent for magic to the list. The next moment, spitting out the blood in his mouth and wiping his lips with his sleeve, the prince mentally said, "I don't care how gifted he is. If he wasn't born with such abilities, he'll never be able to do it." Before he could finish his thoughts, Nox, having stopped his attack for a moment, extended his hand and said with a smile on his face, "I have a pretty good idea what you're thinking about right now, Your Highness." The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist and directing the magical projectiles back at his opponent, Nox added, "There was no bluff, at least. Not one that could match your armor." Clenching his teeth in anger after receiving the remark, the first prince of the Empire exclaimed in displeasure, "How dare you, the disgrace of the Rheinhoffers, still mock me?" In response to a remark from his opponent, Nox asked in surprise what was going on, and Louis asked what. Keeping his sly smile on his face, Nox confidently added, "You challenged me to a fight solely to ridicule the Dark families and trample on all my achievements." Continuing to reprimand the prince in front of all the spectators, Nox added, "How desperate you were to get into an unequal battle in which you have such an incredible advantage. The honor of the imperial family has fallen below nothing." After receiving a remark from his opponent, the prince froze in place and then took out a magic object that unfolded a magical barrier around the arena. As soon as the barrier hid them from prying eyes, the prince shouted out in anger and then mentally said, "The rest of you shouldn't see this." Clenching his hand into a fist after being cut off from the rest of the audience, Nox asked, "So what are you going to do now?" Clenching his teeth and waving his hand in front of him, Prince Louis exclaimed angrily, "You don't deserve to ask me questions." The next moment, replacing his anger with a crazy smile, the prince added, "I've heard 1,000 times how crazy you are, but I never thought that such a scum would dare to turn against me." Continuing his conversation with his opponent, the prince confidently exclaimed to his opponent that once the battle was over, the Imperial Knights would finish you off. Having received a threat from his opponent in this duel, Nox smiled and said just that, and then took the magic sphere out of his pocket and asked the dean if you would just abandon your lovely student and doom him to certain death. Seeing what Nox had just pulled out of his pocket, the prince exclaimed in confusion, and then Noah von Trinity's voice came out of the sphere and said, "You're not cute at all." Continuing to gather her power around the magical sphere to create her hologram, the director of the academy added, "But if you ask so much, I will help you." Hearing what had just come out of the magical sphere Nox had obtained, the first prince of the Empire was surprised to hear a familiar voice say, "Is this the new dean?" The next moment, appearing above the sphere as a small hologram, one of the four wise men said, "We have met once before, right, Prince Louis?" Continuing her dialogue with the first heir to the throne, Noah von Trinity, she added, "He is not really cute, but he is still my dear student, and if you think to harm him using the authority of the imperial family." The next moment, smiling menacingly, the girl added, "Then I swear by the honor of one of the four great sages that I will destroy you." After hearing the threat from a rather prominent person, Prince Louis was seriously frightened and noticeably reduced his temper. While in the room of the academy director, Nox said, "I understand that the imperial family wants to reward me, they say, for saving Princess Penelope." Hearing the question from her student, the dean of the academy, Eldane, smiled happily and exclaimed. Closing his eyes and wrinkling his nose, Nox said to the dean, "I'm going to die out there for sure." Continuing his dialogue with the girl who decided to crunch on a cookie during their serious conversation, Nox added, "I dare say you know what?" The next moment, Nox folded his arms in front of him with a sigh of discontent and added, "No one from the Dark family has ever returned from Talon alive." Continuing to enjoy the delicacies during their conversation, the girl broke the cookies into smaller pieces and joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, that's right, yum, yum, yum." At one point, unable to bear this attitude, Nox snatched a piece of cookie from the dean's hands and raised it above him. Trying to somehow take their delicacy from the hands of the boy who asked for a more suitable time to eat the cookies, they did not find it, and Noah, offended and exclaimed that the cookies were innocent. Continuing to negotiate with the girl, Knox sighed heavily and handed the treat back to the girl, saying, "Please help me." As soon as the girl reached for a piece of the cookie that had been taken from her, Knox added, "One word from you, and the Imperial family will not bother me again." Hearing the request from her student, Noah von Trinity smiled happily and said, "But then you won't get a reward, and you should get gifts for good deeds." Hearing the girl's remark, Knox folded his arms in front of him and looked away, noting the lack of a reward many times better than returning home with just my head, and once things had gone this far. In response to her student's remark, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Magic is now moved. Any lost limb is easy to get back, although I'm not sure it works with the head as well." Hearing the dean's joyful exclamation, Knox clenched his hand into a fist and asked, "Are you seriously saying this to the student's face?" Ignoring the boy's angry statement, the professor sat down on the couch and said, "But by the way, if you had a chance to get the award and return from the Talon alive, what would you do?" After receiving a question from one of the four wise men, Knox said that such an outcome was generally impossible, after which the girl held out the magic bowl to him with a sly smile on her face. Having completed the recollection of the moment of receiving this magical object, Knox mentally said the crystal gave me Noah von Trinity was something like a device for communication over long distances. Continuing to think about this magic ball, Knox added in his head that unlike other artifacts, you can pour mana into it and transfer it. The next moment, turning his gaze to the tired Prince Louis, who had calmed down in a moment, Knox added in his head as well. Continuing to watch the disgruntled face of his opponent, he mentally added, even a prince would not dare to rebel against the leader of the Eldane Academy and one of the four sages. Having finished his thoughts on the situation, Knox looked away and said, "Is there any use in you?" To which Noah exclaimed, "Knox, you know I hear everything." Immediately after she said that, the girl smiled slyly and said, "Oh, but if you don't need my help anymore, then..." Before she could finish, Knox said anxiously, "I do." The next moment, deciding to somehow take a more favorable position in this situation, Prince Louis spoke heavily to Dean Noah. Continuing to express his opinion, the first prince added that it was just a misunderstanding. "If I knew how much Knox was a dear student to you, I would never have done it." Before the boy could finish his thought, the girl interrupted him and said, "What, Dean? Don't act like you know me. I was close to your father, not you, and you're not even my student." Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, one of the four wise men added a scoundrel, which made the prince seriously nervous. Trying to somehow make amends to the girl, Louise suddenly said, "Please accept my apologies. How can I appease your anger?" To which the girl replied, "Please." Continuing the dialogue with the first prince, Noah von Trinity smiled and added, "I want you to ask him for forgiveness if you can. I will close my eyes to what happened." When Knox heard the girl's demand, he smiled awkwardly and said in his head, "I didn't even expect her to apologize to me." Feeling angry that he would have to humiliate himself in front of Knox, the prince was a little angry and then resignedly said, "I'm sorry." Hearing the words of apology from his opponent, Knox said with a smile on his face, "Your Highness, I forgive you from the bottom of my generous and magnanimous heart," after which Noah joyfully remarked how shameless he was. Continuing her mockery of the prince along with Knox, the girl added, "I will be watching the fight. I hope you finish it fairly and remove the barrier," to which the prince replied with a grudging yes. Following the girl's order, Louis said, "Understood," and as soon as the barrier began to dissipate, Knox jumped out of his seat and prepared to strike again. At the moment when the barrier was about to dissipate, Knox struck a final blow that neutralized the overconfident prince and knocked him out. When the barrier completely dissipated, all the spectators saw Knox standing on his feet and the prince lying unconscious at his feet. Angry at the outcome of this fight, Louis's henchmen began to shout angrily that the bastard of the Dark family had wounded the prince. How the hell is that possible? At the same moment, Princess Penelope, who was also looking at the picture in the arena, exclaimed in surprise how he could do it, and then Echidna added that Knox might have 2 lives. Standing up from her chair and leaning toward the arena, the princess added in embarrassment, Echidna had to have some kind of ace up his sleeve to do this. Continuing to stare at the boy who had just won a duel against the prince, Penelope added in her head that she couldn't believe the power of the Dark family was felt even in the Archime Empire, which meant he had support on the side. Having finished her reflections on Knox's capabilities, the princess confidently said, "I will definitely get him no matter what it takes." Hearing her princess's wishes, Echidna turned her gaze to her and said, "I don't really want to admit it, but Knox's abilities are really something." The next moment, Echidna, immersed in a memory, recalled the moments of the boy's activities in the forest. Immediately after switching to the events that took place during the monster's attack on Eleanor, Echidna added, "or on the qualifying test." When she finished recalling those incidents, she turned her gaze to the arena and added that it was obvious after the fight that Knox was not going to join the prince. Hearing the remarks from her subject, Princess Penelope realized whose side Nox had taken and smiled gently. The next moment, turning her head to Echidna, the princess said, "Let's go take care of something." Having received the order from her princess, Echidna looked at Penelope with a surprised look and asked what you were up to. Hearing the question asked by her faithful servant, the princess leaned over to Yehuda and told her in her ear her plan, after which the subject was astonished to hear her say that. Having heard the whole plan of Princess Echidna, you added in astonishment, "You are now serious." At the same time, one of the imperial knights ran to the prince, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and shouted, "Take the prince to the medical wing immediately so that he does not suffer any complications." Seeing that the maids were standing there in confusion, not knowing what to do, the commander of the knights shouted out again immediately. At the same time, gathering all the spectators who were present at the duel around him, the chief butler said, "You must not tell anyone about what you have seen." Rising from her seat and watching the commotion in the arena with a smile on her face, the princess heard Prince Louis say, "Please come to your senses." As soon as the maids ran to the loser to try to bring him to his senses, shouting, "Prince Louis, please wake up," Nox stormed off the training ground. In the evening, Nox went back to his room, where he wanted to go to bed to rest, but before going to sleep, he began to remember what he had experienced that day. Putting his hand to his face and sighing heavily, the boy said he barely managed to survive. The next moment, gritting his teeth in frustration and remembering the moment when the barrier was deployed in the arena, Nox added what a crazy guy Louis was. Continuing his recollections of the events of today, Nox added unhappily that it was now clear why he was the messenger of the worst of the endings. The next moment, Nox reached for the magical artifact he had obtained from the treasury of Eldane Academy and spoke a protest in his head. Thinking back to the girl he often chose as his mentor while playing the game, Nox added in his head, "But now there is no doubt that this is her field." Holding the magical artifact in front of him in his field of vision, Nox smiled and added in his head it would be very useful in the future from about the second half of the game. Once again, plunging into memories and recalling the easy confrontation with the first prince of the empire, Nox confidently said, "Thanks to her participation, I will deal with the prince quite easily." The next moment, leaning back a little on the tub and sighing nervously, the boy said, "But you can't expect to be as lucky in the future." A few seconds later, a knock on his door interrupted his thoughts and made him alert. Gritting his teeth and reaching for his sword, Nox said in his head, "The bastard has already come for revenge, and they won't even let me rest." Prepared for the sudden start of the battle with the enemies, Nox got out of bed and asked who was there. After receiving a question from the boy inside the room, Yehidna took it upon herself to say to Nox von Reinhofer, "I am the princess who wishes to speak with you in private." Surprised at who exactly decided to visit him, Nox asked Yehuda in surprise and then mentally said that it was not the prince. Immediately after quickly realizing the guests at such a late hour, Nox asked again right away. When she heard the question from the guy in the room assigned to him, she answered the same way right then and there. Looking down after receiving the answer, the boy said in his head, "I have a bad feeling about this." Without thinking long about the decision, Nox took hold of the door handle and opened it, saying, "You can come in," and then saw the princess and Echidna on the threshold of his room. Having received permission to visit the boy's room, the princess did not hesitate to go inside, leaving her subject in the corridor. When Penelope went inside, Nox closed the door behind him to have a private conversation that the princess needed. Once alone, Nox brought his sword down to the ground and asked what had happened to the princess. Trying to figure out the purpose of the lady's visit to his room at such a late hour, Nox added, "If you've come to interrogate me about the fight with the prince, I've already settled it." When she heard Nox's question, the princess looked back and smiled and asked, "Why don't you stop pretending to be an idiot, Nox?" Unable to understand the sudden reprimand from the visiting princess, the boy asked in surprise what he meant. Then smiling happily, the girl asked, "Can you even imagine me and my brother having a nice dinner together at the same table?" When he heard the question from Princess Nox, he realized that he had made a mistake with his initial judgment and froze in place, after which Penelope said, "Let's sit down." Heeding the girl's suggestion, Nox took his seat on the couch opposite Penelope. Without delaying the intrigue, the guy immediately said, "Princess, it's almost midnight. There's no urgent need for such a late meeting. We'd better arrange a discussion next time." In response to the boy's remark, the princess gently smiled and said, "Now is not the perfect time." Feeling a little nervous and unhappy about the strange visit, Nox wondered in his head how she had only thought of showing up in the middle of the night. The next moment, imagining in his head the approximate consequences of this visit, the boy added that I would be the scapegoat if dirty rumors started to spread. Seeing her interlocutor's dissatisfied expression, the girl suddenly asked why you were worried that a large-scale scandal might start because of this. Looking away so as not to cross his gaze, Nox said unhappily, To be honest, the fact that you visited the room of a member of the Dark family before is quite a bit more than that. Before Knox could finish his thought, the princess interrupted him by saying the same thing, and Knox asked what. Putting her hand on her chest, the princess confidently said with a smile on her face, "There will be a scandal for sure, and that's why I came here." Hearing the strange language from the girl's mouth, Knox wondered in his head what she was talking about. What was so difficult to explain in human terms, or what? The next moment after his thoughts, Knox said, "Princess, please turn your thoughts to what Knox von Reinhofer said with her head down." Hearing the seriousness of the princess's tone, the boy, in full anticipation of what information the princess would reveal to him, said, "I'm listening." The next moment, she opened her eyes and turned her gaze to the guy sitting in front of her, put her hand to her chest, and said to Knox, "Marry me." At the same time, a meeting of all its members was taking place somewhere in the headquarters of the lunatic criminal organization. As soon as a certain number of participants gathered, the leader of the organization said that our incredible recruit was indeed heading to the Ark River. Hearing the question from his leader, Duff turned his gaze to Luna and said, "Apparently that's exactly what it looks like. The Imperial family has given him this opportunity." Upon hearing the confirmation from her subject, Luna folded her arms in front of her and remarked with dissatisfaction, "He believed and went through with it. He must understand the humiliation he will have to go through." Leaning on her arms folded in front of her, one of the members of the lunatic organization said with a sly smile, "I knew it." Joining the conversation between the leader and Marin's subject, one of the lunatic members asked with a sly smile on his face, "Children are useless now that you realize it." Continuing her speech at the meeting of the lunatic members, the girl added, "I understand that the captain took him for her own reasons, but I'm not sure," she said before she could finish as one of the group members interrupted her. "Marin, watch your language." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, participant lunatic Kyle added, "Since when does the captain need your approval to accept someone?" After receiving a remark from a guy who was above her in status, Marin exclaimed in embarrassment, "I didn't mean it like that, Vice Captain." In response to the girl's excuse, the vice president said in a stern tone that disrespect is unforgivable, especially in organizations like ours that are being hunted by the Empire. Intervening in the dispute between her subjects, the captain of the organization said in a stern tone that the topic with the new recruit had already been closed. At the same moment, another member of the lunatic leaned his hook against the wall and began to pull it behind him and said, "But Captain," having attracted the attention of the participant, lunatic Craig Oil smiled and added that Marin was also partly right about something. Continuing to express his opinion about the new recruit, Craig added that the lunatic lineup hasn't changed in 1,000 years, so why are you suddenly hiring someone all of a sudden? With a disgruntled cackle after the question asked by her subject, Luna turned her gaze to the boy and said, "I'm interested in this." Hearing the reason why the captain accepted the new member, Kagoyle covered his smile with a hook and said, "I don't believe you would fall in love with an inept boy. It's his family." In response to another remark from her subject, the leader of the organization added that the Reinhofer name does not play any role here. The next moment, recalling a moment from the past, the girl added that even though Theo worked for Lunatic, it seems that the guy himself hates his family. After listening to his commander's story, the vice commander looked down and said in surprise, "It was quite unexpected." Immediately after Kyle's remark, Marin rejoined the conversation and asked if it was worth knowing a little more. Having attracted attention with her question, the girl added, "The reason why the Reinhofers support the criminal organization in our own interest to understand what is going on here." Hearing the proposal from her subject, the leader of the lunatic thoughtfully said an interesting idea. "Well, Marin is right, let's do it. I'll give the newcomer the first task." After the decision to give Knox his first mission was announced, the captain added, "Let's see if he copes with it brilliantly or turns out to be a traitor." Hearing the suggestion that the leader of their organization had just made, Marin shrieked in confusion, and then Luna turned her gaze to her and asked, "Did you say something?" Looking down after the question, Marin said sadly in her head, "Even I got my first mission only a year later." Continuing her thoughts, the girl mentally added, "But we can't help it. We need to understand what's going on," and then said, "I agree." Also joining the words of his comrade Duff, I added, "I agree," and the vice captain spoke similarly. When he heard that everyone supported the proposal, Captain Craigoyle smiled and said, "It looks like a lot of fun is in store, so I'm in." As soon as the decision was made, Luna turned her gaze to the girl and said, "Marin, I entrust this task to you." Smiling happily and extending her hand to the member of her organization, the captain added, "You will be his mentor." Shedding tears of joy at the honor bestowed upon her, Marin exclaimed joyfully, and then Mentor and I mentally exclaimed that I heard words caressing my ears. The next moment, with a sly smile after receiving the honor, Marin said in her head, "I don't know what kind of person you are, but I will show you the greatness of a mentor." Having finished her rejoicing after getting the long-awaited role, Marion asked if she could find out what the task would be. In response to the question, Luna said, "The hidden catacombs of the Academy, we received information that the Academy's management secretly keeps Eldin there." Continuing to announce the details of this mission, the commander added the demon spirit stone of Paimon, one of the 72 demons. After giving the basic mission, Luna began to announce the details and roles, saying the newcomer's task is to buy time while we steal the stone. The next moment, turning her head to the girl, the leader of the group added, "And you will help him, Marin. I can count on you." After receiving the question from her leader, the girl jumped up from her seat and exclaimed, "Of course." At one point, another newly arrived member of the Lunatic League interrupted her friend's joys and said Godspell to Marin. Having attracted everyone's attention, Lunatic Isil added, "Congratulations, you're not the lowest rank among us." Continuing to smile gently, the girl stretched out her hand to Marin and said, "You do your best there." Hearing her friend's words of encouragement, Marin put her hand to her temple and joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, I will give my best to Counselor Ezel." When he received a marriage proposal from Princess Penelope, Nox asked unhappily, "Can I know how you came up with this idea?" Looking down after the question, the girl said, "You know all about my position in the imperial family and my place in the line of succession." Having received an explanation to his question, Nox mentally said, "That's what it's all about," and I was afraid that she had fallen for Nox's pretty face. Continuing the dialogue with the boy, the princess added that now the imperial family is divided into 2 factions. Continuing her dialogue with the boyfriend, Princess Penelope added, "Nowadays there are more and more rumors in the palace that my father, the rabbit Esteban von Arheim, is very weak in health and may very soon vacate the throne." Immediately after this mention, picking up a cup of tea, the girl added, "One of the factions belongs to my brother." Recalling the faction to which her brother and his henchmen belong, the princess added that Prince Louis is the strongest group. Immediately after Penelope looked down, she added to Nox's increasingly detailed knowledge of the details of my other faction, Princess Penelope von Arheim. After listening to the words of the girl who came to him in the middle of the night with a strange offer, Nox asked why you were sharing such important information with me. In response to the question, the princess replied that it was pointless to deny that my position was rather precarious and that my brother had far more advantages as heir than I. Not only was he the eldest son, but his connections with influential nobles also played a role. Continuing to recall everything that is happening behind the scenes, the girl added that they even managed to agree on the awards they will receive when Prince Louis takes the throne. After listening to the princess's stories, Nox suddenly asked if you wanted to become the new empress. Having received this question, the girl said, "I want to," and then laughed awkwardly and added, "But the most important thing is that I will not be able to watch Louis destroy our empire." Looking down, the princess added in a sad tone, "You don't know by hearsay now how cruel he is to people. They are just tools and nothing more." In response to Penelope's words, Nox replied, "I know," after which he mentally said, "Louis is clearly the messenger of the worst ending for a reason, and I saw it for myself." The next moment, Penelope got up from her seat and went to the window and said, "To do this, I need to build up my own strength, the kind of strength that the prince will not want to get, but that he will not dare to challenge." After hearing the definition of what exactly the princess wanted, Nox asked, "Are you hinting at me now?" And she answered, "Yes." Averting his gaze to the side, Nox said, "I'm sorry, of course," but then he mentally said, "For me, a relationship with a princess will not end well, so we need to get off the topic." No sooner had he thought of this than Penelope, not taking her eyes off the window, remarked that a lack of sons or an engagement to a Stilliner heiress was no reason for me to refuse. When Nox heard that his 2 reasons for rejection abruptly disappeared, he received system notifications that said, "You are worried about your acting skills." Turning his gaze to the side and cackling after the warning, Nox mentally said as if the decision had already been made. Without shifting his gaze to Princess Nox, he added in his mind that there was no way to avoid marriage with her, and then asked if you were sure that you were satisfied with my candidacy. Having attracted the girl's attention, Nox added, "I may be quite talented, but I have a terrible reputation." In response to the boy's question, the princess turned to him and said, "I will tell you our plan. Please listen carefully. You saved me in the nameless forest, yes." Looking at the girl who was walking towards him, Nox said so, and then the princess put her hand on Nox's arm and added, "Even though you belong to a dark family, you did everything you could to save me." Feeling something wrong, Nox mentally said it was all true, but why did it sound so wrong, and then said it. Continuing the dialogue with the boy, the princess asked with a gentle smile, "So how do we say whether you fell in love first, or whether I was the first?" Realizing where this conversation was headed, Nox said in shock in his head, "Oh shit," and then asked the princess, "Are you serious?" Then, taking the boy's hand and covering it with her other hand, Princess Penelope said that in the world, everything happens according to the laws, and a member of the imperial family has the right to choose a mate at his own discretion. Continuing her conversation with Knox, the girl looked at him and smiled gently and added, "Who knows, maybe I really could have fallen in love with such a charming face." After a while, when he finally returned to his room in the academy dormitory, Eldane Knox laid down in his bed and breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Jitri appeared in the room carrying a newspaper and spoke to Mr. Knox in surprise, catching his attention. Looking through the news in the current newspaper, the maid added that you have some explaining to do. After her remarks, Jitri continued to look at the news in the newspaper where it was written that Princess Penelope fell in love at first sight with the enemy knight who saved her. This is an article about Princess Penelope, who has recently been involved in a lot of conflicts, and she announced that she will marry the youngest son of the Rheinhafer family, Knox von Rheinhafer, her classmate from Eldane Academy. When Knox heard what his subject had just read to him, he sighed in embarrassment and said that the princess's ability to manage her affairs was even frightening. After hearing a partial explanation, Jitri asked, "I heard that a lot of things happened, but why it ended up like this, I don't understand it at all." Rising from the bed to a sitting position, Knox looked down and said, "Obviously, I'm just a toy in the hands of those who are fighting for the throne." Hearing exactly where her young master had been dragged, Jitri asked anxiously if he was fighting for the throne, and Knox answered in the same way. Continuing his story, Knox mentally added that she was using me to disrupt Prince Louis's coronation and personally gain power, which is why she decided to make me her husband so suddenly. Folding her hands in front of her and looking away, Jitri said thoughtfully, "But I heard that Prince Louis has recently gathered a large army." Knox said, "However, the Rheinhafer family is shrouded in darkness, which is why I did not expect them to cooperate with us." Continuing to express his opinion, the boy said, "And that's why," surprised by his sudden remark, Jitri asked what he was talking about. Then Knox looked away and said in disappointment, "She said I only know how to create problems." Hearing what the young Mr. Jitri had just told her, she smiled nervously, trying to hide her disappointment, not even knowing what to say in the current situation. The next moment, bending his head down and putting his hand to his forehead, Knox indignantly exclaimed, "You're a real bitch, not a princess." Continuing to beat himself up for accepting the role, Knox exclaimed, "She's taking advantage of me because she knows my family abandoned me, damn it." At one point, when he felt something strange near his dormitory, Knox took his hand away from his head and looked toward the window. Immediately after picking up the sword, the boy slowly walked towards the wall so as not to give away his readiness. And at that moment, Jitri asked the young gentleman anxiously. Standing by the window and starting to look out, Knox raised his finger in front of him and poked the girl to make her quiet. As soon as the room was quiet, Knox looked outside and wondered in his head who the strange visitor was at such a late hour. As Knox looked outside, he saw a blood moon and a dark image on the roof of a neighboring house, signaling the beginning of a long-awaited new chapter. Immediately after seeing what he saw, he turned his gaze away from the window and smiled slyly, saying, "I gotcha." Without removing the smile from his face, Knox, whose pupils were stained red, saw the inscription, "Luna notification of the first mission cunning newcomer. You must contact your assistant in the library of the Marin Academy." As soon as Knox stepped away from the window, Jitri immediately peeked in to find out what her young master had seen. At the same time, watching from the roof of the neighboring building, Marin cycled unhappily from the room of Knox, who had just been informed of the first mission. The next moment, she took the binoculars away from her eyes and said, "The rumors were true. He really is a handsome man." Continuing her thoughts while observing the newcomer with whom she had been entrusted with the mission, Marin added, "But he's just a boy, and Miss Luna won't recognize such a weakling." Immediately after her remark, the girl smiled slyly and exclaimed, "Well, there's nothing to be done. You'll have to see for yourself whether he can become the new face of Lunatic." Cleaning up the library with Echidna Knox and sorting through the books, Professor Raz said, "No wonder he's back." Closing another book that was not the one he was looking for, the boy said with a grudging smile that something had to be done about it. In the next moment, Knox recalled the moment when Ras von Celestia shouted out to me, "I need to see the dean immediately." Immediately after his message, handing the pile of books in his hands to Knox, the professor exclaimed in concern, "Excuse me, Knox, the cleaning is on you." After handing over his duties to an assistant who agreed to help him with his research, Professor Ras von Celestia headed for Noah for Trinity and exclaimed, "Goodbye." Having completed these references, Knox said angrily, and before he could finish his statement, Echidna interrupted him, saying, "Hey, but be quiet. You shouldn't talk about the professor like that." Abruptly turning his disgruntled face to the girl, Knox asked if she had any idea how hard it was for the graduates, after which the girl asked the graduates in surprise. Looking away, Knox sighed in frustration and said, "Damn, being the best student is more of a challenge than I could have ever imagined." Continuing to express his indignation over the work he had been dumped on, the guy angrily added, in short, "Just shut up, I can't stand it anymore," and he was well received. After some time of the same type of work with his partner, Knox heard Echidna call out to him, saying, "Hey!" Looking back at the girl who was trying to get his attention, Knox said, "If you're going to say something useless, I'm not listening." Hearing the boyfriend's remark, Echidna suddenly remarked, "Not this time, it seems that we don't like each other." In response to the girl's remark, Knox said unhappily, "Remember what you did to me?" And she put her hand to her chin and said, "In any case." Immediately after looking away, the girl said, "I'm sorry for what happened to the princess, but I don't ask you to understand." Hearing what Echidna had just said, Knox wondered why she was behaving so strangely, and then asked what exactly you were trying to do. When I received a question from the boyfriend, Echidna, trying to resolve the situation that had recently occurred, said, "I know that you already have a fiancé." Continuing her story, the girl added, "I doubt that the princess announced the marriage just to humiliate you." After hearing the girl's remark, Knox said in surprise, "Oh, so you brought up the topic of marriage, and to be honest, I'm a little surprised, but why are you the one apologizing?" Spreading her hands in front of her in response to the question, Echidna answered quite simply, "I am not asking you to be a member of the Dark family to join us." The next moment, bowing her head down and looking away with a guilty look, she added, "I'm just telling you that a princess is not that kind of person." After listening to the girl's remark and continuing to do his work, Knox said, "Do you really care about her?" and then mentally said it again, recalling the moments when things don't go as he expects in relation to several characters. Knox added in his head, "The character is different from how I remember him after many games." Tilting his head down and looking at his hand, Knox added in his head already somehow, "And sadly so is the excitement and empathy I felt as a player," or maybe immediately after his thoughts, clenching his hand into a fist, the guy suddenly exclaimed, "I don't give a damn, I'm sure she had a reason to do that." The next moment, turning his gaze to Echidna, who was standing behind him, the boy confidently added, "All I can do is put away these stupid books, don't pay any attention to me." Surprised by this reaction of the boy to the decisions and actions of her princess, Echidna bowed her head to him and said, "Reinhofer, I am sincerely grateful to you." In response to the girl's gratitude, Knox smiled and said, "Don't talk like that when you put another book on the shelf, just act like you normally do." Immediately after he said that, Knox put the book back in its place and casually glanced at the bookshelf and noticed that one of them was illuminated by the aura of the blood moon. Taking it in his hands and looking at the cover of the book, Knox saw the inscriptions "Marin Contact Established, Task Received." Looking at the inscriptions formed by the mana on the cover of the book, Knox mentally said, "I didn't think they would contact me like this." Holding the book in his hands, the guy headed for the exit and said, "I'm going to go out for a minute to check something," to which Echidna replied, "Do whatever you want." After leaving the library, Knox found a secluded place and opened the book and began to mentally speak to the demon. The stone of Paimon's demonic essence sealed on the night of the bloodshed was hidden in the ground under the academy. As Knox continued to review the details of the mission he had been assigned, he heard Luna's voice in his head, adding that to kidnap him, you must gain information about the inner workings of the academy and capture as many workers as possible. Smiling ominously after receiving this task, Knox mentally said, "Well, it's finally begun, Inner Lunatic, the first main episode of this infernal game." At the same time, somewhere in the women's dormitory, Emma was watching her young lady's condition, which had not changed for a long time, and did not know what to do. At one point, deciding to try a simple dialogue, the girl said, "Miss Thalia, everything is fine with you." Continuing to worry about your young lady, Emma added, "You have been in this state for 2 days now, and you are not feeling well." Seeing no response to her question from the girl who was completely wrapped in a blanket, the maid mentally wondered how Mr. Knox could have gotten mixed up with the princess. The next moment, remembering the newspaper with the news about the marriage, the maid added that no matter how handsome the member of the Dark family was, no one would even think of taking him as her husband. Immediately after thinking of the leader of the Stilliner family and his temper and anger, Emma added in her mind that if the patriarch, who has no love for her, found out about everything, he would definitely finish Mr. Knox. Immediately after her thoughts, Emma tried to do something, but if anything went wrong, there would be a fight between the families. Having finished her thoughts about all that could happen as a result of these events, the maid said to Miss Wace, "Come on, you're done." Immediately after the maid's words, Talia suddenly threw off the blanket and got to her feet. Not understanding what was going on with her mistress, Emma asked Miss Talia in confusion. The next moment she got out of bed and turned to face her maid and said, "Emma," in a hollow voice. When the maid saw her mistress, who was completely devastated, she exclaimed in fright, and then mentally exclaimed how formidable she was. The next moment, Talia put her hand to her chest and smiled, saying, "Today I became an adult." Hearing her mistress's sudden announcement, the maid asked in fright what she meant. When asked a question by her maid, Talia bowed her head down and said, "I learned that what belongs to me can be stolen." Smiling ominously again and returning her fearsome gaze to Emma, Talia added, "My father was right. You need to become strong so that no one steals your property." Hearing Talia's thoughts, which made her think she was an adult, Emma looked at her in confusion and said, "Well, I am." At that very moment, suddenly looking up from the floor at the maid, Talia asked in a menacing tone, "Do you agree with me, Emma?" Without answering the girl's question, the maid saw her slowly walking toward her and began to back away herself. Feeling very anxious about her current situation, Emma scaredly said in her head, "Run away, Mr. Knox." Throwing on the cloak of the members of Lunatic Knights and heading to the meeting place, Archduke Paimon mentally said, thinking over the details of the mission. As he continued to think about the demon they would be hunting tonight, the boy added in his mind the main instigator of the night of bloodshed that had killed Knox's mother. The next moment, remembering another event that was connected with this creature, he mentally added, "and also the creature that gave Noah's life back to her and turned her into a child." Continuing to think about the correctness and appropriateness of actions when meeting this creature, Knox mentally said the first option was to finish it off. Keeping his gaze on the fountain where he was supposed to meet his partner, Knox added mentally, "Of course, that would be impossible if I used only force." Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added that it would be great luck to accidentally increase the characteristics in the Ark River. Starting to fantasize, Knox remembered his entry into the river, after which notifications appeared in front of him. "You have discovered a hidden fragment. You have entered the Ark River. You have increased the random indicator by 2, mana increased by 1. The next moment, remembering another moment when he could increase his characteristics, Knox said that was not all, and then began to recite the spell. Upon completion of the spell reading, the boy received a notification that said, "Hidden fragment activated. You have received the mouth of the dragon, the language of lost ancient magic." Immediately after receiving the new power, Knox happily said in his head, if there hadn't been talk of a wedding with the princess, he would have made a good catch. At one point, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a voice from behind him saying, "You made it in time. I thought you would get lost." Looking back and seeing the girl at the top of the fountain, Knox asked Marin this. Smiling happily after receiving the question, the girl said, "Yes, that's my code name." Immediately after answering the question about her identity, the girl put her finger forward and said, "But you're talking too disrespectfully. Listen to me." Continuing to reprimand Knox for his unconventional behavior, Marin added, "I'm your mentor and archer, I get it." When Knox heard the girl's remark, he asked her unhappily and then mentally said, "Well, Marin is actually one of the most harmful characters in Lunatic." Using the skill Vision, Knox saw the name Marin, age 17, gender female, main element, water skills, positive not sadness, strong desire, can be trusted, sensitivity, Omana archery, genius negative, jumps to conclusions, feelings of inferiority, likes to be in charge, seasickness, passive shooting adjustment, auto sight, active water shot. After reviewing the girl's characteristics, Knox mentally said one of the most annoying skills in the game, Inner Lunatic, and it was. Smiling happily after meeting the boy, Marin exclaimed, "You are now my ward, so be respectful." Hearing the girl's instruction, Knox sighed and said, "That's a commander," and then mentally added, "She sure as hell likes to be in charge." Hearing the words that had just come out of her ward's mouth, the girl indignantly exclaimed that she loved to command number. Continuing to express her opinion about the remark, Marin pointed her finger in Knox's direction and exclaimed that the world is stupid. Showing absolutely no emotion in his conversation with his mentor, Knox said, "You seem to really like to bore and talk about all sorts of nonsense." In response to the remark from her ward, the girl folded her arms in front of her and said, "Well, you should respect me." The next moment, bowing her head down, the girl added, "I joined Lunatic a few years before you did, and I'm 2 years older." When I heard another remark from my commander, Knox said with a grudging smile, and from the first time I heard it, I wondered what would change if a lowlife like me respected you. When she received a question from her subject, who was trying to override her wishes in every way possible, she nervously exclaimed, "But that's the rule of the sleepwalker." At one point, noticing the presence of third parties near him, Knox put his finger to his mouth and said, "Stop, someone's coming. Let's go to the hiding place." Hearing the command from her subject, the girl with a certain indignation at one point became quiet, watching Knox with confused eyes. The next moment, Marin sighed and began to take a scroll out of her inventory, exclaiming, "I'm only agreeing so easily because this is your first mission." Immediately after she said that, the girl pulled out a teleportation scroll that appeared in front of Knox to move to the hiding place. The next moment, pointing to the magical object, Marin said, "Let's go to the hiding place like you suggested earlier." As soon as Nox took the magical object in his hands, the girl added, "But first tear it open," after which Nox smiled and mentally said a low-grade spatial teleport scroll. The next moment, having unsealed the scroll and torn it into two parts to activate it, the guy added in his head that the relationship between this world and the game did not change much. A few seconds after the scrolls were activated, a couple of lunatic members began to vanish into thin air in the Academy Square. At the same time, their images began to appear somewhere in the basement of the Academy, followed by a very unpleasant sound coming from Marin. Wiping away her drool after vomiting, she sighed heavily and said, "I've done this so many times before, and I still can't get used to this damn spatial teleport." Having cleaned herself up, the girl pointed to a place where she could sit comfortably and said, "Sit down, even though you've already been given the details of the first mission. I'll go over them again, so listen carefully." After telling us what we were going to talk about, Marin put her hand to her mouth and, coughing a little, said this. The next moment, removing her hand from her face, her mentor smiled slyly and said, "You have heard about the night of bloodshed before, right?" In response to a question from his mentor, Nox said, "Yes, I've heard of it." Immediately after giving his answer, Nox began to recall this event, adding that Dean Noah, the Sword Emperor Celsus, and my father Theo worked together and barely managed to seal Archduke Paimon. Continuing to tell the details of this day of judgment, the boy added that the night they gathered to defeat the demon was called the Night of Bloodshed. After receiving a full story about this historical event, the girl bowed her head down and said correctly, "Paimon is a very dangerous creature." Continuing his part of the story, Nox added that it was a monster that some of the continent's strongest men could barely stop. Recalling the details of this story, the boy added that the problem was that the stone of the demonic entity that restrained Paimon was lost in the midst of the battle. Keeping his gaze on the girl who was assigned to him as a partner for the first mission, Nox said he had been looking for a long time and found it under the academy. Sitting at the table with his partner, Nox asked Lunatic if they wanted us to create a distraction while they destroyed the stone, to which Marin replied, "You just grab it on the fly." The next moment, she put her hand to her chest and smiled happily and said, "If you don't pay attention to your careless manner of communication, you're not so useless after all." In response to his mentor's remark, Nox looked away and said, "Let's ignore these little things," to which Marin exclaimed irritably. Trying not to make a big deal of it and ignoring the girl's exclamations, Nox asked if we had decided on the dates of the stone's theft. In response to a question from her trainee, the mentor answered with a grudging response, like the nightly self-governance of the Eldin Academy. Continuing the dialogue with the subject, Marin added, "Your task will be to keep the other students and instructors in one place." When Nox heard about his part of the work in this plan, he said, "Well, it seems like it's not difficult, but it's possible." Continuing the dialogue, Nox mentioned some of the risks that will definitely arise in the future, adding that Paimon will be resurrected in the process of destroying the stone. When Marin received the question from her subject, she smiled slyly and said, "It's obvious that you don't even know how good Luna is." Continuing to boast of being the leader of her group, Marin added she was the youngest of the three Sword Emperors, the savior of this decaying continent. Continuing her self-confident speech, Marin added with a smile on her face that this would never happen in her life. Looking away from his smug mentor, Nox thought to himself, "It would be nice if everything happened exactly as Marin said, but this is simply unacceptable." Continuing his thoughts, Yu Chan, having run ahead of the game's plot, added in his head that this is the episode in which Paimon will be resurrected despite the fact that he is not yet fully recovered. Any slightest mistake will completely destroy the academy and everything around it. Recalling the plot of Inner Lunatic and the fate that awaits him in the near future, the boy added in his head, "This is the first part of the main episode of the Rookie Killer's Night of Maze and Bloodshed." Tilting his head down and closing his eyes in a moment of reflection, Nox added in his head, "I must act as both a hero and a villain to save all the characters." Thinking about his next plan of action, Nox added in his head, "I need to concentrate," and then turned his gaze to Marin and said, "I've heard everything I need to hear." And at the same time, somewhere in the dungeon continuing to implement its sinister plan, the year finally spoke. Upon completion of his work, the boy looked at the red crystal ball and said, "Archduke, all you have to do is wipe everything off the face of the earth as you did in the past." Hearing the voice of his henchman, the voice from the orb spoke, "It sounds pretty good. Because of those damn rats, it will be hard to achieve a full resurrection, but it should be enough." Immediately after his thoughts, the demon Archduke turned his gaze to the boy standing in front of him and asked him, "Your name is Rick, right?" And he bowed and said yes. Keeping his devilish eye on the henchman who helps him to be reborn in this world again, the Archduke added, "If everything goes well, you can become a real demon and not just be possessed. Continuing his conversation with the henchman who was following his orders to achieve his cherished dream, the demon added, "Only don't disappoint me," after which Hausschultz-Deneffer smiled slyly. The next day, after a lot of events that have happened to the characters recently, Knox arrives at the academy and accidentally meets Princess Eleanor and Thalia. Surrounded by girls, the boy saw the tense atmosphere between them and clenched his teeth, waiting to see what would happen next. At one point, breaking the silence, Princess Penelope looked at Talia and said, "I'm sorry, Talia, I hope you understand." The next moment, putting her hand to her chest, the princess added with absolute misunderstanding of the whole situation that people cannot control their feelings. Hearing what Penelope had just said, Knox turned his gaze to her and asked the princess in concern. Immediately afterward, the boy turned his gaze to the girl he was engaged to and said, "Talia," in a worried voice. In response to hearing her name called by Knox, Talia only giggled ominously. Realizing what this laughter could mean in this situation, Knox said in his head, "What the hell?" Keeping his gaze on the ominous figure of the bride, handpicked by his family, Knox added in his head, "I forgot to think about how she would react to this." Watching the eye contact between his ex-girlfriend and his current girlfriend, Knox mentally said to himself, "How did I ever get into this?" At the same time, when he saw that the academic records of the Academy's best students had already been posted, one of the students exclaimed, "Hey, did you hear that?" Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy continued to live in anticipation of the results and added that there was news about the 7 best students with the highest grades. Hearing his friend's sentence, another guy asked about the night self-management, and I heard that they would get extra points after it, after which the third guy sighed in disappointment and exclaimed, "Damn, it could have been me if I had tried a little harder." In response to his friend's remark, the four-eyed man replied, "No, you couldn't. You're not even in the middle of the list." After which another guy remarked that the nobles had taken high places from the very beginning. Continuing his constructive conversation with his comrades, the bespectacled man added that we commoners will not be able to get into the top 7 even if we study well. After receiving a remark from his friend, the guy said, "Hey, do you really think I didn't understand that? I'm just outraged." After which the bespectacled man added that nobles care only about themselves and talk about class equality, and then he stood up. Hearing the conversations of the commoners near her, a girl in a group of her friends asked what was the difference between this place and the rest of the world. In response to the question, one of the students, after reviewing the results, said, "How do we know what the elite thinks?" When she heard her friend's question, she covered her palm with her hand and asked how the top 7 were selected and what the requirements were. After receiving the question, he threw his arm behind his neck and thoughtfully said, "I guess I'm getting good grades." And then a guy nearby shedding tears and exclaimed, "It doesn't matter who you are, only your grades matter." The next moment, turning his gaze to the boy who had attracted everyone's attention by being among the top students, the boy added, "But I least expected to see him in the top 7. Looking down at Knox, who was also in the top 7 students, someone in the crowd whispered, "Reinhafer family scum." Tilting his head down after hearing the conversations about himself behind his back, Knox mentally said, "As usual, everything ends up with talk about me. I don't want to attract too much attention, but it can't be helped." Continuing his thoughts, Knox again began to recall the plot of the game, mentally saying the most important thing for the passage of the episode with Paimon. Looking away from the excellent grade, the boy mentally added that, as ridiculous as it sounded, if my performance was not unquestionable, I would not be able to get into the Night Council, and then I would not be able to keep the other characters in one place. As Knox finished his thoughts, he heard people whispering near him again, where a whisper from the group said this asshole was so annoying. Clenching his teeth in anger, one of the students, envying Knox's position, said that he was lucky to be born into an influential family and to have a face, and that is why he was so proud. Hearing the question from his friend, the four-eyed man behind him said, "I think so." When he received the answer from his friend, the boy looked back at him and angrily shouted, "The enemy of the human race, don't give in to him." Hearing the loud exclamations of one of the students who was speaking violently about Knox, the guy said, "You idiot, don't you know the latest rumors?" Immediately afterwards, the guy leaned over to the screamer and pointed his thumb at Knox and said, "Knox is the princess's fiancé. You'll die if you piss him off." At the same time, another guy who had just heard the news exclaimed in confusion, "Hey, he can hear it." Turning his gaze back without turning his head, Knox said in his head, "I've heard it all before, assholes." The next moment, exhaling heavily and remembering Commander Luna, Knox mentally told me not to let the relationship with Lunatic break down. The next moment, turning his gaze to the list of the best students, where he was at the top of the list, Knox mentally added, "In any case, they are the rope I will use to get out of the Reinhofer family." After reviewing the ranking list on the way back, Knox added in his head, "I definitely have to stop Paimon's resurrection on the last day of the Knight's Vigil week." Standing in front of the former and the latter, Knox said in his head, "Damn it, I forgot to check who was on the list after me." The next moment, with his head down and a disappointed sigh, Knox added, "I feel like I'm in a TV show right now." Observing this tense situation, the boy added to the confrontation between his ex-girlfriend and his current girlfriend in his head. He pressed his lips and hand into a fist and said in his head, "Damn, the worst thing about this situation is that I didn't do anything wrong." Standing in front of Princess Penelope and smiling into her eyes, Talia said, "I understand, Princess. I don't want to be rude, but I don't want to be rude." The next moment, returning her gaze to the already worried boy, Talia added, "Knox is a very good man, and I know why you like him." Hearing what Knox's rival and ex-girlfriend Penelope had just told her, Penelope exclaimed, "Thank you for understanding." Immediately after thanking the princess, Talia put her hand to her chest and added with a sinister smile, "But I hope you don't think I'll give up so easily." Hearing the exclamation from her rival, the princess froze in place, and Echidna, who was standing behind her, clenched her teeth in concern. Continuing the dialogue with her rival for the role of Knox's girlfriend, Talia added that in the Stiller family, victory has a special meaning and it also applies to people. When Penelope heard the remark from her fiancé's ex-girlfriend, she smiled and said, "Well, I wish you luck." The next moment, turning her back on the girl, the princess passed Knox and said, "I heard that your parents organized this wedding." Continuing to move away from the slowly escalating conflict, Penelope added, "It seems that someone took it too seriously." As soon as the princess and Echidna headed for the exit, leaving Knox alone with Talia, the boy said, "I had hoped that things would go differently." As soon as he said this, he noticed a red manno on the window with the inscription, "The vault is planning to discuss the details of the operation as soon as possible." After receiving the message, Knox quickly went to the vault where the dialogue was to take place without hesitation. As Knox walked down the hallway, he suddenly heard a voice coming from somewhere above him saying, "Hey, new guy," and then Knox looked up. Noticing Marin sitting somewhere on the top floor of the hideout, Knox heard her ask in a disgruntled voice, "Hey, what the hell?" The next moment, jumping down, she added, "What have you done? Why are there rumors about your marriage to a princess at the academy? You're completely crazy." After receiving a remark from his mentor, Knox asked, "So you've heard it before?" "Well, to be honest, I have no idea how it happened either." Continuing the dialogue on the topic of recent rumors that have spread through the academy, the boy added that it seems the princess is trying to use me as a bargaining chip to keep the prince in line. After hearing the explanation of the situation at the academy, the girl said, "Hey, do you think I invited you here to listen to something so obvious?" In response to the girl's remark, Knox said, "Maybe we should talk about the mission instead." Після висунутої пропозиції від свого підопічного дівчина вигукнула, «Оце вже ні спершу я повинні зрозуміти, що відбувається, я все ж таки приглядаю за капітаном Луною». The next moment, jabbing Knox with her finger, Marin added, "Until we figure out what kind of person you are, I can't accept you." Hearing disgruntled exclamations from his mentor, Knox remarked that the top had already decided everything, to which Marin replied that it was my job to decide what to do with my ward. The next moment, drawing her bow and preparing for battle, she added, "I need to see if you are worthy of joining the lunatic to make sure you don't betray us." Hearing his mentor's exclamation, Knox threw his arm behind his neck and bowed his head down and sighed heavily. The next moment, reaching for his weapon and exposing the blade of his sword, the boy said, "I hope you won't regret this later." In response to her opponent's remark, Marin, having fired the first arrow at Knox, smiled haughtily and exclaimed that it was actually my words. Noticing the danger in front of him, Knox quickly deflected the arrow that was heading for him with a swift swing of his sword and moved to close in to make a lunge. Noticing that Knox had come close to her in a short period of time, Marin jumped back to avoid being hit and began to aim her arrow again. Preparing to make the next shot at her ward, the girl confidently exclaimed, "I'll give in, so don't die there by accident." Watching the arrow fly in his direction, Knox said in his head Marin wasn't bluffing. Continuing his reflections during the duel with his mentor, the boy mentally added that he was a descendant of the legendary people of the vanished sea race. The next moment he turned his gaze to the girl who was preparing to fire another arrow. Knox added in his mind that since Marin had inherited their blood, the power of her water shot was simply unattainable. Even the Moon Captain lunatic could not completely deflect such an attack. The next moment, activating the skill of acting so as not to show his excitement, Knox broke the distance and added in his head that it was better not to provoke her. Immediately after his thoughts, seeing that another arrow was about to reach him, Knox prepared to repel the attack but thought better of it. Having blocked the shot that had just missed him, the boy said in his head, "I will not be able to win Marin's trust with my current abilities, and it is highly likely that this episode will end in disaster." Taking up a fighting stance and preparing for his opponent's next attack, Knox mentally added to the battle, Having considered all possible developments, the boy, holding a sword in front of him, said that he just needed to defeat the piss, and then waved the weapon in front of him. After the active shelling of Nox stopped, Marin said that the captain may have recognized you, but your rank is still low. Looking at her mentee, who took a strange stance for her, Marin asked what kind of position this was, and I needed a clear explanation. By taking out the arrow again and pulling the string of her bow, the girl added to your relationship with the princess as well. The next moment, the girl fired a water arrow at her subject again and added everything that was happening around you. Continuing her dialogue with the ward during the battle, Marin asked if you could confirm that everything that happened was just a coincidence. Continuing to block his mentor's attacks, Nox asked, "You just don't want to believe me, or I'm wrong? If that's the case, then I don't need to explain anything." After receiving a remark from her ward, Marin pulled the string of her bow again and prepared for the next attack, saying, "Well, we'll see how long your arrogance will last." As a result of her attack, the girl formed a water balloon around Nox to keep him inside and cut off from oxygen. At that very moment, looking down, Nox asked in a menacing tone, "Do you really think that such a small thing can work on me?" Immediately after his question, Nox swung his sword and in an instant dispersed Marin's water balloon, turning it into steam. Seeing that Nox had freed himself from her water balloon, the girl prepared to fire another shot and said, "I didn't think so. I just needed you to open up." Seeing that the girl's next attack was coming at him from the blind spot, Nox had no choice but to use his trump card. The next moment, after using the skill, Nox received a notification, "Time Lord's skill activated, your sense of time has slowed down." Dodging Marin's attack from behind his back, the boy mentally said he didn't want to reveal his abilities yet, but what could he do? Seeing that her sudden attack from behind on Nox had no effect, Marin said in her head, "There are less than 10 meters between us," but he managed to dodge it. At the same moment, Nox swung his sword and gathered all his strength in one moment and made a swing. As a result of this attack, the cutter headed in the direction of the girl and ran into a water vortex, which Marin used to protect herself. A few seconds later, the girl appeared in the fog behind her ward and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" As she approached the boy closer and closer, the girl added, "A 15-year-old boy cannot possess such strength." Looking at her ward with a stern look, the girl asked what the hell you were going to join Lunatic for, what the hell you wanted. Without hearing a single word in response, the girl smiled slyly and added, "But it doesn't matter. I'll figure it out myself." Immediately after her self-confident words, the girl pointed her bow in the air and fired a shot, resulting in 4 water vortices. Noticing the danger around him, Nox concentrated his mana in his hand and released his magic spears in the direction of the enemy's magic. Continuing the confrontation with her ward, who did not give up, Marin mentally said Nox is dangerous. Breathing heavily during a long fight with her ward, the girl has made up her mind and is not trying to use Lunatic for her own purposes. Seeing another of her arrows deflected by the magic spear, Marin was impressed and added in her head that he was talented enough to be a threat to Captain Luna if he betrayed her. Clenching her teeth after another unsuccessful attack, she said in her head, "He's a jerk, he's giving in, but why is he holding back to take advantage of us later? Or maybe it's because I'm also a member of the Lunatic." Putting his sword in front of him again after another repulsion of the girl's attack, Nox mentally said, "Yes, and if you keep thinking, it's hard for me to keep my temper." Hearing the indignant tone from her mentor, the girl exclaimed in embarrassment, "I knew it! How dare you fool your mentor!" The next moment, gritting her teeth and looking at Nox with a hurt look, Marin thought, "I can't beat him. I don't know if it's the difference in our talents or not, but I'm sure of one thing for sure. If I don't give it my all, I'll lose." Immediately after these thoughts, the girl remembered her comrades from the organization and said, "No, not every member of Lunatic can die in battle." Having finished her thoughts on the chances of Marin's victory, Nox von Reinhofer suddenly said to Nox von Reinhofer, "I cannot recognize you as a member of Lunatic." The next moment, ready to use her unique skill, she added, "You are a true virtuoso, but your intentions and actions are not clear to me, so I will follow Lunatic's instructions and get rid of you as a dangerous person." Immediately after the words were spoken, waves began to rise around Marin and an unreal amount of mana began to concentrate. Watching this action take place before his eyes, Nox mentally said, "Here it is, the technique of the sea race, the water shot. If I am hit in this state, I will die instantly." Staying in one place and watching the trajectory of the shot, Nox added in his head, "I'm not sure I can dodge, but I have nowhere to go." Having made his decision, the boy raised his sword in front of him and prepared to block and deflect the attack. At one point during the arrow's flight, its trajectory changed dramatically after it was hit by a third party's dagger. When she saw that her arrow had just been deflected, she suddenly became confused, and then a voice asked Marin what she was doing. Drawing attention to herself by the sudden interruption of the battle, Luna, standing on the second floor, added, "I asked you to complete the mission with your ward." Continuing to look at the girl with a menacing gaze, Captain Lunatic added, unless there was something in my snarl about eliminating him. When asked by her leader why she had interfered in the unauthorized battle she had organized, Marin screamed out to the captain in fright. Also turning his head in the direction of the leader of the group, Lunatic Nox said, "I welcome you, Captain." Continuing to express her dissatisfaction with what she had just seen, Luna said, "Novice, that goes for you too." Looking at her subjects, one of whom was very nervous about this development, the captain added, "If you don't explain everything properly, I'll be very sorry." Drilling her eyes into her subjects who started a battle while preparing for an important mission, Luna added in a menacing tone of voice that punishment awaits you both. Jumping down to her charges, Captain Lunatic added was ordered to deal with the newcomer and distract the attention of the Academy's staff and students. Immediately after her words, Luna turned her gaze to Marin, who had presumably organized the show, and asked in a menacing tone if I had told her to do something else. With her head down in guilt, Marin said guiltily, "I'm sorry, I wanted to make sure he was truly loyal to our organization." In response to her subjects' excuses, Luna said in a stern tone that only the captain of the organization should decide. That is, I am not you. The next moment, Luna held out her dagger in front of her, which she used to knock down the arrow's flight path, and then she added a little more, and look, the blade was damaged despite the wrong trajectory. Continuing to reprimand her subject, the captain of the organization said with so much force you were going to finish him off. Continuing to load Marin, the captain asked if my guess was correct, and the girl looked down at him guiltily without saying a word in her defense. The next moment, Luna turned her gaze to the boy behind her and added, "I understand, I agree, Nox hasn't shown us everything." Immediately after her words, Luna looked at Marin again with a menacing glare and added, "But you crossed the line. There is only one scenario in which one member is allowed to eliminate another, and I think you remember it that way." Without raising her gaze to the captain, the girl said guiltily, "Only if one of the members betrayed the organization." Having received the answer to her question, Luna did not take her eyes off the culprit of this event and said, "Don't make any more mistakes. This is a warning." The next moment, looking back at Nox, the captain added, "Rookie, this also applies to you," to which he replied, "I will remember your words." After a lot of scolding about what had happened, Luna finally softened her tone a bit and turned her head to Nox and asked the newcomer if he wanted to go for a walk. Not understanding what this invitation was for, Nox decided not to refuse the offer and spoke well. Once they were outside where no one else could hear them, Luna walked ahead of them and said, "Understand, I had to warn you both to maintain discipline." Bending my head down after hearing the words of my Captain Nox, I said, "I am a lowlife who has ruined my life so badly that warnings cannot scare me." Hearing the remark from a member of her organization, Luna turned her thoughtful gaze to him and said something interesting. Hearing his leader's surprised tone, Nox shrugged and said that everything was fine. Marin just didn't feel trusted by me. In response to Nox's words, Luna said, "She's not usually like that, but I can't tell you the details yet. But she does have a reason for behaving this way, and I hope you understand." Immediately after her words, the girl smiled slyly and said yes, and drawing Nox's attention to her, she added, "Now you owe me your life." After such a loud statement of duty, the captain of the organization, recalling the moment of the last attack of the subject, said that Marin Arrow, if it had hit you, you would have died for sure. Hearing the warning about the power of his mentor's latest attack, Nox said in a gleeful tone that sounded terrifying, Seeing the guy's strange reaction to the news, Luna asked him in surprise that he wasn't surprised to hear that because of my lifestyle, I have been on the verge of death so many times that it is all commonplace for me. Smiling happily after hearing the boyfriend's remark, Luna said in a bored tone, "I can see why Marin doesn't like you." The next moment, opening her eyes and looking down, the girl said in a stern tone, "Only one arrow." And then Nox turned his head to Luna and said, "I'm sorry, you were saying something." Stopping on the spot after receiving the question, Luna said the reason why Marin was able to join Lunatic with only one arrow. Continuing her story about her recent phrase, the girl added just one arrow, and the destructive power that Marin has been preparing for so long is on a whole other level. Continuing to look at the road in front of us, Captain Luna added this arrow so strong that even I can't completely block it. Hearing the story from his captain, Nox mentally said as I thought, obviously that's why my sword broke. Immediately after his thoughts, realizing the power of Marin, Nox added in his head, however, it is strange Marin is so strong, however, why she does not appear in the main episode. Continuing to talk about his subject, Luna said, the marine race Marin, the last descendant of the people who could fully control water and arrows. The next moment, turning her gaze to the boy, the captain added that this was why she could use such a strong technique, but then suddenly fell silent. Adding information from the game's plot in his head, Nox mentally said the sea race was a special people among all the disappeared ones. Its people appeared in the background of the lunatic story, but not in the main episode. Immediately after his thoughts, the boy put his hand to his chin and said, "The next time I fight her, I won't give her time to use this arrow." When Captain Luna heard the option of confronting the strongest marine equipment, she smiled slyly and said, "What a rascal." The next moment, she touched her finger to Knox's forehead and added that you shouldn't even think about fighting her. As Knox instinctively stepped back, Luna added, "You know how dangerous she can be when she's in a rage? Like I said, you could have really died." After listening to his leader's reprimand, the boy put his hand to his forehead and straightened his hair, breathing a sigh of relief. Immediately after, turning his head to the side, Knox exclaimed, "Wow, this place is bigger than I expected," and Luna sighed in offense. Starting to walk toward his dorm, Knox smiled slyly and said in his head, "One powerful attack is a good trump card I can use." At one point, hearing strange sounds behind him, the boy stopped in his tracks and looked back at Luna, who was still standing in the same place. Continuing to look at his commander, Knox heard the newcomer, "And you are strong enough." By continuing to make eye contact with the boy, Luna even managed to calm Marin down when she got angry. The next moment, looking away, she added, "You're also cool enough to put your opponent in his place without any delay." Looking away after receiving a lot of nice words in his address, Knox awkwardly said something like, "You flatter me too much." Immediately after the boy's remark, the captain said in a stern tone, "That's why I need to ask you to fulfill one of my requests." Standing on the bridge and continuing her conversation, the leader of the organization added that if you think Marin might go into a rage during the mission, you should not hesitate. Immediately after her words, looking at the guy with a serious look, the girl said without any hesitation, "Finish her off, only you can do it." While giving a lesson in the classroom, the professor stood at the blackboard and said that one can become a great knight or a magician only by opening one's upper central and lower energy core. Continuing to lecture to a narrow circle of students, the professor added that talent is certainly important, but only those who work hard will succeed. Sitting in the audience separately from Talia, Knox looked up and noticed the girl's scorching gaze direct. Feeling dissatisfied with this development, Knox mentally said, "Seriously, what have I done? Talia should have at least tried to give me a chance to explain myself." Turning her head to her fiancé, who was sitting next to her, Princess Penelope asked this look that burns through the truth. When he received the question from the princess, Knox said, "Don't even get me started," and then mentally said, "I didn't even want to sit next to her, but I did." Before class, he accidentally met Princess Knox and got into an unwanted conversation in which Penelope remarked that since we were engaged, we were engaged. Continuing to look at her fiancé with a smile on her face, the princess added that we would be looked at askance if we sat separately from each other. After hearing the girl's argument, Knox said in frustration in his head, "We need to separate our personal life and work. You are the princess of an entire country." Seeing the boy's dissatisfied expression, Penelope asked, smiling happily, "It's good, because now Prince Louis won't be able to kill you so easily since you're my fiancé." When I finished recalling this fragment of their conversation, Knox, sitting next to the princess in class, mentally said, "I couldn't answer." The next moment, Princess Penelope looked back and accidentally crossed eyes with the girl who was drilling Knox with her eyes. When Talia made eye contact with her opponent, who was superior to her in status, she felt disgust and immediately looked away. During a break between classes, Knox heard the sound of footsteps, looked back, and saw a girl coming downstairs and said, "Ha ha." Thinking that Knox was interested in her person, the girl put her hand to her chest and said, "I am Ayana von Sader." Hearing the girl who had just introduced herself to him, Knox mentally said to Ayana von Sader, the next leader of the Sader family of succubi. Recalling this interesting person, the boy added in his head that they are known for being able to suck out the essence of men with the help of the skill of charm, and they are also able to increase their own or someone else's strength. As soon as he finished his thoughts, Knox quickly turned his head forward and said something that shocked the already embarrassed girl. As Leon began to put his books away after class, he sighed tiredly and said, "I know we have night classes, but I'm tired after the day classes, and then we have classes at night." Hearing the remark from her classmate, Echidna said, "If I remember correctly, there were 3 more to go," and then looking at Knox, she asked if you could handle it. Looking away after the question, Knox said, "No, I don't think those lessons will happen." When Leon von Marwaz heard what his friend had just said, he looked back and said, "What are you talking about?" Immediately after the question was asked, a strong earthquake began in the classroom, causing panic, and the class began to shout out what was happening. Standing up from her seat as the building slowly began to collapse, Eleanor exclaimed in alarm what the hell had happened. Calmly rising from his seat in the light of the events that were taking place, Knox said in his head that the main episode of Paimon's conquest had begun. And at the same time, somewhere in the dungeon of the Eldane Academy, standing in front of the crystal in which the ancient demon Hausholz de Nefer was sealed, the ancient demon ominously exclaimed that this time had finally come. Sitting in front of his mentor, Knox asked us if we were tasked with creating a distraction so that Lunatic could destroy the demonic entity's stone, to which Marin replied, "You grab it on the fly." Continuing to share information with her subjects, the girl added that as soon as the separating barriers are activated, this place will turn into a real maze for students. The next moment, reaching out to her partner in the case, Marin added with a sly smile, "You need to buy as much time as possible." At the same time, while the audience was panicking because of the strong earthquake, Knox mentally said, "Marin is good, we need to stall for time," and my goal was clear. After coming to his senses and getting himself under control in this situation, Leon shouted out, "Stay here, it's dangerous to stay here," and activated 2 spells. Gathering people around him, Leon von Marwaz added, "First of all, there is a spatial barrier that separates us from the outside world, which is why we are trapped here." Continuing to inform his comrades about the danger they were in, Leon added a second transformation spell that confuses the floors of the entire building and how to get out of here. Seeing how organized his friend was in this situation, Knox thought too quickly and realized everything and then said, first we need to deal with the transformation spell." When asked a question by her fiancé, the princess said that in our condition we will not be able to break the barrier. When Fana von Sader joined the conversation about resolving the situation, she said, "I agree." Continuing her thought, the girl added that similar transformation magic is most often used on buildings. Hearing this, Knox wondered what was going on. Conducting his reflections on what he saw, Knox mentally added in this episode, "Yana should not interfere in the development of events. Why is she meddling where she does not need to? Has the original plot completely covered up?" The next moment, also joining the discussion of the solution to the problem, Knox said, as Leon had said, "We need to dispel the magic," and then Talia asked in surprise to dispel the magic. Turning his gaze back to the girl, Knox added that these spells had an obvious target, and then mentally added that it was no wonder she didn't get it. Continuing to look at his ex-girlfriend, who had absolutely no idea what he was talking about, Knox mentally added, "Talia doesn't like to think at all." Continuing to talk about the plan of action, Leon said, "We can get out if we achieve this goal or just break the spell." Taking her head in her hands after a large amount of information, Talia groaned heavily, after which Leon added, "In general, all our attacks on this magic will most likely be in vain." Adding to his friend's words, Knox pointed to his side and said, "First we need to find out what condition the building is in." Continuing to talk about the plan of action, Knox added, "That's why we're going to split into 2 groups and then meet again in exactly 1 hour." At the same time, climbing the stairs of the Marian Academy building under a spell of invisibility, Knox von Reinhofer thought to himself, "He's a pretty smart guy, no wonder he was able to beat me." Stopping on the spot to watch her friend's group, the girl mentally added to the trust of the others by not being afraid of high-level magic. Quickly moving to the head of the statue, Marin said in surprise that it was really time to try to pass the maze. Continuing to watch the direction his friend was heading, the girl mentally added, "It's called a maze of dreams and deceptions." Recalling her actions some time ago when she poured the contents of the pitcher onto the floor, Marin mentally added that illusionary magic, which uses the blood of devils, can easily fool travelers into magical dreams. Wiping her face with her hand, which had gotten drops of the devil's blood on it, she added in her head that even the most sensible students of Eldane would not be able to resist. Continuing her observations of the students of the academy who headed straight for the maze, Marin mentally added, "I have shed enough blood to last for 1 hour," and then said, "I hope the newcomer can get through." Before she could finish her thought, she noticed the result of her activity and exclaimed in surprise. Focusing her gaze on Knox, Marin saw him fall to his feet along with everyone else and continue to tremble under the effect of the blood of the devils. Confused by what she saw, Marin jumped out of her seat and exclaimed in alarm, "Something went wrong. Knox was supposed to be able to handle my magic." Immediately after his exclamation, the girl pulled out her bow and said, "That's strange, but if there's a problem I can't help but intervene." At the same time, somewhere above the academy, the hovering captain of the lunatic group spoke to her assistant Duff. Attracting the attention of her friend, she added, "Let's get started," and was answered with a "Yes, Captain." Once inside the Duff Academy, the man turned his gaze back to Luna, with whom they had invaded foreign territory, and asked if everything would be all right. After receiving the question from her subject, the girl turned her gaze to Duff and told me that she knew. The next moment, a pair of lunatic members rushed forward again to get to the right place to complete their mission. After a while, arriving at the magical barrier that protected the stone from the demonic essence, Duff said, "We have finally arrived at the place where the warriors rest." Without thinking long about further actions, Luna confidently stepped forward, destroying the fragile barrier that blocked the passage. As soon as the pair of invaders were near the crystal of demonic hearing, the voice of one of the 4 wise men was heard exclaiming, "I knew you would come." Smiling slyly, Noah took another bite of her cookie and added, I knew you would be interested. Facing the uninvited guests who arrived at her academy, she added Captain Lunatic and one of the 3 new Sword Emperors. Focusing on the threatening rival, the Dean of the Academy added Luna is the last heir to the lunar sword skills. Hearing the words of the girl who appeared before them to prevent the realization of their plan, Luna said to Noah von Trinity, You had better back off. Starting to slowly pull her sword out of its sheath, the girl added a stone of demonic essence to lead the world into chaos. In response to the girl's remark that she had invaded her property, Noah put his hands to his sides and exclaimed, You already know what my answer will be. Realizing that they would not have a constructive conversation, Luna did not hesitate for a second and struck an instant blow at her opponent. A few seconds later, as soon as one of the sages disappeared under the rubble, her voice was heard saying, You knew the moon. The next moment, the room began to fill with ice, and several ice arrows flew towards Luna, which she successfully destroyed. Appearing behind her opponent in her true form, Noah von Trinity said, I just love fighting against strong opponents. Immediately after her words, she put her hand to her chest and smiled ominously, adding that Paimon was the strongest demon I had ever seen. Hearing her rival's words, Luna held up her sword and asked, Is that why you're going to let him awaken to fight him and prove your superiority? Noah, with a sly smile on her face after receiving the question, replied, Well, if that's true, what is a girl? When Luna heard the mockery of herself, she said, filled with rage, I will finish you. After receiving the threat, one of the 4 wise men pointed a finger at herself and asked if she would kill me, and then added, laughing, Why? In response to the question, Captain Lunatic spoke menacingly to herself, then jumped up and attacked Noah von Trinity. At the same time, while the girls were confronting each other, Haushaltstenefer continued to slowly release the Archduke of Demon from the crystal in which he was sealed. Finding himself in a maze of dreams and memories, Nox opened his eyes and saw the ocean in front of him and mentally said where I was. At one point, seeing the image of an angel in front of him, Nox said in his head, I have to go. She can give her back, the thing I lost. Trying to catch up with the strange image he had seen in his dream, Nox noticed that the angel had vanished into thin air and disappeared. Feeling a strong sense of loss, the boy involuntarily shed tears, then bent his head down and felt the drops falling on his palm and accidentally noticed them. Continuing to stand on the sea, looking in the direction where he had just lost the image of the angel, the boy heard Nox calling out to him in his head, Hey, wake up! The next moment, when he suddenly opened his eyes and came to his senses after what had happened to him, he heard a cry of, Hey, Nox! And saw Talia and Eleonora in front of him. Starting to wipe the tears from my face, which flowed not only in my dream, the guy asked me if I was crying. In response to the boyfriend's question, Talia, kneeling in front of him, replied anxiously, Yes, I thought something had happened. Hearing that he was really crying, Nox wiped the tears from his face and looked at his hand and thought, Why did I suddenly dream? The next moment, with his head down, Nox added in his head, It seems that there was a woman in that dream, as if she was trying to tell me something. At one point, breaking his gaze and looking at the girl standing next to him, Nox began to rise to his feet and said, I didn't reveal myself to you in the best way, so please forget about it and let's move on. Continuing on his way, Nox mentally said, Now is not the time to think about it, and a few minutes later, arriving at the next test site, he mentally added a second maze. Having encountered enemies on their way, each team member activated their forces and prepared to confront the enemies. Activating his skill, Leon summoned his wards of the dead to help in the fight against the monsters of the second floor. As he fell under Ayana's power-up magic and eliminated enemies that came his way, Nox mentally said this level was not dangerous. The next moment, turning his eyes to Echidna who was standing next to him, Nox added in his head but then stood on her foot. Feeling the pain of this action on the part of her comrade, Echidna angrily exclaimed, to which Nox replied with a smile, I'm sorry, it was an accident, and mentally added, I must not forget about the mission. After a long battle with the enemies, all the members of the group gathered together and Leon sighed heavily. Wiping the sweat from his face, the boy breathed heavily and added, By some miracle we managed to defeat them. Seeing the look on her friend's face, the princess asked Leon, You must be very tired. And Iana exclaimed, Oh, it's because of me that he is. I can do many other things. Immediately after her exclamations, the girl turned her gaze to another guy on their team and asked Nox if he was okay. In response to Iana's question, Nox sighed and said, I'm doing fine, don't compare me to these weaklings. Hearing her friend's self-confident speech, Eleonora smiled slyly and asked, It hasn't even been 3 hours since you cried, isn't that too much to take on? Hearing the remark made to her fiancé, the princess, having learned to talk, said, Even so, I will not allow you to talk to my future husband in this way. After receiving Penelope's remarks, Eleanor smiled joyfully and put her hand to her chest and exclaimed, Oh my God, princess, I apologize for my manners. Interrupting the unnecessary pleasantries in the dialogue of the comrades, Echidna said, "So what do you think will happen in the third labyrinth?" Continuing her conversation with her comrades, the princess's assistant added, "If the second floor was so hard, I'm afraid to imagine what will happen on the third floor." In response to the girl's question, Knox said he had no idea, then smiled slyly and mentally said, turning his head to the side, "I'm finally getting into the game." Moving away from his comrades and heading forward along the corridor, Knox added in his head that the boss of the third maze was a flower monster. With a sly smile on his face, the guy added in his head, "And that boss is me." At the same time, somewhere in the dungeon of the academy, Rick continued to revive his master and exclaimed, "Finally you will be resurrected, Lord Paimon." The next moment, a communication balloon took off near the boy, and a hologram of the prince asked him, "Hey Rick, can you hear me?" And he replied, "Yes, Prince." Picking up a jar of demon blood and opening it to help speed up the Archduke's revival, Hausschultz de Nefer added that everything was going according to plan and there was nothing to worry about. When Prince Louis heard that his subject was doing everything according to the plan, he happily remarked, "Make sure everything goes smoothly. I won't have another chance to become a hero." After receiving instructions from the Prince of the Hausschultz Empire, he humbly said, "I understand." And as soon as he disconnected, the boy smiled slyly and said, "What a fool." As he continued to stare at the jar of demon blood that he was going to use to speed up the resurrection of the Archduke, Rick mentally said he wanted to be famous for defeating the resurrected Paimon. The next moment, dropping the jar of blood from his hands to the ground, Rick added in his head, "I can't believe he thinks he can do this just because the demon will be weak immediately after the resurrection. Well, I'm even better off." When the jar of demon blood smashed on the floor and its drops fell on the crystal, it suddenly began to crack, releasing the sealed monster from inside. Seeing the Archduke before him, who had awakened from a long sleep in the dungeon, Rick said very pleasantly, "Lord Paimon, I am the human demon Hausschultz de Nefer." Throwing off the remnants of the crystal, Paimon sighed and said, "Damn, if I only knew I was reborn in this ridiculous body, but the miracle is that I'm back to life." The next moment, Paimon turned his gaze to the half-demon in front of him and asked him if your name was Hausschultz, to which he answered yes with a submissive bow of his head. As the demon continued to talk to the guy, he was surprised to notice that I could smell a familiar person behind the wall. Sniffing at the smell he smelled, the Archduke added, "It's one of the three who imprisoned me there, right? So give me an answer." When asked a question by his leader, Hausschultz de Nefer did not look up at the ruler and said everything correctly. After getting separated from his comrades, Knox used the artifact and received a notification that the Moonshadow artifact effect was activated. While creating the antagonist who was supposed to delay his comrades in the maze, Knox mentally said this is the last maze they have to go through, but there is no boss. With a sly smile as he created his shadow, Knox added in his head, "You may ask why, but it's because I've already beaten him." Recalling the moment of his battle with the boss of this level, Knox said in his head, "Very much, I wanted to collect rewards from him. With the victory over the boss, I increased the random characteristic by 3/10. Standing over a defeated boss, he received a message named Knox von Reinhofer, age 15, main element, darkness skills, positive sword and martial arts proficiency, sensitivity to mana visions, ghost memory, iron character, acting, usual empty revelations, negative, terminally ill, often ill, cold hands, possessed. Stamina 6 and 5 plus 2 mana 13 and 2 plus 3 will 11 and 3 charm 26 and 3 secret score agility inactive 8 skills time Lord aura supreme lord of swordsmanship dark family southern sword technique fire visual transformation dragon language due to a fatal illness you have 147 days to live. Continuing to create his clone after reviewing his characteristics, Knox mentally added, "Thanks to this, my mana and stamina have increased quite a bit. Increasing the indicators is certainly good." Choosing the characteristics of his character, Knox added in his head, however, "As a member of the lunatic, I have to buy them time. The longer the students get out of this maze, the better." As soon as the clone appeared in front of him, Knox changed its appearance and thought, "I have an idea. I'll create my own shadow with the help of the moon shadow and change its appearance." As soon as the character creation was completed, Knox sent a shadow to the third floor room and mentally added, "I'll put it where the boss was. My shadow will be stronger than the monster." A few minutes later, when Knox returned to his friends, he heard Talia shouting out to him, "Hey, where were you?" To which he replied in a disgruntled tone, "None of your business." Heading with the team to the third room where the final boss was supposed to be, Knox, walking behind them, folded his arms in front of him and mentally said, "I will do everything to delay them." After passing another corridor and turning the corner, the team of students saw a guy in front of them who told them to stand still in a stern tone. Staring blankly at the group of students heading in his direction, the moon's shadow added, "You can't pass." After receiving a warning from the guy who blocked their path, Talia said in surprise, "Who are you?" and Nox took a second to respond. The next moment he glanced at Talia, who asked his shadow a question, and Nox mentally said, "Even though the shadow has a mind of its own, it had my character in it from the beginning." With a disappointed sigh after realizing the complexity of the situation, Nox mentally added that if we talk too much they might suspect something, and then Leon suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." Attracting the attention of his comrades with a shout, the boy added that someone with such sinister mania simply could not be human, after which Nox thought in surprise that he had noticed. After her friend's remark, Echidna joined the dialogue and exclaimed that he definitely had a rather unpleasant face. Upon hearing this remark from the girl, Nox said in his head, "What are you talking about?" Trying to establish contact with the person who blocked their way, Eleanor asked anxiously who you were. In response to the girl's question, the clone answered Shane, a traveling wizard who accidentally got here and fell into this magical trap. After receiving the answer to her question, Eleanor put her hand to her chin and said thoughtfully, "You look familiar." Hearing his friend's thoughts, Nox, standing behind him, said in his head, "Oh shit, he talks too much." Immediately after his remark, Nox drew his sword and prepared for battle, saying, "Even so, it's just a monster." The next moment, rushing at his shadow with a sword, Nox added, "Stop talking and just finish him," and then thought, "At this rate I might be discovered." Realizing the complexity of the situation, Nox made several strikes at the time of his attack, and the shadow successfully dodged them all. After making several unsuccessful attacks on his clone, Nox jumped back to Eleanor and said, "He's pretty strong." Hearing the opinion of her friend, who failed to strike the first blow at the opponent, Eleanor, ready to use her magic, said interestingly, "But I think so." The next moment, as soon as enough mana was concentrated in her palm, she released a powerful stream in Shane's direction. Having demonstrated her strength in front of the boy, Eleanor turned to Nox and asked that you were just swinging your sword a little weakly, weren't you? During the battle, as soon as Shane jumped to the side, Talia immediately rushed at him with the support of the dead that Leon had summoned. Striking with her sword, the girl gradually pushed the clone back in the direction of the skeleton's movement, and seeing this danger, Shane suddenly broke through the ranks of the dead. Using his magic, the boy gathered enough of it in his hand and attacked the skeletons that were heading in his direction. As soon as the assistants were destroyed, Talia rejoined the fight and delivered a slashing blow that the magician managed to dodge. At the very moment when the enemy was dodging, Talia quickly closed the distance and delivered a knee strike to Shane's body. After the first blow, the clone and Nox felt the same pain, which caused them both to cringe at the same time. Hearing her friend's heavy moans, Talia stopped at one point and looked back at her boyfriend. Noticing that something was wrong, Talia exclaimed to Nox what was wrong, and Eleanor added what it was. Clenching his teeth to somehow endure these unpleasant sensations, Nox said nothing, after which he mentally added, "I missed one thing." Returning his gaze to the moon shadow he had created to deter his team, Nox mentally added, "First of all, my shadow has only half of my abilities." As he continued to watch the battle, in which his clone was slowly being pushed back, Nox added in his head, "That means he only has half my performance." The next moment, noticing that Talia had just hit his clone, hitting his left shoulder, Nox added in his head, "And secondly, if my shadow gets hurt." Feeling a sudden pain in the place where his moon shadow was wounded, the boy clenched his teeth and added in his head, "I will feel pain too." Having endured the unpleasant sensations of pain from the clone's wounds, Nox mentally said, "It's not as easy as I thought. I wonder if I'll be able to hold out long enough." At the same time, somewhere in the dungeon of the Academy, Noah Von Trinity continued her fierce struggle against Captain Lunatic. At one point, their battle was suddenly interrupted by a powerful explosion that sounded a few meters away. Turning their heads in the direction of the explosion, the girls saw the demon Archduke near them, heading toward them from behind the destroyed wall. Gritting her teeth at the sight of the monster, Luna turned her gaze to her rival and exclaimed, "Noah, you've ruined everything." Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, the captain of the lunatic organization shouted at you that you don't care about humanity at all. Immediately after her shout, Luna pulled her sword above her and unleashed all the power she had to fight the monster. Observing the behavior of her rival Noah, Luna stood aside and thought that the bastard was not serious. The next moment, the dean of the academy, Eldane, plunged into her memories and added in her head, "I have tried to kill the bastard several times, but there is only one way to destroy the Archduke's demonic essence stone." Continuing to think about the failed attempts to eliminate Paimon, Noah added in her mind to defeat the demon when he was reborn. Turning her gaze in the direction of the girl who was heading towards the demon, Noah added in her head, "I didn't expect this to happen so soon, Luna, if I know what you're capable of now." The next moment, stretching my hand toward Noah, creating a magic circle, I smiled and added in my head I would also have to reveal my trump card. Using her magic, Noah directed a stream of ice toward Archduke Paimon to keep him in one place, preventing him from evading Luna's attack. As soon as the ice shackled the demon's legs, Noah endowed Luna's sword with the element of ice, and then she gathered all her strength and attacked the monster. Quickly closing in on her opponent, Luna reached Paimon's neck and struck, followed by an explosion. After a joint attack, Lena heard the voice of a demon saying, "The witch who lost her powers and the little girl and you are going to confront me," and froze in place. The next moment, gathering his strength and releasing it outside, the demon exclaimed, demonstrating his superiority, "If that's the case, then this is where you will die." Continuing his confrontation with the group of students, the Nox clone was beaten over and over again by the group's onslaught. Continuing to send his undead in the direction of his opponent, Leon confidently exclaimed to those who possess such sinister magic, "I will not pass you." Standing behind his comrades and trying to somehow hold back the painful sensations, Nox mentally said, "This asshole is really excited." The next moment, about to dispel his clone, Nox mentally added indifferently, "I've already bought enough time." Before he could fulfill his plan, the floor in the room began to crack and panic set in, and Nox thought to himself, "What the hell is this?" As a result of the destruction of the floor, a cliff formed in one part of the room, into which Eleonora, who was standing right above it, successfully began to fall. Seeing her friend falling down screaming, Talia reached out to her and exclaimed. Seeing that the young lady was in danger, the Nox clone quickly took off running and followed the girl in trouble. Feeling that someone had caught her, Eleonora slowly opened her eyes and heard that everything was fine. Seeing that the enemy they had recently fought had saved her from danger, the embarrassed girl asked, "Why you saved me?" After a few seconds, Shane went back into the room and put the girl on the ground, asking if she was hurt anywhere. Observing the situation that had randomly formed in the light of random events, Nox mentally said, "Damn, the former Yu-chan saved Eleanor before I captured Nox." Abruptly turning and walking away from the scene, Nox added in his head, "Of course I realize it's me, but what a loser he is." The next moment, returning to the problem they suddenly had, Nox looked at the cliff in the middle of the room and added in his head, feeling something strange that began to fill the room, Nox mentally said something wrong with this energy of Paimon's archdemon. Realizing the problem that arose during the mission, Nox took off running and headed towards the dungeon. Noticing that their friend had suddenly run off in an unknown direction, Talia shouted out to Nox, "Where are you going?" Ignoring the exclamation of his ex-fiancée, Nox hurried to the dungeon, thinking things were bad when everything went wrong if he didn't stop this monster. Quickly changing rooms to get to the place of the Archduke's rebirth as quickly as possible, Nox added in his head the game would be over for us. At the same time, after the release of demonic energy and a powerful explosion, Luna, having escaped from the rubble, began to turn her head to find her friend. Seeing her subject lying under a large stone that crushed him, the girl exclaimed in concern to Duff. Breathing heavily under the stone that crushed him, the man said, "I'm fine, please concentrate on the Archduke." Hearing the words of her subject, Luna clenched her teeth in anger and then sharply turned her gaze to the dean of the academy and exclaimed, "Noah, you will have to answer for this." After receiving a remark from Captain Lunatic, Noah said, "God, girl, you're so calm. Are you sure you should be distracted right now?" Immediately after her words, the dean of the academy activated her magic again and surrounded her body with mana to continue the battle. Returning her gaze to the girl who was standing next to her to confront the demon, Luna mentally said, despite Noah's relaxed voice, she had little mana left. Stepping forward a little and clutching the sword in her trembling hand, Luna added in her mind, "Can she really use this spell only twice? Although I'm not sure I'll last long myself. I've already used the moonsword technique twice." At one point, Lun's thoughts were interrupted by Paimon's remark, who said, "Sure, you guys have been fun, but I've got something more interesting." The next moment, pointing in the direction from which he felt the energy of other people, the Archduke of Demons asked, "So many people, I think these are your disciples." Hearing the question that had just been asked, Noah von Trinity froze in her tracks, feeling goosebumps run through her body. The next moment, the dean of the academy smiled nervously to avoid showing her concern and said, "Since our last meeting, you've become even more disgusting and dirty." In response to his rival's remark, the demon Archduke created a fireball in his hand and, preparing to attack, shouted, "Look closely, people are too weak, you will never be able to go against us." When Luna saw what the monster was planning to do, she exclaimed and then rushed in the direction where Paimon was aiming the fireball. Reacting to his opponent's actions, Paimon quickly swung his arm and struck Luna, which she managed to block with her sword. At that very moment, Noah took advantage of the time she had gained and went after the fireball and tried to stop it with her spell. Noticing the intentions of the dean of the academy, the demon Archduke quickly turned around and tried to prevent her from fulfilling her plan, shouting in vain and striking out. Feeling the enemy's blow pass through her body, Noah mentally said, I couldn't protect them that time either. The next moment, immersed in her memories, she was transported back in time to the moment of Paimon's awakening, where people were scared and shouting help in an attempt to save their lives. Sometime after the battle with the awakened demon ended, Noah, being a small child, saw the bodies of his parents and said to his mother and father in confusion. When she saw that her parents had died in the crash, the girl clutched her hand to her chest and cried loudly. Having finished recalling this unpleasant moment from her past, Noah, flying back after being hit, thought, I don't want to lose anyone anymore. The next moment, as soon as she hit her head on the wall and stopped, she thought, is this the strength I've been striving for so hard? Clenching her teeth after the blow she received, she breathed heavily and said in her head that she would not be able to get this demon. As Noah von Trinity continued to think, she saw Luna run past her, who had not yet given up, and she thought she spoke too late. The next moment, when the situation became critical and there was almost no chance of victory, the enemy attack was repelled by the magic of darkness. Seeing the sudden explosions and feeling the gusts of wind that came from the collision, Luna covered her face with her hand and thought it was an attack. Also noticing something strange that had just happened before her eyes, Noah von Trinity said in surprise what had just happened. The next moment, a familiar image appeared in front of her, and a male voice asked Dean Noah, Are you giving up again? You've already lost your family if you lose your students. Holding the sword in his hands, Knox, heading in the direction of the Archduke, confidently added, You'll have nothing left. When Noah von Trinity received the remark from her student, she asked in confusion how she knew that. Without shifting his gaze, the boy continued to walk forward. I, Knox von Reinhofer, swear by the ancient tradition of the Black Sword. The next moment, raising his weapon in front of him and preparing for a serious fight, Knox said, This is where I will finish Paimon. Heading to the place where the demon Archduke Knox had resurrected, holding the moon mask in his hands, I thought. I carefully removed Shane, however. The next moment, taking the mask out of his hands and moving it to his inventory, Knox gritted his teeth and added in his head, He's not the problem now. Hurrying to the battlefield with Marin, Knox said damn, and at the same time Marin mentally said to herself, only Paimon was really reborn. Looking away a little, the girl added in her head, worried that now the families were going to be damned. As Marin continued to think about the situation, she added, This demon is as strong as Captain Luna, and to tell you the truth, we're not going to make it. The next moment, turning her gaze to the guy she was walking with, Marin mentally added, In that case, the only thing I can do is this. Having finished her thoughts, Marin said to Knox, I am an archer, and I will save you no matter what. And he said, Don't even think about that nonsense. Returning his gaze to the anxious girl walking behind him, Knox added, Reinhoffers don't run away from their duties. In response to the remark, Marin exclaimed, But this is not a case where we can win. Hearing his mentor's remarks, Knox turned his head to the girl and asked you that it doesn't matter that Captain Luna might die. After receiving a significant remark from her mentor, the girl clenched her teeth in anger and felt goosebumps quickly run all over her body. Seeing the girl's reaction to his last words, Knox mentally said, Marin has skills, a strong desire, and can be trusted. Continuing his thoughts, the guy modeled an approximate situation and added that she probably feels these emotions now because Luna is her savior and the one who won the role of leader on her own. At one point, stopping in his tracks, Knox mentally added, In short, I'll use those skills of hers, and said, I heard that Luna put you out of your misery in the lab. Immediately after his question, Knox added in his head, Because I'm a thief to the worthless inner lunatic, and then turned his head and said, You're really just going to leave her to die. When Marin received the question from her ward, she clenched her teeth and tilted her head down and asked, Well, what do you propose to do? The next moment she turned her gaze to the boy and added, Paimon is a demon that even the sage and the three-sword emperors can't fight. In response to the girl's question, Knox confidently said the shots were fired. Immediately after his words, a powerful magic mana came from behind Knox, alerting a couple of young people. Feeling this pressure, Marin waited until it was over, removed her hands from her face, and said this. Interrupting the girl in mid-sentence, Knox said, It looks like Paimon is on the loose, and if we don't work together, we won't be able to stop him. Hearing the warning from her ward, Luna asked with concern, Did you learn about my arrow from Captain Luna? Turning his head to the girl, Knox replied, And what's so important now, he added mentally. As expected, she was confused. In response to her mentee's question, Marin pointed a finger in Knox's direction and exclaimed, You've felt it on yourself, so you know how powerful my water shot is and I lose control when I use it. Immediately after her exclamation, the girl pursed her lips and added, You could die? After receiving the warning from the girl, Knox looked down and said in his head Marin inherited all the abilities of the sea race. Having completed his thoughts and abruptly turned his gaze away from his mentor, Knox said, Don't flatter yourself too much, I'm not going to die because of some weakling. Continuing to look in the direction where the demon was reborn, Nox added, "Get ready," and then mentally said, "Even I can't defend myself against her arrow." Continuing his thoughts, Nox took up his sword and mentally added, "We need to act if we don't want the game to end," and then noticed Marin getting nervous. Deciding to provoke the girl a bit to implement his plan, Nox smiled slyly and said something wrong. "You still like me like that." Hearing what his ward had just said, the girl immediately calmed down and then began to pull the arrow in a stern tone and said, "Don't regret it, newbie." After receiving a warning from his mentor, Nox looked back at the girl who had finally decided to act and asked why I should. Starting to pull the string of her bow, Marin said with a grudging smile, "You've been stubborn until the very end. Now I understand why Captain Luna calls you wild." Looking away from his mentor, Nox sighed with relief and said, I don't really like that nickname." As Nox gripped his sword and began to prepare, he received a notification, "Thunderbird absorbs all your mana. Your mana sensitivity has been reduced due to a large temporary loss." As soon as all the preparations were completed, Marin shouted out 1 and Nox added 2. In the next moment, Marin and Nox released 3 simultaneous shouts and released their energy in the direction of the fireballs fired by Paimon. Having fulfilled his plan, Nox laughed nervously, preparing for what was to come next. At the same time, Marin, who had lost control of herself, began to pull her string again and aim at Nox. Sensing the danger breathing down his neck, Nox quickly jumped out of the way to avoid being hit by Marin's arrow. Dodging the first shot of the girl who had lost control of her face, Nox said the archer was no good. When the girl was preparing to fire another shot again, but at closer range, Nox actually shot her ward with such a thirst for blood. Immediately after he said that, Nox jumped to the side again and barely managed to avoid Marin's next shot. Standing in place after the second miss, Nox looked back in the direction where the arrow had just flown and saw a giant hole in the thick of the forest. Feeling the energy of one of his friends there, Nox ignored Marin, who was pulling the string of her bow again, and said to Ian von Sater, "Stop hiding and come out." Seeing no action in response to his remark, Nox asked if the daughter of one of the 3 great dark families might be a voyeur. Hearing what had just been said to her, Iana left her hiding place and awkwardly said, "I can't believe you noticed me." Continuing to dodge the attacks of his out-of-control mentor, Nox said, "Please do me a favor." Immediately after his exclamation, Nox jumped to the side to avoid another shot and said in his mind, "If I remember correctly, Iana should be on the same level as Paracelsus and Leon, which means..." The next moment he turned his gaze to Marin, who was serious about finishing him off. Nox added, "Use your charm and stop her," then mentally added she could calm Marin down. When she heard what Nox's request was, Ian awkwardly said, "Well, I don't want to die here either." Immediately after her words, the girl felt very excited and put her hand to her chest and exclaimed, "But then you will have to help me restore the dark mana." Hearing what he would have to do in exchange for his request, Nox looked away and awkwardly muttered in his head, "I honestly wouldn't want to restore Succubus's mana." Immediately after his thoughts accepting this option, Nox exclaimed, "Okay, I'll help you start, but first I'll stop the demon." When she heard that the guy agreed to her terms, she exclaimed in confusion, and then, feeling very excited, stretched out her hand in Marin's direction and exclaimed, "Good." Moving to the location where the demon archduke was reborn, Nox noticed the dean's head among the pile of stones, which barely peeked out, Noah thought. Hurrying to the girl who was sitting on the ground and lost motivation to fight on, Nox mentally added the deaths of her parents and friends, as described in Noah's backstory. Though she looks frantic, she is actually a true martyr. Approaching the upset girl, Nox asked the dean, "Are you giving up again?" and then mentally added, "It's important to inspire her now." As Nox appeared in the girl's field of vision, holding a weapon in his hands, he added, "You've already lost your family. If you lose your students, you'll have nothing left." Immediately after his words, Nox looked back and thought, otherwise she would be disappointed and completely lose heart, and then said, "I'm going to finish Pym right here." Keeping his gaze on the girl, the boy tried to inspire her to continue the confrontation and added, "Hold on." At one point, joining the monologue, Paimon asked, "So it was you then who changed the trajectory of my attack?" Keeping his gaze on the boy standing right in front of him, the demon archduke added, "You smell familiar. These mana and swords contain pure darkness." Immediately after his words, the demon suddenly shouted clearly and used the intimidation skill. Then Nox received a notification, "Your opponent has instilled fear in you." Noah and Luna, who had already lost their first battles with Paimon, trembled and tensed as fear crept through their bodies. Having instilled a sense of fear in his opponent, Paimon smiled ominously and said, "I'm sure you are Theo's son." A few seconds after applying the fear effect, Nox received a notification with the Iron Will skill, neutralized the negative effect of fear, and attacked the demon. When he saw that the enemy rejected his attack, Nox's speech was a good one, but what if it was? With a sly smile at the moment of dialogue with the monster, the boy added, "Archduke Paimon means." Without taking his eyes off his opponent, Nox added, I heard that you are one of the weak demons that my father defeated. Tilting his head down a little, Paimon heard him say that your title of Archduke is completely undeserved. Having heard all the remarks from his opponent, Paimon looked up at Nox and indignantly said, The common bastard says too many interesting things. Seeing that the demon reacted to his insults, Nox said in his head, as it was said in his description, this demon is really too emotional and needs to be taken advantage of. The next moment, using his vision skill, Nox saw basic information: name Paimon, gender male, race demon, age unknown, main element fire, achievement 1 of 710, 2 demon skills, positive genius, mana sensitivity, fighting spirit, integrity, ordinary, pure evil, negative cruelty, madness, lust for destruction, sense of superiority. Continuing to analyze the enemy, Nox saw the stats of stamina 26, mana 29, luck 6, will 27, skills passive fire, art active skills, hellfire, flame destruction, condemnation. After evaluating the characteristics of his opponent, Nox smiled and said in his head, he is definitely superior to all my previous opponents. The next moment, as he began to analyze his opponent's skills, the guy mentally added the hellfire I had just defended against to the straight line and drew out my life energy. Immediately after recalling the Archduke's next skill, Nox added in his head the damage from the flames of destruction delayed and random as a dangerous attack. Also, having reached the last skill of his opponent, Nox said in his head a condemnation and summoned a fire sword to fight his opponent. After analyzing all 3 of his opponent's skills, Nox sighed and said in his head, this asshole has some pretty monstrous skills. As Nox continued to think about the enemy, he heard the captain's voice saying, Hey, rookie, what are you doing? When he looked back and saw Luna not far from him, the boy again heard the exclamation, Why did you come here at all? Turning his body toward the girl, Nox said in his head, Luna and Noah could easily defeat Paimon. Continuing his thoughts after the remark, Nox added in his head that this would be after they received their items. Continuing his thoughts, Nox added in his head, now I need to deal with him on my own, and then spoke to Luna with the help of telepathy, I have a way to win, help me. In response to the request for help, Luna gritted her teeth and asked if Marin was still alive. When Nox received the question from his captain, he confidently answered by telepathic communication, as I had promised. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Paimon, who attacked Nox with the words, How dare you be distracted in my presence? Hearing his opponent's shout and looking back, Nox saw a demon coming at him, and then, by putting up a block, he was able to stop the attack. While continuing to resist the enemy's onslaught, Nox received a notification the skill of the acting genius weakened due to the strong interaction, then Nox thought it was a condemnation. Bouncing back after successfully blocking his opponent's attack, Nox spoke over the telepathic link, I need Marin for my plan, and I'm confident she can overcome her injury and get her power under control. Having realized her friend's tentative plans, Luna went to fight against Paimon to buy some time. Having launched an attack on the enemy which he was able to repel, the girl said to Paimon, You better not forget that I am here too. Continuing to measure strength with the monster, the girl telepathically informed him that a newbie demon on you is still better than universal death. While Luna was distracting the demon, Nox turned his gaze to one of the wise men and asked, Dean, you can use magic in the Great Square 2 more times. Turning his head to the girl, he added, If so, please put a protective barrier in this area and make sure that no one enters. Having received the instruction from her student, Noah von Trinity got to her feet and said, Well, you want to protect the students like that. In response to the girl's question, Nox did not look away from his gaze and replied, You can think as you wish. Hearing Nox's remarks, Noah, fulfilling the boy's request, said, You're not honest with yourself and that's why you're so cute. Noticing that the area around him was covered with a protective barrier, Paimon struck again, throwing Luna away from him and shouting pathetic tricks. The next moment, when he ran into Nox and faced him again, Paimon exclaimed, You think you can buy time when your opponent is me? Holding back the onslaught of one of the Archdukes, Nox, holding his sword above him, spoke, and that was all the Archduke could do. Hearing a clear provocation from his opponent, the demon laughed and exclaimed that he had repelled several attacks and felt like his daddy, so after Nox received a notification, your opponent instilled fear in you. Continuing to press Nox with all his strength, the demon added, You're wrong, your father was much stronger, but even so he couldn't finish me off, so he just sealed me up. Immediately after his words, the demon shouted, I will trample you into the ground in an instant. Being under the pressure of his opponent, the boy received a notification of the skill iron character, which neutralized the negative effect of fear, after which Nox smiled and said, Well, you never know until you try. Immediately after he said that, Nox saw a system notification that said, Thunderbolt artifact absorbs your mana, and in a few seconds was able to throw the demon's sword away. At the same time, while Nox was buying time, the dean of the academy managed to complete the construction of the protective dome. Seeing that the defense was up, Nox wiped his lips of blood. Due to the side effect of using the power of the sword, thought Noah had already put up a barrier. Watching the battle between Luna and Paimon, who replaced him at the right moment, Nox mentally said, "We're almost done. Only with this plan can we win." The next moment, turning his head back in the direction he had come from, Nox mentally said, "Damn it, I'm on the edge of Marin too." Continuing his thoughts as Iana tried to fulfill her errand, Nox mentally said, "You're not really needed in this game." As Iana again grabbed Marin in her thorns for restraint and reassurance, Nox added in his head, "And you should just die and disappear. I don't want you to die." Realizing the absurdity of his train of thought, Nox said in his head, "No, that doesn't even sound funny," and then received a notification. "Attention, there is little mana left, and the energy you are using will be replaced, and your life is rapidly decreasing." Clutching the sword in his hands and heading towards Paimon to continue the fight, Nox added in his head, "You have the right to live, the right to control your life." Having switched roles again and joined the battle against the demon instead of Luna, the boy added mentally, "That's why I'm asking you to come to your senses." At the moment Nox spoke in Marin's head, the girl herself, in an uncontrollable state, suddenly cried. In her memories, Marin found herself back in the time when she was still in the laboratory where the experiments were conducted. Recalling those times, the girl mentally said, "After I first opened my eyes, with the first breath, my nose was hit not by clean air, but by stale oxygen, with the smell of medicine." Continuing her recollections of those unpleasant times, she added in her head, "I remember many glass capsules like mine that were lined up in a row." As Marin continued to recall, she added in her mind that the medical devices used to conduct the experiments inspired animal fear, and I saw those people using them on children. Recalling the experiments that were conducted on her, Marin added in her head, "They also forced tons of knowledge into my brain, but I realized my position in this world even before I learned the language and all the knowledge of the world." Continuing her story from her childhood, the girl mentally added, "The laboratory was my home and the place where I was born, but you had to prove yourself useful." By fulfilling all the wishes of the scientists who conducted experiments on her, Marin added in her head that this was the only way to survive. As she lay on her bed, she heard the voice of one of the scientists saying, "Can you hear me?" And then Marin mentally said, "Oh, 210. Getting up from the bed and saying so, the girl added in her head that this was the number assigned to me. As she shook hands with one of the scientists who followed her into the room and walked together to the room with the experiments, Marin thought, "I don't know exactly why, but I don't know why." Arriving in the room with the capsule with the unknown life form, the girl mentally added up the many subjects in the experiment to revive the power of ancient races. As it turned out, many war orphans suffered such a fate. When the scientist saw the girl who had come to conduct the experiment, he said, "Now try to make the cube move." Hearing the instructions from the man, the girl began to fulfill the order with a smile on her face, thinking my face never left a radiant smile so that they would have no doubt that I was the most worthy fruit of their research. Continuing to fulfill her task, the girl added in her head that they should make sure that I was the one who had the power of the Sea Tribe's blood because there was no other choice. Forcing the cube she had been given to move, Marin mentally added, otherwise she would have had to keep all the mysteriously missing subjects company. As Marin continued her reflections, she recalled a turning point in her life and said, "But one day someone found me." Approaching the little girl, the woman joyfully exclaimed, "Hello, hello, now we will live together." With a restrained smile and adjusting her glasses, she added, "My name is Jay. I'm a scientist in the lab." When Marin heard the offer from the scientist who found her, she looked away and said, "From that day on, I lived with her, and it's not like I had a choice." The next moment, bowing her head down and feeling very sad, the girl added in her mind, "I had to do whatever was asked of me, like a cow obediently following the butcher." Picking up a pen and a folder of papers, Jay asked the lab if life was not too sweet. She must have been through a lot. The next moment, the scientist began to look at the little girl curiously from all sides and said, "Tell me what you like." After calming down a bit and starting to take care of the girl's hair, Jay said curiously, "You don't even think it's hard to call 210 by name?" Starting to comb the hair of the little girl who lived in the laboratory, the scientist said, "Your hair is so beautiful, like aquamarine, you will be Marin." Looking away and trying to ignore Jay, the girl thought, I hadn't had any hopes for a long time before she came into my life. Scientists did nothing but intimidate me like a zoo animal or a guinea pig. After a while of living together, Maureen picked up the mirror and saw what it had done to her head, and she thought, but she was different. Recalling those happy days with Jay, she said in her head, she treated me like a human being. As she continued to recall the happy moments that finally came in her gray childhood, Marin added in her mind that she saw me as an equal and not just a thing. One night, as Marin was going to bed, she asked Jay, "Why you are so kind to me? Everyone else thinks I am just a horrible water tribe." The next moment, turning her gaze to the girl who was worried about her, Marin added, or a weapon that can be thrown onto the battlefield and left there to die. With a gentle smile and a hand on the girl's head, Jay said, well, you told me your secret, so to be fair, I'll tell you mine. With her hand on her head, the scientist said with a smile on her face, I work here because bad people took my family hostage. After hearing the reason why Jay has to do what she does now, Marin asked if you miss your family, and of course you do. Continuing her conversation with the little girl, Jay asked Marin at one point, if I leave one day, will you miss me? When Marin received a question from the girl she truly loved, she grabbed hold of Jay and said, Jay, don't leave me alone. Hugging the little girl and holding her tightly to her, Jay said that this is what family is all about. Continuing to hold on to the scientist with her small hands, Marin asked, then it turns out that you are my family and that is why you are kind to me. Receiving an ambiguous question, the girl smiled and said yes, although I have another reason, after which Marin asked what it was. Hugging the girl she was caring for again, Jay said, you are still a child and adults protect children and it is always important to take care of those who are younger, to which Marin replied, I will remember. As she began to slowly fall asleep in Jay Marin's arms, she mentally said to herself, I feel safe in my soul. Continuing to recall her finally happy childhood, the girl mentally added, soon I began to understand how to control the power of the water tribe. Practicing from time to time, even in moments of walking in the conscious air with Jay Marin, she mentally added, remembering the days of her childhood, I doubt that I have ever been happier than I was then. Continuing to recall those happy moments spent with the scientist, Marin added in her mind, I have no doubt that she was not, but as always happy and carefree, life is not destined to last forever. Bursting into Jay's house in the middle of the night, men in dark cloaks began to shout out how long we had to wait, we warned you. Pointing to the little girl clinging to Jay, the man in the dark cloak added, to strengthen the imperial family's forces, we need a waterborne breed. Continuing to resist the instructions of the imperial soldiers, the scientist exclaimed that she actually had a name. Her name was Marin. In response to the scientist's exclamation, the Cholok exclaimed, it's not a person, it's a weapon, and in difficult times like now, weapons are needed on the battlefield. Immediately after his words, grabbing the girl by the arm and pulling her toward him, the imperial soldier shouted, come on, get up, and Jay shouted, stop it. Hearing the condemnation of his actions from the girl Marin lived with, the soldier did not hesitate to hit Jay in the face and shouted, get lost. The soldier threw the scientist who dared to go against the will of the Empire away and threw her to the ground and said, get rid of her. Looking down on the weak Jay, who could do nothing to help in this situation, the soldier added that she had gone against the will of the imperial family to execute her without trial. As soon as the subjects grabbed the scientist by the arms, the commander exclaimed, get her out of my sight, after which Jay exclaimed, let go, and Marin, trying to escape from the man's arms, exclaimed, enough. Releasing her hand and taking a step back from the soldier's commander, Marin shouted out, enough is enough. Hearing the little girl's cry, the soldier commander began to draw his sword and said, the weapon is beeping, who let you give in to emotions? The next moment, the soldier, smiling ominously, exclaimed, well, let's talk like this, and then swung his sword and cut off one of Jay's arms. Demonstrating his cruelty in front of a small child, the imperial soldier said, you are a thing, so behave like one. Without removing his smile from his face, the soldier commander ran the end of the blade across Jay's cheek and said, watch the next one be right. When she felt tears welling up in her eyes, Marin suddenly exclaimed, how can you even think that I am not a person to you, but she is a person, and you can hurt her? Hearing the exclamations that had just come from Marin's mouth, the soldier's commander said, the weapon does not ask questions, it only follows my orders. Indignant at the words of her husband, who again put himself in a superior position, Marin stretched out her hand in front of her and used her skills to say, no weapons here, it's you all. When she saw what the little girl was about to do, Jay stretched out her hand in Marin's direction and shouted, Marin, don't do that! Only the girl could no longer hear her. Marin lost control of her body and gave into rage. When Marin regained consciousness, she got to her feet and spoke in a confused voice, but before she could finish her thought, she heard 210. Hearing that she had just been addressed, the girl turned her head in the direction of the sound and saw a girl walking toward her, who added, according to the evidence, that is your name. Stopping in front of a girl she found near the lab, the girl added, my name is Luna. I'm the head of the lunatic organization. When Marin heard who was standing in front of her, she nervously wondered in her head who she was, where the lab was, and what was more important right now. After finishing her thoughts and turning her gaze to Luna, Marin exclaimed to Jay that she had a girl with brown hair with her, and she was looking after me. When Luna received a question from a little girl, she didn't hesitate for a second and said Jay was dead. When Marin heard what had happened to her only friend, she was confused and asked what had happened to her. Interrupting the suffering of the little girl standing in front of her, Luna said, I am sorry, but it is important to clarify one point. Keeping her gaze on Marin, Luna added, "You were the one who killed her." Hearing this, Marin froze in place in shock. When she heard that she was the one who killed her only friend, Marin was frightened and said, "No, it's impossible." In response to Marin's objections, Luna said that the lunatics had come here to destroy an imperial research laboratory that kidnaps children to conduct experiments on them. The next moment, turning her head in the direction of the ruin, she added, "But when we arrived, there was nothing left of it." Immediately after her words, Luna began to tell the story of her arrival. On her way to the laboratory, she heard someone stretching out his hand in front of him and saying this way. When she got a little closer, she saw a girl who tried to get her attention and added, "Please help me." As Luna approached, Jay pointed to the little girl lying next to her and said, "Please take her with you." Hearing the scientist's request, Luna looked closely at Marin and asked if the power of the Sea Tribe had possessed her, to which Jay replied that it was not the girl's fault. Continuing her dialogue with Luna J, she added that she is just a child who suffered from adult cruelty. Please take her with you and let her have a chance for a normal life. Tilting her head at her ward, whom she was worried about, Jay added in a saddened tone, she added, "Marin has never killed anyone." When Luna finished recalling that story, she said again, "You finished her off, not only Jay, but everyone else." Putting my hand to my mouth after hearing everything Marin said, I finished Jay in a frightened voice. The next moment, remembering the moment when she lost control of herself, Marin mentally said, "She died because of my attack." Continuing to recall the situation when she used her power, Marin mentally added, "By relying on this alien power in the hope of saving Jay, I took her life." Reflecting on the situation and the consequences, the girl added in her head, "I became a weapon that people called me without even noticing." At one point during her reflections, Marine was suddenly interrupted by hearing the intro to Lunatic. Returning her gaze to the unfortunate little girl, Luna added, "If you really want to take revenge on the imperial family that condemned you to suffering." When Marin received the offer from the girl standing in front of her, she thought to herself, "Demons. Jay used to read me stories about them, and they would work their way into the hearts of the disillusioned, luring them with tempting deals." The next moment, thinking that I had nowhere else to go, Marin said, "I'll go with you," and then mentally added, "And let the thirst for revenge drag me even further into the abyss of darkness." Confidently looking at the girl in front of her, Marin added, "Please accept me to Lunatic," and then thought an overwhelming feeling of sadness for Jay pushed me to take this path. Looking into Luna's eyes, the little girl added in her head Luna's words, then became the light at the end of the tunnel for me, and then she heard, "From now on, I am your commander." Looking sternly at the new recruit in her ranks, Luna said to Lunatic, "All that matters is your strength, you are talented," and then Marin thought, "Let neither strength nor talent belong to me." Putting her hand on the new member's shoulder, Luna said, "As soon as you learn to control this power at least a little, I will immediately promote you." Clenching her hand into a fist after hearing Marin confidently say in her head, "I will follow her like a moth to a flame and make the most of the connection with the sleepwalker for the sake of Luna who saved me and Jay who I lost." A few seconds later, when Marin regained consciousness and saw the girl in front of her, she heard her greeting. Looking at the girl sitting in front of her, Marin mentally said, "Who the hell is Iana von Seder?" Getting to his feet, Marin kept his gaze on Ian, adding in her head, "I just used a water shot and lost control of my eyes." Noticing how the girl nervously looked away from her, Marin mentally added, and how she was able to see then. The next moment, after collecting her thoughts and gathering her courage, Iana said worriedly, "I understand your confusion, but I had to use my ability to calm you down." The next moment, leaning slightly toward Ian von Sander, she added, "That's why you don't have to worry about it." After receiving an explanation of what had happened, Marin mentally said it was the family's ability to conspire with the Sander house, and with that ability, Ian would have no problem holding me back. Continuing to think, Marin mentally added, "Well, now it's clear why Knox entrusted me to her," and then shaking her head, she asked where Knox was. After receiving the question, Ian said worriedly, "He was fighting." When Marin heard this, she exclaimed in confusion. The next moment, remembering what was happening, Marin jumped up and headed in Paimon's direction, shouting to me, "It's time to wait, it's too dangerous." As she continued to rush to her friend's aid, Marin suddenly heard a voice in her head asking if she was finally awake. Standing confidently on his feet close to his leader, Knox added, "Luna is still alive." The next moment, remembering another comrade who was now hanging in the air and supporting the barrier, the boy added Noah as well. After receiving the good news, Marin smiled and said, "Commander, Luna has a cheeky message for you." Immediately after her remark, the girl added without slowing down, "Apparently, you're also in a good mood," and she heard back what a good mood it was. Continuing the dialogue with his mentor, Knox said, watching Paimon, "You realize now that you are under the plot of Iana von Seder." In response to the information she heard from her friend Marin, hurrying to the battlefield, asked, "So what?" After receiving a question from his mentor, Knox engaged in a battle with the demon and said, "Shoot me." Having received the instruction from her mentee, Marin suddenly froze in place and said in shock what you had just said. In response to the girl's confused voice, Nox said Paimon is very fast. No matter how well you shoot, it will not be difficult to repel the attack, so as soon as I detain him, shoot at me. After hearing Marin's explanation of his strange attitudes, the newcomer was surprised to hear that you had such a strange desire to say goodbye to life as soon as possible. After receiving a question from his mentor, Nox, holding back another monster attack, said, I didn't even have a response to that, so why are you asking me to shoot you in the back? Hearing the doubts in his mentor's words again, Nox smiled slyly, holding back the enemy's attack, and said over the telepathic link, just trust me, I won't die. Having chosen a great position for the shot, Marin, sitting on the ruined wall, said, I wonder if I should just trust you like that. Continuing to fight the Archduke of Demons with crossed swords, Nox confidently said just that. After receiving the answer to her question, Marin suddenly smiled and thought, I don't even know why, but your words were enough to calm my soul. The next moment, pulling the string of the bow and preparing to shoot, Marin confidently said, Then I look forward to seeing you, and there will be no wet spot left, baby. Continuing his struggle with Nox, Paimon said, If I had my former strength now, you would have been lying at my feet long ago. Without taking his eyes off Nox, the Archduke of Demons added the now ridiculously great and powerful of this world. As soon as the demon's shouts were heard, Nox noticed a sudden attack that he barely managed to dodge at the last moment. As a result of the last hit, a certain amount of destructive force escaped the protective barrier. Seeing her tired subject after some time of confrontation, Luna said, I see that your stupid head has finally gotten through to you. By walking up to Nox and standing next to him, the girl added to Noah's protective barrier, which was already on the verge of collapse. Continuing to express her opinion, Luna added half the trouble if the problem was only in him, but she is also running out of mana, with 1 or 2 attacks left at most. Immediately after making her remarks, Luna turned her gaze to Nox and asked, So when are we going to see your brilliant plan in action? In response to the question, Nox said only once, Please pierce his defense through the 3-layer barrier created with the help of advanced magic. Immediately after voicing his request, Nox mentally said his attacks are much weaker, which is why even I can repel them. The next moment, looking down, Nox added in his head, But right now, the most important thing is to break through the barrier, and if we don't, the whole plan will be meaningless. Drawing her sword and preparing to fulfill her subject's request, Luna said, I hope your plan will work. Seeing Luna's intentions, Paimon prepared for the confrontation. The girl who had not even tasted life said, The next moment the demon jumped up and quickly headed in her direction and exclaimed, You have completely forgotten where you belong. At that very moment, as she prepared to use her special technique, Luna recited the moon sword art of the 3rd moon split technique. As soon as the technique was applied, Paimon saw everything around him go dark, and only one bright beam of light in the sky was rapidly approaching him. As a result of the approach, the demon put out his goitered hand in front of him to defend himself with a barrier against this special attack of his opponent. As Luna approached the enemy, she did her duty and struck a powerful blow to break through the 1st layer of defense. As a result of the attack, the 1st layer was destroyed, and Luna herself flew backward from the blast wave of the barrier's destruction. Seeing that the girl failed to defeat him, the demon exclaimed in a haughty tone, But it was still not enough to get to me. Continuing to express his opinion, Paimon added, You just broke through the 1st layer, and then noticed Nox appearing right behind him, about to strike. Quickly reacting to the sudden attack, Paimon repelled Nox's attack and shouted, You puppy is looking for a way to waste your life. After waiting for the right moment, Nox used the comms to say shoot now, to which Marin replied, I know. Following the instructions of her ward, the girl released her water arrow in Nox's direction. At that very moment, Nox smiled slyly and told the death that this was out of the question and used the skill of a Time Lord. The next moment, starting the countdown, Nox said 1 and thought in the game the speed of the water flame arrow was at least 400 kilometers per hour when it pulled the string. The distance here would be about 300 meters. Continuing to count down, Nox said 2, and watching the arrow, he thought, that means I have 3 seconds, but I'm not a mathematician, so the accuracy of the calculations is questionable. With a sly smile as the arrow approached him, Nox said in his head, I'm going to have to take a chance and rely on my instincts to keep me alive in this damn game. The next moment, after saying 3, Nox quickly jumped to the side to clear the way for the arrow of water flame to fly. As soon as Nox jumped to the side, Paimon saw a powerful projectile approaching him at breakneck speed, but there was no time to avoid being hit. After a direct hit from Marin's shot at Paimon, Nox turned his head in the direction of the enemy and thought he had wasted a lot of energy. Continuing to stare at the pile of smoke where the image of the demon was visible, Nox added in his head, It's not wise to spend mana on attacks and maintaining a heavy barrier at the same time. The Archduke laughed ominously after experiencing the shot and said, "You couldn't get through the last ball, I won." In response to his opponent's joyful shouts, Nox smiled and asked why you decided so, and then equipped himself with the artifact of the lunatic member's cloak. Immediately after Nox received several notifications, the artifact Thunderbolt absorbs the maximum amount of mana of the owner. The special effect of the artifact Cloak of the lunatic member was activated. The power of your attacks increased. Seeing that the reinforcements began to take effect, Nox spoke in his head and then activated a new skill and received a notification that the skill break limits was activated. Immediately after receiving the notification, your opponent is too strong. You had to spend a large amount of life in the battle attention. You will not be able to use the effect of the artifact Ring of Dark Flame and absorb the life force of the opponent you defeated with the skill break restrictions. Sure you want to use the skill? Nox said yes. After confirming the use of his special power, Nox began to accumulate at the end of his sword blade. Quickly rushing to attack Nox, who had not yet completed his preparations, Paimon shouted, "You bastard! It's useless to resist. You can't change anything." Reacting to his opponent's attack, Nox instantly crossed his sword with him and was able to overpower the demon. Feeling that he had just been rejected in a cross-sword fight, Paimon exclaimed in confusion. At the very moment when the demon dropped his guard, Nox recited the dark art of swordplay, the first technique of the half-karate of the Shadow Blade, and delivered a slashing blow to his opponent. Disappearing into thin air after the lost battle, Archduke Paimon exclaimed in embarrassment, "I almost rose again, and now I am defeated by some weaklings." After the battle, Nox's arms dropped and his cloak began to disappear, and he received a notification that he had spent a large amount of life force. After falling to the ground and losing consciousness, Nox received another message that read, "You have less than 30 days to live." Watching the aftermath of the battle against the Archduke, Marin said in surprise, "Seriously, Nox was just an inexperienced recruit." Clenching her teeth and tilting her head down, the girl added in surprise, "Even Commander Luna noted how fast my shots were." As Marin continued to think, he wondered how he had managed to dodge at such a short distance. No human reflexes would have helped. The next moment, after realizing the beauty of the situation, this newcomer said to Marin, "My ward did not miss the mark." Throwing the bow behind her back and walking away from the position, she mentally said that with such potential, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed the commander and even his own father, Theo von Reinhofer. As Marin stormed off and headed back to the base after the mission, she wondered in her head why hide in the shadows when she could easily shine in the eyes of others. Recalling the moments when Nox was often discussed behind her back, Marin mentally added, "Did he decide that it was better to keep his face hidden from the light of day? That's why you're happy with the stigma of the family's shame. It's easier to stay in the shadows." The next moment, also recalling the moment of his joint travels with Jitri, the girl added in her head, "And for the same reason you are almost everywhere with your maid. Now everything is clear." Smiling happily at the end of her thoughts, Marin said to the newcomer, "You're not only a good-looking guy, but Mother Nature hasn't deprived you of intelligence either, and I'm sure we'll succeed." Continuing to head back to the base, Marin confidently added, "Together with the newcomer and Commander Luna, it will not be difficult to overthrow this mad emperor from the throne of Esteban von Arcane." Without wiping her smile off her face, Marine mentioned Penelope and added confidently that we would deal with Princess Penelope in the course of the case. At the same time, watching the demonic spirit crystal that was destroyed, Luna, who was standing behind Noah, asked, "Did you deliberately allow Paimon to rise up?" Looking at the girl with a stern look, Captain Lunatic added to destroy the demon stone of his spirit. Continuing to ask questions to the Dean, Luna added, "I have rights," and then turned her back to her and added, "There is no other way to explain your behavior." The next moment, recalling the difficult times of Noah's childhood, Captain Lunatic added, "You suffered the most from the clutches of demons, and you even let Paimon return." Continuing to stand silently and watch the destruction of the remaining soul crystal, Noah heard, "If this was all just for revenge, then that's pretty selfish of you, Noah." At one point, the Dean of the Academy looked back at Luna with a happy smile and said, "I won't hide it. Of course I've always wanted to take revenge, but it's a shame that my strength and the rest of them were not enough." The next moment, turning her head away from Luna and raising her hand, Noah said, "I understand you." Continuing her dialogue with the Dean of the Academy, Captain Lunatic added, "But I hope you can come up with better excuses in the future," to which Noah, turning back into a child, giggled happily and exclaimed, "Let's hope together." Stopping on the spot and turning to the girl, Luna added, "Noah, until our next meeting, restore your strength as much as possible. You know that the enemies will only get stronger." And before she could finish, Noah interrupted her and waved her hand happily and said, "Don't worry." Walking over to Nox, who was lying unconscious on the ground, Noah sat down next to him and smiled happily. "I'll take care of him." Having heard the promise from the dean of the academy, Luna turned her back on Noah and said in a stern tone, "Well then, I trust the impudent man to you." Hearing Luna's last words, Noah turned her gaze to her and began to see her off until she disappeared in a cloud of dust. As soon as Captain Lunatic was out of sight, Noah turned her gaze to Knox and said, "Thank you, student." After a while, the academy's teachers arrived at the battlefield and saw Dean Vernon walking in front of them and exclaimed, "Dean Noah, you're fine." Approaching one of the four sages, the teacher nervously exclaimed that the essence of the demon stone of the soul had escaped from the catacombs. Upon hearing the report from her subject, Noah raised her index finger and exclaimed joyfully, "And this happens," followed by a giggle. Surprised by the dean's nonchalant reaction to the terrible news, Vernon exclaimed in confusion, "I wondered how the hell she was able to quit." The next moment, when he noticed Dean Noah Knox lying on the ground behind him, Russ Celestia called out in confusion, "My best student, Knox, wake up." A few minutes later, when the rest of the staff began to slowly clear the rubble, Vernon asked, "Okay, Paimon is a strong demon. Even if he was weakened in the prison, who could defeat him?" Feeling somewhat nervous after this assumption, the teacher asked if you were able to defeat him on your own. In response to her subject's question, the dean of the academy smiled slyly and said, "What do you think?" After receiving the question in response to his own, Vernon cycled through his head and thought, "I know that smile. Of course, none of us will ever know who was behind the victory over Paimon." Immediately after his thoughts, the man sighed heavily and said how to explain himself to the imperial family, and then casually looked at Raz. Having come up with a great idea, Vernon whispered to his friend behind his back, "Noah, get busy and settle this issue," to which he whispered back, "Why don't I handle it myself?" While the subjects were arguing with each other about who and how to solve the case, Noah walked forward and mentally said to himself, "The seal of the demon stone does not come off by itself, but who is behind it?" The next moment, remembering Prince Louis and his henchmen, she added in her mind the imperial family, which meant they were already here. Feeling the rage overwhelm her body, Dean Noah mentally added, "How dare the demon minions poke their noses into my academy?" After a while, when Talia met Jitri outside her fiancé's room, she asked him anxiously if Knox was dead, and he was unconscious for 3 days, and Talia exclaimed what a horror it was, and she urgently needed to tell his father and get him medicine, to which Jitri replied, "Please wait, Lady Talia, while we observe the situation, and then we will." Also joining the conversation, Eleanor folded her arms in front of her and asked, "Seriously, why did he go to Paimon at all?" To which Leon replied, "Don't be angry, I'm sure he had his reasons, as always." Not wanting to just wait, Talia stood under the window outside Knox's room and exclaimed, "This is not good, let's go." To which Jitri exclaimed, "Lady Talia, wait." Turning his gaze to the window outside where his comrades were making noise, Knox said, "For the first time in my life, I was scared to wake up." Lying in bed, Knox received a notification, "You are blessed by the blessings of the moon. You are blessed by the blessings of the ice." Knox mentally said his body recovered surprisingly quickly. Well, with the blessings from both, it could hardly be otherwise. Continuing his reflections on the situation, the boy thought that in the eyes of society, the academy should stand impeccably on the side of the empire. The next moment, imagining himself standing up to Paimon Knox, he mentally added, "And then there was the student who contacted the criminal organization." Immediately after imagining the moment of Dean Knox's patronage of ice, I mentally said to myself, Noah must have contributed to my recovery in order to get important information out of me as quickly as possible. As Knox continued to lie in the hospital bed, he thought, I'll have to pretend to be asleep for as long as I can, and then closed his eyes. Suddenly waking up when it was already dark outside, Knox got up to a sitting position and put his hand to his forehead, thinking that I had accidentally fallen asleep and the daytime hum died down. At one point, Knox heard a girlish voice speak, and woke up, jumping up from his seat in surprise, and seeing Eleonora in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, turning his gaze to the girl, he asked, "What brings you to me at this late hour, Eleanor?" In response to the question, the girl said, "Well, let me ask you a question. Do you remember Shane, the guy we met in the maze?" The next moment, Eleanor bent her head down and asked what you had in common with him, and then turned her intense gaze to Knox. Trying to somehow move away from the topic, Knox said in an unwavering tone, "What are you talking about?" At that very moment, with a sly smile and a little leaning over Knox's bed, Eleanor said, "And you knew what?" Continuing to smile slyly, the girl looked Knox straight in the eye and added, "When you lie, your pupils dilate and your hands tremble slightly." Keeping her gaze on the boy, Eleanor slyly added, "But your voice, to its credit, remains as steadfast as ever." Seeing the girl sit down on the chair opposite him, Knox said in his head, "My acting skills are not enough against her skills." Continuing his thoughts, Knox mentally added, "Cheap tricks won't fool her, so it remains to find out what she wants," after which he bowed his head down and said, "We really do have something in common. When Eleanor heard the answer from her interlocutor, she asked about the bloodstream and said, "You have very similar eyes." Surprising the guy with her question, Eleanor added that she had an obvious illegitimate child whose existence was being concealed with all her might. Putting her hand on her head, Eleanor added, "I've heard that you also practice using talented illegitimate children as hunting mutts, and I think Shane is one of them." When he heard Eleanor's theory, Knox smiled awkwardly and said in his head, "With all due respect, the Reinhafers are still scoundrels, but not that bad." Continuing to tell her theory of Shane's origin, Eleanor added, "From the very beginning it seemed that something was wrong. He was clearly not going to attack us." At one point, interrupting Eleanor's theory of the guy's origin, Knox asked, "Well, what do you want from Shane?" After receiving Knox's question, Eleanor looked away and said with a shy smile, "I want to thank him." The next moment, looking down, the girl gently added, "I liked him and want to hire him for my trading house." When Knox heard the girl's request, he asked, "In short, you want me to help you?" In response to Knox's question, Eleanor said with a joyful smile that such a talent is worth sweating for. Gritting his teeth after hearing this, Knox said, "Do you really think you can just take a man from the Reinhafer family like that?" Hearing Knox's remark, Eleanor rose from her seat and said to tell him he had 1 week to move to the main estate of the Rivalan family. The next moment, Eleanor winked happily at Knox and said, "I'll leave you now. I wish you a speedy recovery," and left the room. After a while, leaving his room, Knox, walking with his maid, heard Mr. Knox say, "You're being too reckless. I'm like a parrot. I keep telling you the same thing, but this is too much." Continuing to reprimand the boy, Jitri added, "I'm sure even the family leader will share my opinion," to which Knox said, Don't say anything to the family. I don't want to make life difficult for anyone." Receiving the order from her master, Jitri looked away and said, "I have already sent a letter home. I am afraid you have gone too far. It is no longer the duty of every maid to report everything that happens to her master." Arriving in his room and closing the door behind him, Knox sighed tiredly and said in his head he needed to lie unconscious for a few more days. The next moment after his thoughts, Knox heard a girl's voice say hello to her and catch his attention. Turning his head back to the source, Knox saw Ayanna waiting for him in his room and added, "I'm sure you know very well that a half-breed succubus can restore mana." Feeling aroused by her own words, the girl added, "There was only one way you wouldn't help me," and then Knox thought, "Here she comes." Looking at the girl standing in front of him in his room, Knox mentally said, "Succubi are a class of demons that feed on male energy." Continuing to stare intently at the girl in front of him, he mentally added, "But there will be no usual development of events here. The age rating of the game does not allow children to play with the rest of the children." Continuing his thoughts, Knox mentally added that there could not be any questionable scenes with her participation. At least here you can exhale, and then asked, "What you want from me?" After receiving the question from the guy, Ian folded his hands in front of him and said awkwardly, "Well, I can only hold your hand for 10 minutes. When Knox heard the girl's request, he asked if it was okay, and that was all the girl nervously exclaimed, so nothing more. When he heard that all the gratitude would end, Knox asked, "Then answer me one question why you were following me." When Ian asked me a question, I said nervously, "Oh, you noticed I also come from a dark family, and that's why I couldn't help but be curious. There were a lot of rumors that the son of the Reinhafer family had suddenly changed. It seems like you were more in the past." Before the girl could finish, Knox, throwing off his jacket, asked what you were talking about, and something about me didn't sit right with you, to which the girl laughed nervously and exclaimed, "No, I'm sorry." Sitting down on the bed and putting his hands on the bed, Knox said, "Let's restore your mana and go home," to which Ayanna exclaimed, "Okay." Closing his eyes and reaching out to the girl, Knox said in his head, "Ian von Satter." While the girl was trying to compose herself and prepare to restore her mana, Knox mentally added a seemingly cute one to the list of even too naive for a succubus. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added, "However, I have played this game a bunch of times for a reason, and that is why I am familiar with the other side of Ian von Satter." Continuing to hold the girl's hand, Knox spoke for exactly 10 minutes at most. Holding the girl's hand, Knox turned his gaze to her at one point and saw that she was too nervous and excited by these actions. Noticing something strange about the girl, Knox realized that it smelled like fried food and abruptly stood up and said, I'm out." As Knox tried to leave the girl, he suddenly felt himself grabbed and pulled back to her, saying, "Hey, where are you going? I'm not done eating yet." Using the vision, Knox began to receive notifications. Name Ayanna von Sater, gender female, he 15, race demon, succubus, main element, darkness skills, positive allure, charm, natural beauty, magic, sensitivity to mana, neutral, split personality, negative insecurity, recluse endurance, 7 self, 9 luck, 8 will, 6 charm, 26. Skills, passive, pheromone addiction, active skills, Magic blood. In the present moment, the character is under the influence of the negative skill of split personality. The character's personality changes radically. Then Knox, who has just been thrown on the bed, confusedly thought, what kind of split personality? When he saw the girl climbing on top of him, he thought, what a good time, just when my mana hadn't recovered yet, and then said to Ian, let's calm down, you're going to regret your actions later. Hearing Knox's remark, the girl, not going to stop, asked, if you don't like me. Strangely, there is no man in the world who does not like me. Continuing to go further and further, the girl added, then maybe it's time to give you a beautiful dream about what kind of girls you like. To which Knox, trying to somehow get her off of him, said, I told you to stop. Leaning over to the embarrassed boy, Ian said excitedly, come on, just one kiss. Is it really that bad? Come on, give me a hug. It will be much more pleasant for you. The next moment, Maren burst into the room and slammed the door, shouting, hey, you little rascal. Continuing to be angry with her ward, the girl indignantly exclaimed, so I'm shoveling all the mess alone, and you're cuddling with the girl in the corners. When Ayana saw the intruder in her room, she exclaimed in confusion, looking at Maren, who the hell are you? At that very moment, Maren immediately used her power to create a small water balloon. Immediately after casting the magic spell, she pointed it in the direction of Ayana, who was sitting on Knox, and fired, hitting her in the head. After receiving a magical injury, the girl fainted and fell down. Seeing that Ayana had just fallen on the bed in front of him, Knox nervously asked what you just did. Looking at the girl who was lying unconscious on the bed, Maren confidently said that she had shared her mana with her and that everything would be fine. The next moment after she answered, Maren laughed gloatingly at the situation, causing Knox to be displeased and ask questions. After a few seconds looking at her ward, the girl asked, I bet you're more excited to see me than ever, to which Knox instantly turned his head to the side and said with a disappointed sigh, I'm even less excited to admit it. When Marine heard the young man's answer, she smiled slyly and asked, what about you? Continuing to dress and clean up, Knox replied, as you may have noticed, I used up some mana, but I'm fine. After receiving the answer to her question, Maren tried to hide her embarrassment by looking away and saying, you saved me. In response to his mentor's words, Knox sighed and said, oh, kill it, or I wouldn't have survived myself. After hearing the response to her gratitude for the rescue, Maren watched Knox walk out of the room with clenched teeth in anger, then calmed down and smiled gently. The next moment, standing in the middle of the room, Maren exclaimed after Knox, you've been brought up badly, you've grown up to be such a rude boy, and you talk to your mentors like that. I'm 2 years older than you. And he just smiled gently. At the same time, an unexpected guest appeared somewhere in the Reinhofer estate and visited the family leader himself. After listening to the report from Lunatic's commander, Theo said, so from what you said, it appears that Knox defeated Paimon. Folding his arms in front of him, the man looked into the girl's eyes and asked, did I understand you correctly? And she replied with a confident yes. Hearing the confident answer to his master's question, the chief butler looked at Theo, who was very pleased to hear it, and thought that Mr. Knox was wondering what to do now. As Rodwell continued to observe the satisfied family leader, he mentally added the changes in the family in the wake of this storm of change. After reflecting on the information, Theo von Reinhofer said, I have no idea what's going on in Knox's head either. As he began to recall the events of that day, the man said in his head that perhaps the death of his mother on the bloody night had affected him. As the family leader continued to think, he added in his head that the demon had killed her right in front of the boy. Continuing to recall that incident and the consequences after it, T mentally added that after that day, Knox seemed to go crazy, which is why he was dubbed the family's disgrace, and he didn't care about anything and everyone around him. Immediately after recalling that event, Theo von Reinhofer mentally added, but now he has decided to avenge his mother's death. Hearing her former friend's words, Luna remarked, you're lying, and then thought, I don't know what Theo is up to. Continuing to look at the man who sat in front of her with a thoughtful face, the girl added, but such power is only inherited if you have Reinhofer blood in your veins. Continuing her thoughts, Luna mentally said that the phenomenon of darkness occurs only when the medium reaches its own limit. Continuing her thoughts, without taking her eyes off her former comrade, Luna mentally added, and if he is now one of the members of the lunatic, I will not allow him to become a pawn in Theo's hands. Tilting his head down and smiling after a long moment of thought, Theo said, even parents cannot know everything about their children. In response to this remark from her former friend, Luna said, I can see that you didn't try very hard to play the role of a model father. The next moment, recalling Garen's activities, the girl added, your first son is already on the side of the Imperial faction and has also entered into a contract with a demon. In response to all the girl's remarks, the leader of the Reinhofer family said that a bloody storm was coming down on us and that it knew no mercy. As Luna walked to the window, she stopped in the moonlight and said, I hope you remember your promise well. Starting to slowly dissolve in the glow of the bloody moon, the girl added, "If I see your bastard on my way, I'll definitely finish him off." Leaving Theo's office, the girl added the following rules to the lunatic and the oath you took. "I hope you've already put aside your parental feelings and there will be no problems." Rising from his seat and looking out the window, the man said in his head, "I know very well for the sake of the fall of the imperial family and 72 demons." At the same time, somewhere in the Rivalin family estate, Eleanor said, in the simplest terms, "I am interested in you." Continuing the dialogue with her guest, she added, "That's why I want to suggest you sign a deal with the Rivalin trading house." Continuing to insist on the deal, the girl added, "I'll take care of a decent reward, just sign Shane." After hearing everything Eleanor said, the boy nervously said, "I apologize, but I work for my family." Hearing her interlocutor's remark, Eleanor looked up from her cup of tea and said with a smile on her face, "I remember having a conversation like that with Knox." Still beaming with happiness as she spoke to the guy, she added happily, "But there is absolutely no reason to worry. He gave the go-ahead." Feeling dissatisfied after hearing Eleanor's message, Knox mentally said, "I wonder when I had time to do this." He turned his gaze to Knox, who had changed his appearance, and said, "Well, I finished off the boss in advance, and then I got free points." The next moment, turning his gaze to the stubborn girl who refused to give up, Knox added mentally, "But now I'm going to have to work for Rivaline because of this." Having finished his thoughts on the offer, the boy said, "I beg your pardon, Lady Eleanor." When she heard a boy address her, she said, "You can call me by my first name." Looking down after receiving permission to address Knox, he said, "I nevertheless prefer to address you formally." Hearing this remark from her guest, the girl smiled slyly and said, "In some ways you and Knox are really similar. Sorry to say, I meant it in a good way." Immediately after her words, the girl added, "What an interesting story it is. The Reinhofer's illegitimate son secretly sneaks into Eldane Academy to fulfill a task assigned to him." With a sly smile, Eleanor added, without taking her eyes off the guy, "What Dean Noah would do if your secret came out by accident." When Knox heard the girl's threat, he said, "I thought you were a good person and would not use people's weaknesses against them." In response to her guest's remark, Eleanor took a sip of tea and said, "I'm a traitor. Why should I suddenly be kind?" Realizing that the conversation was not going well, Knox asked me what I should do. Hearing the question from the boyfriend, Eleanor put her hand on the agreement and said, "Sign it, or maybe I haven't convinced you enough." After a while, leaving the estate of Rivlin Knox, looking at the artifact in his hands, he thought the Amulet of the Spirit of Red Fire is an incredibly powerful artifact that drops out just before the end of the game. The next moment, Knox recalled the moment of the dialogue with Eleanor, who handed him the object and said, "This is your reward for saving me." Having handed over a valuable item to her guest, the girl added a gift as a payment for the signed contract. Having completed these mentions, Knox continued to examine the object and said, "It's a cheat thing covered with a bunch of high-level spells." The next moment, placing the object in his pocket, Knox mentally said the object was good, except that it was obvious that Eleanor was really obsessed with Shane. Immediately after these thoughts, the boy made a sour face and added in his head, "What the hell?" At the same time, somewhere in Rivalin's estate, Eleanor, staying in the guest room, heard "I see you have your eye on him." Turning her head in the direction of her subject, she heard the girl say, "I've never seen you invite someone over with the intention of offering to work for you." After hearing Hausholtz's remarks, Eleanor said, "I don't remember ever letting you open your mouth." Putting his hands in front of him after receiving the remark, Rick said anxiously, "I'm sorry, I won't dare again. Please don't worry, you know I'm not that stupid." Hearing the words of her subject, Eleanor added and skillfully twisted the words and then mentally added something with, "Rick is not so strange, he is behaving strangely." As she continued her thoughts, Eleanor mentally added the exact moment Dean Noah defeated Paimon. Looking down, the girl continued to think and thought that it was too early to draw conclusions, but she felt a catch and then said, "Be more careful." The next moment, turning her head toward the subject, the girl with a smile on her face added, "And watch your tongue." After receiving the instruction from his mistress, Hausholtz de Nefer forced a smile and said of course to Mrs. Rivelin. A few seconds later, after leaving Eleanor's room, Rick walked down the dark corridor and thought, "I was right, Knox von Reinhofer is dangerous." Continuing his way to the exit, the boy mentally added that he needed to get rid of him and the jerk of a prince as soon as possible. The next moment, smiling ominously as he imagined the boy's fate, Rick added in his head, "No matter what your goals are, Knox, you're not going to succeed this time because you're going to die."